Chapter 1. 36 Golden Edicts, Defiance Against Imperial Orders. 30 Achievements. Reduced to mere dust and soil, 8,000 miles traversed beneath the clouds and moon. Do not idly wait, letting the youth fade into gray, lamenting in vain. In the third year of Yongxin, during a harsh winter, the great general of the Dayan kingdom fell into a dungeon. This occurred at the border of the nation, in the town of Zhaixian. Yining's limbs were shackled by 4 ancient iron chains, leaving his body suspended in midair, while 2 sealing nails, as thick as a child's arms, pierced through his bones. The slightest movement caused blood to ooze forth. Moreover, a scar the size of a bowl marred his lower abdomen, with his entire dantian seemingly excavated. His body bore countless lash marks, a gruesome sight where flesh and blood mingled indistinguishably. Su Yan, appearing fatigued from his exertions, cast aside the bloodied whip and picked up a nearby porcelain jar. With a flourish, a copious amount of salt cascaded upon Yining's body, the excruciating sting penetrating to the very marrow, causing involuntary convulsions. General Yi, His Majesty has issued 36 golden edicts demanding your withdrawal of troops. Why do you defy his orders? Su Yan spoke with a mocking tone. Yining managed to lift his eyelids, his voice hoarse. When a general is away, military orders may not be heeded. I was on the verge of driving away armies, beast cavalry from our lands. How can I retreat? Yet you, as a high-ranking minister in the court, choose this moment to defect. What is your true intent? Yining's retort left Su Yan at a loss for words. Having joined the army at the tender age of 14, Yining fought in numerous battles over the course of a decade, rising from a mere soldier to the esteemed position of national general. Surrounded by predatory nations, none could gain an advantage over him. Half a year prior, when the Wei kingdom invaded the borders, Yining donned his armor once more, leading a mere 100,000 troops to triumph over the enemy's million-strong army 6 times, reclaiming the border cities one by one. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Emperor Jizishu of the Yin kingdom, swayed by Su Yan's machinations, sought peace fervently, issuing edicts for Yining to return to court. However, Yining discerned the Wei kingdom's weakness. Not only could he expel them from the borders, but he could also strike directly at their heart, obliterating the Wei kingdom in one fell swoop. Thus, he defied the imperial orders. 36 golden edicts throughout history. No general had ever dared to resist so boldly. Just as victory was within reach, Su Yan approached personally, feigning a gesture of reconciliation, only to have poisoned Yining's food with a heart-corroding venom. After incapacitating Yining, Su Yan, not yet satisfied, pierced his bones, excavated his dantian, severed the meridians in his limbs, and imprisoned him in this lightless dungeon. Yining, a formidable master of the Void Realm, only by stripping him of his powers, destroying his dantian, and shattering his meridians could Su Yan feel secure. Yining, you are so preoccupied with your heroics, have you ever considered what the Emperor desires? Your achievements overshadow the sovereign even without me. The Emperor would not tolerate you. We have been rivals for 10 years. Did you ever imagine today would find you in my grasp? Su Yan spoke with a sinister glee. Su Yan, we are fellow townsmen, once united in our ambitions for the Dayan kingdom. How have you become this way? Silence. Silence. With a resounding crack, Su Yan lashed out with the whip a dozen more times before pausing, his hands trembling. With a creak, the dungeon door swung open, and 2 soldiers ushered in a girl of 16 or 17. Su Yan's face twisted into a cruel smile. Yining, do you know what I despise most about you? You are forever calm and composed, treating wealth as mere refuse, holding yourself in lofty disdain. Even when death looms, you remain unchanged. As he spoke, he seized the girl's hair, dragging her closer to Yining. Look who this is. Panic finally flickered across Yining's face. Jingjing. The girl was none other than Yining's sister, Yijing, his only remaining family. Su Yan, being a fellow townsman, knew precisely where Yining's vulnerabilities lay. It was this sister, Yijing. Thus, Su Yan had traveled great distances to bring Yijing here. Initially, he merely intended to use her as leverage to coerce Yining into submission. But now, the situation had changed. Yi Jing appeared to have endured immense trauma, her hair disheveled, her gaze vacant, her face bearing a numbed expression. It was only upon hearing Yi Ning's voice that a glimmer of recognition returned to her eyes. Brother. She hastily tried to rush toward Yi Ning. Yet Su Yin clutched her hair fiercely, a manic grin on his face, relishing Yi Ning's frantic demeanor. Yi Ning was utterly distraught. Su Yin, I beg you, release my sister, do with me as you will. Only now do you plead for mercy? It is too late. With a rip, Yi Jing's clothing was torn asunder, revealing bruises all over her bare shoulders. Su Yan's eyes glinted with greed as he methodically shredded her garments into tatters. Yi Jing struggled desperately, yet she was no match for Su Yan's grip. Though a civil official, Su Yan possessed peak strength and body refinement. Dealing with a frail woman was child's play. Smack! Su Yan struck Yi Jing down to the ground. Blood oozed from her lips, leaving her dazed. Damn it, I warned you to stop moving. Su Yan cursed, lunging to tear at Yi Jing's skirt once more. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jing regained her senses, thrashing her legs wildly, striking Su Yan unexpectedly. It didn't hurt, yet his expression twisted into one of pure malice as he delivered a brutal kick to Yi Jing's abdomen. Yi Jing skidded across the floor for several feet, halting only upon crashing into the wall, curling up and rendered motionless. Su Yan, still unsatisfied, advanced again, delivering 2 more vicious kicks to Yi Jing's head. Thud! Thud! Her head struck the ground, producing 2 chilling thuds. Blood seeped from her ears, nostrils, mouth, and the corners of her eyes. Beast! Su Yan, you wretched beast! Yi Ning's eyes burned with fury, his voice a desperate roar. The ancient iron chains, or rather, a perception of one's existence so crystal clear. He is not dead yet. The ancient colossal sword has not departed. Instead, it is rapidly diminishing in size, visibly shrinking until it stands upright amidst the shattered remnants of Yi Ning's corpse dust. With the sword tip pointing downward, it slowly rotates. Then, an inexhaustible force of attraction arises from the sword's body, drawing in the surrounding corpse dust as if it were a magnet ensnaring iron filings. To Yi Ning's astonishment, as his corpse dust is drawn in, it manifests into countless minuscule sword shapes. Thus, the sword-shaped corpse dust incessantly assembles anew physique: bones, muscles, blood, meridians, internal organs, and hair. Before long, a brand new Yi Ning emerges. The whip marks fade, the collarbone is reconstituted, the meridians are reconnected, the dantian is restored, and all wounds vanish without a trace. The sword body has been formed. The wishes of over 18 million years have been fulfilled. Before Yi Ning stands an elder with hair and beard as white as snow. He gazes at the newly reborn Yi Ning with profound satisfaction, saying, "Go pursue your own affairs, I shall await you in this absolute sword space." With a wave of his hand, Yi Ning immediately feels a force of pulling. In the next instant, he finds himself back in the dungeon. Yi Ning gazes around in bewilderment, the recent series of events leaving him with a surreal sensation. Yet, upon examining his own body, he discovers that his injuries have genuinely healed. Moreover, he is no longer suspended by the 1,000-year-old mysterious iron chains. Instead, he stands firmly upon the ground. This indicates that his body indeed transformed into dust and underwent a process of reconstruction. Thus, his limbs are freed from the constraints of the mysterious iron chains. Crack! A crisp sound suddenly emanates from within him, signaling a breakthrough in cultivation. Yi Ning's face lights up with joy. Originally, his dantian had been excavated, rendering his cultivation utterly wasted and leaving him with no hope of training further. However, after the reconstruction of his body, his dantian has also been restored. Although the previous cultivation is irretrievable, he can begin anew. Just as Yi Ning emerges from the absolute sword space, the spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth swiftly penetrates his body. In just a few breaths, he astonishingly enters the first layer of body refinement. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of breaking through shackles resonate continuously. Yi Ning's newly reborn sword body greedily absorbs the surrounding spiritual energy. First layer of body refinement, broken. Second layer, broken. Third layer, broken. Continuing until the pinnacle of the ninth layer of body refinement, broken. Could it be possible to directly enter the chi condensation realm? Yining's face is filled with anticipation. However, after breaking through the ninth layer of body refinement, he does not enter the chi condensation realm. Instead, he advances to the 10th layer of body refinement. Yining trembles, a look of incredulity etched upon his face. He had once heard his master mention that the physical constraints of a martial artist comprise 9 turns and 3 calamities, with the 9 turns representing the 9 obstacles at each major realm of a martial artist. The 3 calamities are human calamity, earthly yin calamity, and heavenly yang calamity. This implies that each major realm of a martial artist actually encompasses 12 layers. Yet, ordinary martial artists can only cultivate to the 9th layer before they must break through. Only by overcoming the subsequent 3 calamities can a martial artist genuinely transcend the mundane. But how does one enter these 3 calamities and achieve a breakthrough? For millions of years, no one has succeeded. Yining never expected that after the reconstruction of his body, he would enter the mysterious realm of the 3 calamities. He is currently at the human calamity. Crack! Another breakthrough. Upon reaching the earthly yin calamity, he does not cease until he attains the heavenly yang calamity, reaching the 12th layer of body refinement, the true pinnacle. Only then does the elevation of his realm come to a halt. Yining exhales slowly, feeling the boundless power coursing through his body, unable to resist the urge to let out a long, triumphant howl. According to the realms of martial artists, Yining was originally at the void control realm, which is 3 major realms higher than his current state. There lie 3 formidable realms yet to be traversed, condensing chi, opening meridians, and nurturing spirit. Yet, never has Yining experienced such a profound sense of ease as he does now. It is abundantly clear that after entering the 3rd tribulation, the very essence of life has undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Not only has he reshaped his corporeal form, but he has also reached a realm previously untouched. A fierce, killing intent surged in Yining's eyes. Su Yan. In the town of Zuaxian, at the residence of the magistrate, after Su Yan brought Yi Jing here, the headman, Dong He, did not inquire further, but promptly commanded his maidservants to groom Yi Jing meticulously. He had already prepared a feast. The arrival of the Lord of the Long History truly illuminates the entire town of Luoxian. As Dong He poured wine for Su Yan, he ingratiatingly remarked, "That surname Yi is utterly despicable. Constantly yearning for military action. I've tried to dissuade him to no avail. Humph. He has but a few days left to live." Su Yan drained his cup, saying, "We have known each other for over a decade. He has opposed me for just as long. Relying on the old emperor's favor, he has repeatedly obstructed my path, severing my avenues for wealth and prospects. Now that the new emperor has ascended and is obedient to my every word, I wonder how he shall contend against me now." Dong He readily agreed, asserting that Yining's lack of gratitude has led to his current predicament, which he brought upon himself. With Yining's demise, the Lord shall ascend unhindered, wielding power comparable to that of the emperor. Pardon my imprecision, it should be one beneath the heavens, above all others. After several cups of wine, Su Yan suddenly felt a wave of heat. "What manner of wine is this? I prepared the Scorpion Tiger Dragon Whip wine specifically for you, my lord, to ensure your vigor remains unyielding and your prowess everlasting. How considerate." After consuming a couple more gulps, Su Yan stood up and headed towards the inner chamber, saying, "After my enjoyment, I shall grant you a chance to indulge as well." "Thank you, my lord." Dong He displayed no sign of aversion, seemingly honored to share a woman with the esteemed Su Yan, particularly since Yi Jing was indeed a striking beauty. Bang! At that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly streaked past the front gate of the residence, instantly shattering the heavy wooden door into splinters. Simultaneously, 2 guards were sent flying in, their chests marred by horrifying sword wounds. Collapsing to the ground, they exhaled their last breaths. Following closely was a figure, drenched in blood, rendering it impossible to discern whether it was his own or that of others. Su Yin and Dong He gasped in shock upon seeing the newcomer. Yi Ning. Chapter 3. Settling a decade's grievance. Smiling like a flower. The appearance of Yi Ning sent tremors through Su Yan's heart. He could not fathom why Yi Ning would be here. Dong He, pale as a ghost, nearly collapsed in fright. The general of the nation, a formidable being of the skyward realm. Was he not confined in the dungeon? Utterly secure. How could things have transpired thus? What is there to fear? His dantian has been excavated, and his cultivation shattered. Even if he escaped the dungeon, he would merely be relying on his physical strength and experience to persist. Su Yin scowled darkly, rebuking, "Is that so?" Dong He glanced at the shattered door of his residence, then at the two guards who had already breathed their last. Feeling that something was awry, Su Yin paid Dong He no mind and coldly addressed Yi Ning. "I had intended to spare your life. Awaiting the Emperor's decree. Since you seek death, I shall oblige." With that, he leaped into the air like a hawk. After all, Su Yin himself was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Dealing with a general whose cultivation had been crippled was but child's play. Wind-crushing fist, Su Yin shouted, launching a punch from midair. The snow-laden northern wind abruptly ceased beneath that blow, then recoiled and surged towards Yi Ning. The wind carried a force that trembled the very fabric of space. Snow accumulated on the leaves of the pine trees in the courtyard cascaded down like a flurry of deadly beasts, engulfing Yi Ning in a torrent of white. Yet Yi Ning's expression remained unfazed, his forward momentum unwavering. With each step he took, he left behind a trail of sword marks upon the snowy ground. Indeed, although he could not utilize his martial techniques, his ordinary strides emanated sword chi. This was the result of his reformed sword body. Cloud-piercing roar, howl. Yi Ning mirrored Su Yan's action, delivering a punch that was devoid of embellishment amidst the swirling snow. A long cry erupted from the momentum of his fist. Boom! The sky of flying snow exploded, the force of the air rushing outward, creating a series of cracking sounds as it struck the nearby rockery. Causing it to fracture, as the storm subsided, Yi Ning and Su Yan's fists collided. Su Yan's previously arrogant demeanor froze on his face. He felt as if a blade-like force was assailing him from Yi Ning's fist. Splurt! A horrific sword mark appeared along Su Yan's arm, from his hand to his shoulder. Sword chi. Su Yan internally screamed. How could you still wield sword chi after having your cultivation crippled? The sword chi not only cleaved through his entire arm, but also shredded his thick fur coat. Su Yan was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spurting forth, rapidly crystallizing into icy blood in the biting wind and snow. Su Yan was thoroughly alarmed. He never anticipated that Yi Ning possessed such power. Even more panicked was Dong He, whose blood ran cold. Crackle, crackle. The sound of footsteps crunching through the snow approached as the guards from the magistrate's residence finally arrived upon hearing the commotion. Stop him! Dong He immediately pointed at Yi Ning, commanding he seeks to kill this official. 4 guards instantly leveled their weapons at Yi Ning. The leading guard, wielding a long knife, aimed a downward strike at Yi Ning. With a mere sidestep, Yi Ning effortlessly evaded, simultaneously delivering a punch to the guard's chest. Bang! The foremost guard's chest erupted, a terrifying sword mark appearing, identical to those of the 2 guards who had perished earlier. After the punch, Yi Ning stepped back half a pace, and 2 long spears thrust in the spot where he had just stood. After a decade of warfare, Yi Ning's experience was incomparable to that of these guards. Raising his hand, he cleaved downward, and the spears shattered with a resonant snap, their ends neatly severed as if cut by a sharp sword. The 2 spear-wielding guards were utterly stunned before they could react. They felt 2 icy hands clasped upon their heads. Yi Ning brought his hands together. Boom! The heads of both guards collided, bursting apart like watermelons in an instant, in the span of a few breaths. Yi Ning had dispatched several foes. When the last remaining guard met Yi Ning's cold gaze, he let out a cry and discarded his long knife, rolling and scrambling away in a panic. Yi Ning did not pursue. His sister Yi Jing's fate remained uncertain. Yi Ning. At that moment, Su Yin bellowed in fury. Yi Ning turned towards the sound. His pupils dilating in alarm, Su Yin held a dagger poised against Yi Jing's neck. Using her as a hostage, Yi Jing was alive, yet her expression was oddly vacant. With the dagger pressed to her throat, she exhibited a dazed smile, not one of fearless acceptance of death, but rather a foolish grin. Entirely oblivious to the peril she was in, her thin garments offered little warmth, and without shoes, her feet were reddened and purple from the frigid air, yet she remained oblivious upon seeing Yi Ning. The delicate beauty called out brother with a blissful smile. Yi Jing had become a simpleton. In the dungeon, Su Yin had mercilessly kicked her head, rendering her a fool. Yi Ning, you cannot defeat me. If you do not wish for your sister to perish, sever your own arms and relinquish your cultivation. Su Yin, grasping Yi Ning's lifeblood, wore a frenzied expression. Yet before he could finish, Yi Jing, disregarding everything, dashed toward Yi Ning. With his right hand already injured, Su Yin could only wield the dagger with his left hand that he feared truly cutting Yi Jing's throat, for then he would possess no leverage against Yi Ning. Hastily, he retracted the dagger to pull Yi Jing back. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Ning shot forth like a blade, a straight sword mark etched into the ground beneath his feet, extending right up to Su Yin. Almost as Su Yin grasped Yi Jing, Yi Ning seized his wrist. Su Yin immediately felt countless blades slicing through Yi Ning's palm, blood seeping through his fingers. Meanwhile, Yi Ning's other hand struck fiercely against Su Yan's face. The astonishing force shattered Su Yan's cheekbone, while the sword chi erupting from his fist gouged away half of Su Yan's face. You shall perish. Yi Ning's voice resonated as if from the depths of hell. Colder than the winter winds and snow, fear engulfed Su Yan in an instant. His previous arrogance vanished, and he stammered, You cannot kill me. I am the lord of the long history of Yin Nation. Spare me, and I shall never oppose you again. You not relish in battle. As long as I return and speak to His Majesty, you may continue to lead the troops into battle. I beg you, do not kill me. Bang! In response to him was Yi Ning's fist-point-one punch after another rained down upon Su Yan's head, reminiscent of the time he had kicked his sister Yi Jing in the head. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds reverberated throughout the entire Li Zheng mansion, until Su Yan's skull was utterly shattered, not a single fragment remaining intact. Blood flowed down the steps, transforming into blood jade amidst the wind and snow. Yi Ning showed no sign of stopping. Brother! Yi Jing's innocent and naive voice rang out, and only then did Yi Ning come to her senses and cease her assault, gazing at her brother's foolish smile. She remained unfazed by the gruesome scene around her. Yi Ning's heart ached with despair. Brother is here. Her response brought even more joy to Yi Jing, her smile as beautiful as a crystal orchid blooming amidst the ice and snow. Yet in her world, there existed only her brother and laughter. Without her brother, that laughter seemed utterly hollow. With Su Yan's death, he was already so frightened that his soul had fled, upon seeing Yi Ning gaze at him. He hastily knelt, banging his head against the ground like a pestle. General Yi, spare my life. It was Su Yin, that treacherous minister, who forced me. Yet Yi Ning coldly interrupted his words. Where's my deputy, General Wu Chang'e? General Wu is guarding Shuiyun City. Crack. After hearing the information he sought, Yi Ning swiftly snapped Dong He's neck that it was decisive and without the slightest hesitation. After completing all this, Yi Ning took Yi Jing and left the Li Zheng mansion. Having battled Su Yin for over a decade, Yi Ning could not afford to let down her guard. The only ones capable of poisoning her meals were those closest to her. Yi Ning's deputy. Wu Chang'e. Chapter 4. The 9 Turns of Tribulation. Affection as thin as paper. The border of Yin Kingdom, Shuiyun City. The smoke of war curled upward, remnants of snow scattered about. Leading 100,000 soldiers, Yi Ning aimed to reclaim Shuiyun City first as she resisted the Wei Kingdom. In just a few months, after experiencing 2 bouts of conflict, the city was now desolate. The common folk had become like startled birds, retreating into their homes, their expressions indifferent. The streets were filled mostly with soldiers riding snow-furred, 3-eyed wolves. They swaggered about, flaunting the wealth plundered from the people, leaving as if they owned the place. More brazen than mountain bandits. The city lord had long since fled with his family, leaving Shuiyun City entirely in the hands of the border troops. While Yi Ning was present, they dared not act recklessly. However, after Yi Ning was imprisoned in the dungeon, no one could keep them in check. Inside the lord's manor, Wu Changyi reveled in the unprecedented treatment he was receiving. Surrounded by a stove, indulging in delicacies, enjoying songs and dances, embracing beauties, he looked nothing like a soldier. When following Yining, he lived in constant fear, never having a hot meal. He had forgotten the taste of snow, as his rations tasted the same. In the freezing cold, wrapped in 3 layers of fur, he still felt no warmth. Only when he slit an enemy's throat, blood splattering all over him, could he feel a semblance of temperature. He had had enough of those days. Thus, when Su Yan approached him, Wu Changyi agreed without a second thought to poison Yining's meals. Moreover, he personally dug out Yining's dantian as a traitor. Wu Changyi feared that Yining might rise again and seek vengeance. Now that everything was within his grasp, he led his loyal troops away from Yining's forces, settling in Shuiyun City to live a life far removed from the emperor's reach. However, mere days later, Wu Changyi's carefree days turned to despair. What? Yining escaped. Upon hearing the news from his subordinates, Wu Changyi's hair stood on end. How could she have escaped? It was impossible. The dungeon where Yining was held was heavily guarded, equipped with the highest standards for imprisoning enemy generals. Most crucially, Yining had been rendered powerless. There were a million reasons why she could not escape the dungeon. General, not only did Yining escape, she also killed Su Yin and the district chief Dong He. His subordinate stated with conviction. The information was obtained from a guard who escaped from the Lijung mansion. It is absolutely true. However, according to that guard, Yining's cultivation had not yet recovered, seemingly still in the body refining stage. Wu Changyi's face turned ashen as he slapped a nearby songstress to the ground. Get out. After dismissing everyone, he anxiously paced back and forth. A powerless Yining was not to be feared. What was terrifying was that the 100,000 Yi family troops obeyed her every command, daring to defy even the imperial edict. Should Yining call upon them, the 100,000 Yi family soldiers could betray anyone, any empire, if she would reunite with those 10,000 men. They could easily besiege and annihilate the entire Shuiyun city, immediately issue orders to cut off all roads from Zhuai Xian Town to Guanshan Pass, draw Yining's portrait and distribute it. Anyone who resembles her must be killed without exception. Lock down Shuiyun City at once. No one is to enter or exit. Deploy the city guards to search every household in Shuiyun City, ensuring not a single person escapes. A series of commands poured from Wu Changyi's lips. Not only did this illustrate Wu Changyi's meticulousness, but it also showcased his ruthless nature, having followed Yining for many years. Wu Changyi was acutely aware of the person he was dealing with. Yining, the great general of a nation, cunning and unpredictable, a master of warfare, to be an enemy of such a person. One must harbor no illusions of luck. Meanwhile, in the southwest corner of Shuiyun City, within a dilapidated wooden house, a sweet aroma wafted through the Yi Jing cradled a roasted sweet potato in her hands. Her face smeared with soot, yet she smiled foolishly at Yining, but Yining wiped her face with a cloth, whispering softly, Jing, I will definitely make you better. Brother, eat. Upon seeing that Yining had not eaten, Yi Jing immediately offered her half a sweet potato. She was like a 3-year-old child, utterly dependent on Yining. After finishing, Yi Jing fell into a deep slumber, her dirty face still bearing a satisfied smile. Yining sat by her side for a long while before slowly vanishing. He entered the sword space. Inside the space, darkness stretched endlessly, with an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, floating cross-legged in the center. Thank you, Senior, for assisting me in reshaping my sword body, enabling me to take vengeance on my foes. Yining bowed deeply. He felt profound gratitude and respect for the elder before him, accompanied by a sense of reverence. For Yining understood that the life encapsulated in the ancient giant sword as flickering lights belonged to the elder before him, not a single person capable of battling a city, a nation, a domain, a realm. His strength far exceeded Yining's comprehension. The elder slowly opened his eyes, appraising Yining with a look of admiration and satisfaction. Not bad, to have entered the heavenly Yang tribulation. I have indeed chosen the right person. You need not thank me. All of this is your own fortune. Even I, after reshaping my sword body, can only enter the earthly Yin tribulation. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Ning felt somewhat bewildered. The 9 turns of tribulation. A must for martial artists to undergo 9 bends, yet not all 3 tribulations need to be experienced. Some can advance to the next great realm after breaking through the human dwelling tribulation. Others, like me, can only enter the next great realm after overcoming the earthly Een tribulation. Throughout history, even in ancient times, no one has ever entered the heavenly Yang tribulation. The elder spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Even as some believe the heavenly Yang tribulation did not exist, yet having seen you today, I have no regrets. Hearing his words, it sounded as if he were bidding farewell. Yi Ning was at a loss for words. Rest assured, I will not die. I merely require slumber, though I do not know when I will awaken. The elder smiled faintly thus. I have some matters to entrust to you. Please, senior, go ahead. The 3 tribulations, known as tribulations, require one to undergo 3 trials. The elder slowly began to elaborate. The human dwelling tribulation, known as the 5 declines of heaven and man. Anyone who enters this tribulation must experience the weakening of their 5 senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, from strong to weak, then from weak to strong. The entire process is excruciating. Yet each time one transcends a tribulation is akin to being reborn. The earthly Een tribulation, known as the 7 emotions, intertwined. Those entering this tribulation must confront the heart demons arising from the 7 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, surprise, fear, and contemplation. Enter the heart demon, defeat the heart demon, and only then can one break through. It is also a process of repeatedly surpassing one's limits. As for the heavenly Yang tribulation, the elder paused at this point, for no one had ever entered it, and he too did not know what you would experience. However, judging by the difficulty of the first 2 tribulations, it is likely the cycle of life and death tribulation. The cycle of life and death. Yi Ning was uncertain whether this was true or if he could succeed in transcending the tribulation. Moreover, the heavenly Yang tribulation was not limited to the body refining stage. The subsequent realms, chi condensation, meridian opening, spirit lifting, sky control, Dan void, mysterious spirit, questioning the summit, saintly sovereign, all these great realms also possess the heavenly Yang tribulation. You need not overly worry. According to my calculations, you have at least a year left before your calamity arrives. The old man discerned Yi Ning's thoughts and remarked, the rest depends on your own enlightenment. You may also utilize this space. This is the method. As he spoke, he extended a finger, upon which a wisp of light shimmered. It slowly drifted into Yi Ning's brow. Chapter 5. Light spills into the dilapidated wooden house. And Yi Jing is nowhere to be found. In the mountains, time is irrelevant, and the years go unrecognized. Yi Ning was oblivious to how long he had lingered within the space. When he finally emerged, daylight had already broken. Outside the wooden house, sounds of bustling activity filled the air. This was likely the most vibrant time of day in Shuyan City, for those soldiers akin to bandits would not be out and about at such an early hour. However, upon stepping outside, Yi Ning was drenched in a cold sweat. His sister was missing. The bed was empty, and there was no sign of her either inside or outside the house. Yi Jing's intellect was now even less than that of a 3-year-old child. Where could she have gone? Yi Ning forced himself to remain calm that he felt the bedclothes. They still retained some warmth. She must have risen not long ago. Without delay, Yi Ning dashed out in search of her. At the alley's entrance, there were few people, mostly ordinary citizens preparing breakfast. After inquiring around, none had seen Yi Jing. However, a middle-aged scoundrel with a sore on his forehead responded to Yi Ning's query with a somewhat evasive gaze. Having spent years in the military, Yi Ning could discern a lie with a mere glance. Leper, where has my sister gone? How would I know? The leper's tone was lacking conviction. You didn't keep an eye on your own sister and come to ask me. I'm not your brother-in-law. With a swift motion, Yi Ning seized his clothing and lifted him off the ground with one hand. The matter concerned his sister, and Yi Ning's expression was not only anxious, but also bore a hint of ferocity. The leper, a local thug, typically cowered before patrolling soldiers. What more when faced with Yi Ning? The aura radiating from Yi Ning was not something ordinary soldiers could compare to. The leper's legs trembled. I saw your sister being taken away by Sun Qingba. Sun Qingba had been entrenched in the southwestern part of Shuiyan City for years, extorting and bullying the locals. Ever since the outbreak of war, life had become increasingly difficult. Those soldiers were more vicious than he. Yet today he had unexpectedly made a lucrative catch. Come home with uncle. He'll get you something to eat. Sun Qingba had roughly thrown Yi Jing over his shoulder, having lured her with a piece of white bread. Yi Jing made no attempt to struggle. She clutched the frozen bun tightly, not even thinking to eat it. She intended to save it for her brother. This was her sole thought, as for what Sun Qingba might do to her. Yi Jing had no concept of that whatsoever. Boss, this girl is so naively easy to deceive, remarked one of the henchmen. The bigger the fool, the better. I've never played with a fool before. Sun Qingba was beside himself with excitement. Although Yi Jing was simple-minded, she was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He had never encountered anyone like her in the southern city. Perhaps her family kept her confined because they were aware of her condition, and today she had fortuitously wandered out, right into his hands. While they spoke, Sun Qingba had already returned to his lair with Yi Jing. The brothers at the lair were unfazed by his antics. Their boss had a penchant for women and would frequently acquire one or two. He threw Yi Jing onto a bed and impatiently began to undress her. Damn it, she really is wearing quite a lot. In the cold weather, Yi Jing was bundled up in layers, tightly wrapped. After patiently removing 2 layers, Sun Qingba grew increasingly agitated. With a ripping sound, he tore apart her inner garments, revealing her snow-white skin. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Sun Qingba's eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a starving wolf. Yi Jing, though simple, still felt fear, especially in the absence of her brother. Do not be afraid. Uncle will give you plenty of food after having his fun. The thought of having a mentally impaired girl sent Sun Qingba into a frenzy of excitement. Just as he was about to disrobe himself, 2 resounding crashes erupted from outside the lair. Immediately, the brother shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Where's my sister?" A voice, deep and chilling as the winter's frost, echoed. Sun Qingba's brow furrowed as he glanced at Yi Jing, cursing under his breath, before grabbing his blood-drinking blade and rushing outside. Yet as he broke through the door, he was left dumbfounded. From the moment he heard the voice to his emergence from the door, only a brief moment had passed. The outside had transformed into a scene of carnage. 7 of his brothers lay sprawled on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. 5 lay dead in pools of blood, while 2 others were moaning in agony. One had lost both arms, and the other a leg, their bodies riddled with horrific sword wounds. Only a young man stood at the entrance, devoid of any weapon, yet drenched in blood. None of it his own. The crimson blood, still exuding warmth, dripped down his chiseled face. His eyes gleamed like those of a ferocious beast, instilling dread in all who beheld him. Confronted by Yi Ning, Sun Qingba's legs began to tremble. Who are you? Where is my sister? From the beginning to the end, Yi Ning had only uttered this single query. He had already confirmed that it was Sun Qingba who had taken Yi Jing. Brother! Inside the room, Yi Jing heard Yi Ning's voice and rushed out, her face blooming with joy. Yet Yi Ning's pupils constricted, and his form darted forth like a sword. Sun Qingba's heart raced with regret, realizing too late that he had stirred the ire of a killing god over a foolish girl. But it was too late for regrets. There was only the option to fight, as Yi Ning charged forward. Sun Qingba's blood-drinking blade trembled, slicing through the air towards Yi Ning. Blood slash. This strike unleashed all of Sun Qingba's strength. He could see the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement. His blade shimmered with a flickering aura, unpredictable in its trajectory. Sun Qingba had established himself in the southern city for a reason. He wielded considerable skill. His half-step into the Qi-gathering realm was comparable to a 1,000-man commander in the army. Moreover, his years spent in the streets had endowed him with far more combat experience than Su Yin could ever hope to possess. Although Yi Ning had entered the 3rd tribulation, his cultivation still remained at the body refinement level. Killing Sun Qingba would not be a simple task. However, clang. Sun Qingba's blood-drinking blade struck Yi Ning's shoulder, producing a metallic clash. The sharp blade failed to sever Yi Ning's arm, merely tearing his clothing. The blade grazed Yi Ning's skin, which only dented without drawing blood. Simultaneously, waves of sword energy emanated from Yi Ning. With a resounding boom, the sword energy collided with the blade, shattering its aura. How is this possible? Sun Qingba screamed in terror. A warrior of the same realm could withstand his blow with mere flesh. It was utterly absurd. At his level, he could never comprehend the existence of a sword body. Yi Ning certainly had no intention of explaining. With a swift motion, Yi Ning formed his fingers into a blade and pierced Sun Qingba's chest. Retrieving his hand, he held a beating heart, due to the sheer speed. Sun Qingba had yet to fully perish. He watched in horror as his heart throbbed in someone else's grasp. Boom! Yi Ning crushed the heart in his hand. Sun Qingba lost all consciousness. After slaying Sun Qingba, Yi Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at Yi Jing with tenderness. Why are you wandering about? Brother, eat. Yi Jing, oblivious to Yi Ning's worry, simply smiled and offered him half a frozen bun. Yi Ning was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Since arriving in Shuyin City, he had struggled to maintain even the bare necessities. His sister must have been hungry to venture out, still thinking to save some for him. The realization deepened his guilt. Come home with brother. I won't let you go hungry again. Yi Ning dressed Yi Jing and prepared to leave with her. Just then, a troop of soldiers appeared outside. It was the city guard of Shuyin. Chapter 6. City Guard Li Tianzong, the son of destiny. The cold wind howled like a blade, and snowflakes danced. A massive, three-eyed wolf, draped in snow-white fur, slowly encircled Yi Ning and Yi Jing. Its nostrils exhaled hot breath, forming white mist, and the three fierce, fist-sized eyes glinted with malice and cruelty. It seemed poised to pounce and rend Yi Ning to shreds at any moment. However, the expressions on the faces of their masters were uniformly filled with a mixture of fear and dread. General Yi, Zhao Jian, tightened his grip on the Yi family blade, as if a heavy stone had lodged itself deep within his throat. The few short words he managed to utter had drained him of all his strength. These so-called city guards were merely the remnants of the former Yi family army. Yet, the faces of these individuals appeared unfamiliar to Yi Ning, suggesting they were newly promoted confidants of Wu Chang'e. Indeed, how could Wu Chang'e dare to employ Yi Ning's former personal guards if he sought to control Shuyin City? Yi Ning was now but a cripple. As the chief had stated, his dantian had been excavated, his pipa bone pierced, and his meridian shattered. What were they afraid of? As these individuals shrank back in fear, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. The centurion Qian Xing bellowed, lunging forward. The lingering aura of the Grand General still held sway. Qian Xing could no longer afford to wait. Were these all your kills? Though it was a question. He did not wait for Yi Ning's response, as the Yi family blade was already hurtling toward Yi Ning's head at breakneck speed. The terrifying force of the 6th level of qi condensation surged forth with a thunderous roar, and the 3'6" Yi family blade elongated further, radiating a brilliant white light. The tip of the blade pulsated with spiritual brilliance, manifesting a full 4 inches of radiant energy. Die for me! Quickly die! Qian Xing's face contorted in rage. His features twisted as he growled viciously. The approaching Yi family blade, now a marvel in itself, was accompanied by the howling three-eyed wolf beneath him, bearing its blood-soaked maw as it lunged toward Yi Ning. In stark contrast, Yi Ning, with Yi Jing behind him, found himself with no avenue for retreat. In a moment of madness, he raised his right hand toward the oncoming Yi family blade. Has it gone mad? Absolutely mad. The Yi family blade was forged from the rarest glass meteorites of the Duyan Empire. As the commander of the Yi family army, Yi Ning could not possibly be unaware of the blade's terrifying sharpness. Yet he dared to catch it with his bare hands. The corners of Qian Xing's mouth involuntarily curled into a smirk. It seemed Wu Laoda was right. The once great general, Yi was now at the end of his rope. Merely a flickering ember before extinction. Kill Yi Ning. Claim your fortune. There was even the legendary Do Stone, elusive and sought after. Qian Xing envisioned himself basking in glory and renown, ready to seize the opportunity that lay before him. All of this hinged on severing Yi Ning's head. Clang! A piercing sound erupted from Yi Ning's right hand, his chiseled visage growing ever colder as he gazed at Qian Xing with the indifference one would reserve for a corpse. The crowd first looked on in bewilderment, soon followed by sheer terror. How could this be? To catch a blade with bare hands might be conceivable, but to catch spiritual brilliance barehanded was utterly inconceivable on the entire Jianyuan continent. Spiritual brilliance. This was the essence of a warrior's might. It was the profound truth that enabled humanity to dominate the continent. The higher a warrior's innate talent, the more potent their cultivation techniques. The more abundant their spiritual brilliance. Once unleashed, spiritual brilliance could obliterate all in its path. Not even the flesh of humanity could withstand its terror, let alone that of the demon races. Yet, this absurdity unfolded before their very eyes. Qian Xing's pupils constricted to mere pinpricks. His heart quaked with despair as he desperately attempted to withdraw his Yi family blade. But it would not budge. Let go. You must let go, Qian Xing shouted frantically, urging Yi Ning to release his grip, for he sensed the impending doom. Indeed, get down, Yi Ning roared, yanking Qian Xing off the back of the three-eyed wolf, then unleashing a powerful left hook. Boom! A single punch from the 6th level of qi condensation visibly caved in Qian Xing's chest, propelling him back toward the wolf's gaping maw. Crack! The wolf, which had been lunging at Yi Ning, inadvertently bit its master in half, left frozen in place. Unsure of what to do next, the entire city guard erupted in astonishment. Even the three-eyed wolves beneath them took a collective step back. Bold Yi, thief, in broad daylight, to dare to attack innocent civilians and the city guard. You are beyond redemption. This bloody scene did not deter the soldiers. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. The more they witnessed, the clearer it became that Yi Ning would never spare these traitorous soldiers. If that was the case, why not fight with all they had? You call them innocent civilians. Yi Ning chuckled in anger, pointing at the corpses of Sun Qingba and the others behind him. Oh, you know what they did to my sister. Unbridled, Li Tianzong leveled his spear, his voice sharp and commanding. What wrong have they committed? They merely wish to toy with your foolish sister. That damned sister of yours has become a fool. Aside from being somewhat pretty, what use is she? A waste of space. Not even worthy of continuing the lineage. Li Tianzong, not being a soldier of the Yi family army, felt little intimidation from Yi Ning. He only knew that he had risen through the ranks thanks to Wu Laoda. Without Wu Laoda, there would be no Li Tianzong today, just a pitiful, insignificant figure. In his eyes, Yi Ning was no more than an ant. He could not comprehend why everyone was so fearful of this man. A bunch of useless fools, cowards, scaring themselves. As for Qian Xing, who had just met his end at the jaws of his beast, it was merely a moment of carelessness, an opening exploited by Yi Ning. The 6th level qi condensation warrior was not even worthy of licking his toes. Boom! Li Tianzong erupted with a surging aura, revealing his 3rd level opening strength. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was 2 entire realms above Yi Ning. He had the right to be domineering. Seeing the fear and respect in the eyes of the crowd, Li Tianzong felt a surge of satisfaction. Humph! This was the grand entrance he had long awaited. Even Qian Xing had been deliberately sacrificed to highlight his greatness. Only with Qian Xing's demise could his own magnificence be accentuated. He, Li Tianzong, was undoubtedly the chosen one, the protagonist of fate, in just a few short days. He had been elevated by Wu Laoda from a nobody to the leader of the city guards. Today he had also captured the prisoner personally appointed by Wu Laoda. As long as he captured Yi Ning, dead or alive, he would be rewarded with 3 Do stones. Do stones. These are treasures used to refine spiritual brilliance. If one's innate talent was lacking, they had to rely on Do stones to enhance their spiritual brilliance. The thought of his recent streak of good fortune made Li Tianzong's mouth stretch into a broad grin. What was this? This was the mysterious aura working its magic, once the Do stones were in hand. Who knows what greater fortune awaited him? Li Tianzong's eyes darted back and forth, filled with anticipation from head to toe. Kill for me. However, for the sake of caution, Li Tianzong remained in the back, urging the others to attack Yi Ning. He only needed to find an opening to launch a sneak attack. As for the lives of the Yi family soldiers who defended their homeland, they were of no concern. Li Tianzong stabbed through the hesitant Yi family soldier in front of him with a spear, declaring, "Those who defy orders shall die," under the immense threat of death. The Yi family soldiers could only charge at Yi Ning. Although they had only recently joined the Yi family army, they had trained in military formations for a time. In an instant, 7 or 8 Yi family blades were aimed at Yi Ning. Some slashed, some thrust, some swept horizontally, others diagonally, or lunged upward. Not even a warrior at the peak of the body refinement stage would survive such a meticulously coordinated assault from the Yi family blades. Just as this critical moment approached, Li Tianzong made his move. His spear shot forth like a venomous snake, ruthlessly aimed at the front. Though he acted later, he arrived first. Most astonishingly, his target was not Yi Ning, but Yi Jing. Chapter 7. The 3-day agreement is set. Begins sword refinement. One cannot deny that Li Tianzong was indeed exceptional. In such a brief period, he had identified Yi Ning's weakness. That weakness was his sister. Yi Jing that in battle. While factors such as realm, cultivation techniques, and enchanted artifacts are undeniably important, the mindset and vulnerabilities can equally sway the tide of battle. As expected, the moment Li Tianzong's spear was unleashed, Yi Ning's entire expression transformed in an instant, and without the time to evade the 7 or 8 Yi family blades, he instead turned to shield Yi Jing. Huffed, 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 as Yi Jing remained blissfully unaware. Her silly laughter echoing, Yi Ning tumbled to the ground, clutching her in a desperate embrace. Yet he sustained 4 or 5 wounds in the process. Simultaneously, Li Tianzong's spear pierced directly through Yi Ning's shoulder blade. Though the pain was excruciating, as long as his sister was unharmed, Yi Ning paid it no mind. "Brother!" Yi Jing, sheltered in Yi Ning's arms, her small face pale, called out to him softly, her expression filled with anguish. Yi Ning caressed Yi Jing's face, reassuring her, "Do not fear, sister. I am here." Rising to his feet, Yi Ning's visage was now suffused with murderous intent. This intent was the tangible manifestation of the countless lives he had taken in the wilderness over the years. Those who truly understood knew that the gaze of one who had killed was starkly different from one who had not, and the difference between one who had slain 100, 1,000, or 10,000 was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. "Those who insult my sister shall die. Those who dishonor my sister shall perish." Li Tianzong had not miscalculated. Yi Jing was indeed Yi Ning's vulnerability. But more importantly, she was his Achilles heel. He had foolishly set his sights on Yi Jing. A grave mistake indeed. He could harm Yi Ning, but touching his sister was an entirely different matter. Even if the supreme deity himself were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. After Yi Ning's furious shout, he sprang into action, wielding the Yi family's blade with deft precision, moving it with such agility that it seemed as if he were traversing an uninhabited realm. Countless sword intents surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. Not only did the traitorous Yi family soldiers of the body refinement realm flee in terror, but even the 3-eyed snow-furred wolves beneath them scattered in disarray, howling like frightened pups as they tucked their tails between their legs. "Kill, kill, kill!" Yi Ning was blinded by rage. A multitude of sword intents erupted from his being, though he was merely at the body refinement realm. The spiritual radiance emanating from the tip of the Yi family's blade extended a full 10 inches, taking on the form of a sword. Anything that came into contact with this sword intent was as fragile as tofu, cleaved apart with ease. The wind and snow howled more fiercely. Yi Ning seemed to become the epicenter of a tornado, wreaking havoc upon these martial artists who were as fragile as fallen leaves. In Li Tianzong's eyes, Yi Ning, at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, appeared to transform into a vast ocean, with tumultuous waves churning endlessly. He felt like a mere leaf boat adrift upon those monstrous waves. Destined for destruction, flee. This was the singular thought racing through Li Tianzong's mind. He must escape. Yi Ning had gone mad. Li Tianzong inwardly regretted his actions. Had he known, he would never have dared to touch his sister. Was he to perish here today? This was unacceptable. Drawing his short dagger, Li Tianzong, with his strength at the 3rd stage of the meridian opening realm, found himself powerless against the increasingly violent tornado. Yi Ning had become a figure drenched in blood. His entire being exuded a hot, bloody scent. None of the soldiers from the city guard remained intact. Limbs and flesh lay scattered across the ground. Even the snowflakes on the ground melted away, revealing the brown earth beneath. There was no escape. Yi Ning bellowed, raising the Yi family blade high, and launched it forward. The blade, imbued with sword intent and spiritual radiance, transformed into an arrow, trailing a long crimson light through the air, piercing into Li Tianzong's left leg with the speed of lightning, nailing him and his snow-furred, three-eyed wolf firmly to the ground. Li Tianzong let out a terrified scream, his expression shifting from arrogant glee to sheer panic. Please, please don't kill me. I'm still of use, yes, I am still of use. Li Tianzong's face was a mask of agony. Indistinguishable tears and mucus making him a pitiful sight. Yi Ning approached step by step. With each stride, a sword in tin indention appeared beneath his feet, the blood flowing from his wounds gradually filling the indents, forming small crimson swords. You are indeed correct. You still possess value. Yi Ning spoke calmly. Yes, yes, indeed. Li Tianzong nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, but before he could finish his words, Yi Ning thrust his spear brutally through his shoulder. Li Tianzong had not anticipated Yi Ning was merely toying with him. He pointed at Yi Ning, ready to curse, but pain had him gritting his teeth and gasping for breath. Return and inform Wu Chang'e that in 3 days. I shall take his head. Yi Ning withdrew the spear and thrust it once more into Li Tianzong's dantian, crippling it. Li Tianzong curled into a shrimp-like shape, the excruciating pain rendering him unable to think of anything else. Upon hearing that Yi Ning intended to spare him, he hastily extricated himself from beneath the corpse of a snow-furred, three-eyed wolf and limped toward the city lord's mansion. Yi Ning swayed slightly. He too bore grave injuries, having been struck by a flurry of blades while protecting Yi Jing. He led Yi Jing into a secluded Sanxian temple and lulled her to sleep before entering the sword of oblivion space. Elder, Yi Ning called out, not seeing the silver-haired old man from before. You have arrived. The old man coughed, a weary expression etched upon his face, appearing even more frail than when Yi Ning last saw him. What has happened to you? Yi Ning exclaimed in shock. Him. The old man seemed like a celestial being, capable of reconstructing his very body with a sword. Truly omnipotent, the old man waved his hand. Unwilling to elaborate, he glanced at Yi Ning's wounds, fingers poised like a sword, and released a beam of white light into Yi Ning's body. In an instant, Yi Ning's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. Even the shattered scapula that had been pierced by Li Tianzong began to regenerate new bone. True flesh and bone, a living resurrection. However, after performing this miracle, the old man's expression grew increasingly feeble. Teetering on the brink of slumber, Yi Ning felt a surge of guilt within, but he was powerless at this moment. How can I save you? Yi Ning inquired. Save me. The old man's tone held a hint of mockery, as if he found this notion absurd. Yet, Yi Ning remained earnest. Yes, I wish to save you. The old man pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Yi Ning's sincere gaze, and let out a long sigh. Find your mother. Only she can save me. My mother? Yi Ning was taken aback, suddenly recalling that his entrance into this mysterious orb of oblivion space was entirely due to the jade ring, a pale green gift from his mother for his sister. Is my mother powerful? Yi Ning felt a mix of joy and trepidation, the joy of reuniting with kin, yet fear of disappointing them. Very powerful. The old man's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, as if recalling events from millennia past. Focus on enhancing your strength. You will not be able to find your mother until you become a sword sovereign. Soon, the old man doused Yi Ning with a bucket of cold water. Sword sovereign? Yi Ning repeated the term, quietly planting a seed of ambition within his heart. Elder, how should I enhance my strength now? Yi Ning asked, excitement bubbling within him. Ever since entering the sword of oblivion space and encountering the old man, he felt as if he had unlocked a new path to cultivation, a path never before seen in the sword elemental continent. Forge swords. Forge swords? Very well. I shall practice. Yi Ning smacked his lips. Nodding earnestly, he understood that in the sword elemental continent, all revered sword cultivators, and he believed the old man was guiding him to begin as a sword cultivator. With a flourish, the old man unfurled his robes, revealing a plethora of multicolored stones and a cauldron. Hmm? Yi Ning's face contorted with confusion. Begin the forging. The old man seemed pleased with Yi Ning's reaction, stroking his beard with a smile. Elder, you meant to say forging swords. Not merely practicing sword techniques, correct? Indeed, I speak of forging swords. Chapter 8. Forge your first sword, and you shall become the sword. Clang, 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 clang. Within the Sword of Oblivion space, the sounds of relentless hammering echoed. Yi Ning, covered in soot and grime, stood before the massive cauldron, tirelessly extracting the glowing red ores and hammering them repeatedly. The long-dormant Sword of Oblivion space seemed to finally awaken to a hint of vitality. The sounds of the ores being hammered together melded into a peculiar melody. The old man had vanished, possibly having succumbed to slumber. Only Yi Ning remained, diligently forging swords, sweat pouring from him as he struggled with the ores. No matter how long they were heated, the ores resisted his efforts. Yi Ning exerted every ounce of strength to leave even the slightest mark. At this rate, forging his first sword within 3 days seemed an impossible dream. Wu Chang'e was at the pinnacle of the spirit-holding realm. For Yi Ning, with his current cultivation level, to attempt to defeat him was akin to an egg striking a stone. Body refinement, chi condensation, meridian opening, spirit holding. Even having passed through 3 tribulations and reaching the 12th level of body refinement, the Tianyang tribulation, it was inconceivable that he could leap across 3 realms. Yet day and night, hammering away at the ores, Yi Ning felt his body undergoing a metamorphosis. Although his form had been reconstituted by the old man using an ancient colossal sword, he had always sensed a lingering disconnect. But now, as he hammered away with fervor, that disconnection began to dissipate. His control over his entire body grew increasingly refined, as if this was indeed his original form. Simultaneously, during the forging process, his sword intent was once again distilled. When not utilizing the spiritual energy within him, it would not burst forth, remaining contained around his body, as the first piece of, or had been tempered 9 times. Devoid of any impurities, Yi Ning finally ceased his hammering. Thick calluses had formed on his hands, and blood crusted at the base of his palms. All of this bore testament to Yi Ning's unwavering resolve and diligence. Elder, elder, Yi Ning called out twice. But the elderly man with white hair did not respond. It appeared he had truly fallen into a deep slumber. Yi Ning was uncertain how much time had passed. He was somewhat concerned about Yi Jing still being outside. Upon exiting the sword space, he discovered that night had already fallen. The heavy snowflakes cascaded down like they were free of cost, blanketing the entire Sanxian temple in a shroud of silver. Yi Jing lay curled up in a corner. Having once again drifted into slumber, it seemed that only a day had passed outside, yet Yi Ning felt as though he had experienced over a month within the sword space. This time, before entering the sword space, he had prepared provisions. Nearby, the embers of a campfire indicated that Yi Jing had roasted sweet potatoes before eating. This brought Yi Ning a glimmer of excitement. It seemed that Yi Jing's foolishness could indeed be restored. He draped his coat over Yi Jing, pondering the decisive battle that awaited in 3 days. A slight noise stirred Yi Jing from her sleep, and she immediately rushed into Yi Ning's embrace, softly calling out to him, "I end the biting cold." The 2 siblings relied upon each other for warmth. After coaxing Yi Jing back to sleep, Yi Ning left the Sanxian temple to search for some food to place beside her. He then began to meditate in a seated position. For reasons unknown, each time Yi Ning emerged from the sword space, he found his cultivation to be particularly effortless. It was as though his body had transformed into a bottomless pit, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth flowed towards him like a gentle stream, accumulating within him. He had inquired about this phenomenon with the elderly man, but the man offered no answers. Yi Ning was too indifferent to dwell on it as long as it allowed him to cultivate effectively. That was all that mattered. He aimed to cultivate, to protect his sister. He aimed to cultivate, to ensure that those traitors who betrayed the Yin kingdom would meet their demise. He aimed to cultivate, to seek out his mother. He aimed to cultivate, to rescue the elderly man with white hair. Little did he know, this would become the greatest shackle preventing Yi Ning from daring to enter the sword space lightly in the future. The abundant spiritual energy coalesced within Yi Ning's body. wrapping around his dantian and undergoing some form of qualitative transformation. Countless sword intents within him were similarly refined by the spiritual energy, becoming denser and more substantial, filling his every limb and bone. Yining closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and as he refined his sword, he regained control over his body, perceiving every detail with heightened clarity. He could even sense each pore opening and closing in rhythm with his breath. The spiritual energy, resembling tiny grains, surged in like eager sprites as soon as his pores opened, competing to enter him first. One by one, these energies began to adhere to the countless sword intents within Yining, aiding in their transformation. The energy within his dantian grew increasingly abundant. Gradually, Yining felt a sharp pain. A breakthrough was imminent. The spiritual energy in his dantian began to liquefy, resembling droplets of rain. And as the liquefaction progressed, a thunderous boom resonated within Yining's body. He successfully broke through to the first level of the qi condensation realm. This success stemmed partly from the sudden favor he garnered from the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, and partly from the experience he had previously gained during his own breakthroughs. Yining clenched his fists. Now, he was merely 2 major realms away from the qi manipulation realm of Wuchangyi. What a fortunate turn of events! Outside the Sanxian temple, dawn had broken, and Yining had cultivated throughout the night. Yi Jing had also awakened and was busy preparing a fire to cook. Upon seeing Yining open his eyes, she sweetly called out to him as brother. The white Yining smiled, accepting the thin porridge she had made, and began to sip it eagerly. The 2 siblings had become so impoverished that they lacked even a pair of chopsticks. After their meal, Yining repeatedly cautioned Yi Jing not to wander off before entering the sword space once more. He could not afford to delay for even a moment. Although his realm was catching up, he currently lacked suitable magical tools. As for the Yi family blade, it was not even a first-tier magical weapon. Hardly capable of withstanding Wu Changyi's 3rd-tier weapon, the Xian Shuang halberd. Clank, clank, clank. The sounds of Yining fervently refining minerals echoed within the sword space once more. Fortunately, as he was already in the qi condensation realm, the speed of mineral refinement had increased significantly. Soon, he successfully refined the 2nd mineral. This frenzied refining transformed his physique, revealing a well-defined set of 8-pack abs, with not an ounce of excess flesh on his body. If he were to step outside, he would undoubtedly captivate countless women. Beneath every layer of skin lay muscular potential, capable of unleashing immense combat power. And within these muscles resided countless sword intents that had undergone transformation through the refinement of spiritual energy. Now, if one were to strike him with the Yi family blade, it was likely that he could shatter it without the need for sword intent to protect himself. After exiting the sword space, Yining conversed with Yi Jing for a while before once again entering a meditative state. Although Yi Jing still exhibited some signs of foolishness, she had become much more obedient. She was quite clingy, fearful that Yining might disappear again. After all, in her world, he was her only brother. Once more, spiritual energy surged towards him with fervor. Qi condensation, 2nd level. Qi condensation, 3rd level. Qi condensation, 4th level. He continued to cultivate until reaching the qi condensation, 7th level. Yining once again felt the sharp pain in his dantian. It seemed his body could no longer endure any more spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would surely lead to his demise. It was already the 2nd day. He had one final day remaining. Within the sword space, Yining refined the 3rd mineral until it was devoid of impurities. And he joyfully called out for the elderly man with white hair. Senior, senior, I can forge a sword now. This time, the elderly man appeared promptly, though his face still bore signs of fatigue, tossing Yining a sword mold. With the elderly man's assistance, Yining completely melted the 3 pure minerals and slowly poured them into the mold. Moments later, a brand new sword emerged. This was Yining's first sword. Not bad. He had crafted a 3rd-tier spiritual sword right from the start, indicating his innate talent. The elderly man took the spiritual sword, inspected it, and expressed his approval to Yining. Yining beamed with pride, eagerly anticipating praise from the elderly you remember the appearance of this sword? The elderly man suddenly inquired, why Yining, taken aback. glanced at the spiritual sword in the elderly man's hand, and nodded to indicate he remembered. Good. Crack. The third-tier spiritual sword in the elderly man's hand shattered instantly, scattering into a pile of debris. What? Yi Ning gasped in shock. He had hoped to wield this third-tier spiritual sword in his imminent battle against Wu Chang'e. Why had the elderly man destroyed it? Senior, this is my magical tool for tomorrow's decisive battle. Yi Ning gazed at the remnants on the ground, feeling a genuine pang of sorrow. Humph. Your hand is the sword. Your arm is the sword. Your chest is the sword. Your thigh is the sword. Your calf is the sword. Your foot is the sword. Remember, you are the true sword. Chapter 9. The final battle approaches. Visitors from the imperial capital. You are the sword. The voice of the elderly man reverberated throughout the sword space like a resounding bell, echoing endlessly. This proclamation was akin to a bolt from the blue for Yi Ning, sending shivers down his spine and raising goosebumps all over his body. It evoked a profound, indescribable shock from the depths of his being, as if something extraordinary had been awakened within him. Yet, Yi Ning could not grasp it. I am the sword. Yi Ning repeated these 4 words, his initial confusion gradually transforming into unwavering determination. Yes, the pinnacle of sword cultivation is the unity of man and sword. However, this requires years of honing to achieve. But what if I regard myself as a sword from the very beginning? Wouldn't that allow me to ascend to unparalleled heights directly? This groundbreaking theory, this peculiar mindset, this terrifying notion, opened the second door on Yi Ning's path to sword cultivation. Moreover, his current body had been reshaped into a sword body. Transforming oneself into a sword may seem absurd to others, as it appears utterly impossible. Yet for Yi Ning, the fact that he had been remolded by the ancient great sword sounded equally preposterous, did it not? Yet here he stood, perfectly intact. Senior, how can I become a sword? Yi Ning eagerly inquired. The elderly man, pleased to see Yi Ning swiftly emerge from his daze, nodded in approval. It is worth noting that when the young lady's father first imparted these words to him, he had been stunned for a full 5 days. Spiritual radiance. Spiritual radiance? Yi Ning pondered. However, he quickly grasped the underlying principle. Spiritual radiance, the most formidable and mysterious force on the sword origin continent, rendered all magical tools utterly insignificant in its presence. If he could condense spiritual radiance into his very own sword, how sharp and unstoppable would that be? With this thought, Yi Ning could no longer contain his excitement. Seizing the fleeting moment, he hastily began to mobilize the spiritual energy within him, gradually shaping the ethereal light upon his palm. Yi Ning understood that in the realm of Jian Yuan, the ethereal light could only manifest through the aid of magical artifacts. Otherwise, these artifacts would not serve as the pivotal factor in determining the outcome of battles. The foremost factor, naturally, was one's cultivation level. This moment, the silver-haired elder imparted to Yi Ning a technique known as Lingyao Wujing, which allowed the ethereal light to appear without reliance on any magical artifact. With unwavering focus, he cleared his mind, embarking on meditation. As the elder guided him gently into a state of tranquility, he was to empty his thoughts, fixating solely on the form of the sword he had just forged. Yi Ning's entire being relaxed under the elder's mellifluous words, seemingly entering a mysterious state of comfort. Gradually, a sword's silhouette began to take shape amidst the vastness of the cosmos, mirroring the third-tier spirit sword he had just crafted. As he meditated, a manifestation of sword intent began to emerge within the palm of his right hand. Yet, the elder's periodic reprimands echoed, urging him to refine the sword intent's form. Too crude, too short, too soft, too thin. After an indeterminate amount of time, the elder finally nodded in satisfaction, emitting a grunt of approval. Indeed, this time it appears to have some semblance of shape. Yi Ning's eyes sparkled with delight as he opened them, witnessing a shimmering sword intent slowly levitating above his palm. This sword intent bore an uncanny resemblance to the third-tier spirit sword he had forged. It twisted and turned, and after gazing at it for a while, he felt a sudden sting in his eyes. The Lingyao Wujing technique required one to endure 3 tribulations before it could be cultivated, a testament to his fortuitous fate. The elder was immensely pleased. a long-forgotten smile gracing his weary visage. Were it not for the martial artist who had survived the 3 tribulations, it would be utterly impossible to sustain the consumption of ethereal light. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning felt the vast reservoir of spiritual power within his dantian being recklessly drawn upon. Even with his cultivation at the 7th level of qi condensation, he feared he could not endure for long. Fortunately, besides the liquefied spiritual energy in his dantian, he had countless strands of energy infused with his sword intent, sufficient for several hours of usage. Not to mention, he had transcended the 3 tribulations. And with each tribulation he overcame, the quality of his internal spiritual energy underwent a profound transformation. Naturally, it was far more durable than that of ordinary martial artists. Suddenly, a change washed over Yi Ning's countenance. Trouble loomed. Today marked the day of his decisive battle with Wu Chang'e, and he had lost track of time. "Elder, I have matters to attend to. Your kindness shall remain unspoken." With that, Yi Ning respectfully knelt before the silver-haired elder. Bowing deeply in Yi Ning's heart, the elder's grace was akin to that of a second parent. The elder cast him a peculiar glance, but said nothing more, merely waving his hand before vanishing from sight. Emerging outside, the Sanxian temple remained unchanged. Yi Jing was still preparing the meal. Dawn had barely broken, indicating he'd spent merely a day and night within the sword space. All was not yet lost. After breakfast, Yi Ning concealed Yi Jing, instructing her to remain in place, to eat only provisions if hungry, and to await his return. Yi Jing was indeed remarkably beautiful. The bruises on her face from Su Yan's beating were fading. And had it not been for the severe blow to her head, rendering her somewhat dazed and neglectful of her appearance, she would have been even more enchanting. Yi Ning limited himself to washing her face and hands daily. He didn't even style her hair T16 or 17. She was at the age of blossoming, innocent yet radiating an allure of burgeoning maturity. These 2 contrasting feelings intertwined, creating an indescribable temptation. It was precisely due to this that Yi Jing's clinginess during this time had brought Yi Ning considerable embarrassment. "Brother, I shall wait for you," she murmured, nestled in Yi Ning's embrace, tightly holding him and listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Sweetly speaking, this was perhaps one of the few moments of true happiness for her. After ensuring Yi Jing was settled, Yi Ning felt free of worries that he stepped out, making his way to the city lord's mansion. Each stride marked by footprints, yet devoid of sword intent. However, the restrained sharpness about him rendered him increasingly formidable, more imposing than ever. At the city lord's mansion, the expansive martial training ground was already teeming with onlookers. This was the very place where Yi Ning had once trained soldiers, and where Wu Chang'e had chosen to confront him in a life-or-death battle. That in Shuyan City, numerous prominent families had gathered, eager to witness the fate of the renowned general of the Yin Kingdom, whose name struck fear into the hearts of neighboring empires, against Wu Chang'e. In the distance, a resplendent gold and crimson carriage stood out conspicuously, said to belong to a noble from the imperial capital. Yet the identity of this noble remained a mystery. Wu Chang'e had donned a brand new red leather coat for this occasion, detesting the color black, which represented the military attire of the Yi family, regulations personally established by Yi Ning. Black symbolized solemnity and death, while Yi Ning had once proclaimed that any soldier wearing the black Yi family garb had already met their end. There was no need for a shroud, only a valorous death on the battlefield. In Yi Ning's hands, no matter how cowardly or self-deprecating a martial artist was, once they became part of the Yi family army, they transformed into a merciless machine of destruction, akin to beasts. He sought to change all of this. He intended to use Yi Ning as a stepping stone, to have a Yi family army don crimson armor from this day forth. He aspired for the noble within that carriage to regard him with newfound esteem. Furthermore, he wished to conquer the noble within, for she had once been Yi Ning's woman. Anything belonging to Yi Ning, Wu Chang'e would seize for himself. He aimed to take everything from Yi Ning and trample him beneath his feet, to humiliate him thoroughly, proclaiming to all of Yin Kingdom that Wu Chang'e, was the only man capable of defending the realm. Chapter 10. The sword intent unleashed, fury cleaves an arm. Yi Ning has arrived. A loud call drew the attention of the entire assembly. Clad in black, Yi Ning approached slowly. Hands empty, he remained as striking as ever, as composed as always, and as dazzling as the sun. Each step seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the spectators, imposing an unparalleled pressure upon them. Every stride evoked memories of the past. That man, he has truly returned. Within the resplendent gold and crimson carriage, Murong Shurqin gazed at Yi Ning, her phoenix eyes ablaze with unyielding fury. She knew full well that Yi Ning far surpassed the loathsome Wu Chang'e. She yearned to wed Yi Ning, yet he remained beyond her control, a fact that displeased her greatly. Murong Shurqin's ambition surpassed anyone's imagination. She aspired to become the first empress of the entire Yin kingdom, nay, the first empress of the Jianyuan continent. That wretched Yi Ning, however, remained loyal only to the emperor of Yin kingdom. In this manner, Yi Ning would not only fail to assist her, but could very well become her greatest obstacle. For, based on her understanding of Yi Ning, he would be the first to oppose her. If she could not possess him, she would rather see him destroyed. As for Wu Chang'e, he would be far easier to manipulate. Thus, if Yi Ning were to lose today, he would perish, while if Wu Chang'e were to lose, he could still live. Murong Shurqin believed that with her presence, Yi Ning would dare defy her. If this event could lead Yi Ning to realize certain truths and switch his allegiance to her, it would be even better. At last, you dare to show your face, you cowardly turtle? Wu Chang'e instinctively tightened his grip on the Xianshuang halberd, addressing Yi Ning without waiting for a reply. He then cast a glance toward the gold and crimson carriage, suddenly bellowing, "Ye thief! If you kneel before me and bow 3 times in public, acknowledging my supremacy, I shall spare your life." Seeing that Yi Ning was merely at the qi condensation stage, Wu Chang'e's heart finally settled. It seemed the intelligence had been accurate. Yi Ning's cultivation had indeed plummeted. He had merely gained some strength from peculiar fortunes. As for defeating him, did he truly believe his peak strength at the spirit realm was unearned? With a swing of his Xianshuang halberd, the snow upon the martial stage was swept away, leaving it utterly clean. Alas, Yi Ning was in grave peril. Rumor had it that Wu Chang'e possessed certain hidden trump cards. Today, Yi Ning was destined to die. The noble from the imperial capital was undoubtedly formidable. With a single move, 5 dose stones were produced. My Zhou family's executioners are fully prepared. Who dares to obstruct me today? 5 dose stones. The heads of several prominent families nearby instantly brightened with excitement. Such treasures were rare and invaluable. My Wu family would not hesitate. Even my own parents will be sacrificed for Yi Ning's demise. Yi Ning is truly pretentious. He arrives for a duel with empty hands, devoid of any magical artifacts. It seems he himself believes he cannot survive this day. On the martial arts arena, Yi Ning listens to the cacophony of insults surrounding him. Those present at the training ground today are all traitors bought off by Wu Chang'e. He gazes quietly at Wu Chang'e. For once this day passes, Wu Chang'e will no longer exist in this world. Wu Chang'e feels a chill as Yi Ning's stare pierces him. The long-established authority he wielded gradually resurfacing in his mind. He could no longer delay. Wu Chang'e's heart roars within him. With a sudden thrust of the Xian Frost halberd, accompanied by his thunderous shout, "Since you were so oblivious to your own insignificance, allow me to first gouge out your dog eyes." The world darkens abruptly. The third-tier supreme Xian Frost halberd transforms into a black dragon, emitting a dragon's roar as it lunges toward Yi Ning with bared fangs and claws. The arena instantly becomes a battlefield under Wu Chang'e's dominion. Behind Yi Ning, a matching Xian Frost halberd suddenly materializes. In that moment, it becomes impossible to discern which is real and which is an illusion. This is Wu Chang'e's signature martial skill, the Black Dragon reappearance. Countless generals of the Empire have perished beneath this very move, just as the skies, which had finally cleared, began to darken again due to the force of the Xian Frost halberd. A flurry of goose-feather snowflakes began to descend. Countless silver-blue lights suddenly manifest, binding Yi Ning firmly upon the arena. He finds himself with no retreat and no means of evasion. The 2 black dragons, spawned from the Xian Frost halberds, are enveloped in a layer of silver-blue radiance. This is Wu Chang'e's spiritual radiance, a hallmark of the spiritual realm. It can shape the spiritual radiance into any form it will, possessing even more extraordinary effects. Roar! Roar! In the blink of an eye, Yi Ning finds himself simultaneously under assault from both Qian frost halberds. Death! Wu Chang'e bellows again, his voice filled with a high-pitched exhilaration bordering on madness. Wu Chang'e, possesses the capital to look down upon all others. This move, save for the noble within the carriage, no one in Shuiyan City can withstand it. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly reverberates throughout the arena. Amidst the swirling snow, a black figure ruthlessly strikes at the vital points of the two black dragons with his elbows. Howl! Howl! The two black dragons burst like bubbles. One dissipates into nothingness. Meanwhile, the black dragon behind Yi Ning is, in truth, the real Qian frost halberd. It is sent flying by a single elbow. How can this be possible? The martial ground erupts in an uproar. Even Murong Shirqin, inside the carriage, abruptly sits upright, her delicate feet tightly gripping the seat. Her gaze, filled with complex emotions, fixates on Yi Ning, her heart brimming with an unexpressed anxiety. She fears that Yi Ning might not perish today. The Qian frost halberd returns to Wu Chang'e's hand, and he is filled with dread, for the Qian frost halberd, which Yi Ning had struck, now bears cracks. This is a third-tier supreme artifact. Not only did he withstand the blow with his flesh, but it also shattered? Is that black figure truly human? Yi Ning retracts his arm, enveloped in the sword-intense spiritual radiance, and with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, he asks, "Do you know what this move is called?" Wu Chang'e, who believed he knew all of Yi Ning's trump cards after 10 years of following him, had never seen this move before. Without a moment's hesitation, he gloomily inquires, "What?" "It is called the insect slicing elbow." Wu Chang'e's composure begins to unravel uncontrollably. On one hand, his presumed lethal strike has yielded no effect. On the other hand, Yi Ning dares to mock him before the crowd, especially in front of the noble within the carriage. This is absolutely intolerable. Ling Yun breakthrough. Yi Ning has achieved his objective and certainly cannot squander this rare opportunity. He swiftly launches a punch toward Wu Chang'e's face. Excellent. Wu Chang'e throws the Qian frost halberd upward, his hands spinning like fluttering butterflies, and instantly, an octagonal silver-blue area appears beneath him. Yi Ning's gaze flickers, and he hastily halts his advance. This move is Wu Chang'e's ultimate life-saving skill, honed through years of slaughter on the battlefield. Any warrior who enters the octagonal area never walks out alive. What? Afraid? You, a dignified general of the nation, also have moments of fear? Ha ha! Wu Chang'e feels he has finally regained some ground and cannot help but burst into hearty laughter. Little does he know, a peak spiritual realm warrior is being forced to utilize a self-preservation skill by a mere 7th-level Qi condensation warrior, which in essence signifies a complete and utter defeat. Go! While Yi Ning dares not rashly charge in, a sudden glimmer appears upon his right hand, and with a shout, it speeds toward Wu Chang'e like lightning. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Wu Chang'e's right arm falls away. The severance is clean and smooth, akin to slicing through tofu. Ah! In the previous moment, Wu Chang'e wore a triumphant grin, but in the next he is masked in agony, gazing at his vanished right arm. Utterly speechless in shock, that is spiritual radiance. I saw it clearly. It truly is spiritual radiance. It cannot be. Spiritual radiance cannot manifest without the aid of an artifact. This is a rule that has existed since time immemorial on the Sword Element continent. No one can break it. Not only is it spiritual radiance, but also seems to be transformed spiritual radiance, in the form of a sword. My heavens, what manner of monster is this national general? Chapter 11. The Reappearance of the Azura War God. Yi Jing is captured. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. Ah! Wu Chang'e clutches his severed right arm, collapsing to the ground, his voice a frantic roar. His expression is feral, his features twisted, unable to face the reality. The Qian frost halberd lies abandoned beside him, signifying the desolation of its master, while Yi Ning rushes forward. He must eliminate this traitor by his side. As a seasoned general, He knows that prolonged nights breed many dreams, and the thousands present at the martial arts arena are likely all Wu Chang's hidden pawns. Moreover, over there a resplendent golden-red carriage sits quietly. In the snowy expanse, it stands out conspicuously. The dragon and phoenix designs on the carriage curtain already reveal the noble identity of its owner. "Save me, princess, please save me." Quickly, Wu Chang'e, seeing the black figure of the Reaper rushing toward him, scrambles down from the martial platform, rolling and crawling, his voice hoarse from shouting as he runs. This utterly disgraceful scene even draws disdain from the heads of several prominent families in Shuiyan City. A dignified vice-general of the national defense, reduced to such cowardice, Murong Shirqin suddenly emerges from the carriage, accompanied by two exceptionally beautiful maidservants. Yet compared to the elegantly draped Murong Shirqin in her white fur collar and red cloak, they merely serve as background foliage. "Stop!" Murong Shirqin cries out, but Yi Ning has no time to heed her. With a flick of his wrist, another sword intent infused with spiritual radiance materializes, swiftly severing Wu Chang'e's head. A pristine head soars into the air, and blood gushes from the neck like a fountain. Yet, Wu Chang'e's headless corpse seems oblivious, continuing its charge toward Murong Shirqin. Only after several breaths does it finally halt. Crashing to the ground, the peak spiritual realm Wu Chang'e is dead. By the princess's command, "You shall cease." Murong Shirqin is furious. She never anticipated that Yi Ning would dare to defy her orders before thousands. This is sheer defiance of authority, deserving of death. Casting a glance at the utterly lifeless Wu Chang'e, Murong Shirqin's beautiful face turns ashen as she leaps onto the martial platform, scolding, "Yi Ning, you dare to disobey this princess's command. Do you truly believe I would not dare to kill you?" Her voice drips with venom, sounding anything but feminine. "What are you even?" Yi Ning coldly gazes at her, words piercing like daggers. Although Su Yin and he are not on friendly terms, he merely serves as a long history official of the Yin Kingdom, and to provoke him must mean there's a powerful backing. Yi Ning initially thought it was the newly enthroned prince. However, he never expected the mastermind behind it all to be the Murong princess, to whom he was already betrothed. The heart of a woman is the most treacherous. Had it not been for his mother's jade ring and the presence of the elder with gray hair, he and his sister Yi Jing would have long met a tragic end. Reduced to dust, he had not yet sought her out for retribution, yet she has brazenly appeared. At this moment, she even wishes to protect the traitor Wu Chang'e. Having repaid the debt of gratitude owed to the Yin Kingdom, Yi Ning believes he is no longer connected to it in any way. Even if the new emperor of Yin were to arrive, he, Yi Ning, would not bother to respond, let alone a mere princess. "Ye thief, you possess audacity beyond measure, daring to offend the princess. Such a crime warrants execution." Wu Lan, the head of the Wu family, perceiving this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain merit, stands up from below the platform and shouts loudly. "Surround him! Cut him down with 1,000 blades!" Suddenly, countless warriors from the Wu family surge forward, surrounding Yi Ning on the martial arena. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xing, cursed under his breath at the old fox, and similarly joined his clan's warriors to encircle Yi Ning with layers of defense at the same time. Members of the Zheng family and the Wang family arrived. All the prominent families of Shuiyan City had gathered, eager to demonstrate their loyalty before Murong Shirqin and to flaunt their sycophantic tendencies. Surely you wouldn't naively believe that your presence at this martial venue today was merely for a life-and-death duel with Wu Chang'e? Humph! You foolish brat! Your demise is imminent. The head of the Zheng family, Zheng Kong, sensing the tide had turned in their favor, quickly advanced to stand beside Murong Shirqin, bellowing commands. Within the martial arena, there were at least 10,000 individuals, all part of Wu Chang'e's prior arrangements. Even if he were to slay 1,000 pigs, Yi Ning would not possess the capability to do so. He was just a mere 7th-tier practitioner. It is essential to understand that all those who could enter this martial arena today were the elite warriors from various families. Additionally, there were thousands of royal guards brought by Murong Shirqin from the imperial capital. Each one of them was a paragon in their respective tier. How could Yi Ning, standing alone, hope to escape? This was a certain death trap. Even if a great celestial being were to arrive, it could not be averted. Kill! Yi Ning roared, declaring that these traitors did not deserve to live. His sword intent radiated like a brilliant light. As he moved through the throng, as if traversing an uninhabited land, wherever he passed, heads rolled, blood splattered across the arena. In this realm, was there truly anything capable of resisting his brilliance? Those with discerning eyes would recognize that Yi Ning's radiance was not merely a random shape, but that of a sword exquisitely detailed. Unless one had forged such a sword with their own hands, it would be impossible to conjure such a vivid illusion. Die for me! Yi Ning transformed into a ferocious beast, and wherever he went, the heads of these elite warriors burst like watermelons under his fists. The martial arena had utterly transformed into a veritable hellscape. One man against an entire city. The elder with white hair was indeed correct. His arms were swords. His thighs were swords. His palms were swords. His feet were swords. These elite warriors of the same cultivation tier were utterly powerless before him. On the martial platform, thousands were reduced to a state of utter chaos. Crying out for their mothers, the earlier arrogance had dissipated entirely. Everyone was fleeing for their lives. Like a pack of stray dogs, they scrambled for safety. Those family heads who had previously mocked Wu Chang'e now understood the terror of facing Yi Ning head-on for the first time. The merciless harbinger of death, the general who instilled fear across the surrounding empires, the war god who had prevented the Yin kingdom from ceding land or marrying into other families for decades. He was enraged, 10 paces to kill a man, leaving no tracks behind. The heads of the prominent families leaped from the martial platform, fleeing faster than anyone else. What of Princess Murong? What of wealth and nobility? At this moment, how could their own lives be anything but precious? In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, Yi Ning had already slaughtered hundreds. He was drenched in crimson blood. In close proximity, the Lord of the Underworld reappeared. Yi Ning, look at who she is. As the situation threatened to spiral completely out of control, Murong Shurqin shrieked, to the entrance of the martial arena. Several royal guards clad in red armor surged in, surrounding a girl who resembled a startled fawn. It was none other than Yi Ning's younger sister, Yi Jing. Indeed, the moment Yi Jing appeared, Yi Ning froze in place. Bang! Murong Shurqin seized the opportunity to strike, landing a powerful blow to Yi Ning's chest. Puffed. Taken by surprise, Yi Ning coughed up a mouthful of vital blood. Did you truly think I would not prepare thoroughly? Murong Shurqin said with satisfaction, relishing the sensation of controlling Yi Ning. Alas, it could not be utilized for her benefit. If she wished for Yi Jing to live, she could. Now, you must commit suicide here immediately. Only then can I ensure her a life of wealth and glory. Holding such a trump card, Murong Shurqin spoke with measured calmness. Only she understood the weight and significance of Yi Jing in Yi Ning's heart. Once upon a time, she had been consumed by jealousy over Yi Jing's brother. The royal family has always been the most heartless. From a young age, she had never felt a shred of familial warmth. Were it not for the emergence of Yi Ning, the national defense general, she would have long been cast aside by her father as a pawn for marriage. She aspired to become a legendary empress. Yi Ning must die. As for that wretched Yi Jing, Murong Shurqin would keep her well. She would cure her foolishness and then turn her into a living doll, accompanying her every day. This wretched girl. Why should she be born with a brother who valued her more than his own life? Chapter 12. The 3-year pact is established. Kneel before me. Ha! 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 Yi Ning on a martial platform erupted into wild laughter. Anyone could hear the desolation and helplessness in his mirth. Is there any greater sorrow in life than this? The dark garb of the Yi family accentuated Yi Ning's tall and straight figure. Yet the blood on his face rendered him somewhat terrifying. In this martial arena, he stood out like a crane among chickens, strikingly unique. What? Have you exhausted your tricks? Unbeknownst to him, the heads of several prominent families had quietly returned to Murong Shurqin's side, pointing at Yi Ning and shouting, Princess, this fiend harbors malicious ambitions and must not be allowed to live. Allow me, the old man, to personally slay this scoundrel for you. Wang Yu, the head of the Wang family, humbly requested. Unfortunately, Murong Shurqin did not even glance at these individuals. She was a princess of the Yin kingdom. Even if she needed power, she looked down upon these families from a border town. While Wu Chang'e was alive, they had some value. With Wu Chang'e dead, they lost even that. Yet these family heads, who had lived for nearly a century, could not see this simple truth. Ye thief, do not be so arrogant. Just now, we were merely employing a flanking strategy. Do you truly think we fear you? Wu Lan pointed at Yi Ning, who was laughing loudly in the arena, and spoke venomously. But his pale complexion, trembling fingers, and shifting gaze betrayed his cowardice. Murong Shurqin furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Choose quickly, Yi Ning. At this point, I cannot spare you. Do you wish for me to chop off your sister's hand? Upon hearing this, Yi Ning abruptly ceased his laughter, his gaze turning frigid as he fixed it upon Murong Shurqin. To be honest, even after his recent rampage, he had never considered harming Murong Shurqin. After all, Yi Ning was born and raised in the Yin kingdom. His feelings for the kingdom surpassed all else. No matter how much grievance he endured or torment he suffered, he did not wish to harm the royal family of the Yin kingdom from the depths of his soul. But now, Murong Shurqin had crossed a line that should never be crossed by threatening his sister. This was Yi Ning's only forbidden area. Touch it, and he would die. Yi family army, where are you? Yi Ning suddenly roared like thunder. Here, here, here. Instantly, the martial arena was filled with thunderous roars. The ground trembled as countless soldiers clad in black uniform from the Yi family surged forth in an orderly fashion. Their discipline was as precise as marching ants, akin to a colossal wave of black in an ocean, surrounding the vast martial arena, reducing it to the size of a sesame seed. General, kill! General, kill! General, kill! 100,000 Yi family soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing to the heavens. The guards who had captured Yi Jing at the entrance of the martial arena were directly overwhelmed by a flurry of blades, hacked into pieces just moments ago. Over 10,000 elite warriors filled with bravado were now paralyzed with fear, half of them trembling so much they could not stand. Dare I ask, who in this world does not know the Yi family army? Who does not fear the Yi family army? Who does not dread the Yi family army? The heads of the prominent families crumpled to the ground, bursting into tears. They knew that their century-old legacy was about to be buried today by their own hands. Even Yi Ning's eyes glistened with tears. These were his Yi family warriors, even knowing they faced the princess of the Yin kingdom, even knowing they faced a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, even knowing they faced a hell of boiling oil. As long as Yi Ning gave the order, 100,000 Yi family soldiers would charge in a battle without hesitation. Yi Ning, the princess, did not mean any harm. Merely influenced by Wu Chang'e's persuasion and I am still your fiancé. You wouldn't truly want to kill me, would you? I'm the grand princess of the Yin kingdom. Killing me is tantamount to treason. If you do not consider your own safety, you should think about the Yi family soldiers, and you should also consider your sister, as long as I take her back to the imperial capital. With the imperial physicians present, I believe she will recover swiftly. This moment. Murong Shurqin's delicate figure trembled like a sieve, her eyes filled with terror, leaving one to wonder whether it was genuine fear or a mere facade. This woman left Yi Ning utterly perplexed as he approached Murong Shurqin, gazing upon her breathtakingly beautiful face. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. You! A flicker of malice flashed across Murong Shurqin's eyes. But she quickly concealed it, looking at Yi Ning with a mix of anger and helplessness. Kneel, Yi Ning calmly commanded, each word deliberate and unwavering. Why, Yi Ning? Do you realize what you are doing? This is the Grand Princess of Yin. How dare you be so disrespectful? Before Murong Shurqin could fully recover from her shock, one of her handmaidens shouted in alarm. The two young maidens, having grown up alongside the princess, shared a bond akin to that of sisters. To suggest kneeling, even for them, was a humiliation more unbearable than death itself. With a chilling demeanor, Yi Ning swiftly silenced the handmaiden, her head severed before she could utter another word. Such decisive brutality. The other handmaiden immediately succumbed to fright, collapsing to the ground and releasing a puddle of foul-smelling liquid. While Yi Ning had seen men wet themselves in battle, Witnessing a woman do so was entirely new to him. Realizing Yi Ning's murderous intent, Mu Rongshirqin could only shed tears from her phoenix-like eyes as she slowly knelt. In her lifetime, aside from her father, she had never knelt before even the new emperor. Yet today, before the eyes of countless spectators, she found herself kneeling before her subjects, before her betrothed. This would be a humiliation Mu Rongshirqin could never erase. The thought of future criticism regarding her kneeling before Yi Ning tormented her, nearly sending her into unconsciousness, her sharp nails dug deeply into her palms, blood seeping onto the ground. Yet Mu Rongshirqin seemed oblivious to the pain. Yi Ning, observing her prostration, raised his hand once more, delivering a blow that sent her sprawling, a mouthful of blood escaping her lips, one of her pristine teeth flying out. This slap is for your delusions of grandeur, for the treachery against loyal subjects. Before his words could fade, another fierce slap struck her, causing her to tilt awkwardly to the side. This slap is for daring to harm Yi Jing. Remember, in my eyes, you will never be worth even a single toe of my sister. Yi Ning, utterly disillusioned with Mu Rongshirqin, felt no inclination to show her any mercy. This woman was the epitome of someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, with his intentions to leave the Yin kingdom. He had no fear of her, and Yu Rongshirqin's once exquisite face had swelled into a grotesque visage, her mouth twisted, blood staining her lips. She could no longer mask her murderous intent or the venomous hatred in her eyes. At this moment, she would have preferred to be killed outright. Resolved to accept her fate, she steeled herself for death. Yet Yi Ning paid her no heed, turning his back and departing with nonchalance. As for Mu Rongshirqin's revenge, Yi Ning was untroubled, but he understood that until she fulfilled her ambition to ascend the throne, she would lack the time to settle scores with him. Her only concern was that he might rally the Yi family army to thwart her ascent. Should Yi Ning truly depart from the Yin kingdom and relinquish his military power, she would be grateful to him rather than vengeful. In Mu Rongshirqin's eyes, there existed only self-interest. 3 years. Suddenly, a distorted voice rang out. Yi Ning, if you do not kill me today, I will surely kill you in 3 years. I will kill you. As Yi Ning reached the entrance of the training grounds, he grasped Yi Jing's delicate hand tightly, pausing in his tracks, and spoke without looking back. Very well. 3 years hence, we shall meet atop the immortal platform. At that time, I shall show you no mercy. Chapter 13. The peaceful city Yin Xiaofei. Yi Jing poisoned. Days later, at the Qianyao mountain range. The Qianyao mountain range sprawls between the 8 nations, stretching over 10,000 miles to date. No warrior has successfully traversed its entirety, underscoring its vast and perilous nature. Many have spent years attempting to reach its core, but the dangers within are too great. Countless warriors have perished here, with fatalities numbering in the tens of thousands due to the relentless animosity between humans and demons that is starkly manifested within these lands. The Yin Kingdom stands as the weakest among the 8 nations, yet its proximity to the Qianyao mountain range has made it a favored resting place for many warriors. The peaceful city, nestled at the foot of the Qianyao mountain range, began as a mere village, but has evolved into a bustling small city due to the influx of warriors. The city gate. A man and a woman appeared. The man, clad in sleek black attire, was lean and tall, his handsome visage drawing considerable attention. Beside him stood a girl of remarkable beauty, though her gaze appeared somewhat vacant. Her laughter bordering on foolishness, suggesting a mental affliction. The duo was none other than Yi Ning and his sister Yi Jing, as they gazed up at the imposing character's peaceful city etched onto the city wall. Yi Ning's expression sharpened. The one who inscribed those characters possessed formidable power, far surpassing his own former mastery of the skies. At the very least, they were at the Danshu level, perhaps even the Xianshan level. It was a warning to all warriors. Do not cause trouble within the city. The phrase peaceful city carries a simple yet beautiful connotation, embodying the hope that all warriors entering the Qianyao mountain range may return safely. With simplicity at its core, the city bustled with a throng of people, the sounds of vendors and shouts creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Ning guided Yi Jing towards the city center when suddenly, Yi Jing tugged at his arm, halting his steps as her eyes sparkled with desire. fixed on a crowd gathered nearby. Yi Ning was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed such initiative from Yi Jing. As he turned to look, he saw a throng of male warriors eagerly straining to see inside, as if something extraordinary lay within. Yi Ning and Yi Jing made their way through the crowd. "Brother, you must be new here." Suddenly, someone patted Yi Ning on the shoulder, a peculiar smile on his face. Yi Ning nodded in acknowledgement. Laughter erupted around him, with someone jesting, "I suggest you settle your lovely sister first before pushing your way in. Otherwise, you might find yourself kneeling on a washboard tonight." The laughter continued, and even Yi Ning, with his composure, found it difficult to maintain his seriousness. He quickly cleared his throat and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my dear sister, not my wife." "Oh," the crowd responded, understanding dawning upon them. One person remarked, "I thought it strange for a man to bring his wife to see a beauty. Come on, everyone, pay up." It seemed they were using him as a wager in their banter. Though somewhat displeased, Yi Ning recognized the local customs and decided not to take offense. "What is it that has gathered so many here?" he inquired. "But it's our city's most beautiful maiden, Yin Xiaofei. Today, she has come to assist the warriors of Peaceful City in refining pills and dispelling poison." The speaker's face was beaming with delight, his eyes nearly squinting shut in glee. After this revelation, another voice chimed in. "I must say, while your sister is quite lovely, she pales in comparison to her." The implication was clear, and Yi Ning's pride stirred. While he could accept commentary about himself, he could not abide any disparagement of his sister. In his eyes, she was the most exquisite and precious of all. With the crowd's encouragement, Yi Ning swiftly maneuvered to the front, tightly holding Yi Jing's hand. Fearful of losing her in the thronged as he peered forward, he found the scene rather unremarkable. The beauty was partially obscured by a white veil, rendering her features indistinct, far from the exaggerated praise he had heard. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, Yin Xiaofei's gaze turned toward him. Their eyes emptied. Yi Ning felt as though struck by lightning. Her clear, enchanting eyes sparkled like stars against the night sky, vivid and radiant. It was not merely a resemblance. It was as if she were the very embodiment of celestial beauty. If it were only these, then Yi Jing's eyes had previously possessed such charm as well. Yet, Yin Xiaofei's pair of eyes is simply a pair that speaks volumes. Had anyone told Yi Ning before that eyes could communicate, he would have surely scoffed. But now, Yin Xiaofei has undeniably imparted this sensation to Yi Ning. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Even though veiled, her beauty remains unimpeded. Moreover, beneath her long and delicate neck, she is remarkably full and firm, leaving one entranced and unable to resist. It is precisely because of the veil that all the warriors, upon gazing into those expressive eyes, would envision Yin Xiaofei as the goddess of their fantasies. Regardless of her appearance, paired with those captivating eyes, she is the epitome of allure, the very essence of beauty. And oh wonder, she incites a stir among all the warriors in the city. Indeed, she embodies the grace of a fallen fish or a startled swan, the allure of a moon concealed by clouds, especially her ample figure and tall stature. Simply perfect. When compared to her, Yi Jing pales in significance. With a difficult swallow, Yi Ning suddenly felt a flutter of anxiety. Even when facing an army of a million Wei, or in the throes of life-and-death battles, he had never felt such trepidation. Yet at this moment, he could not suppress his unease. How is it? Beautiful, isn't it? Feng Li and his band of mischief-makers chuckled slyly from the side. One must ask, which man in this world could glance at her without becoming entranced? Some, lacking self-control, even found themselves nosebleeding on the spot. Feng Li's words jolted Yi Ning back to reality, and he felt a flush of embarrassment, hastily nodding and mumbling in agreement. "You see, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Though Yi Ning wished to linger a bit longer, he was mindful of Yi Jing's injuries and could only prepare to escort her away. The others, noticing Yi Jing's unusual demeanor, refrained from detaining them further. Yes, soon as Yi Ning turned, a soft and melodious voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment, young hero." Yi Ning dismissed it, believing it could not possibly be directed at him. "Young hero," the voice grew more insistent. Feng Li seized Yi Ning's arm, his eyes wide with astonishment, while the gazes of the other friends shifted dramatically towards him. Not only did they change, but the eyes of the thousands of warriors in attendance became as sharp as blades. If looks could kill, Yi Ning would have been reduced to mere filling for dumplings. Huh. Yi Ning turned back, utterly bewildered. Upon seeing Yin Xiaofei, enlightenment struck him. It turned out she was indeed calling for him. That why Yi Ning felt his cheeks flush involuntarily. After years of military life, he had never encountered a situation like this. Stunned, he stood there, uncertain of Yin Xiaofei's intentions. Yin Xiaofei approached from beside the alchemical furnace. Although she was veiled, Yi Ning could sense her smile. This girl seems to be poisoned. I can cure her. What? Yi Ning was taken aback. Initially skeptical, but the piercing gazes of the thousands around him suggested that should he dare utter a negative word, he would be torn apart in an instant. She was struck on the head, so Yi Ning still wished to clarify. Trust me, give her this pill, and you will see results in 3 days. Yin Xiaofei produced a pure white pill from her spatial ring and handed it to Yi Ning. Yet, no matter how pristine the pill, it paled in comparison to her delicate hand as exquisite. This pill is truly white. Chapter 14. The Red Moon Team, Feng Li and Yi Ning in distress. Yi Ning could only, before the crowd, compel Yi Jing to take the pill. He then rummaged through his belongings, producing a piece of fighting stone and offering it to Yin Xiaofei. Uncertain of the pill's value, I'll give you this fighting stone for now. The several fighting stones Yi Ning possessed were money he had collected from several prominent families as life insurance. Fighting stone, someone exclaimed. This was the ultimate goal for warriors. They ventured into the depths of the demonic beast mountain range, risking their lives to slay beasts and claim their cores, all for the sake of selling them at a good price to acquire fighting stones. No one expected Yi Ning to produce a fighting stone right off the bat. How could this not astonish everyone? It turned out a wealthy young master had come to play. Many warriors began to regard Yi Ning with newfound interest. Here, betrayal among comrades was common. Yin Xiaofei waved her hand. It's fine, let us wait until this young lady recovers. With that, she turned and walked away, not engaging in further conversation with Yi Ning. However, some keen-eyed warriors noticed that as Yin Xiaofei resumed her alchemical work, she seemed distracted, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Yi Ning. Damn it, what kind of luck does this fellow have? Some muttered, irritated, while touching their own blemished faces. Fame often brings trouble. After such an incident, Yi Ning felt it was best to leave. He hurriedly led Yi Jing toward the city center, where he intended to accept the task and earn money for her treatment. As for the pill, deep down, Yi Ning held little hope. After all, he was well aware that Yi Jing's injury was due to Su Yan's assault, not any sort of poisoning. Upon arriving at the Langya Pavilion in the city center, Yi Ning felt troubled. There were many tasks available, with generous rewards that a second-tier beast core was worth 2,000 spirit coins. But what about Yi Jing? The dangers within the demonic beast mountain range were numerous. Besides the beasts, there were also those treacherous warriors who would not hesitate to betray others. A moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Taking Yi Jing with him was a risk he could not afford. If she were to be hurt again, he, as her brother, would truly be doomed. Entrusting her to someone else was even less reassuring. Moreover, Yi Jing was currently clinging to his arm with an intensity that would not relent. As for the Zhu Jian space, for some reason, Yi Jing was unable to enter. The elder with silver hair had merely mentioned that Yi Jing was not of their clan, leaving it at that. What a predicament! Yi brother! Suddenly, Feng Li approached, drenched in sweat. Despite the chill of winter, his condition suggested he had been searching for Yi Ning for quite some time, though why Yi Ning frowned. Feng brother, what advice do you have? Feng Li sensed Yi Ning's misunderstanding. Thinking he had come seeking the fighting stone, and felt a wave of grievance, he smacked his lips and said, There are too many people here. Let us talk outside. Dressed in an exquisitely tailored light purple leather jacket, the latest fashion, with a jade pendant at his waist and long hair cascading, he looked exceptionally handsome. His wealth was evident, as he bore 2 spatial rings, each a testament to his status, at least of the 3rd-tier quality. Feng brother, you may speak here, Yi Ning said, following Feng Li out of the Langya Pavilion, but he didn't genuinely believe Feng Li had come for the fighting stone. As during the earlier exchange with Yin Xiaofei, Feng Li was one of the few who showed no reaction. Mainly, he was troubled by how to care for Yi Jing. Ye brother, you must have come to Pingan City to become a demon hunter, right? Feng Li spoke leisurely. From the very beginning, Yi Ning had headed straight for the Langya Pavilion. This is our demon hunting team's token. If you're interested, we welcome you at any time. Feng Li glanced at Yi Jing, who appeared anxious amidst the crowd, and handed Yi Ning a light purple token. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. You can inquire about our Red Moon demon hunting team at the Langya Pavilion. Our strength and reputation are quite commendable. We recently slain a third-tier demon beast, which is why we are resting for a few days. After Feng Li spoke, he wore a look of immense pride. Anticipating praise from Yi Ning, Yi Ning responded with a nonchalant "oh," accepting the token without further action. Oh? Feng Li felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, he was a fourth-tier warrior, a full realm above Yi Ning. Why was he so unresponsive? Feng Li concluded that Yi Ning must be a sheltered, rich young master, utterly unaware of the intricacies of social interactions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here as a mere condensation realm cultivator, such a lowly rank that could hardly hope to slay even a first-tier demon beast. Clearly, he needed to present something more impressive. Our team boasts a captain at the second tier of the spirit realm. Feng Li stared intently at Yi Ning, eager to witness his shock and reverence. Yet, once again, he was disappointed that Yi Ning tucked the token away, responding with another simple "oh." Feng Li reluctantly reminded her that Yi Ning looked at Feng Li with a gaze of disbelief, inwardly scoffing. I have even slain a peak spirit realm being. Yet, she had no intention of engaging in banter, forcing a smile as she admitted her unfamiliarity with the situation. Feng Li waved her hand, perceiving Yi Ning's insincerity, and said with irritation, Here, this is the address given to you by Miss Yen, instructing you to refrain from bringing your sister into the Qianyao Mountains for the time being and to wait a few days before proceeding. After finishing, Feng Li suddenly added, Miss Yen possesses a heart of compassion, often concocting pills and antidotes for demon hunters. Do not entertain any other notions that Yi Ning smiled faintly. After all, she had yet to pay for the pills, so there was no urgency in declining. With debts, one does not feel the weight of lies that it would be better to settle everything at once later. Moreover, with nightfall upon them, both she and her sister truly had no place to stay. One could only say that Yin Xiaofei was not only beautiful, but also remarkably attentive. To marry such a lady would likely require 8 generations of ancestors to collectively smoke incense in approval. Upon arriving at the address inscribed on the paper, they found a secluded and tranquil courtyard in the city of Anping. It was undoubtedly worth a considerable sum. Upon opening the courtyard gate, a picturesque scene unfolded. Flowing water, artificial hills, and lush crystal orchids, all present in abundance. Beautiful! Behind was a 3-story pavilion, each level smaller than the last, exquisitely crafted yet showing signs of age. The snowflakes on the ground had been piled to form several charming snowmen. Young Master Yi, you have arrived. To Yi Ning's surprise, Yin Xiaofei was indeed present. Having entered without knocking, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Yin Xiaofei was clad in her customary white attire, exuding an aura of purity. Her face veiled, indicating she had just returned. Yi Ning scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. Why didn't you call me young hero? Hearing this, Yin Xiaofei chuckled softly. The rapport between them instantly grew closer. To her astonishment, young Master Yi turned out to be quite humorous, a stark contrast to the bashful demeanor they had shared during their first meeting. Yin Xiaofei playfully teased back. Yi Ning quickly cleared his throat to change the subject. This is my sister. Yi Jing, I know she is your sister. No need to emphasize it, Yin Xiaofei replied, her sparkling eyes glinting with amusement, seemingly teasing Yi Ning, which she found to be a rare delight. Yi Ning's face flushed once more. Let me help her freshen up, Yin Xiaofei said, approaching Yi Jing. Sure. Over the past half-month, Yi Ning had only managed to wash Yi Jing's face, and after a journey of nearly half a month. The siblings indeed looked somewhat disheveled. After washing up himself, Yi Ning collapsed onto the fragrant soft bed, sinking into the most blissful and sweetest slumber he had experienced in a long while. Chapter 15. Yi Jing is poisoned. Yi Ning lacks funds. The following afternoon, Yi Ning awakened slowly. After dressing, he stepped out of the room, finding no sign of Yin Xiaofei, nor could he locate Yi Jing. His stomach rumbled like thunder, prompting his awakening. Not long after, Yin Xiaofei returned, this time without her veil. That Wai Yingning finally beheld her face. He was awestruck by her beauty. All manner of exquisite words seemed fitting to describe her. Yingning mused to himself, how could a woman be so utterly perfect? She smiled slightly, causing the world to pale in comparison. Brother, are you stunned? Have you forgotten about your own sister? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Jing had jumped out from behind, playfully tapping Yi Ning on the shoulder. Ah! Yi Ning realized he had lost composure, awkwardly responding. But in the next moment, as if suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed in delight, Little sister. You! Indeed, Yi Jing had returned to her former self. This was monumental news for Yi Ning. The siblings embraced tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. For some reason, Yin Xiaofei, observing this scene, seemed to have something in her eye. Yi Jing's recovery lifted the heavy stone that had been lodged in Yi Ning's heart. Nothing could excite and exhilarate him more than this. This is all thanks to Sister Yin. You must express your gratitude to her. Yi Jing said, beaming. She had reverted to her usual quirky self. Why not, brother? Offer your hand in marriage. What nonsense is that? Yi Ning shot Yi Jing a reproachful glance, mildly scolding her for such a jest. What if he offended Miss Yin? Upon hearing Yi Ning's reluctance, Yin Xiaofei feigned anger. Humph, I'm the most beautiful lady in Anping City. If you wish to marry me, I might not even want to. Yi Ning's face flushed crimson. He wished to clarify, but found himself at a loss for words. Yet to be honest, he felt a peculiar sensation towards Yin Xiaofei, a sentiment he had never experienced even when the old emperor betrothed him to Murong Shurqin. After sharing laughter and a delightful dinner, Yin Xiaofei summoned Yi Ning to her room. Young Master Yi, although your sister has recovered, the toxins within her body have not been eradicated. If the poison is not purged every 3 days, she will relapse into her previous state. Wai Yingning's expression shifted to one of horror. He had thought the poison was completely removed. It turned out to be merely a temporary reprieve. Is there any way to cure it completely? What kind of poison is it? Yi Ning questioned urgently. Yin Xiaofei, taken aback by Yi Ning's panic, realized the truth of the old adage. Worry leads to chaos. Not fret. With me around, at least I can ensure her safety for a year. This poison is peculiar. It is not an ordinary toxin, but a rare and strange goo poison. As for the specifics, my abilities are insufficient to discern why Yi Ning glanced at Yin Xiaofei. Her claim of being weak was merely a formality. Although he could not perceive Yin Xiaofei's realm, she was at least at the spirit realm, perhaps even at the sky realm, which was not far from his own level before he reforged his sword body. She was undoubtedly a gifted martial artist. Murong Shurqin. Yi Ning gritted his teeth. Everything started to make sense. In no wonder after Su Yin struck her twice on the head, Yi Jing had become foolish. It seemed that all of this stemmed from the goo poison. Only goo poison could manipulate a person's consciousness without endangering their life. Such an invaluable poison, Yi Ning understood, could not have been acquired by Su Yin alone. It must have been given by Murong Shurqin. This venomous woman, whose heart was as cruel as a snake's, filled Yi Ning with rage. Previously, he thought little of the 3-year agreement, considering it optional. But now, Yi Ning realized he had to go. He must eradicate this unscrupulous woman to avenge Yi Jing's suffering. Young master, you need not worry excessively. After all, there is still a year left. Yin Xiaofei observed the palpable killing intent radiating from Yi Ning and felt somewhat astonished. She envied Yi Jing for having such a brother. Yin Xiaofei's words helped Yi Ning regain his composure. Miss Yin, what do you need me to do next? Money. How much for the pills? Yi Ning was taken aback, thinking Yin Xiaofei intended to charge for the antidote to save Yi Jing. Yin Xiaofei shot him an indignant glare, her expression adorably furious. You think I'm the type to be swayed by money? Yi Ning instinctively almost nodded but managed to suppress the motion. Next month, the grandest auction in Anping City, the Qinluo auction, will commence. There's a crucial medicinal ingredient for your sister's detoxification that must be acquired. Yin Xiaofei explained the matter of money. Only then did Yi Ning comprehend the cost involved. 20,000 spirit coins. Hiss. 20,000? Yi Ning gasped as a general of the Yin kingdom. He earned barely over 1,000 spirit coins a month. It would take him nearly 2 years to save up that amount. And that is just the base price, Yin Xiaofei continued, dropping a bombshell. Yi Ning felt a surge of urgency that in a month. Given his current capabilities, he could at most slay 3-tiered demon beasts, equivalent to the human realm's opening pulse stage. Demon beasts are not like martial artists. A demon beast of the same tier could easily overpower 3 or 4 human martial artists. The higher the tier, the more pronounced this disparity. Given that a Tier 3 demon core was worth around 3,000 spirit coins, he would need to slay at least 10 Tier 3 demon beasts. And that would require a stroke of luck. Why Yi Ning's features contorted with distress. But for Yi Jing's sake, he would stop at nothing. Before his father passed away, his last words were a plea for him. As the elder brother, to take good care of his younger sister, Yi Ning has etched this sentiment deeply within his heart. Yi Xiaofei and Yi Jing were hastily brought to Langya Pavilion by Yi Ning. Typically, a demon hunting team consists of only 5 members, and with 3 on his side, no team was willing to take him in. That he sought out Feng Li, who was even more straightforward, allowing Yi Xiaofei to join while sending the Yi siblings away. What a brother who prioritizes love over friendship. It seems he must establish a demon hunting team on his own, otherwise he could not accept any missions. 5,000 spirit coins. The sweet-faced girl revealed a perfect smile. Her words icy as she uttered this sum. Indeed, it was chilling, for Yi Ning's heart felt a chill upon hearing it. 5,000 spirit coins, equivalent to a 5th-tier demon core. A 5th-tier demon beast is akin to a human cultivator in the Void Realm. To slay a 5th-tier demon beast, at least 4 or 5 warriors of the Dan Void Realm must collaborate. Moreover, luck must be on their side. Otherwise, they would return empty-handed. One must understand that only 1 demon core is likely to drop from every 10 demon beasts slain. Thus, theoretically, 5,000 spirit coins necessitate the slaughter of at least 10 5th-tier demon beasts. How could Yi Ning not feel a chill? Why don't you just go rob it? Yi Ning blurted out. If you lack funds, then leave. The girl attending to them cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ning, promptly turning away to smile and serve other warriors. It was as if the foul-mouthed individual from moments ago bore no relation to her. You, Yi Ning seethed with anger. How can you speak so harshly? Yi Jing interjected on Yi Ning's behalf. Unfortunately, the girl paid no heed to Yi Jing's protest. Allow me. Yi Xiaofei produced a black gold card from her spatial ring. Before she could finish her sentence, she was met with an enthusiastic response. Certainly, Miss Yi. The sweet-faced girl instantly snatched the black gold card from Yi Xiaofei and rushed to the back office. The black gold card, someone exclaimed, igniting a wave of whispers. That is the highest-tier membership card reserved exclusively for esteemed guests of the Qianluo auction house. The black gold card signifies not merely wealth but also status, identity, and connections. That I have never encountered such an avaricious individual. Yi Ning muttered under his breath, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Xiaofei chuckled softly, suddenly realizing that Yi Ning was rather endearing. Chapter 16. Instant kill of a 2nd-tier demon beast. The bound earth flame leopard? I apologize for the inconvenience. Yi Ning scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. His clumsy demeanor drew scornful looks from the surrounding warriors who had come to accept missions. Miss Yi, do you know who that girl in purple is? She looks quite striking. A warrior with a thick accent inquired. I'm not sure. Judging by their affectionate demeanor, she is probably a sister. Wow. Whoever marries this pair of sisters would be immensely fortunate. Ha 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 ha. Silence. Do you dare to mock Miss Yi? Are you courting death? Miss Yi, your application has been processed. May I ask what you wish to name your demon hunting team? In but a moment, the sweet-faced girl had already deducted the spirit coins, her attitude having made a complete turnaround as she inquired with a beaming smile. Yi Xiaofei exchanged a glance with Yi Ning, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, and declared, "Let us name it the Fighting Team." "Certainly, Miss Yi. Here is your demon hunting team token. Please keep it safe." "Miss Yi, may I join your team? I am at the 5th level of the Open Meridian Realm." Far superior to this gasping waste of space, a warrior immediately rushed forward and exclaimed loudly. Numerous warriors of his ilk were present. Yi Xiaofei smiled and declined each request. The trio exerted great effort to escape from Langya Pavilion. Yi Xiaofei's charm was evidently on full display. Even while veiled, one could only imagine the chaos if she were to remove her veil. Damn, what kind of elixir did that brat feed Missy? I have never seen her care for any man so deeply. Did you not notice? That lad has a sickly sister. He is exploiting her condition to get close to Missy. Missy is simply too naive to see through that scheming vixen. I could tell at a glance that his sister's illness is a ruse. Upon returning to their small courtyard, Yining planned to venture alone into the demon-subduing mountain range. However, he faced unanimous opposition from Yi Xiaofei and Yi Jing. Yi Xiaofei reasoned that Yining had never entered the demon-subduing mountain range and was unaware of the dangers within. How could a 7th-level Qi gathering cultivator dare to charge in? Yi Jing simply wished to accompany her for fun. If Yi Xiaofei were to discover that Yining had slain a peak spirit convergence realm warrior, Wu Chang'e, just half a month prior, she would likely be taken aback. Nonetheless, it was advantageous to enter together, as Yining indeed lacked familiarity with the demon-subduing mountain range. With Yi Xiaofei accompanying them, Yining was less concerned for Yi Jing's safety. Moreover, Yi Jing's cultivation level was not low. She was a 4th-level Qi gathering warrior and had since returned to normal, possessing a measure of self-defense capability. In that case, let us set forth. 4 days later, the trio had ventured deep into the 2nd-tier demon beast activity zone of the demon-subduing mountain range. Throughout these 4 days, they had encountered numerous 1st-tier demon beasts, all of which they skillfully avoided. Such 1st-tier demon beasts were hardly worth the effort. Not only were they of minimal value, but even if slain, there was no guarantee of acquiring a demon core. The chances were slim. Suddenly, a cacophony of ghastly wails echoed ahead. The three exchanged glances and raced toward the source. They beheld a massive 3rd-tier demon beast, the gale-winged deer, sprawled on the ground, a pool of blood surrounding it. Nearby lay the corpses of 3 men and 1 woman. Only 1 female warrior remained, kneeling on the ground and weeping inconsolably. Yining and Yi Jing were utterly astonished. This was their first encounter with such a harrowing scene. The gale-winged deer, among 3rd-tier demon beasts, was known for its gentle disposition, posing no threat to others. It possessed no particularly horrific bloody skills. Yet even so, this demon hunting team had suffered the loss of 4 members, the lone surviving female warrior. Bloodied hands clutching her head, wept in despair. It was evident that this was a demon beast that had not yielded a demon core point. 4 out of 5 members had perished, yet they returned with nothing. Anyone would find it difficult to accept, wouldn't they? This surviving female warrior was likely on the brink of collapse, wishing only to die. Her cries, combined with the overwhelming scent of blood, would soon attract other demon beasts. In the depths of winter, the demon beasts were likely famished, alas. One could only say it was unfortunate, perhaps even a touch greedy. Among the 5, the highest cultivation level was merely the 1st level of the spirit convergence realm. Yet they foolishly aspired to slay a 3rd-tier demon beast, perhaps thinking the gale-winged deer would be easy prey, leading them to greed. Little did they expect to be utterly annihilated. The surviving female warrior was not even the strongest. Her cultivation was merely at the 1st level of the open meridian realm. Refining the body, Qi gathering, opening meridians, spirit convergence, void realm, Dan void, and profound spirit correspond to the 1st to 7th tiers of demon beasts. However, the crucial issue is that demon beasts can challenge human warriors across realms. For instance, this mid-3rd tier gale-winged deer, although corresponding to the open meridian realm, would require at least 3 spirit convergence realm warriors to collaborate to slay it. This demon hunting team was delusional. It is said that man's plans cannot compare to those of fate. Roar! Just as Yining was contemplating these matters, the 2nd-tier demon beast, the bound earth flame leopard, suddenly lunged forth, targeting the female warrior. Its gaping maw was poised to devour her, likely severing her in 2. Watch out! Without a moment's thought, Yining shouted. Boom! In the next instant, he plunged down from the hillside. If fate has brought them together, then this female warrior's life must not be extinguished. Despite being merely a 7th-level Qi gathering warrior, Yining's descent matched the speed of the late-stage 2nd-tier bound earth flame leopard. Provoking astonishment and curiosity in Yi Xiaofei's eyes, Yining's shout drew the attention of both the bound earth flame leopard and the female warrior, who then noticed the beast looming nearby and shrieked in terror. Racing frantically towards Yi-Ning, the suicidal thoughts she had moments ago vanished in an instant. The bound earth flame leopard, furious at Yi-Ning for interrupting its meal, let out a roar. It then slammed its right paw against the ground, causing countless shards of stone to erupt, swiftly forming pointed, conical projectiles. More than a dozen in total. Roar! Another low growl followed, the howling winds carrying the stone projectiles, some hurtling towards Yi-Ning, while others sped toward the female warrior's back. Wherever he passed, a piercing sound of sonic explosions erupted sharply. The entire region's spiritual energy was summoned by the binding earth flame leopard, coalescing into a mass the size of a grinding stone, rolling and bursting in the air, emitting a rumbling sound. Such a formidable second-tier late-stage demon beast could not possibly be resisted without the combined efforts of 3 practitioners at the opening vein realm. On the small hill, Yin Xiaofei's delicate face changed slightly, and she hurriedly flew towards Yi-Ning. She was indeed a formidable figure in the void control realm, abominable beast, seeking death. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Ning charged before the stone spike, angered by the actions of the binding earth flame leopard. With a flick of his right hand, a dazzling spiritual light suddenly appeared to go. The sword's intense spiritual radiance vanished in an instant. The stone spikes before Yi-Ning shattered in a moment, along with several behind the female warrior, who could not escape their fate. In the span of a breath, the sword intent rushed towards the binding earth flame leopard, piercing through its mouth and exiting through its rear in its terrified gaze. Then the sword intent dissipated, becoming formless. Boom! A creature comparable in size to a frost crystal giant elephant collapsed with a resounding crash. It was thoroughly dead. 2 soft exclamations escaped the lips of the female warrior and Yin Xiaofei. One after the other. One strike. It had slain the second-tier late-stage, binding earth flame leopard in an instant. Yet the crux of the matter was that the shadowy figure had merely achieved the 7th level of qi condensation. The 2 immediately doubted their own eyes. An illusion. Only Yi Jing, on the small hill, waved her delicate fists, exclaiming, "Brother is amazing. Brother is the strongest." Only she held unwavering faith in Yi-Ning that in this world, there was nothing her brother could not accomplish. Meanwhile, Yi-Ning brushed past the female warrior, continuing his relentless charge towards the binding earth flame leopard. With a single punch, he crushed the leopard's hardest skull. Reaching into his pocket, joy spread across his face as a round, yellowish demon core appeared in his hand. Ha ha ha! Yi-Ning could not help but laugh heartily. What a splendid start! Chapter 17. A painful loss of a second-tier demon core, a 4th-tier storage ring. See, can I join you? The female warrior, upon seeing Yin Xiaofei, seemed to understand why Yi-Ning was so formidable. To befriend Yin Xiaofei was no small feat. She felt a surge of excitement within, believing her opportunity had arrived. With such a team, how could she possibly struggle to earn money? In her eyes, Yi-Ning was nothing short of an ATM. There was no need for her to expend any effort. Yin Xiaofei glanced at Yi-Ning, seemingly seeking his opinion about why Yi-Ning wiped the blood from the demon core on his clothes until it was completely clean before handing it to Yin Xiaofei. After all, he did not possess a storage ring. Why not? Poured a mere 1st-tier storage ring is worth 100,000 spirit coins. The 6th-tier storage ring in Yin Xiaofei's possession is valued at least 600,000 spirit coins. What is your name? Yi-Ning inquired, looking at the female warrior. Upon hearing Yi-Ning ask for her name, the female warrior displayed a self-assured smile, believing it charming. Unbeknownst to her, during her earlier distress, her bloodied hands had smeared her face, and now, as she grinned, she resembled a ghost eager to devour children. My name is Jiang Qian. You may call me Qian, the female warrior said softly. Stop. Yi-Ning felt a chill run down his spine. You may leave. Jiang Qian's expression changed. She had not anticipated Yi-Ning's callousness. With a threatening tone, she replied, So, I should leave? Yi-Ning nodded, turning away to deal with the corpse of the binding earth flame leopard, preparing for a sumptuous barbecue. Little did he know, Yi-Ning was not joking. Jiang Qian was now thoroughly panicked. This a weak woman. How could he be so hard-hearted? Afterward, she began to weep, wailing without shedding tears. You should leave quickly. Otherwise, if another demon beast appears, I will not save you again. Wai Ning had not expected this female warrior to be so troublesome, frowning as he coldly snorted that a second-tier demon core was worth 2,000 spirit coins. Yi Ning and his sister Yi Jing would divide 1,000 spirit coins each, while Yin Xiaofei would receive 1,000 spirit coins. That was already minimal. This woman still wanted to take advantage of them. Truly believing Yi Ning would not keep account, adding another person meant he would not be able to repay Yin Xiaofei's debt. He feared that a month later, he would not even have enough money for his sister's medicine. Women only served to hinder my speed in drawing my sword out of course. Yin Xiaofei was the exception. Then give me the demon core you just obtained. That belongs to me. Jiang Qian's expression twisted into a snarl as she realized Yi Ning was genuinely issuing an eviction order. Have you been to the medical clinic? You must have some issues. Yi Ning was now somewhat angry. Had I not saved you just now, you would have been dead. It was merely a second-tier demon beast. I am a practitioner at the opening vein realm. Killing a second-tier demon beast is child's play. Why are you making a fuss? Jiang Qian stubbornly persisted. Yi Ning had never encountered such shamelessness. Coupled with his naturally terse character, he found it difficult to argue back. Just as it seemed both were about to be entrenched in a tedious stalemate, Yin Xiaofei suddenly interjected. All right, here. Saying this, she tossed a second-tier demon core from her storage ring to Jiang Qian. Now you can leave, right? Thank you, Miss Yin. Jiang Qian's expression brightened, instantly transforming into a radiant smile. She had initially thought this trip would yield nothing, but unexpectedly, she had received a second-tier demon core for free. This was worth 2,000 spirit coins, enough to last her for a while. Jiang Qian took the demon core and turned to leave AS for the 4 fallen comrades on ground. Oh, their corpses had nothing to do with her. Jiang Qian. Sigh. Yi Ning let out a long sigh. You are truly too kind. Yin Xiaofei smiled sweetly, quite satisfied with Yi Ning's earlier performance. After all, she was the captain of the fighting team and had the authority to decide on new members. However, upon seeing that the other party was a woman, Yin Xiaofei deliberately let Yi Ning make the decision. For some reason, witnessing Yi Ning's unwavering rejection of Jiang Qian earlier brought her great comfort. Here, this is your compensation. As she spoke, Yin Xiaofei tossed a small object from her storage ring. Wai Ning caught it, his expression shifting that it was actually a 4th-tier storage ring, a treasure worth 400,000 spirit coins. She just gave it to him so lightly. Yi Ning felt a bit embarrassed, yet his heart was filled with joy. This is too precious. How can I? Wow. Sister Yin, you are too good to my brother. Yi Jing interrupted Yi Ning, teasingly clinging to Yin Xiaofei's arm. Are you perhaps coveting his body? You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Xiaofei's face, along with her long, fair neck, and even the roots of her ears turned crimson. She playfully swatted Yi Jing and pulled her away into the distance. As the two departed, Yi Ning hurriedly secured the storage ring in his hand. Truly impressive. Yi Ning rushed to the side of the Gale, twin-winged deer corpse, which Jiang Qian had abandoned, and with a flick of his hand, the body vanished without a trace. A 4th-tier storage ring. Corpses of such demon beasts could hold up to 40 of them. Though expensive, there was a reason for its value. Wai Ning stroked the storage ring with delight before he began to dig a grave, preparing to bury the unfortunate warriors as a seasoned soldier. Yi Ning understood that being buried underground, rather than left to rot in the wilderness, was the greatest honor and wish of these soldiers in the depths of the hidden Demon Mountain range. Such tragic events were occurring constantly. Wai Ning could only do what was within his power. As the saying goes, white bones exposed in the wild, 1,000 miles without a rooster's crow. It was precisely the grim reality of the hidden Demon Mountain range. After the three had eaten, they continued deeper into the mountains. Wai Ning and Yin Xiaofei had discussed their goal for this excursion, 10 third-tier demon cores. Altogether, that would exceed 30,000 spirit coins. They hoped to successfully acquire the medicinal materials needed for Yi Jing's recovery. The 4th demon beast fell to Yi Ning's prowess, yet his face was filled with frustration, for it was yet another beast devoid of a demon core. This truly was tormenting. Yi Ning began to feel restless. Yin Xiaofei waved her hand, signaling him to stop and rest. What technique are you using? It looks like spiritual radiance. Yin Xiaofei deliberately sought to engage him in conversation. Yi Ning spread his right hand, revealing his sword intense spiritual radiance. That it is spiritual radiance. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yin Xiaofei's expressive eyes. To manifest spiritual radiance without the aid of spiritual tools was something she had never witnessed. Despite her extensive background, how is this possible? Yin Xiaofei instinctively inquired. Why Yi Ning recalled the admonition of the silver-haired elder, that the Lingyao Wujigong must never be disclosed to anyone. Feeling a twinge of awkwardness, he sheepishly touched his nose and stammered. I'm not quite sure. Humph. Yin Xiaofei felt a flicker of irritation at Yi Ning's inability to lie convincingly. However, upon reflection, she realized that martial arts were the very foundation of the major sects and families, and thus would not be easily shared with outsiders. Her earlier inquiry had been unnecessary. Yet, she still felt a tinge of displeasure at Yi Ning's evident disregard for her as an ally. Meanwhile, Yi Jing, with grease smeared across her mouth, observed the quiet atmosphere and chimed in cheerfully, Sister Yin, my brother is just a blockhead. Don't mind him. He keeps secrets even from me. After which she approached Yin Xiaofei, clinging to her arm, and said, Sister Yin, you've given my brother a spatial ring, so why not give me one too? I want one as well. This brought a smile to Yin Xiaofei's face, her beauty shining under the flickering campfire. I truly don't have a spatial ring. However, there is a spiritual artifact that would suit you. Yin Xiaofei produced a violet umbrella from her spatial ring, known as the Zanji umbrella, a high-quality second-tier spiritual artifact that Yi Jing, enchanted, held it tightly and twirled under the firelight, exuding the grace reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden. The umbrella thrummed with an enchanting surge of spiritual energy. Sister Yin, is this not a magical tool? Yi Jing asked. Yin Xiaofei chuckled. You two siblings hail from the Yin kingdom, don't you? Only in Yin do they refer to spiritual artifacts as magical tools. Here in Jinyuan continent, we simply call them spiritual artifacts. Chapter 18. It is not I who will kill you, but Yi Ning. As night descended, the inky sky was speckled with a handful of bright stars, twinkling intermittently like mischievous children blinking their eyes. Jiang Qian walked along the path back to Pingan City, her heart brimming with joy tinged by a hint of unwillingness. She understood that while a second-tier demon core held considerable value, it paled in comparison to the benefits of joining the Fei Ning team. How infuriating Yi Ning was. So blind to opportunity, in her mind, she began to scheme, waiting for Yi Ning and the others to return to Pingan City, at which point she could use her charm to entice him into willingly submitting to her whims. Men, throughout history, have always struggled against the allure of beauty. Compared to Yin Xiaofei, she may not hold the advantage. But should she choose to be flirtatious, she too possessed a unique charm. Otherwise, that warrior at the Tualing realm would not have willingly perished beneath the wrath of the swift, dual-winged deer for her sake. With this thought, Jiang Qian couldn't help but arch her back, her slender legs instinctively pressing together as she envisioned a dramatic confrontation with Yi Ning, strutting gracefully as she walked. How enticing. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rasped from behind her, reminiscent of two coarse, sharp objects grinding together, sending an uncomfortable chill down her spine. Who is it? Jiang Qian gasped, her tongue stumbling over her words. Although she was an opening Meridian realm warrior, albeit at the first level, she was still considered formidable among ordinary martial artists. At that moment, she realized she was utterly unaware of the presence behind her, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Turn around, the man cloaked in black said with an unsettling interest, his voice laced with a twisted excitement. Jiang Qian turned to face the black-robed man, her heart plummeting, her mind buzzing with alarm. A third-level opening Meridian realm warrior. He is 2 entire levels above me. Big brother, do you enjoy watching dances? Jiang Qian asked, her voice trembling. Especially the thrilling dance you perform, the black-robed man replied, each word dripping with menace. Thrilling dance? Jiang Qian felt tears welling up. Then I shall dance for you, but you should not dare to harm me. The black-robed man nodded. Jiang Qian began to dance anew, waving her arms, swaying her hips, bending down and gradually caressing her body from her toes all the way to her proud bosom. Then she lifted and shook her bosom, and a combination of movements visibly quickened the black-robed man's breathing. resembling a bull's heavy panting. Strip? Huh. Did you not say you only wanted to watch me dance? I'm still a maiden. Jiang Qian exclaimed in shock. This had exceeded her mental limits. Enough with the nonsense. Strip now. As he spoke, the black-robed man suddenly lunged forward, a flash of light in the darkness, and in an instant he pierced through Jiang Qian's left shoulder. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much, Jiang Qian cried, clutching her shoulder and stumbling backward. Will you strip? The black-robed man pressed relentlessly. I will. I will strip right away. Please don't be angry. Jiang Qian, gritting her teeth against the pain, quickly shed her garments. Under the dim moonlight, her silhouette was obscured yet tantalizingly alluring. Lie down, the black-robed man commanded. Please, spare me. Great brother. Jiang Qian wept, realizing she had truly encountered a formidable foe. Would you like to see me in twin ponytails instead? What twin ponytails? The black-robed man was momentarily taken aback. There's a chance. Jiang Qian felt a surge of hope. This was her trump card. Enduring the pain, she tied her hair into 2 ponytails, one on each side. Then she stood naked before the black-robed man, bouncing up and down. The twin ponytails bobbed rhythmically, resembling 2 adorable little ears. Yet the black-robed man's gaze remained fixated on her bosom. As she danced. Her 2 small rabbits bounced with wild abandon. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The black-robed man tore his cloak to shreds. Quick, lie down. Huh. Despite her vigorous performance, Jiang Qian found herself ignored. The pain in her left shoulder was forgotten as the black-robed man continued his relentless pursuit. Big brother, how about I give you this spatial ring and you let me go? Jiang Qian pleaded desperately. That was mine to begin with. The black-robed man's face twisted in rage, shattering Jiang Qian's last glimmer of hope. If you don't want to die, lie down now. The black-robed man's patience had reached its limit. Jiang Qian sighed inwardly. It seemed her plan to seduce Yi Ning with her maidenhood was doomed. Yet, to survive, she had no other option. Spreading her clothes out, she lay naked upon them, bracing herself for the impending violation. Hatred for Yi Ning and that wretched Yin Xiaofei filled her heart. If it weren't for them preventing her from joining, she would not have encountered this black-robed man tonight. Moments later, a shudder coursed through Jiang Qian as tears streamed down her cheeks, for a pair of rough hands began to roam her body. Jiang Qian suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and glanced to the side. The black-robed man had reclined beside her, and there was no further movement. Big brother, what are you doing? She could not help but ask. The black-robed man sighed deeply, helplessly exclaiming, That damned Yi Ning has rendered me a eunuch. Today had been both wild and absurd for Jiang Qian, a day unlike any she had ever experienced. Life's ups and downs truly seemed to encapsulate everything. Her heart raced with a mix of shock and delight, a smile breaking across her face. Big brother, calm down. We share a common goal. We both wish to kill Yi Ning. I am your ally. The black-robed man shot her a glance. Noticing the smile at her lips, he scoffed. Lie down. I'll talk to you for a bit. They lay side by side, an odd and comical sight under the dim moonlight. Feeling cold from the night air, Jiang Qian instinctively shifted closer to the black-robed man. Seeking warmth, he began to recount his tale. I have always considered myself extraordinary, at the age of 7. I was thrown off a cliff by someone. Little did I know, a master of the Tualing realm was hidden below, and I became his sole disciple. After 10 grueling years of training, I finally reached the pinnacle of chi condensation, but that damn master would not give me money to buy pills. One day, I witnessed him concealing his spatial ring within a certain crevice, and I immediately realized that this old wretch was undoubtedly on guard against me. Seizing an opportunity, I stealthily inflicted a grievous wound upon him with poison and personally dispatched him. Subsequently, I discovered that very crevice and retrieved the spatial ring, only to find it utterly devoid of contents, save for a single letter. It was a message from my master, intended to be delivered to me on my birthday, along with his sole spatial ring as a gift. Yet, he never lived to see that day. After scaling the precipice, I sought out those who had once assaulted me, mercilessly slaughtering their wives, children, and kin right before their eyes. I even violated their wives. Not long after, I encountered Wu Chang'e, the deputy of Yi Ning, he bestowed upon me a plethora of spirit coins and numerous elixirs, which enabled me to break through to the meridian opening realm. Until one fateful day, he commanded me to eliminate Yi Ning. I thought that with my strength at the third level of the meridian opening realm, overpowering a mere body, refining Yi Ning would be a trivial task. How wrong I was! It is no wonder that even Wu Chang'e, at the peak of the spirit conduit realm, harbored such dread for Yi Ning. That day, amidst a heavy snowfall, the scoundrel Yi Ning, wielding my spear, brutally pierced my shoulder, and dantianed I in that moment. He shattered my lifelong beliefs and pride. Remember, my name is Li Tianzong. It is not I who shall slay you, but Yi Ning. Everything related to him. I shall eradicate. I shall seize everything. You ought not to possess that second-tier demon core, my dear. Li Tianzong suddenly roared, his fingers curling into claws as they plunged fiercely into Jiang Qian's dantian, fervently drawing forth the spirit energy within. Raising his head, his once horrific visage had twisted into a demonic form, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Chapter 19. The thousand-year endless muscle fruit. The yellow bird lurks behind. Boom! A violent explosion resonated from below. Yi Ning was sent flying, his body tumbling to the ground without any flourish. His arms trembled uncontrollably, and his gaze towards the ancient beast stone python was rife with lingering trepidation. A fourth-tier initial stage demon beast. Ancient beast stone python. Yi Ning, are you all right? In midair, Yan Xiaofei, engaged in a fierce battle with the golden devouring centipede, exclaimed in alarm. Brother, Yi Jing also called out hastily, I am fine. Yi Ning replied, but before he finished speaking, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him, scattering across the ground like stars. Fine? How could that be? Withstanding a strike from a fourth-tier demon beast, any ordinary warrior would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. This place is one of the renowned spots within the hidden demon mountain range, Rian Pond. To reach here signifies a deep incursion into the hidden demon mountain range. Most demon hunting teams would never dare venture this far. 4 fourth-tier demon beasts frequently roam this area, and encountering one spells certain doom. The reason Yi Ning and his companions engaged in battle with the fourth-tier ancient beast stone python was to claim the thousand-year treasure, the endless muscle fruit found within Rian Pond. The endless muscle fruit, a top-tier fourth-grade treasure, consuming one allows for a direct breakthrough of several minor realms, sparing years of arduous cultivation. There conveniently lay 3 fruits. And coincidentally, there were also 3 demon beasts stationed here, including a mid-third tier venomous scorpion, which was frantically spewing venom towards Yi Jing's Xian realm umbrella. The air crackled with acrid smoke, threatening to overwhelm the shield. Brother, please think of a way. Yi Jing cried, her voice tinged with desperation. Being the weakest in realm, the youngest in age, and lacking combat experience, she was thoroughly frightened. Hold on just a little longer, Yi Ning shouted. He and Yan Xiaofei employed the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. Yi Ning would hold off the fourth-tier demon beast, while Yi Jing contended with a mid-third-tier beast. This would allow Yan Xiaofei to swiftly eliminate the late third-tier golden devouring centipede. Yan Xiaofei, a 6th-level practitioner of the sky-conquering realm, was equivalent to a mid-5th-tier demon beast. She should be capable of dispatching a late third-tier golden devouring centipede with ease. Yet, it seemed the trio had underestimated the beast's prowess. The demon beasts that remained here were all exceptional beings. They were not so easily slain. Yi Ning's prideful sword intent could only penetrate halfway into the ancient beast stone python. It is worth noting that the sword intent is the most formidable attack in the sword origin continent. A mere palm length of sword intent could only embed itself halfway, a testament to the ancient beast stone python's tough hide and resilience. Earlier, when Yi Ning saw the ancient beast stone python preparing to attack Yan Xiaofei, he rushed in, desperate to confront it head-on. Little did he anticipate that a single strike would leave him spitting blood. Moreover, given the ancient beast stone python's triumphant demeanor, it appeared to be deliberately luring Yi Ning into its trap, with no intention of assisting the golden devouring centipede. Scoundrel! You dare to toy with me! Yi Ning cursed vehemently, then once more gathered his sword intent, hurling it towards the venomous scorpion. Crack! The scorpion's poisonous tail was swiftly severed. The venomous scorpion? You're being attacked by the ancient beast stone python, and instead of retaliating against it, you dare to sever my tail? The venomous scorpion's heart erupted in outrage, and with a clash of its pincers, it unleashed a toxic arrow aimed at Yi Jing. Thud! The second-tier superior spirit artifact, Xian Realm Umbrella, shattered in an instant, and the toxic arrow continued its relentless pursuit towards Yi Jing. Watch as I pierce your sister. The venomous scorpion roared in fury, its rage boiling over as it lunged towards Yi Jing, intent on using its watermelon-sized pincers to crush her into a pulp. Be careful, Yi Ning tackled Yi Jing to the ground, dodging the toxic arrow, and the two rolled several times before rising, only to be met with the venomous scorpion's pincers descending from above. Whoosh! The sound of wind erupted, piercing the air with a deafening crack. The venomous scorpion's inner fury was palpable. Bang! The two massive pincers landed squarely on Yi Ning's back with undeniable force, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Ah! Yi Ning rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was me being attacked, so why do you complain? Yi Jing opened her eyes, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I just care for my brother. At that moment, Yi Ning sincerely thanked the elder with silver hair. Had he not spent months mining in the swordless space, allowing Yi Ning to perfectly fuse with his sword body, he would have been unable to withstand that blow. Surviving a body shattering was one thing. What of mere broken bones? Rolling over, another manifestation of sword intent appeared, targeting the venomous scorpion's mouth. Slash! The mid-third tier venomous scorpion's mouth was one of its few vulnerabilities, and in an instant, half of it was severed. Its mouth, as large as a water tank, could not contain the torrent of dark green fluid that gushed forth, sizzling as it hit the ground. The potency of the poison was truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in midair, Yin Xiaofei flicked her fingers, sending a beam of spiritual light towards the golden devouring centipede, instantly breaking all of its numerous legs. Boom! 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 They fell like raindrops. The golden devouring centipede opened its gaping maw and spat out a mouthful of venom. A mere trick? Yin Xiaofei's expression turned cold. While she did not boast about much, she was innately attuned to poison. Producing a flawless white porcelain vial from her spatial ring, she tossed it into the air, performed a hand seal, and chanted a spell, then commanded fiercely, "Gather!" In an instant, the large pool of foul saliva was completely absorbed by the porcelain vial. The golden devouring centipede was taken aback. Before it could regain its composure, countless black-silver needles surged towards its abdomen. Yin Xiaofei's poison needles. Poison to counter-poison. Thud! 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 The needles embedded themselves into the golden devouring centipede's body. Howls of anguish erupted from the creature as it plummeted into the dense forest below, rolling and crawling until it vanished from sight. Similarly, the venomous scorpion before Yi Ning met a worse fate. Half of its mouth was gone, rendering it unable to emit a sound. It leaped into Rian Pond, executing a mighty tail sweep before disappearing. In an instant, only the ancient beast stone python, a fourth-tier demon beast, remained at the edge of Rian Pond. The ancient beast stone python continuously hissed, begrudgingly glancing between Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei. After a moment, it shook its head and retreated into the dense forest, vanishing from view. It understood that even if it stayed, it would only lead to a fierce battle. Such a scenario would leave it vulnerable to other demon beasts seizing the opportunity, which was evidently unwise. Why Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei exchanged a glance, both sighing in relief. Fourth-tier demon beasts are indeed challenging adversaries. Had Yi Ning not been present today, Yin Xiaofei would certainly have struggled against the fourth-tier initial stage beast. As the battle dragged on, both felt uncertain of their chances. However, it was clear that the ancient beast stone python possessed considerable intelligence. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, it chose to withdraw. What a pity, Yi Ning lamented. Had he been able to slay the other two third-tier demon beasts, he might have acquired another demon core. However, Yi Ning soon became aware of his hasty thoughts. Such impatience could lead to significant losses. Just as he prepared to pluck the endless muscle fruit from Rian Pond, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A flying vine shot out from the side, snatching away the endless muscle fruit. Seeking death, Yi Ning seethed with rage. The essence of the sword surged directly towards the hiding place of that individual. The small hill instantly erupted. Dust and debris filled the air, yet that crafty figure had already escaped far away. Without uttering a word, Yi Ning pursued without hesitation. Yin Xiaofei was momentarily stunned with fury. After investing so much effort, to have the fruits of their labor snatched away by another was utterly intolerable. "Brother, be careful," Yi Jing shouted from his side. Chapter 20. Provoking the god of death, face the consequences. Whoosh, whoosh. In the dense forest, two figures were madly chasing one after the other. "Stop right there, you bastard! Stop!" Yi Ning roared from behind. Only a fool would stop. Ha. The elusive figure, unbeknownst to what technique he had mastered, moved with astonishing speed, slipping away like an eel. Yi Ning dared not pause to gather his sword's essence. Any slight hesitation would result in the shadow ahead vanishing completely. Thus, they continued this frantic chase through an unfamiliar forest. Suddenly, Yi Ning's heart screamed in alarm. He realized he had made a grave mistake. There has always been a warning against pursuing a desperate foe and entering a forest recklessly. However, driven by impatience and the swiftness of the thief, he had unwittingly stumbled into a perilous situation. On the battlefield, such carelessness could prove fatal. Yi Ning's figure abruptly halted as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Whoosh, an arrow, whistling through the air, shot towards him from the left. That Yi Ning swiftly evaded it. The essence of his sword arrived in an instant, followed by a scream piercing the air. "Damn it! Watch your backs, brothers!" Rustled voices emerged as 7 or 8 martial artists stepped out from the woods, all at least at the opening pulse realm. Among them, 4 experts at the spirit-treading realm. Well then, they had stumbled into a den of thieves. Yi Ning recalled Yin Xiaofei mentioning that many martial artists had established strongholds within the demon-slaying mountains, engaging in deceitful and unscrupulous acts. They were like vampires lurking in the shadows, waiting for others to exhaust themselves slaying demon beasts before swooping in to seize both the humans and their demon cores. Their methods were despicable and their ruthlessness shocking. Most demon-hunting teams surrendered their spatial rings upon encountering them, hoping to save their lives in return. Several wanted posters have been issued by Peaceful City, but to no avail. The strength and capabilities of this group were exceptional. Only a select few could withstand them. Furthermore, they were numerous, making it a blessing to escape unscathed. There were even demon-hunting teams outside that specialized in laundering demon cores for them. So they had no need to leave the demon-slaying mountains at all. At this moment, Yi Ning found himself encircled by such a group of ruthless bandits that a voice filled with contempt suddenly cut through the air. A burly man with a fierce brow mockingly exclaimed, "So it's just a piece of trash at the Chi-gathering realm. How dare you come to the day's shadow pool? Don't you know this place has already been claimed by your grandfathers? All the treasures here belong to your grandfathers, and you dare to chase us here." In that instant, Yi Ning felt oddly unperturbed. He steadied his breath and retorted, "Why not just claim the entire demon-slaying mountains as yours? Wouldn't that be even better? Seeking death." Han Kaishan, taken aback by Yi Ning's audacity, erupted in fury. He raised his massive axe high and leaped towards Yi Ning, aiming to cleave him in two, if that strike connected. Being split in half would be the least of his worries. Flames erupted from the axe, raising the temperature around them to an unbearable degree, as if it were the height of summer. The blade's aura surged, and the power of Han Kaishan, as the leader of this band, seemed to meld with the very essence of the heavens and earth. In Yi Ning's eyes, the scene transformed. All that remained were the roaring flames. His hair, brows, and even the fine hairs on his body were singed in an instant, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air. His clothing and belt curled up, releasing pungent white smoke. Powerful. Han Kaishan was indeed formidable. Compared to Yi Ning's deputy, Wu Chang'e, he was no less impressive. It was worth noting that Wu Chang'e was a peak expert at the spirit-treading realm, towering nearly 3 small realms above Han Kaishan. Yi Ning dared not be reckless. As he retreated, he gathered his hands before him and shouted loudly, "Sword essence." In the past, he had always condensed the essence with his right hand alone, but now he was compelled to use both hands. The sword essence still measured the length of a palm, as his realm was only Chi gathering 7th layer. Yet this time, the sword essence was infused with even more spirit. Radiating a brilliant light, the entire area was cleaved in two. One half was claimed and manipulated by Han Kaishan, while the other half was fully compressed into the sword essence in Yi Ning's hands. Though it could not be longer, it could be thicker. If the previous sword essence was likened to a chopstick, then now it resembled two chopsticks fused together, the inferno and luminous energy intertwined. Dazzling the eyes of onlookers, a terrifying wave of force swept through the surroundings. The other figures recoiled in fear, witnessing the clash of titans, where mere mortals would surely suffer. Yet, more than anything, it was the sheer astonishment in the hearts of the bandits that left them aghast. A mere chi, gathering seventh-layer trash, could contend with Han Kaishan to such a degree. Even Annihilating, at spirit-treading sixth layer, could not achieve such a feat. How could they not be left speechless by the scene unfolding before them? Yi Ning and Han Kaishan shouted in unison. Only the two combatants in the vortex of battle knew just how formidable their opponent was. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. The thick trunks of trees encircled by 5 men were all snapped in half. The ground bore a terrifying pit 2 zhang deep. Fragments of stone flew, and fallen leaves became lethal projectiles. Countless silver ants, sharp-fanged bugs, and swift shadow mice emerged from the ground, frozen in place. Some were charred to crisp blackness, while others fell to the sword essence that pierced through them. Each met with a grim fate. Within the inferno, Han Kaishan's mighty axe collided with the sword essence, first cracking, then breaking. The roaring flames proved to be of little consequence to the sword essence. In an instant, the sword essence burst through the flames, though its brilliance had dimmed. It approached Han Kaishan's neck, now as thin as paper. Yet, it was sufficient for the task at hand. Crack! In a flash. Han Kaishan's head soared into the sky. The terror etched in his wide eyes was indescribable. With a single strike, the spirit-treading seventh layer Han Kaishan lost his head. The inferno receded, the luminous energy concealed itself, and the entire forest returned to its previous serene state. No, it was even quieter than before. So silent that even the sound of breathing was imperceptible. Yet the scene before them rendered the onlookers' throats dry and their faces taut. As they gulped nervously, they pondered whether they would have met a better end had they been in Han Kaishan's place. Hand over the endless muscle fruit. Yi Ning, clad in black, roared, causing the bandits to kneel in terror, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at rice. A true god of death. Yang Xiao scrambled to retrieve the recently snatched endless muscle fruit from a spatial ring, presenting it to Yi Ning. Yi Ning carefully placed the fruit into his 4th-tier spatial ring before suddenly turning and severing Yang Xiao's head. The warm blood exploded forth, the vivid crimson staining Yi Ning, making him appear even more fearsome. All of you today, each and every one, are destined to perish in this hell of slaughter. Yi Ning's fury was palpable, and the consequences dire. As his roar faded, the sword essence manifested before the remaining bandits. And one by one, heads began to fall. As they rallied together, they might have resisted Yi Ning to some extent. Yet the fate of Han Kaishan had so stunned these bandits that their courage had shattered. As the saying goes, better my friend than I perish. The remaining 2 or 3 individuals scattered in an instant, fleeing into the depths of the forest. In the blink of an eye, from 7 or 8 bandits, only 2 or 3 remained. Yi Ning abruptly raised his head, pursuing a yellow figure. It was Annihilating at the spirit-treading 6th layer. Chapter 21. Is there no martial virtue? Surrender your rings and face no death. Don't chase, God of death. Annihilating wailed, tears of despair streaming down as he ran for his life. Pleading for mercy, he could not fathom why he had drawn the attention of this god of death. Why not pursue those 2 cowards? That damned Yang Xiao, bringing such a god of death back, deserved to perish. Annihilating's mind was a whirlpool of confusion, thoughts colliding like the rapid clicks of a sewing machine's needle. Did he desire this? Annihilating incessantly rubbed the spatial ring on his hand, reluctant to part with it. Months of hard-earned spoils were all contained within. However, as the sound of the air being torn apart grew ever closer behind him, the instinct for survival ultimately overshadowed all else. "This is for you," Shun Lianting bellowed, flinging the storage ring into the air. His heart was bleeding, and tears streamed from his eyes. It felt as though he was casting away not merely a ring, but his own beloved wife and children. Yet, to his horror, the dark figure of the assassin continued its relentless pursuit after seizing the ring. Shun Lianting trembled with rage, cursing furiously. "Do you possess no sense of martial ethics? Are you unaware of the principle of returning the ring without taking a life? I have never encountered such despicable behavior." Before he could finish his words, the sword intent surged through the air. And in the next breath, Shun Lianting faced the grim reality of imminent death. "My life is over," he cried out, his heart filled with resentment. Had he known this would be his fate, he would have turned back to deal with Yi Ning long ago. He would not have endured such humiliation. Boom! A flash of blade light struck, and the sword intent exploded in response. Shun Lianting instinctively touched his neck. Was he still alive? In broad daylight, amidst the vastness of the heavens. How dare one launch an ambush against a brother of the human race in the Qianyao mountain range? Where's the rule of law? A youthful voice rang out, brimming with righteous excitement. Yi Ning was taken aback. This was the first time the sword intent had been countered head-on. The newcomer's strength was formidable, at least in terms of cultivation level. From around the corner emerged a short-haired youth wearing a red headband. Dressed in a motley assortment of clothing, devoid of any luxurious items, wielding a narrow blade. Striking and eye-catching, he radiated a vibrant and vigorous aura. In his hand, the storage ring sparkled brilliantly, clearly a treasure of 4th tier or above. Indeed, his cultivation level was not low. He was at the 3rd level of void control. Although that was several levels beneath Yin Xiaofei, he appeared to be even younger than her, a true prodigy. Yi Ning was compelled to acknowledge this. Shun Lianting's eyes darted, and he immediately began to wail, "Young hero, save me! Save me! Our demon hunting team fought valiantly in the sunshade pool and acquired a Weijing fruit, only to have it snatched away by this bandit before us. For the sake of that Weijing fruit, all my brothers and sisters perished at his hands." But as he spoke, Shun Lianting's voice broke, and he could barely continue. It seemed as though the entirety of his narrative was true. Overcome with emotion, he burst into a loud wail, on the verge of fainting from grief. A true master of acting. Shun Lianting's anguish was not entirely feigned. The 3rd-tier storage ring in Yi Ning's possession represented all the wealth he had amassed during this period. Just thinking about it filled Shun Lianting with despair, rendering him utterly inconsolable. For those who claim he was merely acting, that is entirely unnecessary. "I happened to see the Weijing fruit in the sunshade pool recently. I had planned to return today to collect it. But unexpectedly, your demon hunting team got there first. However, it matters not, my friend. With me, Hu Tandang, this matter of justice shall be addressed." The short-haired youth spoke with a mix of regret and bravado, implying that dealing with Yi Ning was a trivial matter for him. According to conventional theory, a 3rd-level void control warrior should have no difficulty subduing a 7th-level Qi gathering warrior. There was a significant gap of 2 major realms between the two. This was no longer a matter of mere suppression, but rather a question of the method of such suppression. Shun Lianting noticed the youth's overconfidence and quickly wiped away his tears, solemnly advising, "Young hero, please be cautious. This scoundrel employs extraordinarily peculiar techniques and is not easily dealt with." Yet inwardly, he lamented, otherwise, how could a dignified 6th-level spirit-raising warrior be chased like a wild dog? He continued, "You must unleash your ultimate move. Otherwise, this brat will escape. All my half-brothers and sisters have perished at his hands." Shun Lianting's words were not a lie. The youth, upon hearing this, was rather unconcerned. His face adorned with a confident smile. At this point, Shun Lianting had already resolved to make a hasty retreat. Just as he was contemplating which direction to flee, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared. This seemingly sunny boy with short hair unexpectedly chose to launch a surprise attack on Yi Ning. "Men, women, soup?" A clear voice reverberated through the heavens, and the short-haired youth leaped high, his gaze as sharp and unyielding as a hawk. He sang melodiously. This sudden turn of events caught Shun Lianting off guard, and even Yi Ning was taken aback. He could barely react. The moment he caught sight of the blade light, his mind erupted in chaos, his spirit becoming muddled, as the chilling intent seeped into his body, gradually freezing his organs, meridians, and acupoints. Visions of the past flooded his mind, growing up under the care of his parents, blissful and joyous. At 3 years old, his mother disappeared. At T5, his father brought home his sister. At T9, his father died unexpectedly, leaving him and his sister to rely on each other. At 13, he succeeded his father's position, taking charge of the Yi family's military. Images and memories, some joyful, some painful, surged forth, transforming Yi Ning's demeanor into one of madness and agony as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The blade light approached in the blink of an eye. In the next breath, Yi Ning was to confront the cold embrace of death. In that moment of peril, countless sword intents within Yi Ning resonated in unison, creating a thunderous roar. Awaken! Within the absolute sword space. The elderly figure with white hair and a wild beard shouted, his words resonating like the rumbling of thunder. Instantly, a glimmer of clarity returned to Yi Ning's eyes. The sword intent swiftly crossed before his chest, barely managing to block the incoming blade light. Clang! All three were momentarily deafened, accompanied by a resounding ringing in their ears. Yi Ning was sent flying, a sweet taste filling his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He had already sustained severe injuries from battling 3 great demon beasts at the Sunshade Pool. Though he concealed it well, he was gravely wounded after a life-and-death struggle with Han Kaishan in the dense forest. Now he was struck first by the short-haired youth of the Void Control Realm, revealing his deteriorating state. Even an Iron Man would struggle to endure such punishment. Yi Ning hastily waved his hand. "Do you trust him?" The short-haired youth, surprised that Yi Ning could withstand a strike in such a precarious moment, was both astonished and perplexed. Meanwhile, Shun Lianting gazed at Hu Tandang, who could inflict such harm on the Dark Assassin. Utterly shocked, yet he was unaware of Yi Ning's preceding trials and tribulations, which had already rendered him a spent force. Nevertheless, Yi Ning understood that even if the short-haired youth had not launched a sneak attack, and even at his peak condition, it would still be a challenge to withstand that strike. The youth's cultivation level, talent, and techniques were all top tier, surpassing even Yin Xiaofei. Returning to his senses, Hu Tandang nodded, the earlier arrogance in his voice replaced by a hint of seriousness. "What? Am I only to trust you?" Yi Ning smiled bitterly. With his strength depleted, he had no choice but to rely on wit. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, and he spoke. "I have witnesses. You can accompany me to ascertain the truth." "Absolutely not." Under no circumstances. Before the short-haired youth could respond, Shun Lianting shrieked, "This person is cunning and difficult to predict. To prevent any lingering complications, young hero, you must eliminate him now. Quickly, kill him." Chapter 22. Yi Jing's poison worsens. Time is of the essence. As Shun Lianting shouted, he charged towards Yi Ning, intending to take advantage of the chaos to slay him and reclaim the storage ring. "Take another step forward, and you shall die." The short-haired youth coldly interjected from behind, causing Shun Lianting to hesitate, unable to advance further. "I, Hu Tandang, have lived my life seeking to act with integrity. If I had not witnessed this matter, I would have let it be. But now that I have witnessed it, I must intervene to ensure justice and fairness." Hu Tandang declared, his enthusiasm for a life of chivalry palpable, as he relished the opportunity to uphold righteousness. "What I despise most are the scoundrels lurking in the Qianyao mountain range, and now that I have captured one, their only fate is death. Do not harbor any illusions." Hu Tandang's gaze flitted between Yi Ning and Shun Lianting. Caught in a dilemma. On the surface, Yi Ning appeared to be stronger and not the type to resort to underhanded tactics. Yet, given the circumstances, it was indeed Yi Ning who was pursuing Shun Lianting with lethal intent. Furthermore, Shun Lianting's earlier lamentations were genuinely heartbreaking, evoking sympathy. Hu Tandang silently nodded, his inner vigilance and scrutiny towards Yi Ning increasing. Half an hour later, the three returned to the banks of the Sunshade Pool. Yi Jing and Yin Xiaofei approached. "Brother, are you gravely injured?" As an unfamiliar presence lingered nearby, Yin Xiaofei refrained from speaking, instead casting a questioning glance towards Yi Ning. The sight of Yi Ning was indeed somewhat terrifying. His visage and attire were smeared with blood, a mix of that from the bandits, and his Yi Ning shook his head, on the verge of speaking, when Hu Tandang made a sudden move. The flash of a blade illuminated the scene, and Shun Lianting's head rolled away. Shortly thereafter, Hu Tandang chuckled. "Sister Yin, didn't you claim you never teamed up with men?" Yin Xiaofei glanced at the dismembered Shun Lianting before responding. "Young Master Ye's sister is afflicted with a potent poison. Without my presence, she may struggle to endure." Hu Tandang appeared somewhat displeased, exclaiming, "It seems Brother Ye's charm is indeed formidable." It turned out that Hu Tandang and Yin Xiaofei were already acquainted. Upon seeing her, he recognized Shun Lianting as a fraud. The realization that he had been duped by a con man ignited a furious rage within him, prompting him to sever Shun Lianting's head without a second thought. Hu Tandang scrutinized Yi Jing, his expression sharpening as if he discerned something significant, though he chose to remain silent. He then turned to Yi Ning, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "Brother Yi, I sincerely apologize for my previous offenses, which were merely the result of being deceived by this scoundrel. Your striking features and noble demeanor are a perfect match for Sister Yin." His earnest apology paired with well-timed flattery caused both Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei to flush with embarrassment. Yi Ning merely nodded, choosing to let the matter rest. "Brother Yi, do you happen to have the Weijing fruit with you? Sister Jing could temporarily do without it. Might you consider selling one to me?" Hu Tandang inquired, shaking his short hair and wearing a playful grin at Yi Ning looked towards Yin Xiaofei, who nodded in agreement. However, uncertain of the price, he asked, "May I ask how much, young master, who is willing to offer?" Hu Tandang pondered. "This fourth-tier precious treasure is valued at around 7,000 to 8,000 spirit coins. I shall offer you 10,000 spirit coins, and upon reaching Pingan City, Sister Yin will direct you to where you can collect it. What do you think? 10,000 spirit coins." Yi Ning's breath quickened noticeably. Such a sum equated to 2 fifth-tier demon cores. "Very well," he nodded, retrieving a Weijing fruit from his storage ring and handing it to Hu Tandang. Hu Tandang let out a hearty laugh, stowing the fruit in his own storage ring before bidding farewell to Yin Xiaofei and heading north towards the Reen Pond, the deeper recesses of the Qianyao mountain range. The short-haired youth, Hu Tandang, certainly embodied the archetype of audacity paired with exceptional skill. Once Hu Tandang departed, Yi Ning could no longer contain his curiosity. Who was he? Yin Xiaofei withdrew her gaze, softly explaining. "He is the heir of the Hu family, the master of Pingan City." Gasp. Yi Jing inhaled sharply, realizing that this meant the entire Pingan City would one day belong to that very youth. "Sister Yin, I find that young man quite dashing and charming," Yi Jing exclaimed. Yin Xiaofei chuckled. "Did you not just express disdain for his disheveled appearance?" "Disheveled? No, that was merely a reflection of his free-spirited nature." Hu Tandang's exceptional charisma was evidently captivating. That night, outside the cave, Yi Ning stood guard, while Yi Jing and Yin Xiaofei tended to their injuries and purged the poison that Yi Jing had shed her upper garments. Her flawless back dotted with numerous silver needles, as Yin Xiaofei deftly manipulated them with her delicate hands. Suddenly, the silver needles embedded in Yi Jing's back turned pitch black, shooting out with a whoosh, causing Yin Xiaofei to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Sister," Yi Jing cried out, feeling the painful backlash. The poison within her was consuming her spiritual energy, and after an arduous battle with the beasts, it could no longer be suppressed, leading to this counterattack. This was precisely why Hu Tandang mentioned that Yi Jing would not require the Weijing fruit. Ingesting it would only empower the poison within her. Outside, Yi Ning heard the commotion and rushed in, only to be taken aback by the sight of Yi Jing's nudity, prompting him to retreat hastily. That Yi Jing was still youthful and innocent, her modesty untainted, rendering her uninteresting to those with any worldly experience. After a moment, Yi Jing called out, "Brother." Yi Ning stepped back in, and Yin Xiaofei wiped the blood from her lips, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, really." This woman had always exuded a kindness that tugged at Yi Ning's heart. Yet, torn between his sister and Yin Xiaofei, if he could only save one, his choice would be his sister, Yi Jing. As for himself, he would willingly accompany Yin Xiaofei to death if it came to that. The poison plaguing Yi Jing was even more formidable than Yin Xiaofei had surmised. If this continued, it would not take a year before Yi Jing reverted to her previous foolish state. The three were burdened with heavy hearts as they settled down to sleep. Yin Xiaofei positioned herself at a respectful distance, adhering to the propriety of their genders. She did not wish to invite scandal before marriage. Despite the inexplicable fondness she felt for Yi Ning from their very first encounter, Yi Jing, for the first time, did not sleep beside Yin Xiaofei, but nestled tightly in Yi Ning's embrace. Reminiscent of her previous naive days, Yi Ning understood that perhaps the events of the day had frightened her, leading her to cherish this moment, aware that her clarity of mind was fleeting. Having been in the Qianyao mountain range for 14 days, Yi Ning realized that tomorrow would mark half a month. They had obtained 4 third-tier demon cores, leaving 6 remaining. Time was of the essence, and Yi Ning was consumed with worry for his sister's affliction. Yet with the 100,000 spirit coins from Hutandang, he felt somewhat relieved that moment. Yi Ning recalled the storage rings of the bandits. How could he have forgotten? Clearly, he was ill-suited for the life of a thief. He contemplated the treasures within, feeling a twinge of excitement at the thought of the potential riches that could fund Yi Jing's medicinal needs. However, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Yi Jing, he sighed softly, refraining from rising lest he disturb her slumber. "Brother, am I beautiful?" Suddenly, as Yi Ning fantasized about the riches within the storage ring, a gentle voice, like a fragrant whisper, reached his ears, causing a delightful tickle. In disbelief, Yi Ning turned to see Yi Jing, blushing fiercely, wrapped around him like an octopus. Upon meeting his gaze, her eyes transformed into pools of affection as she planted a soft kiss on his cheek before quickly burying her face in his embrace. Trembling with shyness, Chapter 23. Suddenly wealthy, the trio returns to the city. "I am your brother. What are you thinking?" Yi Ning exclaimed, playfully swatting Yi Jing's behind, his tone stern. Thus, the three spent the night, each lost in their own thoughts. The following day, Yi Ning awoke to the aroma of breakfast. Yi Jing had prepared a meal. She engaged in lively banter with Yin Xiaofei, seemingly unaffected by the previous night's events. Yet, Yi Ning felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing he needed to maintain some distance from Yi Jing. Otherwise, she would grow increasingly attached, complicating her future prospects for marriage. He cursed Morong Shirqin. If it weren't for her, Yi Jing would not have found herself in such dire straits. Yi Ning began to suspect that the previous night's behavior might have been influenced by the poison. After breakfast, the trio wandered the surroundings. Venturing deeper would lead them to fourth-tier demon beasts. A perilous endeavor, especially since Yi Ning's injuries had yet to heal, rendering him cautious. With a shared effort, Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei felled another third-tier demon beast, shattering its skull only to find it devoid of any treasures. Exhausted, Yi Ning slumped to the ground, feeling discontent. Not be disheartened. Demon cores are not easily obtained. We have already achieved what other hunting teams would envy. Yin Xiaofei gently encouraged him, sensing his frustration. Yi Ning managed a bitter smile. He was not particularly concerned for himself. His primary worry was for Yi Jing, who could not afford to wait. With a sudden thought, he retrieved 4 storage rings from the bandits. Yi Jing bounded over, her eyes sparkling. "Wow, brother, you have hidden away so many treasures from a young age." She had longed for a personal storage ring. In a moment of excitement, she swiftly picked one up and adorned her delicate fingers with it. Gazing at it from various angles, utterly enamored, Yi Ning seized the third-tier storage ring belonging to Shun Lianting, infused it with spiritual energy, and took a cursory glance. Boom! It was as if a bolt of thunder had struck. His eyes widened in astonishment. Inside, there were over 20 second-tier demon cores, a dozen third-tier demon cores, and even a solitary fourth-tier demon core. The low-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures were so numerous they were beyond counting. Wealth, true wealth, not to mention the spiritual coins within, which amounted to nearly 10,000. Just this one third-tier storage ring from Shun Lianting, combined with some miscellaneous low-tier spiritual artifacts, had a total value of at least 100,000 spiritual coins. 100,000 spiritual coins. It was no wonder this group of people had gone mad in their pursuit of becoming bandits. This was undoubtedly the most lucrative endeavor in the entire world. Not only Yi Ning, But even Yin Xiaofei was taken aback. Previously, she had only known that many bandits were ruthless, but never had she imagined they could be so utterly devoid of conscience. Those 100,000 spiritual coins represented the lives of countless other martial artists. Yi Ning began to suspect that perhaps half of the martial artists who perished in the hidden demon mountains each year were slain by human bandits. A chilling thought. Yi Ning trembled as he opened Han Kai-shan's fourth-tier storage ring. Indeed, there were two fourth-tier demon cores inside. The quantities of third-tier and second-tier demon cores were comparable to those in Shun Lianting's ring. In total, it was also worth over 100,000 spiritual coins. As for the other two second-tier storage rings, they contained only a few tens of thousands of spiritual coins, just from Yi Ning's expedition yesterday. He had amassed nearly 250,000 spiritual coins. His breath became heavy with the weight of it all. It was a considerable fortune. But anyone who suddenly transitioned from hardship to immense wealth and beheld such a staggering sum would surely be left in shock. Should we hunt down these bandits? In contrast to the occasional fruitless demon cores, a bold idea took root in Yi Ning's mind. Yin Xiaofei immediately shot him a disapproving glance, warning against greed. Fortune gained may lead to peril lost. Those bandits are cunning. They have survived for many years for a reason. This time, they simply underestimated us. Furthermore, once such desires take hold, what if we inadvertently killed someone? Yin Xiaofei, true to her noble upbringing, remained remarkably composed and unfazed even in the face of such immense wealth. She served as a beacon in Yi Ning's life. With her presence, he would never lose direction or feel anxious. Yet, Yi Ning could not fathom why Yin Xiaofei chose to remain in this small town of peace. He dared not inquire. If she wished to share, she would do so without prompting. Yi Ning tossed Han Kai-shan's storage ring to Yin Xiaofei, claiming it was both a debt repayment and a share of the spoils. This brought a delightful tremor to Yin Xiaofei. Her laughter vibrant, rendering her even more alluring and beautiful, while Yi Ning found himself captivated, lost in the fantasy of a blissful life spent with such an enchanting woman. Noticing Yi Ning's slightly unusual gaze, Yin Xiaofei quietly donned her veil, her cheeks flushed, retreating into silence. Their relationship seemed to have subtly drawn closer, yet at the same time, it felt somewhat distant. An air of discomfort lingered. Only Yi Jing remained unperturbed, chattering away with Yin Xiaofei, alleviating the awkwardness between the two. Why Yi Ning observed his sister, uncertain whether her carefree demeanor was genuine or a fade. The events of the previous night left him somewhat apprehensive. He found himself pondering the complexities of his sister, who had been by his side for over a decade. Having acquired the wealth, the trio agreed it was unnecessary to linger in the hidden demon mountains. Every moment spent here only increased their peril. Yi Ning had come to deeply understand the brutality of the hidden demon mountains. The three resolved to embark on their journey back to Peace City. In the deeper recesses of the hidden demon mountains, the short-haired youth Hu Tandang wore a cautious expression, turning around suddenly every few steps to peer behind him. It felt as though something terrifying was following closely. This was an instinct, a martial artist's acute awareness of danger. He had an unsettling sensation that someone was occasionally breathing cold air on the nape of his neck. Could he have encountered a ghost? Hu Tandang furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, feeling slightly unnerved. With his third-tier cultivation of the sky-soaring realm, even facing a fourth-tier demon beast would not elicit such paranoia. As the young master of the Hu family in Peace City, he possessed both pride and the strength to disdain others. Just as Hu Tandang hesitated, suddenly, a black spear shot through the void. Dark energy surged, enveloped in ominous mist. Its appearance cast a shadow over the world. Terrifying and grotesque, Meng Pisup, the short-haired youth, shouted fiercely, drawing forth his blade, which clashed violently with the spear. Boom! The tremendous explosion echoed throughout the hidden demon mountains, startling countless demon beasts into flight. A demon cultivator! Hu Tandang's heart raced, his face pale with horror. This was arguably the most fearsome type of martial artist in the Jianyuan continent. Cunning and ruthless, they were notoriously difficult to deal with. The short-haired youth was violently pushed back several paces by the spear, but he quickly shouted, "Bridge of Oblivion!" A brilliant blade light erupted, conjuring a dilapidated gray-white stone bridge, upon which shadowy figures flickered. Their faces obscured that I found you. Hu Tan Dang's eyes locked onto the figures on the bridge of oblivion, and with a roar of excitement, he slashed toward one. Boom. Indeed, the hidden Li Tianzong was revealed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, a mix of black and red. His eyes brimmed with shock. Hu Tan Dang's strength far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Li Tianzong had attained the 8th tier of the opening vein stage. Yet only half a month prior, he had been merely at the 3rd tier. Such a terrifying rate of advancement was astonishing. Dare to hunt me. Hu Tan Dang glared at Li Tianzong, his heart ablaze with fury. Delivering a straightforward slash, in an instant, the space around Li Tianzong collapsed, with countless sharp blade energies swirling, producing a thunderous sound that imprisoned him utterly. He was unable to muster even a shred of resistance or thought. Yama's Hall. The short-haired youth Hu Tan Dang unleashed his most formidable technique. No one had ever survived this attack. Li Tianzong let out a furious roar, exploding instantly. The dark mist dissipated, leaving the area eerily empty. Only the chaotic blade energies flitted about like headless flies. Hai Tianzong had vanished. Hu Tan Dang had missed a strike. In this confrontation, neither side emerged victorious. Chapter 24. Remove the black garb. You are unworthy to wear it upon returning to Peace City. The trio first rested in Yin Xiao Fei's small courtyard. Without a second thought, Yi Ning succumbed to sleep for 3 days and nights. It was peculiar. Whenever there was a task at hand, fatigue and hunger ceased to exist for him. Yet, once the work was done, the overwhelming sensations of exhaustion and hunger would return in waves. Utterly unavoidable. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Yi Ning awoke to find Yin Xiao Fei had prepared a grand feast. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat were all on the table, along with a generous portion of demon beast meat, an exceptionally lavish meal. One of the most sumptuous he had ever experienced. This feeling was reminiscent of the times when his mother was still alive. However, those memories had long since faded under the passage of time. After dining, Yi Ning set off alone to Langya Pavilion, intending to exchange the demon cores he had collected. Yet, Yin Xiao Fei cautioned him against exchanging too many at once, lest it arouse suspicion. Yi Ning considered this and agreed that it was improbable that he could acquire so many demon cores on his first venture into the hidden demon mountains without encountering bandits, for claiming he had slain Han Kaishan and his band of thieves. He doubted anyone would believe it. Thus, he exchanged only 10 third-tier demon cores. To his surprise, this still caused quite a stir at Langya Pavilion. What? Most martial artists turned to gaze at Yi Ning, their expressions filled with shock, their voices trembling. The Fei Ning team, on their first entry into the hidden demon mountains, managed to obtain 10 third-tier demon cores. Impossible. Yi Ning was merely a lowly, gas-condensing realm cultivator, incapable of even defeating a second-tier demon beast. Oh, you say he was merely living off Yin Xiao Fei? Well, that makes it acceptable. From that moment, Yi Ning earned the notorious moniker of King of Soft Rice in Peace City. On the demon hunting rankings, the Fei Ning team soared to 5th place. The achievement of acquiring 10 third-tier demon cores shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. Feng clapped Yi Ning on the shoulder, gazing at him with disbelief. He had known that Yi Ning was somewhat stronger than the average martial artist, but this was beyond comprehension. Surely, it couldn't be that he had slain 10 third-tier demon beasts, each yielding a demon core. Feng was filled with suspicion and envy. Yi brother, you can't possibly be living off Yin Xiao Fei, can you? Yi Ning rolled his eyes, uncertain of how to respond. This demeanor only solidified the impression among the onlookers that he was indeed a man who relied on others for sustenance. Laughter erupted from the crowd, yet within those chuckles lingered traces of bitterness and jealousy. Damn it, who says that being handsome precludes one from living off others? Feng had also just emerged from the Qianyao mountain range. During their expedition, the Chiwa team had collected a third-tier initial stage demon core and 3 second-tier late-stage demon cores over the past fortnight. Such gains were certainly commendable. Yet, when compared to Yi Ning, they seemed rather meager and unremarkable. Calculated amongst the 4 members of the Chiwa team, each could expect to receive around 2,000 spirit coins. As the lion's share had been claimed by their captain, Zhu Peng, who was at the second level of the Tuling realm. Brother Zhu, this is Yi, whom I mentioned to you before, Feng Li introduced to the nearby Zhu Peng. Zhu Peng, of short stature and dark complexion, nodded expressionlessly without even glancing at Yining. After all, in his eyes, Yining was merely a practitioner of the qi condensation realm. He himself was a formidable presence in the Tuling realm, well known within the confines of Ping'an City that a mere qi condensation waste wasn't worthy of his recognition. While others might have looked down upon him, Yining had no intention of ingratiating himself with Zhu Peng. After exchanging pleasantries with Feng Li, he turned to leave. Zhu Peng, noticing Yining's audacity in not greeting him first, felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. The sight of Yining clad in black only served to heighten his discomfort. "Boy, go change your clothes. You're not worthy of wearing black," Zhu Peng said darkly, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present in the Langya Pavilion. "What does that mean?" Yining was taken aback, feeling utterly bewildered. "Ignorant fool. Are you unaware that a black-clad slayer has emerged from the Qianyao mountain range? He single-handedly wiped out Han Kaishan and his band of marauders. Wow!" At this revelation, the atmosphere in the Langya Pavilion erupted in astonishment. "What? Han Kaishan is dead? Is that true, Boss Zhu? I heard that the Hu family had previously suffered defeats at Han Kaishan's hands. This can't possibly be a rumor, can it?" Indeed, although Han Kaishan was merely at the 7th level of the Tuling realm, that massive blade of his was said to be impervious even to those of the Void Flight realm. The Black-Clad Slayer? I believe I've heard that name before, prior to the robbery in the Qianyao mountain range. I recall another group of bandits mentioning that there was a martial artist clad in black whom they dared not confront. "Then I shall wear black underwear tomorrow." The murmurs among the martial artists resonated in Yining's ears. Leaving him in a daze, the black-clad slayer? Wasn't he that referring to him? A glance at Zhu Peng made Yining finally comprehend Zhu Peng's irritation. In Zhu Peng's eyes, the black-clad slayer was nothing short of a deity, a figure of admiration. How could he permit a mere qi condensation nobody to tarnish the name of his idol? Zhu Peng stood there, wearing an expression of pride, basking in the astonished gazes of those around him. Reveling in their flattery that it seemed as though he had a hand in the downfall of Han Kaishan as well. Clearing his throat, Zhu Peng raised his hands to quiet the crowd. "Silence, silence. The black-clad slayer is a close friend of my master. I had the privilege of meeting him years ago." As he spoke, Zhu Peng produced a black handkerchief from his storage ring. Waving it with great pride, behold, this was a gift from the esteemed black-clad slayer himself. At that moment, the surrounding martial artists showered Zhu Peng with even more accolades. The Langya Pavilion had transformed into a cacophony of sycophantic praise at why Yining stood to the side, utterly speechless. Even Feng Li felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Wishing he could dig a hole and hide, he had known Zhu Peng for many years and had never heard him mention master, let alone claim acquaintance with the recently emerged black-clad slayer. Yet, Feng Li understood that Zhu Peng was an individual with a penchant for boasting, and this was a matter of personal pride. So he could only stand there, his face flushed, as Zhu Peng continued to brag. "What does the esteemed black-clad slayer look like? What realm is he at?" Someone inquired, seeking more details. Zhu Peng paused momentarily, then began to fabricate a story with utmost seriousness. Many years ago, he was already a powerful figure in the Void Flight realm. He has likely broken through to the Dan Void realm by now. Dan Void realm. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Wasn't he that on par with the head of the Hu family? Yining felt overwhelmed, unable to endure the farce any longer, and hastily exited the Langya Pavilion. Inside, the excited exclamations continued as Zhu Peng detailed how the black-clad slayer had single-handedly vanquished Han Kaishan's gang, claiming to have been a mere bystander witnessing the entire spectacle. Once outside the Langya Pavilion, Yining made his way toward the marketplace, contemplating selling some low-tier spirit artifacts found within Han Kaishan's storage ring. He was in urgent need of funds. Although 10 third-tier demon cores could fetch 30,000 spirit coins, one could never predict the unexpected twists of an auction. "Boy, purchase the sword method from the vendor in white." The voice of the elderly figure echoed in Yining's mind. Taken aback for a moment, Yining did not hesitate and approached the middle-aged man in white. To call his attire white would be an exaggeration. It was evident that the color had faded due to years of wear, As he drew closer, he noticed numerous patches, signifying a life of hardship. "How much for this sword method?" Yi Ning inquired. He would soon turn 25, and addressing the man as uncle felt entirely appropriate. 20,000 spirit coins. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly after appraising Yi Ning. Why Yi Ning was taken aback, regarding him with the eyes of a skeptic. 20,000 spirit coins. That's the equivalent of 4 fifth-tier demon cores. How many fifth-tier demon beasts must one slay to accumulate such wealth? Is it not the case that vendors typically fail to recognize the true value of such treasures? Would you consider reducing the price if I buy something else? Yi Ning, feeling somewhat reluctant, attempted to negotiate using tactics he had gleaned from obscure texts. Now it was the middle-aged man's turn to regard Yi Ning with a look of incredulity. His expression darkening with a hint of disdain, the friendly rapport they had established evaporated in an instant. "Are you going to buy it or not?" The middle-aged man's tone turned cold. Yi Ning inhaled sharply, realizing the folly of his haggling tactics. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of words, until ultimately the middle-aged man sat down in defeat, raising his hand in concession. "Fine, I'll sell it to you for 18,500 spirit coins." "Such a master negotiator. I've never seen a young man quite like you," the middle-aged man grumbled inwardly, cursing under his breath. Yi Ning's expression darkened. Each step he took felt heavier as he realized his 30,000 spirit coins had vanished in an instant. Just as he had begun to walk away, the middle-aged man called out timidly, "Young master, young master." Yi Ning turned back, observing the middle-aged man who appeared ready to collapse onto the ground. "Why not take a look at something else?" The man suggested awkwardly, gesturing toward the meager offerings on his table. Yi Ning approached the stall once more, examining each item carefully. However, nothing caught his interest. Shaking his head, he scoffed. "It's one thing for a young person to wish for an easy life. But you, a man in your 30s or 40s, still dream of making money without effort. Isn't that a bit shameless? What nonsense is that?" The middle-aged man's expression soured, and he stood up, brushing the dust from his trousers. "I'm in urgent need of money." "What is the purpose of money?" "To buy medicine." "Buy medicine? For whom?" Yi Ning gazed at the middle-aged man's faded clothing and noticed the fine blisters forming around his lips. For some reason, it felt as though the softest part of his heart had been touched. Why, daughter?" the middle-aged man replied, his throat dried. "We are all wanderers in this world, so why must we have known each other?" Yi Ning stared at the man, seeing a larger version of himself in him. Two men, both suffering for their loved ones, both anxious to gather funds for a life-saving remedy. "Take me to see your daughter. If what you say is true, I will cover all the expenses," Yi Ning said solemnly. An hour later, the two arrived at the middle-aged man's abode. Call an abode would be an exaggeration for the thatched cottage nestled in a corner of Pingan City. It was no wonder it took them an hour to return, and a thick layer of snow blanketed the cottage, some areas even frozen solid. Upon entering, a pungent herbal scent caused Yi Ning to cough incessantly. On the bed lay a girl, swathed in heavy blankets, her age comparable to that of Yi Jing, around 16 or 17, yet her complexion was so pale it resembled that of a ghost. A pile of yellow-brown towels covered her head, and dead skin flaked from her lips, twitching as if she were trying to speak or cough weakly. Upon hearing the commotion, the girl opened her eyes, and the faint smile that had graced her face transformed into sheer terror upon seeing Yi Ning. "Father," she called out softly, a hint of fear in her voice. The middle-aged man rushed to her side, patting her gently. Not be afraid. This is young master. He just purchased our sword square, and I brought him to see you." The girl appeared somewhat ashamed, sitting up and pulling her hair down to shield her face. She was acutely aware of how frightful she looked. "What has happened to her?" Yi Ning inquired. Before the middle-aged man could respond, tears began to stream down his face. "She has succumbed to the perils of cultivation." Yi Ning felt a pang of empathy upon hearing those words that he had often heard of practitioners who fell into madness during their training, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. His father had mentioned that one must maintain a clear mind and eliminate all distractions while cultivating, for otherwise one could easily lose themselves to madness. Out of every 10 martial artists, nearly 3 would succumb to this fate. A terrifying statistic. Some would exhibit mild symptoms, while others would suffer severely. Casting another glance at the girl, Yi Ning grasped the gravity of her condition. Nodding, he said, "Tell me, how much do you need for the remaining items? I will purchase them." The middle-aged man rummaged through his belongings, desperate to sell anything. Even the long unwashed garments he wore, estimating their worth to be around 5,000 spirit coins, while Yi Ning shot him a look of disdain. 500 spirit coins. I will not pay a single coin more. The middle-aged man, resigned, understood that this man was as unyielding as stone, and to have him take this refuse was already a stroke of fortune. With the transaction concluded, Yi Ning turned to leave. "Young Master Yi," the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, frantically rushing to Yi Ning's feet and kneeling before him, that a sense of foreboding surged within Yi Ning. "Young Master Yi, I beg you, save my daughter. Please, lend me some spirit coins. I will be your servant in my next life." "No, not in the next life. In this life, I will serve you like a beast of burden. I am willing to give everything. I will be your slave." The middle-aged man was in despair, clinging to Yi Ning's legs as if he were the only glimmer of hope in his dark world, his words tumbling out incoherently. "Dad," the girl screamed in anguish. Her pain palpable. "Oh, not kneel. Do not kneel." Tears streamed from her eyes, and in that moment, the loss of dignity and pride overwhelmed her. "Dad, get up, please." She struggled to rise from the bed, crawling towards the door. But her frail hands, mere skin and bone, soon became bloodied and raw. "That I would rather die than see my father suffer like this. I am worthless. I am a burden to this family. Because of me, my mother died, and now this." At this moment, it seemed both father and daughter had reached their breaking point, the long-held repression erupting forth, shaking the heavens, and moving the spirits. As she spoke, the girl pulled out a sharp dagger, aiming at her chest. It was clear that she had been preparing for this day. "Junya!" The middle-aged man finally released Yi Ning's legs and dashed into the room. Yi Ning swiftly struck the dagger from the girl's grasp. The father and daughter, entwined in despair, embraced each other tightly, weeping uncontrollably before Yi Ning. This scene bore a striking resemblance to that half-month prior, when Yi Jing awoke. And Yi Ning and Yi Jing wept tears of joy in Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. Yet this father-daughter duo cried out of hopelessness. "How much more do you need? If it is not too much, I am willing to assist," Yi Ning inquired, provided an IOU was written. Upon hearing Yi Ning's compassion, the middle-aged man quickly wiped away his tears and replied, "I have saved over 30,000 spirit coins over the years. And you just gave me over 10,000, but I still need 50,000 spirit coins." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning turned on his heel and walked away. Was he joking? He had yet to gather enough funds for his sister's treatment. 50,000 spirit coins were simply out of reach. Seeing Yi Ning so resolutely turn away, the middle-aged man felt as though his soul had been extracted, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. He was blinded by desperation, thinking Yi Ning possessed a fourth-tier spatial ring, and thus not lacking in funds. But he was mistaken. Yi Ning was even more impoverished, for the poison within Yi Jing was a true bottomless pit. "Brother Yi, please leave. My father is just momentarily confused." "Do not heed his words." From behind him, the girl spoke with boundless sorrow, guilt, and regret. Yi Ning's heart screamed, "Why do you want me to leave? Why are you calling me Brother Yi?" That address echoed as if it came from Yi Jing herself. The one thing Yi Ning dreaded most was that very term of endearment. Chapter 26. Hu Xian, the head of the Hu family. At the pinnacle of Dan Su. "Enough, enough." Yi Ning halted, his eyes moistening. "Do not misunderstand. It was not the plight of this tragic father-daughter duo that moved him, but rather the sting of losing 50,000 spirit coins. He had initially thought he would acquire wealth, only to discover it was a profound loss. After giving half of 250,000 spirit coins to Yin Xiaofei, Yi Ning was left with a mere 100,000. Now, a substantial portion had been spent on these strangers, and he wondered if the remaining funds would suffice for the elixir needed for Yi Jing's treatment. That it appeared he would have to borrow from Yin Xiaofei once more. Earlier that morning, Yi Ning had berated those who accused him of living off others. Now, just a few hours later, he found himself in a similar predicament. It seemed there was truth in the saying that while one may have a wrong name, they rarely have an incorrect nickname. The three gathered their belongings and returned to Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. Having already spent 50,000 spirit coins, they did not mind spending a bit more. After all, that thatched cottage was hardly suitable for habitation. One could catch a cold even when perfectly well. Yin Xiaofei was exceptionally gracious, her kindness and purity unwavering. She showed no displeasure at Yi Ning's unannounced arrival with strangers, instead warmly welcoming the father and daughter. Her enthusiasm left the middle-aged man somewhat flustered. He had heard of Yin Xiaofei's reputation, yet had never had the chance to engage with her personally. Yi Jing took the girl to wash up, and soon laughter echoed from the room, suggesting Yi Jing had a knack for comforting others. After a sumptuous dinner, the group deliberated on their next course of action. The immediate priority was to procure the 5th-tier elixir, the Heavenly Thunder Break Evil Pill, essential for the girl's survival. This elixir, even Yin Xiaofei cannot concoct, exists solely within the Hu family of Pingan City. Coincidentally, Yining also needs to visit the Hu family to collect the promised 10,000 spirit coins from Hutandang, making it a fortuitous detour. The girl, named Tang Junya, appeared significantly more radiant and fair after her bath. Yet when compared to Yin Xiaofei and Yi Jing, she still fell somewhat short. Nevertheless, after a hearty meal and a refreshing wash, her complexion had greatly improved, and she seemed less self-conscious and timid than before. What surprised Yining the most was the name of the middle-aged man. Tang Xiaoming. It seemed rather casual. Yin Xiaofei's small courtyard was quite spacious, previously quite empty, but she had never allowed anyone to reside there. With more people now, it had become rather lively. The smile on Yin Xiaofei's face had noticeably increased, making her even more radiant. They asked for the 50,000 spirit coins. Yin Xiaofei mentioned she could lend them. Yet for reasons unknown, the middle-aged man declined her goodwill, stating he only wished to owe Yining a favor. Yining rolled his eyes, realizing that he would eventually owe Yin Xiaofei a favor as well. Tang Xiaoming was clearly calculating his moves. Each of them had their own room, though Tang Junya felt a bit frightened and insisted on sharing a room with Yi Jing. The two young women, of similar age, quickly became inseparable confidants in less than half a day. The following day, everyone arrived at the Hu residence. Located in the southeastern direction of Pingan City, the entrance was marked by 2 colossal stone sculptures of auspicious Qilin. And the imposing red gate stood a full 10 feet tall, exuding an air of solemn grandeur that spoke to the status of its master. After multiple announcements, Yi Ning and his companions entered, discovering that the Hu residence was essentially an upgraded and enlarged version of Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. With an impressively strong surge of spiritual energy, it's a 3rd-tier gathering spirit array, Yin Xiaofei whispered. Yi Ning nodded, deepening his understanding of the Hu family's power. Young Master Yi, the family head is waiting for you. Please follow me, the steward, Hu Liang, said with a respectful bow, upon hearing that the head of the Hu family was personally receiving them. Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. The family head, Hu Xian, was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dan Void Realm, mere steps away from breaking into the enigmatic divine spirit realm. To be granted an audience with such a venerable individual was nothing short of significant. Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Ning realized he had been gravely mistaken. His previous assumptions were utterly incorrect. No wonder the Hu family commanded such authority in Pingan City. Hu Tandong's father was far from an elderly man. He appeared even younger than Tang Xiaoming and sat there like an unfathomably deep azure lake, emanating an intimidating presence without uttering a word. Young brother Yi, you have kept this old man waiting, Hu Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh as soon as Yi Ning stepped inside. The term young brother nearly caused Tang Xiaoming and his daughter to drop their jaws in disbelief. Their gazes toward Yi Ning shifted entirely. That a peak Dan Void Realm expert referred to a young man in the Qi condensation realm as young brother. What did this signify? Those in the know would certainly understand. Senior, you flatter me. It is the younger generation that has been remiss in not visiting you sooner. I was overwhelmed with various matters upon my return. Yi Ning quickly responded, raising a cup of tea. I dare to use tea in place of wine to offer my apologies. Ha! Hu Xian's laughter rang out, clearly pleased with Yi Ning's eloquence, his gaze growing increasingly favorable, akin to a father observing his own illegitimate son. If my ungrateful son possessed even half of your sensibility, I would find great solace. Wai Ning could only roll his eyes inwardly. Despite his youth, he was already a third-tier warrior of the Sky Command Realm. And while he may not be able to contend with the Dan Void Realm, he was undoubtedly an indomitable force within the Sky Command Realm. Even someone as formidable as Han Kai-shan would likely meet a grim fate in front of Hu Tandang. How could Hu Xian be dissatisfied with such a gifted son? If it were anyone else, they might be grinning from ear to ear. Young master who is quite young yet possesses commendable strength. Had it not been for the misunderstanding that day, the senior would not have had the pleasure of seeing the younger generation, Yi Ning said, attempting to flatter Hu Xian. Hu Xian raised a hand, interrupting Yi Ning's praises of Hu Tandang. That wayward son is unruly and temperamental. Do not take him to heart. He has never ventured far from home, lacks experience in handling affairs, and relies solely on reckless bravery. It was clear that Hu Xian held some discontent regarding Hu Tandang's capricious nature. Beside Hu Xian sat a beautiful woman, who slightly furrowed her brow at his words. How could you speak ill of your son in front of outsiders? Hu Xian coldly snorted, choosing not to respond. Wai Ning sensed the atmosphere turning tense and quickly interjected. Senior, I feel somewhat ashamed to admit that the purpose of my visit is to collect the 10,000 spirit coins promised by young Master Hu. I wonder if he has them ready? At that moment, Steward Hu Liang stepped forward, presenting a box that "It is all here. We also thank young Master Yi for your generosity. Too kind, too kind. It is young Master Hu's generosity towards me that I truly appreciate." Yi Ning quickly waved his hand. While the fourth-tier premium Wai Jingwo was indeed valuable, given the Hu family's resources, what treasures could they possibly lack? If not, Hu Xian would not be so displeased with Hu Tandang. Hu Tandang's intentions were rather simple. What belonged to his family was his father's, while the Wai Jingwo was something he earned through his own merit. It was his own wealth. Little did he realize that the money he spent was still funded by his father. This cycle merely represented a change in form. Take Yi Ning, for example, the renowned general of the Yin Kingdom. Historical records state that he joined the military at the age of 14, gradually rising to the position of the national general within 10 years. How inspiring! Yet few recognize that without his father's background and status, without the robust support of the Yi family army, even if he perished on the battlefield, attaining the rank of general would have been impossible. All things and beings are bound by this ironclad rule. The efforts of generations give rise to the brilliance of one. I wonder what plans young brother Yi has for the future. Though Pingan City is small, it harbors great talent, and our Hu family is somewhat renowned. Hu Xian casually inquired. Wai Ning paused, contemplating for a moment before speaking candidly. To be honest, my younger sister has been afflicted by a peculiar poison, and I fear I cannot stay here long. As soon as these words left his mouth, before Hu Xian could respond, Tang Xiaoming began to cough repeatedly at his side. Foolish child, to cling to the Hu family is to rise to great heights. Countless people yearn to forge a connection with the Hu family. How could you so bluntly refuse? Hu Xian nodded, as if already anticipating this. Take this token. For our first meeting, I, as an elder, have nothing of great value to present. So please do not be picky. Since the conversation had reached this point, to refuse further would seem ungrateful. Wai Ning obediently accepted the token, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Senior, I have one more request. That Wai Ning felt his cheeks flush slightly. Having just declined a favor, he was now asking for assistance. Yet he pressed on. Hu Xian's smile grew wider, seeming even more pleased than before. I have a younger sister who encountered a mishap while training and requires a heavenly thunder-breaking demon pill. I have prepared 100,000 spirit coins. Might you assist me? Yi Ning placed a second-tier spatial ring on the table, containing the 100,000 spirit coins he had borrowed from Yin Xiaofei. Excellent, Hu Xian readily agreed, leaving Yi Ning momentarily questioning his own ears. Moments later, Hu Liang returned from the treasure vault, presenting the heavenly thunder-breaking demon pill to Yi Ning. Suddenly, Hu Xian turned to Yin Xiaofei and said, Miss Yin, should you lack anything, do not hesitate to voice it. Our Hu family will do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Yin Xiaofei, still veiled, smiled sweetly, her expressive eyes shimmering with life. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Hu Xian nodded, then proceeded to offer tea and bid farewell. Once Yi Ning and the others departed, Hu Tandang's mother, Alcishua inquired, "Why do you place such importance on that young man in black?" Hu Xian's expression turned serious. "Did you not hear your son? He is the infamous black-clad assassin of the Qianyao mountain range. Then why not offer him a favor and gift him the elixir?" Alcishua still seemed puzzled. Moreover, with that girl from the Yin family present, wouldn't he that be killing two birds with one stone? Hu Xian glanced at his wife, sighing, "You truly do not understand the youth of today. The more equitable the transaction, the more he can perceive the Hu family's respect for him, making it easier to gain his favor." Alcishua nodded, somewhat comprehending, and her admiration for her husband deepened. She wrapped her arm around his, playfully lamenting, "It's a pity that the Yin girl seems to have an interest in young Master Yi. Does our son not stand a chance?" Hu Xian replied coldly, "Do not indulge in such daydreams. Even without Yi Ning, the Hu family cannot afford to aspire to such heights. As for Yi Ning, if he were to develop feelings for Yin Xiaofei, it would surely lead to his untimely demise. Moreover, do not get too close to Yin Xiaofei. She has come out to seek solitude, and the more kindness you show her, the more she will resent it." Lucishua nodded, secretly relieved that her husband had given her this advice early on, or she would have unwittingly visited Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. Outside the Hu residence, Hu Liang clasped his hands behind his back and suddenly spoke. "Young Master Yi, my master has instructed me to inform you that there exists a place in the great Qin Empire, known as the Qingshu Medical Pavilion, which specializes in the study of various rare poisons. Perhaps they can cure the gu poison afflicting your sister Dada." This statement filled Yi Ning with both surprise and joy, greatly increasing his admiration for the wild and unruly young man. "Please convey my gratitude to the young master, who that if my sister can indeed be saved, I shall return to share a drunken revelry with him." Hu Liang's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed the visibly excited Yi Ning, inwardly marveling at his master's clever maneuver. Chapter 27. The Three Calamities. Breakthrough. Opening the meridians. Upon returning to Yin Xiaofei's small courtyard, Yi Ning told the others that he would enter seclusion for cultivation, then secured the doors and windows before entering the space of the Absolute Sword. "Senior, Senior," Yi Ning called out loudly. "Where is the soul?" The elderly man with white hair responded with displeasure, his weariness evident as if he might fall into a deep slumber at any moment. Observing the frailty of the elder, Yi Ning felt an urgent pang of anxiety. "Senior, aside from seeking my mother, how else can I save you? Finding the Jade Spirit Elixir could prolong my life for a few more years." The elderly man said in a calm manner, "Jade Spirit Elixir? Good." Yi Ning silently noted the name. The elder shook his head, lamenting internally, "Time is too short. Less than a year remains, and it may be difficult to accomplish." However, he did not voice these concerns, as long as the young master remained safe and sound. The elder roused himself. "You should cultivate here and heal your internal injuries, that Yi Ning retrieved the sword formula from a spatial ring." "Senior, aren't we supposed to forge a sword?" The elder shook his head. "Not now. This sword formula is unlike the rapid one I previously provided. It requires the 7 emotions true fire to forge." 7 emotions true fire. What is that? It refers to the joys, anger, sorrow, happiness, fear, and contemplation found within the earthly calamity. Yi Ning nodded, seemingly grasping the concept. Though not entirely cross-legged, Yi Ning began to operate the circulatory cycle of his energy. Although the spiritual energy within the space of the Absolute Sword was not particularly dense, it was not sparse either, comparable to the outside world. Moreover, Yi Ning increasingly felt that the spiritual energy within the space of the Absolute Sword was fundamentally different from that of the external realm. This energy was more profound, more precious. This was evidenced by how swiftly the spiritual energy could heal the fractures within Yi Ning's body. The bones that had been broken in battle were healing at a visible rate. Enveloped by the spiritual energy that it was an exquisite itch. Even some hidden injuries that Yi Ning had not yet detected were quietly recovering. These hidden injuries were concealed within his dantian and muscles. Insidious and elusive. Many powerful warriors succumbed to madness overnight due to the accumulation of such hidden injuries. Yet now, with the aid of the unique spiritual energy within the space of the Absolute Sword, Yi Ning was free from such concerns. Time passed, and eventually, All of Yining's hidden injuries were restored to their original state. He took out the Waya Jingwo from his spatial ring and swallowed it whole. Boom! A surge of spiritual energy erupted within Yining, gathering immense power in his dantian. Bubbling like boiling water, but a series of sharp pains surged from his dantian as he absorbed the energy. In an instant, he broke through to the 8th level of qi condensation, but that was still far from enough. He pressed on towards the 9th level. 9th level of qi condensation, break in the next moment. Yining entered one of the 3 calamities, the human accommodation calamity. 10th level of qi condensation. The vast amount of spiritual energy from the Waya Jingwo continued to erupt fiercely, yet it could never fill this bottomless pit. The human accommodation calamity refers to the 5 declines of heaven and man. Yining felt as if he had suddenly plunged into an abyss of despair. Here it was pitch black, that why Yining could see nothing, hear no sound, smell no scent, and touch no object. Most critically, he could not even sense the existence of his own body, that a wave of panic surged within Yining, but he quickly adjusted to a state of emotional neutrality. However, even this slight fluctuation made him feel increasingly uncomfortable, yearning to break free from this predicament and even contemplate self-destruction. That why Yining hurriedly steadied his mind, refusing to entertain any wild thoughts. Just then, for reasons unknown, the image of Tang Junya succumbing to madness flooded his mind. That terrifying visage, that grotesque face, became clearer and more imposing within his thoughts. But having served in the military since childhood, Yining's willpower was not to be compared with that of ordinary people. Regardless of how Tang Junya tormented him, he remained indifferent, even when she extended her grotesquely long, crimson tongue to lick him. Yining remained unmoved. That tongue would occasionally caress his face, then his lips, and then envelop him entirely. It was utterly repulsive. Before long, Tang Junya let out a shrill scream, seemingly resentful of her fruitless attempts, producing a horrifying wail that echoed into the distance, until she vanished without a trace. 10th level of qi condensation, break. Less than half of the vast spiritual energy from the Waya Jingwo remained, yet it was sufficient for Yining to advance to the next calamity, the earthly calamity. 7 emotions together, Yining's emotions fluctuated wildly, amplifying and exaggerating to extremes. One moment, he felt a joy so profound it could lead to laughter, and the next he was engulfed in despair to the point of contemplating suicide. Each emotion demanded Yining to savor it deeply, free from interference. Boy, hold your breath and concentrate. Seize them. Suddenly, the elderly man's voice echoed in Yining's mind. Can emotions be seized? Yining pondered, but soon, a beam of white light surged in, revealing a swirling mass of flames of various colors before him. It turned out that these emotions manifested as fiery entities, burning fiercely against Yining's body. However, they required a seed to be visible. The elderly man had just implanted that seed within Yining. Gather! Yining commanded fiercely within, gripping the flames tightly in his hands, refusing to let go despite their searing heat and pain. He aimed to tame these flames for his own use. After a short while, these flames, born of emotional turmoil, submitted to Yining and were absorbed into his body. 11th layer of qi refinement. Break! Yining took a deep breath, and the next challenge awaited him. The most arduous trial of all. The solar calamity, cycle of life and death. As the scene shifted, Yining found himself in the sweltering heat of summer. Standing amidst an endless desert, his throat was parched, and he was on the brink of dying from thirst. Whoosh! A black spear hurtled towards Yining, who swiftly rolled away to evade it. A lithe figure appeared in the air, revealing herself to be the naked Jiang Qian. Her expression was twisted with rage, her eyes brimming with malice. Yining, I shall make you accompany me in death. Jiang Qian bellowed, brandishing the black spear towards him. In an instant, the entire desert split in two, a massive sandstorm rising behind Jiang Qian. It seemed as though her fury could command the very desert itself. Wai Yining desperately attempted to gather his sword intent, but found himself utterly powerless. Cursed, he ran toward the distance, but no matter how fast he sprinted, he remained trapped in this illusion, the black spear closing in on him. With no other choice, Yi Ning clenched his right fist and struck the spear with all his might. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the spear pierced through Yi Ning's right arm, sending him crashing painfully into the desert. Yet he dared not delay, for Jiang Qian was already upon him. Crack! With a fierce motion, Yi Ning snapped the spear in two, channeling all his spiritual power into his left hand to strike at Jiang Qian. Puffed! Jiang Qian waved her hand dismissively, and in an instant, Yi Ning's entire left arm fell away. Yi Ning. Jiang Qian extended her long, sharp nails towards his chest. If that's the case, let us perish together. Yi Ning resolved fiercely, breaking his own right arm at a 90-degree angle, and then thrusting the remaining sharp tip of the spear towards Jiang Qian's head. Puffed! Naked and exposed, Jiang Qian felt an icy chill as the gun's muzzle pierced her skull. Simultaneously, her sharp nails dug into Yi Ning's chest, yet the subsequent action ceased. Panting heavily, Yi Ning returned to the realm of the absolute sword space. His entire being drenched as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water. With a lingering sense of dread, he touched his chest, relieved to discover it was all merely an illusion. However, this illusion was unnervingly vivid, particularly the agonizing pain that seemed to penetrate to his very marrow. He had transcended to the first stage of the opening veins realm. Broken, Chapter 28. The marvelous application of sword intent and spiritual radiance. Yi Ning's astonishment. Within the absolute sword space, the elderly man with silver hair regarded the drenched Yi Ning with an expression of peculiar scrutiny, as if evaluating a strange creature. Since ancient times, the number of martial artists who could surpass the celestial Yang tribulation could be counted on one hand, and none had ever succeeded in overcoming it twice. The elder had only managed to transcend to the earthly Yin tribulation. Hence he was unaware of the trials posed by the celestial Yang tribulation. Yet he was not oblivious to its inherent dangers. Yi Ning felt somewhat uneasy under the elder's gaze, as if he were standing there unclothed. During his previous breakthrough to the condensation of qi, he had felt nothing. Yet this time, the peril felt particularly acute. He had a vague sense that this was related to the experiences he had endured recently. It seemed that the more lives he took, the more treacherous the celestial Yang tribulation became. The wheel of karma was turning. Now, Yi Ning was weary and fatigued, longing to simply lie down. Thus he did not linger within the absolute sword space. Upon stepping outside, he realized that merely a day and a night had passed. He had slept soundly for several days. After awakening, he returned immediately to the absolute sword space, where he had now mastered the 7 flames of true fire and was ready to commence sword forging. With a flick of his robe, the elder released an array of colorful ores, which clattered as they fell. Yi Ning resumed his laborious task of refining the ores. Countless cycles of day and night passed, and after much effort, Yi Ning finally purified several ores devoid of impurities. Following the instructions from Tang Xiaoming's sword manual, he began the process of forging a sword, under the enhancement of the 7 flames of true fire. These pure ores melted into a liquid state, allowing Yi Ning to delicately sketch out the form of the spiritual sword, meticulously adjusting the proportions of the various ores. After dozens of failures, he finally forged his second sword. This blade measured 3 feet and 6 inches in length, its body as dark as ink, strikingly conspicuous. Waves of profound spiritual energy emanated from it, marking it as a rare 4th-grade middle-tier spiritual sword. No wonder Tang Xiaoming dared to sell it for such a high price. It appeared his ancestors had also known prosperity. This time, Yi Ning was much more composed, less exuberant, yet he could not suppress the smile that graced his face. The elder took the spiritual sword, examining it thoroughly as one might caress a cherished companion. Nodding in approval, "Very good. You've made progress." Fearing that the elder might damage the sword, Yi Ning quickly exclaimed, "Senior, I have yet to memorize the appearance of this sword. Allow me to observe it once more." The elder, fully aware of Yi Ning's intentions, said nothing further and casually tossed the sword back to him. "Rest assured, it is no longer necessary to destroy the sword. You simply need to commit its form to memory and sketch it within your mind." The elder's calm demeanor reassured Yi Ning. The previous destruction of the sword had been imperative to push Yi Ning to a point of no return, forcing him into a desperate struggle. Otherwise, he might have harbored a sense of complacency. Believing he had alternative paths to follow, Wai Ning meticulously memorized the appearance of the ink-dark spiritual sword, carefully placing it within his spatial ring, and began to meditate, sketching the sword's form in his mind. Half an hour later, he exclaimed in delight, "It's done." Within a sea of consciousness, two spiritual swords hovered silently, one gleaming brilliantly, the other as dark as ink, like the duality of yin and yang. Yi Ning spread his palms. In his right hand was a third-grade spiritual sword, and in his left, a fourth-grade spiritual sword. Furthermore, as his realm had now ascended to the opening vein stage, the length of his sword intent and spiritual radiance had also increased dramatically. It now measured a full 2 zhang, equivalent to the combined length of both his hands. It was sharper and more unyielding than ever, a sight that one could hardly gaze upon directly. Should he encounter the short-haired youth again, it would surely be Hu Tandang who faced a crushing defeat, and a humiliating one at that, even against the ancient beast, the stone python of the early 4th grade. Yi Ning now felt confident in severing its head within 5 moves. The current Yi Ning was truly a terror to behold, an invincible presence beneath the opening veins realm, and even the spirit control and sky ascendance realms. After reveling in this moment of self-satisfaction, Yi Ning suddenly recalled the perilous celestial yang tribulation he had just faced, lamenting his lack of martial techniques. He promptly rose and inquired, "Senior, could you impart to me some additional martial techniques? Without my sword intent and spiritual radiance, I seem devoid of any means to combat. Do you not still possess the 7 flames of true fire?" The elder replied, somewhat surprised. "7 flames of true fire? Can this truly be employed for combat?" Yi Ning opened his palm, revealing 7 colors of flame that danced and flickered, resembling spirited sprites. Not only can it be used for combat, it is an unparalleled tool for murder. If you genuinely wish to kill someone, you can silently incinerate them. That if you prefer not to kill, a mere flicker can slowly torment them. The 7 flames correspond to the 7 emotions and 6 desires of man. Great desires can lead to lost lives. Have you not heard? The elder elucidated. The Wai Ning's expression darkened as he bellowed. Such malevolent and insidious methods. I find them quite appealing, Senior. I still feel that the application of sword intent and spiritual radiance is rather monotonous. Are there no other uses? Yi Ning retracted the 7 flames of true fire and continued his inquiry. The weakness lies not within the sword intent and spiritual radiance, but within you. The elder's eyes narrowed sharply. Watch closely, you little rascal. With a sudden motion, he gathered an ocean of spiritual energy into his palm, and a sword intent and spiritual radiance appeared that made Yi Ning reluctant to gaze directly upon it. It was fully 5 feet in length. The elder gripped the sword intent and spiritual radiance tightly, swiftly swinging it several times. He had transformed the sword intent and spiritual radiance into a weapon. Yi Ning began to grasp something profound. All along, Yi Ning had treated sword intent and spiritual radiance as concealed weapons, never considering that he could wield it directly. Of course, this was also due to the fact that his current sword intent and spiritual radiance was too short to grasp. Boom! 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 The continuous sounds of explosions reverberated throughout the absolute sword space. In the distance, 5 formidable rifts appeared. The elder had unleashed 5 terrifying sword energies using the sword intent and spiritual radiance. Yi Ning stood agape. Logically, a martial artist must first cultivate sword energy before refining it into sword radiance, taking one step at a time to gradually grow stronger. Yet the elder seemed to have completely reversed this process. He first condensed the sword intent and spiritual radiance, then used it to unleash sword energy. Although the essential differences between the two remained unclear, Yi Ning could see. This elder sword energy was likely thousands of times more potent than typical sword energy. Observing the admiration in Yi Ning's eyes, the elder contentedly stroked his beard. Now, do you still find the application of sword intent and spiritual radiance monotonous? He released the spiritual energy from his hand, asking with a knowing smile. Unaware of the truth, Yi Ning shook his head, realizing that the true fool had been himself. Chapter 29. How about giving you my daughter? Yi Ning emerges from seclusion. In the ensuing days, Yi Ning continued his training within the absolute sword space. Having witnessed the elder's mastery of sword intent and spiritual radiance, he was eager to extend the length of his own. Thus, he fervently began to practice using the Do stones, the only treasure on the Sword Yuan continent capable of enhancing the length of spiritual radiance. In the early days within the Snow Cloud City, Yi Ning accepted the life-saving funds from several prominent families, including Mu Rong Shi Qin, totaling 18 Do stones. Through his desperate efforts, Yi Ning finally absorbed every last one of those stones, leaving none behind. At last, his sword intent manifested into a radiant glow, reaching an impressive length of 1 foot, just enough to be grasped. Within his mind, the Ling Yao Wu Ji technique detailed how to unleash sword energy using this sword intent. A process akin to the typical method of releasing sword Qi.it required traversing through specific meridians, utilizing unique acupoints, and employing a specialized method of condensing spiritual energy in order to cleave through with sword Qi. After practicing diligently for the better part of the day, Yi Ning was able to unleash his first sword Qi. He quickly became increasingly proficient. It must be said, the Ling Yao Wu Ji technique was indeed a perfect match for him. Feeling he had grasped the essence, Yi Ning bid farewell to the silver-haired elder and exited the space of the absolute sword. Upon emerging, he found himself both hungry and fatigued to a rather desperate degree. He hastily opened his door and called for Yi Jing to prepare a meal for him. Upon hearing of Yi Ning's emergence, Yin Xiaofei and the others rushed over. Yin Xiaofei, with a hint of reproach, exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're out. Otherwise, the auction would be starting tomorrow." Ah! Yi Ning awkwardly scratched the back of his head, wondering just how long he had been in seclusion. Did he not recall returning from the Hu residence with still half a month before the auction date? The flow of time in the space of the absolute sword differed from that of the outside world, leaving Yi Ning truly unaware. Moreover, in his perspective, no matter how much time passed within that space, it was merely a single day in the external realm. Half a month has already passed. Yin Xiaofei's tone rose. Tang Junya, standing nearby, giggled, "Sister Yin is simply dying to see Brother Yi. Impudent girl, you deserve a beating." Yin Xiaofei playfully swatted at Tang Junya, observing the lively and cheerful Tang Junya. Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, questioning if this was truly the same Tang Junya he had first encountered. Upon noticing Yi Ning's gaze, Tang Junya shyly turned away, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Yi." Yi Ning rubbed his head. "No need to mention it that you're about the same age as Yi Jing. You're both like my little sisters, don't take it to heart. And where is your father?" Yi Ning shifted the topic. Why father has been out and about, spending his days at the Leisure Inn, drinking. Tang Junya replied softly. It seemed that once Tang Junya's obsessions had lifted, that old scoundrel had become somewhat carefree. Yin Xiaofei stood to the side, visibly displeased. Yi Ning quickly motioned for Tang Junya to head downstairs while he invited Yin Xiaofei into the room. Ah, time truly flies, and one loses track of the years. Yi Ning mused, half seriously. With half a month having passed outside, did that not mean he had spent at least a year within the space of the absolute sword? Yin Xiaofei cupped her chin in her hands, her wide eyes fixed on Yi Ning without blinking. "Am I that handsome?" Yi Ning, feeling somewhat insecure, touched his cheek. Yin Xiaofei shot him an exasperated glance. Only those who genuinely have someone in their hearts understand the torment of yearning when separated. Each passing moment is an exquisite agony. Life is fraught with 3,000 ailments, yet only longing cannot be healed. Yin Xiaofei gazed at Yi Ning, playfully winking with her left eye, gently murmuring. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly turned her head away. Previously, Yin Xiaofei had merely felt a twinge of affection for Yi Ning. But when he truly vanished from her sight, she realized that, unbeknownst to her, this man had come to occupy her heart and mind. Otherwise, with her composure, she would not feel a pang of unease at the thought of Yi Ning speaking to others. Yi Ning felt similarly. After all, he had spent a year in the space of the absolute sword, and his longing for Yin Xiaofei far surpassed her feelings for him. Yi Ning stood and approached Yin Xiaofei, cautiously brushing his right hand against her delicate fingers, as smooth as jade. Yin Xiaofei recoiled as if struck by lightning, unable to meet Yi Ning's gaze. Yi Ning's breath quickened. They shared an unspoken understanding, yet hesitated to take that next step. Yining feared to elicit Yin Xiaofei's aversion. While her mind raced in a tumult of confusion, it is often said that one's heart can be in disarray, but Yin Xiaofei had never truly felt such turmoil until now. Finally, summoning his courage, Yining clasped her delicate hand. At first, her hand struggled vigorously, but after a moment, she seemed to relent, allowing Yining to hold it gently. Yining felt as though he had 1,000 words to say, yet did not know how to begin. Suddenly, the door swung open with a crash, and Yi Jing bounced in, exclaiming, "Brother, dinner is ready." With a swift motion, the two separated as if caught in a secret affair. Adopting an air of decorum, Yining, maintaining a stern expression, nodded and cleared his throat. "All right." The Yi Jing's little eyes darted between Yining and the now flushed Yin Xiaofei, a grin spreading across her face. "Dinner isn't ready yet. We still need one more dish. 10 minutes enough for you, brother." Without a moment's thought, Yining agreed. It took a while for him to realize, and he furiously muttered, "That little brat, 3 days without a beating, and she's climbing the walls." After they had finished their meal, Tang Xiaoming stumbled in, clearly intoxicated. Upon spotting Yining, he burst into laughter. "Oh, isn't this the one and only soft rice king?" The joyful atmosphere instantly froze, and everyone stared at Tang Xiaoming in shock. Yining's face darkened, like the bottom of a pot. Good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far and wide. "Father," Tang Junya called out anxiously. "Tang, my boy, living the good life? I see. But when will you return the remaining 100,000 spirit coins?" Yining questioned in a low voice that the mention of the 100,000 spirit coins. Tang Xiaoming visibly shivered, a wave of alcohol surging forth as he spilled some onto the floor. "But, young master Yi, I've had too much to drink that I don't care whether you're drunk or not. You claimed you had 50,000 spirit coins. Give me that first, and you can return the remaining 50,000 at your leisure," Yining insisted, relentless. "Please don't." Tang Xiaoming panicked. Glancing around, he abruptly pushed Tang Junya away. "How about I marry my daughter to you as a form of repayment?" "Father, what nonsense are you talking about?" Tang Junya stamped her foot in anger, tears glistening in her eyes as she fled. Tang Xiaoming watched his daughter run off, letting out a silent sigh. His face, still bearing the effects of intoxication, bore a silly grin. Seeing Tang Xiaoming truly inebriated, Yining could only assist him back to rest. Throughout the journey, Tang Xiaoming continued to drunkenly shout about Yining marrying Tang Junya, making Yining want to punch him. After finally getting him to bed, Yining returned outside, where only Yi Jing and Yin Xiaofei remained. "Brother, you've broken through to the meridian opening realm," Yi Jing exclaimed in delight. "Yes," Yining smiled back, having not seen Yi Jing for a long time. He felt a deep longing, but suddenly recalling her actions that night, he hesitated with his hand outstretched to pat her head, only to retract it awkwardly. Yet Yi Jing seemed oblivious as she leaped into Yining's embrace. Holding him tightly, Yining gently patted her back. "Tomorrow, the Qianluo auction will begin. I will definitely help you secure the Lan Sheng ginseng." Yi Jing released him. "I'll go check on Junya. You can chat with Sister Yin." Yin Xiaofei quickly added, "I'll go with you." Currently, she felt apprehensive about being alone with Yining, fearing that he might make any other advances which she wouldn't know how to refuse. Chapter 30. The Temptation of the Auction. Someone is sabotaging. The Qianluo auction house was teeming with people. All the prominent figures of Ping'an City had gathered, and naturally, they would not mingle with the ordinary martial artists outside. Even Yining and his companions basked in the glow of Yin Xiaofei's status, walking through the VIP passageway to the exclusive high-end member room belonging to Yin Xiaofei, situated on the topmost 5th floor. This room was one of only a few, highlighting the esteemed lineage of Yin Xiaofei. Even the residence of Hu Xian, the head of the Hu family, was merely on the 3rd floor at 12:15. The auction commenced punctually. First, several enchanting beauties clad in tight, transparent dresses adorned with white rabbit ears entered in succession, dancing fervently to the stimulating music that filled the hall. The sight ignited a fervor among the male martial artists, their eyes narrowing in excitement. In such an environment, the urge for irrational spending could easily arise. The Qianluo auction house expertly manipulated the very essence of human nature, Once the performance concluded, a voluptuous woman in a striking red dress stepped forward, embodying the essence of a grand entrance. The neckline of her dress revealed a generous expanse of flawless skin, captivating the audience's gaze. The custom-made qipao accentuated her figure beautifully, her golden ratio height rendering her an exquisite vision. With each step she took in her intricately designed heeled boots, a tantalizing sound echoed, stirring a sense of yearning among the onlookers. Even her exposed toes appeared exquisitely rounded and pearly white. Utterly flawless, the male martial artists collectively quickened their breaths, their gazes turning predatory. Yet amidst this throng, Yi Ning maintained his composure, meditating like an old monk, eyes fixed ahead, unperturbed by the spectacle. It was impossible for him to look away, especially with Yin Xiaofei, Tang Junya, and even Yi Jing occasionally casting glances in his direction. On the side, Tang Xiaoming was breathless, 2 streams of blood trickling from his nose. Disgraceful. Yi Ning chastised silently. Valiant hunters of the demon. Welcome to the Qianluo auction house, the voice of the woman in red, laced with 3 parts charm and 7 parts allure, resonated throughout the hall, amplified by her spiritual energy, enveloping every corner. It was a siren call that ensnared many of the less resolute male martial artists, inciting them to react impulsively. The first item up for auction was the 3rd-tier spiritual sword, the Bailey Thundercloud sword. Boom! The auction kicked off with a bang. In the sword origin continent, who among men, whether a true martial artist or merely an ordinary person, had not fantasized during their youth about wielding a sword, traversing the world, and becoming a heroic figure who fought against evil? This was a sentiment Yi Ning could deeply empathize with regarding Hu Tandang. Were it not for his sister and the burdens he bore, he too would have cherished such dreams. Alas, he lacked the freedom and support that Hu Tandang enjoyed. The sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches, capable of traversing 100 miles in an instant when wielded, and most importantly, after the commotion subsided, the woman in red articulated clearly, it carries lightning within it, naturally countering demonic cultivators and monstrous races. It is an indispensable treasure for anyone venturing into the Demon Mountain Range. Whoever claims this sword will become the next dark-clad assassin of the Demon Mountain Range. They will be the hero who vanquishes evil and upholds justice. They will ascend to the pinnacle of life and win the hand of a beautiful and wealthy partner. Her words grew increasingly impassioned, elevating the atmosphere within the hall to a fever pitch. As the excitement reached its zenith, she struck a gong. Starting bid, 400,000 spirit coins. Gasp! This figure effectively deterred most martial artists present. Tang Xiaoming clenched his fists in indignation, exclaiming, "That's a full 100,000 spirit coins more than the average 3rd-tier spiritual sword. What a heartless merchant!" Moreover, the lightning only counters demonic cultivators, with little effect on monstrous races. This is false advertising. Most crucially, that sword appears to be at best a 3rd-tier mid-grade. The woman only mentions it as a 3rd tier, omitting its grade. This is fraudulent consumption. His remarks garnered the attention of Yi Ning and Yin Xiaofei, both casting sideways glances in surprise. Why Yi Ning asked, "Uncle Tang, were your ancestors swordsmiths?" With pride, Tang Xiaoming replied. "And where do you think the sword techniques come from?" At that moment, Tang Junya murmured, "It was I who caused father to sell the sword techniques." Tang Xiaoming shot her a glare. "Your father's favorite. Don't indulge in such reckless thoughts." He then muttered under his breath, "I believe our ancestors will understand my intentions." Why Yi Ning, displaying a hint of bravado, produced his own 4th-tier spiritual sword from his storage ring and asked, "What do you think of the craftsmanship of this sword?" Tang Xiaoming stammered, This, my heavens, is this a 4th-tier mid-grade spiritual sword?" He caressed the jet-black blade reverently, his demeanor reminiscent of an elderly sage. "This must be crafted from my Tang family's sword techniques, right? What a fine sword, truly magnificent. Here, daughter, this sword now belongs to you," Tang Xiaoming declared with fervor. "Our Tang family has a long lineage of swordsmithing. Though this sword's craftsmanship may be rudimentary, the flames and materials used in its forging are of the highest quality. With it, you will soon become a legendary heroine." He handed the sword to Tang Junya with great seriousness. "Ye Ning, Yan Xiaofei, Ye Ving." Tang Xiaoming, This is the spiritual sword I painstakingly forged. Yi Ning gritted his teeth, fists clenched, barely containing his fury. Tang Xiaoming, with a straight face, sipped his spiritual tea. Did you not purchase the sword techniques? You. Yi Ning glared at Tang Junya, who was enamored by the sword. Ultimately, he had no further words that if he had known this would transpire, he would not have been so impulsive. Why had he been blind to Tang Xiaoming's true nature when they first met? A wave of self-reproach washed over him. Below, the clamor of excitement surged, each wave more intense than the last. Eventually, the third-tier lower-grade Bailey Thundercloud sword fetched an astounding 57,000 spirit coins. The Qianluo auction house had made a tearful profit of nearly 300,000 spirit coins in this initial round. As the subsequent items were presented, Yi Ning found himself increasingly agitated by Tang Xiaoming. Losing interest until the appearance of the Lan Sheng ginseng rekindled his focus. Next up for auction is the second-tier top-grade spiritual herb. Lan Sheng ginseng, although its tier is not particularly high, it is exceedingly rare and irreplaceable for detoxification. Starting bid, 25,000 spirit coins. Before Yi Ning could speak, bids began to echo, quickly escalating to 36,000 spirit coins. Yi Ning inwardly cursed. Damn it, didn't they say hunters are all broke? Could it be that these people are all Qianluo auction house's shills? 40,000 spirit coins. Yi Ning could no longer remain silent. Sure enough, his voice silenced the hall instantaneously. As if the previous bidders had vanished, Yi Ning pounded his thigh, feeling a sense of discomfort at being toyed with. However, 40,000 spirit coins remained within his budget. Very well, the esteemed hunter from the Tianzi Jia room bids 40,000 spirit coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The woman in red called out cheerfully, her hand already poised to strike the gong. Today, she felt an authentic thrill. Although she was to receive only 10% of the proceeds, it was already a substantial fortune. The phrase 3 years without business, and when it opens, it feeds for 3 years, seemed to describe her perfectly. She playfully adjusted her neckline and cast a flirtatious glance toward the Tianzi Jia room, imagining how splendid it would be if the occupant were to take an interest in her, securing a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Money, truly, it is omnipotent. It can make even the most unlikely things come to fruition. Vulgar, brazen vixen, Yi Jing muttered under her breath, not without reason. Among the attendees, aside from the 2 men, she was the only one lacking in endowments. 50,000 spirit coins. Suddenly, a hoarse voice emerged from a corner of the hall, as a figure in a black cloak slowly raised a token in his hand. Chapter 31. The 7 Flames of True Fire Unleashed. Yi Ning in pursuit. The auction hall fell into an immediate silence. The fervent atmosphere dissipated abruptly. Everyone was both astonished that a mere second-tier spiritual herb commanded such a price, and equally shocked that someone dared to challenge the master of the Tianzi room. That was the Tianzi room. Each individual seated within could likely outmatch even the Qianluo auction house itself. How audacious for an ordinary martial artist, devoid of status, background, or strength, to be so brazen. Such a spectacular scene was enough to astonish and delight anyone present. Yi Ning's brows knit tightly. He had never anticipated such a turn of events today. The 55,000 spirit coins. After a moment of silence, fearing the woman in red might strike the gong, Yi Ning hastily interjected. 60,000 spirit coins. Boom! Upon the utterance of these words, everyone comprehended that the figure clad in black robes lurking in the corner was not in search of any elixir. Rather, he was intent on opposing the master of the Tianzi Jia house. Yi Ning gazed intently at the shadow of the black-robed individual below, struggling to discern his identity. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he stood upright, fixated on the man in black. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A fervent desire to descend and dispatch him immediately. The woman in red also sensed the anomaly and promptly exclaimed, "Esteemed demon hunter, please proceed to the back for a verification of your funds." Without hesitation, the black-robed man produced a third-tier spatial ring. The red-clad woman inspected it with skepticism, only to find herself dumbfounded, even taking a step back. Inside, there lay a staggering sum of 600,000 spirit coins, along with various demon cores, spiritual artifacts, and a plethora of bloodied garments belonging to women. This man was undoubtedly a bandit. The realization of the black-robed man's identity dawned upon her in an instant. Trembling, she returned the spatial ring, casting an apologetic glance at him. "My sincerest apologies." The auction continued. 60,000 spirit coins. "Are there any other hunters willing to raise the bid?" 3, 2, 70,000 spirit coins. Yin Xiaofei, noticing Yi Ning's indifference, quickly called out softly. I could see that moment. All the martial artists in the hall heard her voice, for she was undeniably the center of attention in Ping'an City. I knew that voice sounded familiar. "It turns out the guest of Tianzi Jia House is that soft rice king," someone exclaimed with a sly grin. The crowd erupted in laughter. Their curiosity piqued as they cast glances at the black-robed figure in the hall. Who was he to be at odds with the soft rice king? Or perhaps he harbored a grudge against Yin Xiaofei out of jealousy? 100,000 spirit coins. The black-robed man remained unfazed, his voice hoarse and devoid of any emotion. "Die. Just die." Upon hearing the black-robed man call out the exorbitant sum of 100,000 spirit coins, Yi Ning could no longer contain himself. His heart roaring in fury as 7 flames of true essence erupted in his hand, striking towards the black-robed man from afar. All of this transpired in utter silence. The 7 flames of true essence, manifestations of emotion, could be perceived by some while remaining invisible to others, entirely under Yi Ning's control. Otherwise, the elderly man with white hair would not have boldly declared that the 7 flames of true essence were the ultimate weapon for murder. The 7 colored transparent flames drifted slowly toward the black-robed man, who remained blissfully unaware, his eyes, concealed beneath the robe, gleaming with perverse excitement. The prospect of targeting Yi Ning brought him immense pleasure. 120,000 spirit coins. In the private room of Tianzi Jia House, Yin Xiaofei's voice took on a distinctly cold tone, evident to all present. Li Qianzong, increasingly exhilarated, stroked his chin, his heart swelling with joy. He had initially come merely to peruse, never anticipating he would encounter Yi Ning, nor that Yi Ning would so desperately covet a second-tier spiritual herb. 600,000. Li Qianzong raised his token high, reveling in the thrill of tormenting Yi Ning. He was no longer content with subtle provocations. He yearned for Yi Ning to truly feel pain, an unprecedented agony. Only then could he compensate for the torment he had endured. But in the next moment, instead of hearing the words spirit coins, the crowd was met with Li Qianzong's agonizing scream. The shriek pierced the air like a wail from the depths of hell, causing ears to ache as if they might burst. Following that, Li Qianzong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The 7 flames of true essence blazed within him, amplifying his emotions 1,000-fold. One moment he was laughing maniacally, the next he was weeping profusely, only to be engulfed by an uncontrollable rage. His body had completely slipped from his control. Yi Ning was ruthless. If the standard dosage to kill a martial artist was 1, then what he had given to Li Qianzong was 100. Such intensity would overwhelm not just a human, but even a beast of the wild, likely leading to its immediate demise. The more intense the desire, the fiercer the 7 flames of true essence burned. For Li Qianzong, who had already resorted to extremes to eliminate Yi Ning, it was akin to dry tinder meeting fierce flames, igniting instantly. Yi Ning! Li Qianzong could no longer endure, wishing to plead for mercy. Yet his words remained unvoiced. At that moment, everyone watched in shock, piecing together that the master of Tianzi Jia House had intervened. Yet what puzzled them most was the absence of the host of the Qianluo auction house. Even the woman in red on stage seemed to have received a secret directive, coldly observing the suffering Li Qianzong without lifting a finger. Had this been anyone else, they would have rushed out to intervene. This only underscored the terrifying background of Yin Xiaofei. A stark reminder to all: never provoke Yin Xiaofei. Boom! Finally, Li Qianzong exploded on the spot, transforming into a cloud of demonic mist, vanishing without a trace. He was, after all, a demonic cultivator. No wonder it felt so sinister. I sensed it all along. Demonic cultivators are to be eradicated. Thank goodness for Miss Yin. Miss Yin is truly a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her power is utterly terrifying. We felt no fluctuations of spirit energy, yet she could silently obliterate a ninth-tier demonic cultivator in the opening veins realm. Who would dare to challenge such prowess? No one would suspect that it was Yi Ning's doing, for in their minds, he was merely a standard soft rice king, a pitiful wretch. This, in turn, spared Yi Ning from numerous troubles, allowing him to conceal his true capabilities and trump cards. Silence, a commanding voice resonated from the third-floor suite. None other than Hu Xian, the head of the Hu family. With his presence, the crowd settled down, no longer daring to make a ruckus. Yet the spectacle of the demonic cultivator's explosion remained etched in their minds, prompting many martial artists to murmur amongst themselves that I hereby announce that the second-tier premium spiritual herb, Lan Shengshun, has been sold to the esteemed demon hunter of Tianzi Jiahouse for 120,000 spirit coins. The woman in red struck a gong, announcing in a delicate voice. Clearly, this was a case of someone being taken for a fool, though no one dared to laugh given the recent events. Yi Ning struck the wall of the private room with a fist. He felt a suffocating frustration. Originally, 40,000 spirit coins had already been a considerable sum, yet now it had been purchased at 3 times that price. Xinger, please take care of the Lan Shengshun. I must step out for a moment. Yi Ning instructed. You intend to kill him? Yin Xiaofei furrowed her brows slightly. Yes, until I uncover the identity and true intentions of that man. I will not be at ease. Yi Ning's heart was restless that a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but there is no guarantee the thief will not be caught. Many martial artists of lesser strength believe Li Tianzong had perished in the recent explosion of demonic mist. However, those with slightly greater prowess understood that the black-robed man had escaped, and his methods were exceedingly skillful. Yin Xiaofei realized she could not dissuade Yi Ning and simply nodded. Go ahead. I will be here. Yi Ning looked into Yin Xiaofei's eyes, catching a glimpse of the concern that slipped through her facade, warming his heart that he smiled. Do not worry. At this moment, I doubt even you could be my match. With that, Yi Ning bid farewell to everyone in the suite, exited the auction house, and pursued the direction of the Qianyao Mountains, for the ground beneath him was dotted with crimson-black drops of blood. Chapter 32. The wronged Li Tianzong, penniless. Li Tianzong had reverted to his human form, albeit significantly diminished in strength, having plummeted from the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the opening veins realm to the 4th tier. Reflecting on the misfortunes of recent times, Li Tianzong felt a gnawing resentment. First, he had been ambushed by the short-haired youth, forcing him to resort to the Gu Demon Splitter technique. Now, merely half a month later, he faced yet another calamity. Damn it, Li Tianzong cursed inwardly. Were it not for the earlier use of the Gu Demon Splitter, he would not have fallen to the 4th tier of the opening veins realm. He might have already broken through to the spirit connection realm. Today, he would not have suffered such an unexpected and severe setback. Yi Ning, that god of death, is truly terrifying, while others may be oblivious. Li Tianzong knew all too well. The black-clad killer had become the faith of all demon hunters in the Qianyao Mountains. To put it bluntly, Li Tianzong had long harbored a desire to eliminate Yi Ning, but lacked the courage to act. His bravery, his pride, everything had been shattered on that fateful, snowy day. Otherwise, he would not have targeted those associated with Yi Ning instead of confronting him directly. He feared another failure. He could not bear the consequences. Today's reality only confirmed Li Tianzong's apprehensions. While others believed it was Yin Xiaofei who intervened, even Hu Xian, the head of the Hu family, was under that impression. Yet only he knew that it was Yi Ning's doing. Yi Ning, economical with words, decisive in slaughter, ruthless and merciless. Li Tianzong understood all too well that Yi Ning was not as harmless as he appeared on the surface. If Yi Ning were aware of Li Tianzong's assessment of him, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, realizing that those who know you best are always your enemies. Then he would give a thumbs up and commend Li Tianzong. You wretch, where do you think you're going? Yi Ning had already caught up, and although he was merely at the first level of the opening meridian realm, his mastery of body refinement and qi condensation had surpassed the formidable realm of 9. Ordinary martial artists were utterly unqualified to be compared with Yi Ning. Even some of the so-called prodigies appeared as nothing more than weaklings before him. Thus, he swiftly closed the gap with the heavily injured man in black robes. A martial artist can only truly fly upon reaching the sky control realm. However, After surpassing the three tribulations, Yining was capable of gliding at low altitudes in the opening meridian realm. His speed slightly outpacing that of certain demonic beasts that Li Tianzong, in disbelief, turned back and at last beheld the haunting shadow he had longed for, causing him to nearly lose his wits. "Why are you pursuing me? Please do not chase after me," he screamed in desperation, his pace hastening even further. "Silence! You wretch! I could see at a glance that you are no human." Yining, already exasperated by the man in black, launched a punch to AS. For why Yining refrained from employing his sword intent, it was simply because he deemed it too lenient for this scoundrel. He intended to thoroughly torment the man in black. How dare a piece of trash from the opening meridian realm confront him so audaciously in the hall? Was there no justice or law remaining? With a thunderous roar, a piercing sound erupted in the air. The spiritual energy coiled around Yining's fist like a radiant spiritual artifact. With a single, unadorned punch, he sent Li Tianzong crashing to the ground like a stray dog. As the black robes fell away, Yining finally discerned the true identity of the man in black. "Itsu!" Yining exclaimed in shock. Li Tianzong, realizing escape was futile, shouted in exasperation, "Yes, it's me. Did you not expect this? Yi General, you shattered my dantian, yet I am still alive?" Yining nodded, somewhat taken aback. He had thought he was the only one who could cultivate again after having his dantian destroyed. It appeared that the opportunities on the Sword Origin continent were not solely favored by him. "Do you have any final words?" Yining inquired. Faced with impending death once more, Li Tianzong panicked. "Yi General, I beg you, spare me. I will never dare again." Bang! Without further ado, Yining delivered a kick to Li Tianzong's head, causing him to see stars and become dizzy. "It's too late. You made me spend a full 100,000 spirit coins. 100,000 spirit coins. How many demonic beasts must I slay to earn that back?" After finishing his statement, he landed another punch squarely on Li Tianzong's nose, sending blood gushing and distorting it. At a rush of sour, spicy, and salty flavors overwhelmed him, a cacophony of sensations flooding his mind. "Stop! Stop! Yi General, take this storage ring. It is enough to compensate you." Li Tianzong wailed. Yining reluctantly accepted the storage ring, thinking to himself that had he done this sooner, he would not have had to suffer such physical torment. Upon a cursory glance, Yining's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but smile. Yet it was still insufficient. "What?" Li Tianzong was astonished. Inside were a total of 600,000 spirit coins and numerous demon cores and spiritual artifacts, amounting to nearly 1,000,000 spirit coins. "How could it not be enough?" "I said it's not enough. Stop with the nonsense," Yining roared. "This is all I have left." Li Tianzong, resembling a schoolboy paying protection fees, produced a second-tier storage ring, pleading pathetically. Yining reached for it, but Li Tianzong dodged. "Yi General, if you take this ring, you wouldn't dare kill me. This is my life's savings," he lamented. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Did you not see that I didn't kill those family heads in Shuoyin City?" Yining replied. Li Tianzong pondered and indeed found it to be true. Yet he still felt uneasy. Yining shot him a glance. "If I wanted you dead, I would be a dog." Finally, Li Tianzong handed over the second-tier storage ring. Upon inspection, Yining found it paltry, containing only 30,000 spirit coins, with no demon cores or spiritual artifacts. "Is there anything else?" Yining grinned maliciously. Li Tianzong hadn't anticipated Yining's greed. A righteous man. Where were his principles? His complexion changed drastically as he desperately pleaded. "I truly have nothing left. Yi General, I just arrived in Pingan City. Really nothing. Are there no treasures hidden elsewhere?" Yi Tianzong was on the verge of tears. Patting himself down, "If you don't believe me, feel free to search. Searching is unnecessary," Yining said disdainfully. "However, ridding the world of evil and exterminating demonic cultivators is indeed warranted." With that, Yining summoned his sword intent, swiftly slicing towards Li Tianzong's head. "Yining, you will not have a good end. You are nothing but a dog." Li Tianzong shouted in terror, and with a furious roar, he hastily activated his demon transformation technique. Vanishing from sight, Wai Ning glanced around, but found no clues. Seizing the moment, he let out a series of barks, satisfaction washing over him as he turned and departed. An entire hour later, the demonic mist coalesced once more, and Li Qianzong's figure gradually materialized. At this moment, he was merely at the 9th level of qi condensation, having plummeted a full realm from the 4th level of opening meridian, watching Yi Ning's departing figure. His teeth ground together in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Tears streamed down his face, his plight unbearable. That dog Yi Ning was undeniably his nemesis. Since Yi Ning's appearance, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night or a satisfying meal. He had never encountered someone as brazenly shameless. Was this truly the renowned general of the Yin kingdom? Doubts flooded Li Tianzong's mind. Ultimately, he set his course towards the Qianyao mountain range. Determined to cultivate diligently and absorb the spiritual energy of the demon hunters, he knew that Yi Ning would undoubtedly come, lured by the bait of Murong Shurqin. There was no escape for that dog Yi Ning. Chapter 33. The Inevitable Farewell and Yi Ning's Disposal of Stolen Goods. Upon returning to the Qianluo auction house, Yi Ning discovered that the auction had concluded. He could only turn back towards Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. Along the way, countless martial artists called him the soft rice king to his face, and Yi Ning could only respond with a silent gesture of protest. Now, Yi Ning possessed an impressive sum of 130,000 spirit coins. There was no way he would ever indulge in soft rice again. After chatting with Feng Li for a while, Yi Ning returned to Yin Xiaofei's courtyard. "Brother Yi, you're back," Tang Junya exclaimed joyfully as she emerged. Yi Ning, in high spirits, ruffled her hair. "Where's your sister Yin?" "Sister Yin took Sister Yi to heal. I prepared a meal. Brother Yi should eat first." "All right." At the dining table, only Yi Ning and the Tang father-daughter duo were present. Yi Ning carelessly picked up a piece of food, but upon tasting it, he immediately spat it out, staring at Tang Xiaoming in shock. "Are you trying to poison me and inherit my estate?" Tang Xiaoming burst into laughter, casting a sly glance at Tang Junya. Tang Junya, blushing, sat there silently, shoveling rice in her bowl. The Wai Ning seemed to grasp something and took another bite, mixing it with rice. It wasn't so terrible after all. Then, with trepidation, he picked up a piece of dark fish, commenting before tasting, "This dish seems quite good. The fish flavor is rich, I'll be honest." Yi Ning had never felt such trepidation, even when battling demonic beasts. Tang Junya raised her little head, her big eyes sparkling. "Really? Brother Yi, let me taste." Yi Ning quickly swatted at Tang Junya's chopsticks. "Do you understand the rules? This dish is on me. I'm about to starve." He devoured an entire fish with 5 bowls of rice, feeling slightly dizzy afterward. "Brother Yi, this is the sword technique that Sister Yin bought for you." After the meal, Tang Junya took out a sword technique from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Ning. Yi Ning accepted it casually, asking, "How much was it?" 75,000 spirit coins, Tang Junya said in shock. "What?" Yi Ning jumped high, incredulous. "A mere sword technique fetched over 70,000 spirit coins? You're not deceiving me, are you, little sister?" Tang Junya was startled by Yi Ning's reaction, left speechless in place. Tang Xiaoming, dissatisfied, remarked, "What's there to deceive you about?" That girl truly splurged. Upon concluding his mutterings, he remarked, "The sword array is indeed quite valuable. Previously, I was in urgent need of funds." "Enough, enough." Yi Ning swiftly interrupted Tang Xiaoming, realizing that if their conversation continued in this vein, not only would he be unable to reclaim the 100,000 spirit coins, but he might also find himself indebted to Tang Xiaoming. Yi Ning opened the sword array to examine it closely. Tang Xiaoming leaned in eagerly, exclaiming that it was no wonder it was so expensive, as it included 4 sword techniques. Yi Ning felt overwhelmed. Just moments ago, he had asserted that he was no longer in need of spirit coins and would henceforth shed the title of a pampered dependent. Yet, in such a short time, a significant portion of his resources was already dwindling. Was this not a cruel jest? Yi Ning felt a sense of frustration, wishing he had accompanied Feng Li to the Manqin kiln instead. Returning had proven to be a torment. Brother Yi Jing and Yin Xiaofei emerged, visibly rejuvenated. Although Yi Jing remained silent, Yi Ning was aware that the poison within her body inflicted daily suffering, a torment she silently endured. Much like himself, the siblings embraced tightly, and Yi Ning joyfully declared, "No amount of money spent is too much for you." Yi Jing chuckled, teasing, "Then you must work hard to earn more. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to sell you to Sister Yin to settle our debts." Yi Ning erupted into laughter, while Yin Xiaofei playfully pinched Yi Jing's eye in this little courtyard. Warmth and joy permeated the atmosphere as always. As night descended, the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, while the moon remained hidden. The five of them reclined atop the beams of the house. Though it was the depths of winter, being martial artists, they easily warded off the chill with their spirit energy. "Tomorrow, I shall depart for the great Qin Empire," Yi Ning suddenly announced. With the poison still lingering within Yi Jing, his heart remained restless. The surroundings fell silent, as if the others had not heard his words. All gatherings must eventually disperse, and they cherished the remaining moments together. Tang Junya glanced at Tang Xiaoming, who coughed lightly. "Take me with you. I wish to see the sights of the great Qin Empire." The great Qin Empire, the foremost among the 8 nations, an indomitable force on the Sword Origin continent. Had it not been for the distance and the obstruction of the Qianyao mountain range, Yin country would have been swallowed long. It was common knowledge that the royal families of Han and Zhao were mere shadows of their former selves. However, it should be noted that both Han and Zhao were 10 times larger than Yin. One could glimpse the might of the great Qin Empire even through a narrow lens. Those who dared to offend the great Qin would inevitably face dire consequences. Such was not mere rhetoric. "When will you repay the spirit coins you owe, Miss Yin?" Yi Ning inquired of Tang Xiaoming. "That is your debt," Tang Xiaoming replied indifferently, with the curse of his own magic now lifted. Tang Junya was in high spirits, a far cry from his previous despondency. Yi Ning was at a loss for words. The profits he had siphoned from Li Tianzong amounted to a mere 900,000 spirit coins, with the remainder consisting of demon cores and spirit artifacts. Currently, he could only afford to utilize the 90,000 spirit coins at Yi Jing's second-tier spirit medicine cost 120,000 spirit coins. While Tang Junya's pills were priced at 100,000 spirit coins, Yi Ning's sword array was valued at 750,000 spirit coins. Altogether, Yi Ning owed Yin Xiaofei 970,000 spirit coins. Not only was this insufficient, but he also found himself in a deficit of 70,000 spirit coins. Was this not a clear case of taking advantage of the honest? Yi Ning pondered. Troubled and uncertain about how to broach the subject with Yin Xiaofei, he understood that even if he did not repay her, she would not raise an objection. However, with parting imminent, he did not wish to continue living off her generosity. Yin Xiaofei's silence was enough to signify her stance. She would not accompany Yi Ning to the great Qin Empire. As the night deepened, the group descended from the rooftop and retreated to their respective rooms to sleep. Yi Ning tossed and turned, finally opening his door and stealthily making his way toward the heart of Pingan City, the Tianqing kiln. He found Feng Li, who was surrounded by 10 stunningly beautiful women, each attending to him in various ways, some kneading his shoulders, others massaging his legs, feeding him, or offering him wine. And a wonder Feng Li was never short of funds and often ventured to the Qianyao mountain range. With such a lifestyle, who could sustain it? Especially those enchanting women, clad in garments that left little to the imagination. One might say they were nearly transparent. "Oh, you must be hiding from Yin Xiaofei. If she finds out you're here, she'll break your legs." Feng Li laughed heartily, while Chu Peng and the others scoffed disdainfully. "Come out. I need to talk to you." Yi Ning beckoned. Feng Li hesitated. "What's up? Out of money? If so, I can treat you. I know you got fleeced today." Although the black-robed demon cultivator was driven away, the Qinluo auction house still sold Yi Ning a second-tier spirit medicine for the exorbitant price of 120,000 spirit coins. This would surely become a source of amusement in Pingan City for years to come. Yi Ning shook his hand. "Brother, I pursued that demon cultivator today and acquired some spoils. Could you assist me in finding someone to deal with him? I leave tomorrow. Where to the great Qin Empire?" "The great Qin. You do realize Yin Xiaofei is from there, right?" Feng Li exclaimed, his breath reeking of alcohol, staring incredulously at Yi Ning. Yi Ning genuinely did not know. "Looks like Miss Yin is wary of you," Feng Li said, Relishing his misfortune, that Wai Ning had been curious about Yin Xiaofei's background, but since she never spoke of it, he felt too embarrassed to inquire. Forget about that. Just tell me if you have a lead. Yin Ning pressed. I do. You're leaving soon, yet you still remember me. Of course I have something. Feng Li relented, gazing longingly at the 10 beauties on the soft bed as he led Yin Ning toward the southwest corner of Ping'an City. Chapter 34. Tang Junia's Thoughts. Sleepless Night. 2 rows of red lanterns greeted their eyes, glowing in the night like a myriad of crimson, penetrating eyes that Wai Ning had assumed Feng Li was taking him to some shops in Ping'an City. But they continued onward, eventually exiting the city altogether. Where exactly are you taking me? To the Ghost Market. The Ghost Market? Indeed, it's the place where the bandits from the Qinyao mountain range go to sell their plunder. What are you afraid of? Feng Li replied. Wai Ning finally understood. No wonder those bandits lived so lavishly. There was a vast market dedicated to their illicit trade. Upon arriving at the stall Feng Li had mentioned, Yining produced 5 4th-tier demon cores to offer. The seller was an elderly man with a goat-like beard and dark skin, appearing utterly unremarkable. Who would have guessed he was a renowned vendor in the Ghost Market? The old man picked up a magnifying glass and inspected the 5 demon cores meticulously before stating, without looking up, 10,000 spirit coins. Gasp! Yining felt a rush of urgency. This was a complete 50% drop. He glanced at Feng Li, who nodded, market price. After a moment, Feng Li added reassuringly, don't worry, old dough here is absolutely fair. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. Wai Ning looked at Feng Li, feeling too embarrassed to question further. He could only hand over all the demon cores and spirit artifacts in his possession. Feng Li gaped in astonishment. If I didn't know you were a pampered dependent, I might suspect you were turning to banditry. What nonsense is that? I acquired these from that demon cultivator. Soon, Old Doe calculated the total value, offering Yining a sum of 250,000 spirit coins. Since you're a newcomer and a friend of Feng Xiaozi, I'll add an extra 20,000 spirit coins for you. The old man's expression suggested he was reluctant to part with the money. For items worth over 500,000, receiving only 250,000 was a bitter pill to swallow. Wai Ning, upon seeing the old man's demeanor, murmured his gratitude. As they walked back, Yining reflected, you're going to the Great Qin for your sister, right? Feng Li suddenly asked. Wai Ning nodded. Is she your biological sister? Feng Li continued. Of course she is. Yining responded firmly. Doesn't look like it. Feng Li remarked. Upon returning to Manqin Kiln, Feng Li sees Yining. What? Are you just going to run off after using our services? You need to settle your bill tonight. Wai Ning realized that he owed a great deal to Feng Li and reluctantly prepared to pay. The total came to a hefty 20,000 spirit coins. Noticing Yining's face darken, Feng Li laughed. Look at you, so stingy. When you return, the next round is on me. Wai Ning, without uttering a word, contemplated how the old man Do had generously gifted him 20,000 spirit coins. Otherwise, he would have felt rather reluctant. Upon returning to his room, Yining suddenly called out in a hushed voice. Who is it? Ah, Brother Yi, it's me, Junya. Tang Junya stood up from beside the table, still in a sleepy daze. Brother Yi, where have you been? Oh, I just went out for a stroll, Yining replied nonchalantly. What are you doing here? Father said you must be tired today, so he asked me to prepare foot bath water for you. I saw you weren't here, so I waited for you, she explained. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she discreetly wiped away the drool that had escaped the corner of her mouth while sleeping. And no need for that. Your father comes up with the most ridiculous ideas. Tell him that I will get back that 100,000 spirit coins sooner or later. Earning money is no easy task. Yining mumbled with some dissatisfaction, and Yushun-Ti always listened to him. Understand? You've grown up now. Have I grown up? Tang Junya exclaimed with sudden delight. What is the matter? Yining inquired. Does that mean I can get married now? Tang Junya continued to ask. Wai Ning lit a candle with a fire stick, sighed softly, and gazed at the bright moon outside. Let us focus on the matter of washing feet instead. The water has gone cold. I will get you a fresh basin, Tang Junya declared before leaving with the water basin. Yining reclined on the bed, still immersed in the pain of having lost 20,000 spirit coins. After a while, he felt warmth on his feet as delicate hands began to massage them. He snapped back to reality and looked at Tang Junya, who was diligently washing his feet while squatting on the ground, feeling somewhat helpless. In terms of appearance, This little girl could not compare to Yi Jing, and certainly not to Yin Xiaofei. However, in terms of sincerity, she was undoubtedly exceptional. Wei Ning understood in his heart that this little girl had developed some affection for him, due to him saving her life. But he truly harbored no romantic feelings for Tang Junya. In his mind, she was just like Yi Jing, a sister. Yin Xiaofei, on the other hand, was the one who made his heart race. It was not merely because Yin Xiaofei was stunningly beautiful. It was also due to her demeanor and the way she handled matters, which were all reasons Yi Ning admired deeply. Some people and feelings need only a single glance to be understood. Yet, if he were to ruthlessly reject Tang Junya, her already timid and insecure nature would only become more introverted. Thus, Yi Ning felt compelled to allow things to unfold naturally. In time, she would come to realize that the affection she felt was merely gratitude, not love. Pressing Tang Xiaoming for repayment was also meant to help the father and daughter understand that once the 100,000 spirit coins were returned, they would no longer owe him anything. He did not want them to think of the heavenly thunder-breaking demon pill he had previously purchased as a life-saving grace. However, Yi Ning still somewhat underestimated Tang Junya's persistence, and, frowning, asked, "Sister, you've been washing for an hour. Is your foot really that dirty?" Tang Junya gasped in surprise, suddenly coming to her senses, realizing she had been lost in thought. "The water is cold, I know." Yi Ning replied, rubbing his face. "Oh, you have something else to say?" "Go ahead, I want to learn swordsmanship," she stammered. "Father is afraid I might fall into the same obsession again, so..." Currently, Tang Junya was at the 9th level of physical training, even lower than Yi Jing's level, and such concerns were quite natural. After all, once bitten by a snake, one is scared of rope for 10 years. However, Yi Ning's sword techniques were all learned from the old man with white hair, who had repeatedly instructed him that the techniques of Ling Yao Wu Ji must not be leaked. Otherwise, it would surely invite disaster. He had also mentioned that even if he taught them, others would not be able to learn. Thus, Yi Ning truly had nothing to teach her regarding swordsmanship. "It's fine if you want to learn, but you want to be able to master my techniques. I'll buy you some sword skills for you to study later," Yi Ning said, and then seemed to remember something. "Extend your hand. Let me take a look." Yi Ning held Tang Junya's icy little hand. Channeling spiritual energy within her body, he furrowed his brows upon discovering the issue. "You previously misdirected your spiritual energy into the wrong meridians, which caused you to fall into obsession, right?" Tang Junya blushed and nodded repeatedly. Yes. During cultivation, never lose focus. That is a grave taboo for a martial artist." Yi Ning released her small hand. Tang Junya lowered her head and said, "Before, my mother had an incident because of me, and I panicked." Seeing Tang Junya's eyes brimming with tears, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, as she was about to bring up a sorrowful memory, Yi Ning quickly waved his hand to IT us all in the past. "Don't carry any burdens in your heart. Just be careful from now on. You should hurry back to sleep. I'm tired too." However, upon remembering her mother, Tang Junya could no longer contain herself. She called out Brother Yi and leaped into his embrace. Yi Ning could only hold her gently, patting her back to console her. It was evident that this would be another sleepless night. In the ghost market at the stall of Old Man Do, he exclaimed, "Oh, my young Master Feng, how could one earn so much? Please, have mercy. 50,000 spirit coins is already quite a lot," Old Man Do said with a face full of forced smiles. Feng Li had returned to the ghost market at an unknown time. He pointed at Old Man Do's nose and said, "Don't waste my time with your nonsense. Do you believe I won't smash your stall? You say you haven to earn that much? Fine, just give me half of those demon pills and spiritual artifacts, and I'll take it," he continued. Upon hearing this, Old Man Do's expression finally changed. All right, I concede 100,000 spirit coins it is, but let us agree that if there is another fat sheep in the future, you mustn't lead them to anyone else." Only then did Feng Li reveal a satisfied smile, a smirk that mixed with an understanding expression. Chapter 35. You dare to hit my sister, die. Early the next morning, Yi Ning, Yi Jing, Tang Xiaoming, and Tang Junya had already set off on their journey to the Great Qin Empire. Yi Ning placed a spatial ring containing 1,000,000 spirit coins on the table in the room. Yin Xiaofei did not come out to bid them farewell, and everyone seemed to tacitly agree to avoid confronting the sadness of parting. Yi Ning had purchased a carriage, as they were not wealthy at the moment, and given the long journey ahead, each spirit coin felt like it needed to be stretched, while Ning sat in the carriage with the two young ladies, while Tang Xiaoming drove the horses outside. "Brother, why has T-Sister Yin ever mentioned the Qingshu Medical Pavilion, considering she is from the Qin Kingdom?" Yi Jing asked, tilting her head curiously. "How would I know?" Yi Ning replied, feeling rather gloomy at the absence of Yin Xiaofei. What he did not realize was that on a distant hillside, a white figure was gazing blankly in their direction as they departed. "Do you think there might be some conflict between Sister Yin and the Qingshu Medical Pavilion?" Yi Jing continued her whimsical speculations. This remark caught Yi Ning off guard. He had not considered that angle. If Yin Xiaofei was hiding here to avoid the Qingshu Medical Pavilion, then everything seemed to make sense. However, the reasons behind it were likely known only to Yin Xiaofei herself. "Stop guessing. I'm tired." Yi Ning, having spent the night holding Tang Junya, had not slept at all, while the little girl had slept soundly in his embrace. After a brief slumber, the sky had already darkened, and they had traveled a day. Feeling both weary and fatigued, they finally arrived at Fengyuan Mountain Villa. A few hundred miles ahead lay the city of Manxing in the Great Wei Empire. To reach the Great Qin Empire, they would have to traverse the Great Wei and Great Zhao empires, highlighting the vast distance they needed to cover. Though dusk was approaching, the Fengyuan Mountain Villa was still bustling with activity, rivaling that of Pinyin City, which surprised them. Upon inquiring, they learned that tomorrow was the wedding day of the villa's young master, prompting many to come bearing gifts. Each of the 8 nations had their own cities leading to the Qianyao mountain range, with Pinyin City being merely the smallest among them. Tang Xiaoming explained at IT was then that Yi Ning understood that Pinyin City was merely a small town at the foot of the Qianyao mountain range, much like the state of Yan. After curling up inside the cramped carriage for an entire day, the sheer delight of stepping out and stretching one's limbs was unparalleled at that moment. Yi Ning felt invigorated, and with the lively atmosphere in the villa, the group was inspired to explore the streets. However, a noticeable divergence in opinions arose among the 4 regarding where to go. Tang Xiaoming wished to indulge in wine and food, while Yi Jing and Tang Junya prefer to visit some embellished shops. The desire for beauty has existed since time immemorial. Yi Ning, on the other hand, was inclined to wander through the market stalls, hoping that the elderly man with the fiery eyes might provide him with a fortunate find. In truth, Tang Xiaoming's sword formula was indeed being sold at a bargain. Yet, a sword formula is just that. The ability to forge a 4th-tier spirit sword merely attests to the exceptional quality of the ore materials provided by the elderly man, as well as the formidable nature of the 7 flames true fire within Yi Ning. It is akin to a pill formula, although the same formula may yield different results. Some can only concoct inferior or toxic pills, while others can produce high-tier elixirs. This also significantly tests the skill and mastery of both swordsmiths and alchemists. Pill formulas and sword formulas do not differ in rank, yet alchemists and swordsmiths possess distinct tiers. Given Yi Ning's current level, he could be considered a 2nd-tier swordsmith. None of the 4 were willing to compromise, leading them to part ways and explore independently. Tibisha Hall. Shi Yunyuan observed the 2 inexperienced young girls entering the shop and felt a flash of disdain. 1. Though radiant and lovely, had an unremarkable figure, merely fairer than average. The other, while her figure was somewhat lacking, had skin that was not particularly striking, with a slight yellowish hue. Most notably, both girls were clad in coarse linen garments and inexpensive skirts, devoid of any adornments on their hands or ears. Upon entering the shop, their expressions of awe and timid demeanor betrayed their rural origins. 2 Impoverished girls. Indeed, Shi Yunyuan could not help but emit a cold snort as she approached them. She had completely forgotten that not long ago, she too had emerged from humble beginnings. Had she not caught the eye of the shopkeeper at Bisha Hall and secretly become his lover, she would never have had the opportunity to sell such exquisite cosmetics and garments in the front hall. "What would you like to buy?" Shi Yunyuan inquired. Upon seeing the tall, striking figure of Shi Yunyuan, donned in fashionable high-heeled leather boots and a trendy satin qipao, both Yi Jing and Tang Junya felt a pang of self-consciousness. However, the qipao slit was slightly too high, revealing her jade-like thighs. Tang Junya dared not utter a word. Her face flushed as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. while Yi Jing straightened her graceful neck, feigning indifference. TC Shi Yuan's contemptuous voice was neither loud nor soft, instantly drawing the attention of those around them. Most of the female warriors cast peculiar, scornful glances at the two girls, whispering, attending the wedding of the Kong family's young master, and yet they don't even know to dress up. How disgraceful! Upon hearing this, Tang Junia's head drooped so low that she wished she could disappear into the ground, while Yi Jing was different. Like Yi Ning, she had never possessed a cowardly nature. We are merely passing through. We are not attending any Kong family wedding. Huh? Passing through. You two young girls, so full of nonsense. You must be here to mooch off a meal, right? Yes. I've also heard that many beggars have come to Feng Yuan Villa, scavenging the dead for clothes, just to get a free meal from the Kong family. Truly shameless. Feng Yuan Villa is in chaos right now. Everyone must be cautious with their storage rings. A single remark stirred a tempest of reactions. At those words, the crowd that had merely looked on with disdain suddenly covered their mouths and noses, as if they could already smell the stench of death emanating from the two girls. You two. At this moment, not only was Tang Junya furious, but even Yi Jing's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. Tang Junya continuously pulled Yi Jing. Sister Jing, let us go back to the carriage. I'm not leaving. Yi Jing held on to Tang Junya, unable to swallow her anger today, being slandered and having dirt thrown at them in front of everyone. If they left now, it would only serve to satisfy this group of people. Zhang Ting, another salesgirl at Bixia Hall, observed the scornful and commanding Shi Yuan from the crowd and instantly devised a plan. She stepped forward. If you can afford to buy our items, we will believe you are not here to beg. Fine. Yi Jing dragged Tang Junya into the shop and pointed at a rather beautiful dress, asking, how much is this? Zhang Ting's eyes twinkled. Not expensive. 4,000 spirit coins. Gasp. For 1,000 spirit coins, and it's not expensive. Not just Yi Jing and Tang Junya, but even the surrounding girls gasped in astonishment. Didn't you just say it was 400 spirit coins? Let me tell you, do not underestimate this dress. It is a third-tier magic garment that can resist cold winds. Zhang Ting promptly elaborated. The weather outside is frigid. Without a magic garment, you cannot prove your identity. Moreover, this garment can withstand attack from those in the opening vein realm. Of course, if you really can't afford it, just pretend I never said anything. Zhang Ting subtly added 4,000 spirit coins equated to a fourth-tier demon core. Yi Jing calculated in her mind, no matter how one looked at it. It was an unfavorable deal. The last time she encountered a third-tier demon beast, the fiery poison scorpion, had it not been for Yi Ning taking the final blow for her, she would have perished at the hands of that beast. Spending 4,000 spirit coins on a dress was indeed not worth it this moment. She couldn't help but feel some regret, but it was too late to turn back. Tang Junya was desperately pulling her to leave. Sister Jing, don't act impulsively. How many fourth-tier demon beasts must Yi Gu kill to obtain a demon core? Let us go. Let us go. At this point, she couldn't care less about her face or dignity. She simply couldn't part with those 4,000 spirit coins. She was genuinely terrified of being poor. Ha! Unexpectedly, Tang Junya's words caused all the girls and young women in the room to burst into laughter. Unable to contain themselves as they exclaimed, killing fourth-tier demon beasts. Have you two ever seen a demon beast? Killing a fourth-tier demon beast. I'm going to die laughing. A fourth-tier demon beast, even a senior in the Void Flight realm would find it challenging. Are you saying that your Yi Gu is a major figure in the damn Void realm? What a ridiculous boast. Get lost. Yeah, if you have no money, hurry up and leave. How embarrassing. The crowd of girls seemed to have found newfound amusement, each one hurling sharp and caustic remarks that it seemed that anyone who didn't insult the two impoverished girls could not distance themselves from them. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan glared venomously at Zhang Ting from within the crowd. If these two young girls fell for her provocations and ended up purchasing that prized dress, Zhang Ting would likely pocket at least 2,000 spirit coins. 2,000 spirit coins. That was more than double her monthly wage. How could she not feel animosity? Moreover, Zhang Ting might even gain the admiration of the master, thereby overshadowing her. The onlookers would never have guessed that such a splendid dress was merely the tip of a complex tale. What infuriated Shi Yuan the most was that these two golden-haired girls had originally been her customers. But now Zhang Ting had snatched them away. She secretly blamed herself for not thinking of such a provocation earlier. If it worked out, she would profit. If not, she would lose nothing. How could an ordinary person withstand such provocations, let alone two innocent young girls? How infuriating! Shi Yuanyuan took a few steps forward, eager to join this burgeoning opportunity. But Zhang Ting blocked her path with the dress rod in hand, deliberately positioning herself in front to prevent any chance for Shi Yuanyuan to interject. Young ladies, do you even have any money? If you have money, then buy something. Stop dawdling, Zhang Ting urged. Fine, I'll buy it. With things having escalated to this point, Yi Jing could only grit her teeth and make the purchase, retrieving the black gold card that Yin Xiaofei had given her the previous night from her storage ring and handing it to Zhang Ting. The black gold card. What? The special material, exquisitely crafted, with a shimmering surface, could not fail to attract attention. Gasps erupted from the crowd within the shop. IT must be stolen. Otherwise, considering their pitiful appearance, how could they possess a black gold card? Even if it's not stolen, they must have earned it through dubious means. Who would have thought that such a young age would be so shameless, despicable? These vile words filled Bixia Hall, igniting even more fervent outrage than before. However, since the money has already been spent, Yi Jing no longer bothered to argue with these people. The main reason was that she knew she could not outcurse them. She had rarely uttered any foul language since childhood. Zhang Ting swiftly snatched the black gold card from Yi Jing's hand and dashed towards the backstage. Yi Jing, on the other hand, pulled Tang Junya over to the magnificent dress they had just seen. Gently caressing it, she gazed at the beautiful gown that was about to be hers. It seemed that the 4,000 spirit coins spent didn't hurt as much anymore. Suddenly, a stick struck hard against Yi Jing's delicate wrist. In an instant, her wrist swelled and blood began to flow while Yi Jing cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. You vile wretch, who allowed your filthy hands to touch our belongings. That black gold card you exchanged your body for might not even have any money on it. Shi Yuanyuan stepped forward, forcefully pushing the two girls aside, her voice sharp with disdain. What are you doing? We've already paid. Seeing Yi Jing being struck, even the usually reserved Tang Junya could no longer contain herself. Pointing at Shi Yuanyuan and exclaiming, Shi Yuanyuan remained silent, her expression icy. After all, her actions were indeed excessive. The group of girls began whispering and pointing at her in hushed tones. Zhang Ting emerged, witnessing the scene, and spoke without reservation. Shi Yuanyuan, these young ladies have already paid. That prized possession belongs to them. Your behavior seems rather excessive, don't you think? As she spoke, she returned the black gold card, which had already deducted 4,000 spirit coins, to Yi Jing. Her attitude noticeably softened as she began to wrap Yi Jing's hand and even retrieved some medicinal powder from her storage ring to apply to Yi Jing's wrist. You filthy bitch, stealing my customers and still pretending to be the innocent flower? Shi Yuanyuan screamed, her voice filled with rage. Mind your language. Just take a look at yourself. Do you really think anyone would want to buy from you even if you were willing to sell? We both know who the real wretch is. Zhang Ting countered sharply. What began as a petty squabble between two impoverished girls quickly escalated into a fierce contest of jealousy and rivalry, drawing a crowd of martial artists to the entrance, encircling the scene in layers. Meanwhile, Yi Ning, who had just returned from the marketplace, noticed the commotion and squeezed his way through the crowd. Upon seeing Yi Jing and Tang Junya, he pushed through, exclaiming, Jinger, what are you two doing here? Upon seeing Yi Ning, Yi Jing immediately burst into tears, rushing into his embrace and lamenting, Brother, someone hit me. She then revealed her swollen, bruised wrist to him. The moment Yi Ning saw the severity of Yi Jing's injury, a surge of rage erupted within him, his vision turning red. How dare you hit my sister? Come here and face me. With a flash of black energy, everyone present barely had time to react before Shi Yuanyuan's hand holding the stick fell to the ground. The wound was smooth and tidy, even the blood had not yet begun to drip. Shi Yuanyuan stared blankly at her severed hand, and after a long moment, she let out a piercing scream. Chapter 36. All of you kneel and slap each other. The sound of Shi Yuanyuan's ear-piercing scream, mixed with the cries of other female martial artists in the Bixia Hall, created chaos. Many rushed towards the exit in a panic. Meanwhile, Shi Yuanyuan staggered back against the wall, completely terrified. Even Zhang Ting stood frozen in place, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Yining. No one is allowed to leave. Whoever dares to step out of that door will die. Yining felt a fury he had never experienced before, even when Su Yan had tried to cripple him in the town of falling immortals. He had not been this furious. The pain inflicted on Yi Jing felt like a dagger to Yi Ning's heart. With a thunderous roar, Yi Ning's anger immediately silenced most of the female martial artists, who dared not flee any longer. Yet a few reckless souls still attempted to escape. Another flash of black energy. Thud! 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 Several watermelon-sized heads dropped like dumplings, their bodies continuing to run forward until they realized they were headless, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. All of you kneel, Yi Ning commanded coldly, his eyes filled with a menacing red hue. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd knelt. No one dared to resist. Those sharp-tongued female martial artists, those who had previously acted so arrogantly, now trembled like lambs awaiting slaughter. Even Shi Yuanyuan ceased her screams, struggling to rise before obediently kneeling on the ground. Regret consumed her heart. Who bullied you? Was it them? Yi Ning gently blew on Yi Jing's wrist, filled with guilt as he asked. Why Yi Jing, tearful and agitated, nodded, yes, they insulted me and Junya. With a swift motion, Yi Ning turned and slapped one of the female martial artists several times, causing her to see stars, blood spurting from her nose, and teeth flying. I won't dare anymore. I'll never talk back again. It was all that vile Shi Yuanyuan's fault. She was the one who insulted us. The female martial artist crawled beside Yi Jing, repeatedly bowing her head in apology, begging for forgiveness. Seeing her face swollen like a pig's, Yi Jing felt a twinge of compassion and nodded. You may leave. Instantly, the martial artist felt as if a great weight had been lifted, crawling and scrambling away. Everyone, slap each other until you look like her. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. How dare you bully my sister? This is your punishment. With so many female martial artists in the Bixia Hall, it would take too long to deal with them individually. Why not let them turn on each other? Yi Ning's command sent chills down their spines. Yet, scarcely 3 breaths had passed before the sound of slaps echoed throughout the hall. The first to act on the order was Zhang Ting, who rushed to Shi Yuanyuan, swinging her arm and landing a resounding slap across Shi Yuanyuan's heavily made-up face. The ferocity of her expression and the power behind her strike were even more terrifying than Yi Ning's earlier actions. Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, feeling a newfound admiration for Zhang Ting. One slap knocked out 7 or 8 of Shi Yuanyuan's teeth. The heart of a woman can be the most vicious. After the slap, Zhang Ting didn't stop. She jumped up, kicking and stomping, her sharp heels piercing Shi Yuanyuan's skin, eliciting wails like that of a slaughtered pig. For a full quarter of an hour, she unleashed her fury before finally standing before Yi Ning, kneeling perfectly and delivering a series of slaps to her own face. Though her face was swollen, not a single drop of blood could be seen. Whenever I see the two of you, I feel an overwhelming sense of kinship. Brother, look, the medicinal powder on Ye's hand was sprinkled by me, Zhang Ting said sweetly, removing her storage ring and presenting it to Yi Jing. Sister, I have nothing else to give you, but inside is the 4,000 spirit coins I saved up. Consider it a gift from me for that prized possession. Yi Jing glanced at Yi Ning, nodding to indicate that Zhang Ting had indeed applied the medicinal powder. Only then did Yi Ning accept Zhang Ting's storage ring, coldly commanding, "Get out," in the span of a meal. Everyone had slapped each other until they were exhausted, leaving the Bixia Hall with bruised faces. Only Shi Yuanyuan remained, clutching her injured hand, writhing on the ground like a worm. Please, don't kill me. I'll never dare again. I was blind and foolish. Please let me go. Shi Yuanyuan pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Yi Ning, who approached slowly. Had I known today would come, would I have acted differently? I want to kill you, but I want you to remember this lesson forever. With that, Yi Ning used his sword intent to carve several lines across Shi Yuanyuan's face before turning to leave with Yi Jing. Just as they stepped outside, a booming voice echoed from afar. Who dares to cause trouble in the Kong family? Feng Yuan Villa was vast, yet was indeed the territory of the Kong family. Confucius, a renowned teacher of the Qin state, had retired to this unclaimed land, establishing Fengyuan Villa. Thus, the wedding of the villa's young master was a grand affair. This was merely the tip of the iceberg. If all 3,000 disciples under Confucius were to arrive, not even 10 Fengyuan villas could accommodate them. The newcomer was none other than Kong Liang, a peak spirit realm practitioner from the Kong family. Upon witnessing the bloodshed and severed heads strewn across the ground, a sight so gruesome occurring at the feet of Confucius, especially on the eve of his young master's wedding, was an affront to the Kong family's dignity. The Kong family, renowned throughout the land, had never endured such indignity. Anger surged within Kong Liang, and he launched a punch towards Yi Ning. 9 palms of the gale. With a thunderous shout, 9 swirling gusts of energy manifested around Kong Liang's fist, solidifying into a blinding white light as they surged towards Yi Ning. The air crackled with the sound of explosive clashes as the fierce energy collided with the void, producing a piercing, thunderous noise. The surrounding martial artists were swept away by the 9 gusts of fierce wind, scattering frantically in retreat. It was evident that this single punch possessed the power to obliterate a third-tier demon beast. It was the infamous 9 pulses fist of Lord Kong. This lad was in for a world of pain. He would be lucky to escape with just a shattered arm. Serves him right for daring to slap my wife's face. Such recklessness cannot go unpunished. This youth still has some skill. Just moments ago, when he struck down those young women, we hardly even glimpsed his technique. Bang! Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yi Ning's fist collided violently with Kong Liang's. Yi Ning's fist appeared utterly unremarkable, devoid of any embellishment. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. Bang! 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 The figure that was being forced back uncontrollably was not Yi Ning, a mere first-level awakening realm martial artist, but Kong Liang, at the pinnacle of the spirit guardian realm. What? Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the motionless black silhouette. At that moment, he exuded an aura of undeniable charm and elegance. Many female martial artists, sporting swollen cheeks, gazed at him starry-eyed, caressing their own faces, feeling that perhaps the earlier beating had not been in vain after all. Yet the collective astonishment of all present paled in comparison to Kong Liang's overwhelming shock. His right hand trembled violently, gradually lowering as he found himself utterly drained of strength. What manner of monster could inflict such an insurmountable defeat upon him, a peak spirit guardian realm martial artist? While he was merely a first-level awakening realm fighter, Kong Liang's throat went dry, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. The most unbearable truth was that the black figure standing before him seemed to possess an abundance of energy still. This was evident as he coldly regarded Kong Liang, casually flexing his muscles. Suddenly, a sweet taste filled Kong Liang's throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body unable to maintain an upright position, slowly collapsing to the ground. Point one punch. A single strike had incapacitated a peak spirit guardian realm martial artist. The hundreds of witnesses surrounding Fengyuan Manor were left in utter uproar, their disbelief palpable. Chapter 37. An invitation to the young friend in black. The ancestor appears. Kong Liang's sudden fall rendered the crowd numb as they turned their gaze to Yi Ning. This young man in black was remarkably powerful. His strength was nothing short of astounding. No one dared to utter a word in jest any longer. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several individuals clad in white from the Kong family appeared, all hovering in mid-air. Masters of the sky realm. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed, sensing that a brutal confrontation was imminent. The sword intent within his grasp had already begun to condense silently, hidden within his palm. If necessary, he would slay this group from the Kong family and make his escape. They could scold him, insult him, or even strike him. Yi Ning could endure all of it, but to insult Yi Jing, that was absolutely intolerable, let alone physically assault her. Throughout his life, Yi Ning had never dared to harm even a single hair on Yi Jing's head. There's a saying that rings true. One should not advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. If Yi Jing were to be publicly humiliated today, and Yi Ning chose to remain passive, then he would no longer be worthy of the name Yi Ning. He would be failing the spirit of his father. Resting in the heavens, enough of this momentary patience. Yi Ning knew that retreating today would only fuel his anger. Such audacity! In the territory of the Kong family, not only had he brazenly taken a life, but he also dared to ambush one of their own, leaving them grievously injured. Among them, a middle-aged man with a long beard furrowed his brows and coldly exclaimed. He exuded an extraordinary aura of authority. Clearly a figure accustomed to wielding power, the elders from the Kong family's law enforcement hall had been alerted. This was it. The young man in black was undoubtedly doomed. What is this called? This is the consequence of reckless arrogance. An inevitable downfall awaits. In the Kong family's territory, to act so brazenly. Even the Princess of Ichin would not dare to be so presumptuous. The Princess of Ichin has truly arrived? Do you think the name of Confucius is earned lightly? As the presence of a more significant figure from the Kong family emerged, the onlookers began to swell with excitement, though most were merely newcomers mocking Yi Ning. Those who had witnessed Yi Ning's punch that felled Kong Liang remained silent, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension as they regarded Yi Ning. In ambush. Yi Ning mulled over the word. How could it be considered an ambush when a mere first-level awakening realm martial artist could deliver such a blow to Kong Liang? Kong Ji hovered in the air, his expression dripping with disdain. Utterly arrogant, upon his declaration, Yi Ning felt little impact. It was Kong Liang, lying on the ground, whose face reddened with a mix of pain and humiliation, unsure whether it stemmed from injury or embarrassment. Just moments ago, hundreds had borne witness to him throwing the first punch. To claim it was an ambush. Cough, cough. Kong Liang coughed, signaling Kong Ji to change the subject. Boy, follow me to the law enforcement hall and submit to punishment. Perhaps you may yet preserve your life. Surrounding Kong Ji was a faint azure wind swirling around him, as he surveyed the increasing number of onlookers, speaking in a low, commanding tone. The terrifying pressure of a seventh-level sky realm master surged like an unstoppable tide towards Yi Ning. The chilling intent pierced through Yi Ning's body like needles, as if he bore the weight of an immense mountain upon his back. Any other awakening realm or spirit guardian realm martial artist would have long since been crushed to their knees. Even Yi Ning's expression shifted slightly. The sky realm was 2 major levels above him. The greater the realm, the more pronounced the disparity in strength. A single minor realm often equated to an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention a difference of 2 major realms. Moreover, as a member of the Kong family, Kong Ji's realm, techniques, and martial arts were all of the highest caliber, making his strength truly formidable. Yet, even under the full force of Kong Ji's pressure, Yi Ning's expression merely shifted slightly. Nothing more. Yi Ning felt confident that he could slay Kong Ji, though it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Surrounding them were many other Sky Realm members of the Kong family. And Yi Jing and Tang Junya were utterly without escape. After much contemplation, Yi Ning took a deep breath. Why don't you inquire about what transpired earlier? I have no interest, nor do I have the time. Kong Ji replied coldly, his expression darkening ominously. The air around them began to howl ominously, as if a tempest were brewing. Kong Ji's patience had reached its limit, and it seemed that at any moment, he would strike down Yi Ning with ruthless ferocity. Then you may take your leave, Yi Ning replied in a deep voice, stating that Confucius was revered for his benevolence and righteousness, that even the first emperor of Deqin had honored him as a teacher, and that the states of Han and Zhao had continued to exist thanks to Confucius. Yet his descendants displayed such barbarity and crudeness, truly a failure of lineage. Boom! Yi Ning's words detonated like a powerful bomb. To openly criticize Confucius was to commit the gravest of offenses. Yet, having witnessed Kong Liang attack without hesitation and Kong Ji's haughty demeanor, Yi Ning found no reason to spare them any regard. You seek death. Indeed, these words struck at the very heart of Kong Ji's deepest grievances, as well as those of the entire Kong family. With a sweeping motion, Kong Ji's hand transformed into a claw. Descending with ferocity upon Yi Ning, an ominous shadow appeared in the void as his massive hand took form, reminiscent of a water tank, its patterns clear and distinct. Countless whirlpools coalesced, creating an entire realm unto itself. This single strike was enough to annihilate a Sky Realm martial artist of the same caliber. The nearly 1,000 martial artists surrounding them turned pale with terror, retreating in panic, sword intent. Yi Ning roared, not flinching or evading, as the prepared sword intent surged forth, striking the colossal hand. The white light vanished instantaneously, only to be replaced by a black flash. The two sword intents, one black and one white, merged into the duality of yin and yang, appearing as insignificant as ants against the might of the hand, as if a mantis were to stop a chariot. Yi Ning found himself ensnared by the spiritual force emanating from the hand. Immobilized, unable to speak or hear, should he fail to withstand this blow, death was certain. Boom! Boom! The relentless explosions echoed through the air. Yi Ning coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, and was sent staggering back 5 or 6 paces. His legs sank deeply into the ground, barely preventing further retreat. Yi Ning was injured. In contrast, Kong Ji in the air trembled, grunting thunderously, as he too plummeted from the sky, retreating repeatedly. His expression could no longer conceal his shock and trepidation. Drip! A single drop of blood fell from his palm. Kong Ji, 7th-level Sky Realm Master, was also wounded. The elder from the law enforcement hall of the Kong family was defeated, thoroughly vanquished, killed him. The remaining Sky Realm Masters from the Kong family surged forward, intent on slaughtering Yi Ning and his companions. They radiated murderous intent, palpable as reality, while Yi Ning found himself utterly powerless, deep within. The desire to cultivate intensely surged within him once more. If he were to perish at Fengyuan Manor today, he would blame no one but himself for his low realm and insufficient strength. Reflecting on the time he first entered the swordless space, witnessing the silver-haired elder wielding a single sword against a city, a nation, a domain, a realm, and myriad races, Yi Ning understood. He was still too weak. Power! Power! In the realm of Jianyuan, strength reigned supreme. If he wished to avoid being bullied, only strength could command respect. Brother, are you all right? Yi Jing and Tang Junya rushed over, supporting Yi Ning as they cried out in distress. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Ning's mouth, and he managed a faint smile. Sister, are you afraid? Yi Jing shook her head tearfully. Brother, I am not afraid. Even if it means death, I want to die with you. Good, Yi Ning nodded. Just as the formidable experts of the Kong family were about to take action, an eruption of golden light suddenly surged from the back mountain of Fengyuan Mountain Manor. The radiant golden light twisted and flowed, soon forming the figure of an elderly man. Halt! I asked that the young friend in black step forward. A voice, resonant like a great bell, reverberated through the heavens, stirring the hearts of all present. Young friend in black? The thousands of martial artists present were momentarily bewildered. It is the ancestor of the Xian Shun realm, one of the Kong family's warriors exclaimed with fervor. The ancestor has not shown himself for over 200 years. It is said that even during the wedding of the Kong family's young master, the ancestor did not emerge from seclusion. Who would have thought that today he would appear specifically for this young man in black? And he calls him young friend? In the crowd, Kong Zhua spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Yi Ning understood that it was the 7 flames' true fire from the sword-intense spirit radiance that had erupted. Once again, the crowd was left in shock and speechless. The Peakling realm Kong Liang was no match for Yi Ning's punch. The Kong Ji of the 7th level of the Yukong realm was knocked out on the spot by Yi Ning. The black-clad youth was truly terrifying. Chapter 38. The great calamity of 10,000 years approaches. A test of sword refining. In the most solemn hall of the Kong family, the golden light flowed and formed the figure of Confucius, who sat at the high seat. To his left sat a young woman disguised as a man. Neat and capable. To his right sat Konggu, the patriarch of the family, who was in his twilight years at the 3rd level of the Dan Void realm. As for martial artists below the Yukong realm, they were not even qualified to enter the hall, including the soon-to-be married Kong Chung, the young master of the Kong family. In the black and solemn hall, as Yi Ning walked in, all eyes turned towards him. Conversation ceased, and everyone gazed at him. Why Yi-Ning hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists, speaking with restraint. Junior pays respects to the esteemed Confucius, Xian Shun realm. It was Yi-Ning's first encounter. He felt as though he was in the presence of a living immortal from the Sword Yuan continent. At this moment, Confucius did not emerge from seclusion, but instead manifested a wisp of his primordial spirit before such an esteemed figure, especially one who had just saved him and his sister. How could Yi-Ning not feel exhilarated? Any pretense of humility was merely for show. Confucius stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Young friend need not be so anxious. My Kong family has been remiss in our teachings and nearly harmed you. He was a manifestation of primordial spirit, radiating golden light that was blinding. His true form was unclear, but he appeared somewhat plump, his demeanor exceedingly kind. I dare not. I dare not. Junior is unworthy, Yi-Ning replied. Feeling quite embarrassed, I in this hall. There were dozens of powerful figures in the Yukong realm, yet they all looked at Yi-Ning with confusion, unable to comprehend why this seemingly ordinary young man in black would draw the ancestor out of seclusion. The Kong family had not seen Confucius for over 200 years, and now he had made an exception to emerge because of this person that, if word got out, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire Sword Yuan continent. The girl sitting at the leftmost seat looked at Yi-Ning with curiosity, her black and white eyes subtly revealing a hint of defiance and eagerness for a challenge. Take a seat, Confucius commanded, while Yi-Ning obediently sat at the far end on the right, while Yi Jing and Tang Junya stood behind him. The great calamity of 10,000 years approaches. My Kong family may not escape this disaster. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Confucius slowly spoke with startling gravity. The crowd was immediately struck with fear, their expressions changing as they gazed at Confucius in shock and trepidation. Could it be that Confucius had failed to break through to the next realm and was about to ascend? This was the consensus among the crowd's thoughts. The elderly Kongge, his face filled with sorrow, rose and knelt before Confucius, tears streaming down his face as he said, Ancestor. The other Yukong realm warriors of the Kong family also rose, kneeling within the black hall, and wails of despair echoed throughout the manor. Confucius looked at the kneeling Kongge, his heart heavy, and asked, why have you not yet broken through to Xianshan? Kongge, whose physical body had aged and whose vitality had waned, bore a fatigued expression. I could see this moment. He was at the third level of the Dan Void realm. It was likely that he would never break through to Xianshan in this lifetime. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry to arrange his son's wedding. It seemed he was aware of his impending end and wished to protect his descendants before his passing, ensuring that his lineage would not be marginalized within the Kong family. Hearing the ancestor's inquiry, Kongge felt overwhelming shame and could only murmur repeatedly, Junior deserves to die. I have disappointed the ancestor. Confucius waved his hand, and everyone was lifted by spiritual force, unable to kneel any longer. Everyone, please sit down. I am not gravely harmed. It is simply that the great calamity of 10,000 years is upon us, and those below the Xianshan realm may find it difficult to survive. Confucius explained, difficult to survive below the Xianshan realm? Although the crowd was still somewhat bewildered, they were all taken aback. Even Yi-Ning's expression was filled with shock, for the elderly man with white hair had previously uttered the same words. Young friend, how many tribulations have you overcome? Confucius suddenly inquired of Yi-Ning. Yi-Ning was startled. Aside from the elderly man in the absolute sword space, no one else knew of his overcoming the 3 tribulations. Now, having been revealed by Confucius, he could not help but feel even more astonished. Yet, considering his own situation, Yi-Ning blurted out, Junior is unworthy. I have only overcome 1 tribulation of human residence. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Some speculated that it was no wonder Yi-Ning could knock out Kong Ji of the 7th level of the Yukong realm. Others said it was no wonder Confucius would break the norm and emerge, calling Yi-Ning young friend. Still, others suspected Yi-Ning was lying, for no one had broken through 3 tribulations in the Sword Yuan continent for at least several thousand years. Even if someone had, they would have to be a prominent figure from a well-known family or a major sect. As for Yi-Ning, he was merely an obscure individual. How could he possibly have the fortune to break through to the 9 curves 3 tribulations? Confucius coughed lightly, silencing the crowd's discussions, and gazed meaningfully at Yi Ning. "Young friend, I have a request to make of you." "May I?" Yi Ning quickly rose. As per the elder's command, Junior would not hesitate to face death. "Good, good, good," Confucius repeated thrice, his eyes betraying his admiration. "Young friend possesses great fortune, vast ambition, and profound wisdom. Indeed, worthy of one who has overcome 3 tribulations. Whenever a child of great fortune who has overcome 3 tribulations is born, the Sword Yuan continent must inevitably face a great calamity. The last recorded appearance of a martial artist who broke through the human residence tribulation, according to ancient texts, was over 10,000 years ago. I need you to venture into the Hero Tower in the name of the Kong family. The Hero Tower, the renowned Hero Tower in the star-filled city of the Zhao Empire. It was the place where the sword immortally Tai Bai had failed to break through to the next realm and ascended. Yi Ning had heard much about it. All right, Junior will comply. This matter posed no detriment to Yi Ning. Rather, it was a rare opportunity to form a connection with Confucius, something he could not afford to refuse. Good. Stay in Fengyuan Mountain Manor as long as you wish. No one from the Kong family shall trouble you again. Should I discover otherwise? Humph, Confucius huffed, and all present fell silent in fear. Well then, I must return to my closed-door meditation. With that, Confucius's golden light began to slowly dissolve and fade away. Kong Ji's lips moved as he stood by, yet he ultimately could not speak. He wished for Confucius to remain and witness his son's wedding. But it was clear that Confucius had no such intention. Yi Ning also rose, preparing to leave. "Stop." Suddenly, a voice like a chorus of birds rang out, redirecting the focus of the entire assembly back to Yi Ning. Yi Ning turned. "Miss, is there something you need?" "Miss, was my disguise as a man so obvious?" The young woman appeared taken aback and somewhat adorably asked why Yi Jing couldn't help but chuckle. The atmosphere grew awkward, as everyone had previously been indulging the princess of the Great Qin in playful banter, only to have their ruse exposed in front of them. It's not too obvious, but what is it you need?" Yi Ning inquired, wishing to find a place to rest before setting off for the Great Qin Empire. "What is your name?" "Yi Ning, did I want to challenge you?" "A challenge?" Yi Ning frowned deeply, taking a glance at the young woman's realm. She was merely at the 2nd level of the Yukong realm. With such strength, what audacity did she have to challenge him? "I am not interested," Yi Ning replied indifferently. Even with his injuries, subduing a 2nd-level Yukong realm girl would be effortless. Moreover, Confucius had already given him considerable face. He did not wish to court further trouble. "I do not wish to duel you, but rather to compete in sword refining," the young woman suddenly declared. "You had best agree, or I may not be so courteous. Do you not heed Confucius's command?" Yi Ning turned her head and asked with a hint of frustration. "Ha ha, I am neither a member of the Kong family, nor am I bound by the words of the venerable Confucius, who merely stated that those of the Kong lineage cannot lay hands on you." The young woman stuck out her tongue playfully, exhibiting a touch of defiance. Behind her stood an elderly servant, whose realm Yi Ning could not discern, but he was at least a formidable presence in the Danshu realm. Should she offend this young lady, it seemed unlikely that Yi Ning would be able to leave the Fengyuan villa unscathed. Yi Ning could only halt her advance, nodding helplessly, and asked, "Are you certain you wish to compete in sword forging?" "Indeed," the girl affirmed. "And if you lose, what then?" "Preposterous." Before the young woman could utter a word, the elderly servant erupted in anger. "Have you lost your senses? My young lady, at such a tender age, is already a 3rd-tier sword forger. And even among the youth of the Qilin Sword Pavilion, she ranks among the top 5. You, a lowly commoner, dare to dream of besting her? Do you truly believe that after merely overcoming a trifling tribulation, no one would dare touch you? Cease your insolence." The young woman quickly reprimanded the elderly servant. She understood well that even Confucius himself must be treated with respect, and, as a princess of the Great Qin, she was acutely aware of its implications. Yi Ning pressed further. "And if you were to lose?" The young woman pondered for a moment, then declared, "If I lose, I shall give you 100,000 spirit coins." Gasp! Not only Yi Ning, but even those from the Kong family stared in disbelief at Qin Yuhua. 100,000 spirit coins. The elders of the Kong family combined might not even have that amount. Very well, Yi Ning accepted, but in addition to the 100,000 spirit coins, he also demanded 10 precious fighting stones. Yi Ning was no fool. He had already deduced the girl's identity from the reactions of those around him, and thus boldly made his demand. Fighting stones, such rare treasures, were scarcely found outside the royal families of the 8 great empires. The young woman's brows furrowed slightly as she questioned, "Humph. And if you were to lose?" Yi Ning produced a sword formula from his storage ring, the very one he had acquired at the Qianluo auction, stating, "I won this for 300,000 spirit coins. If I lose, I shall give it to you." Very well, the young lady readily agreed, not even bothering to examine the sword formula. Behind her, the elderly servant and the various elders of the Kong family facepalmed, thinking how easily this princess of the Great Qin could be deceived. What sword formula could possibly fetch such an exorbitant price? It was clearly a ruse. The two approached the martial arts platform prepared for the young descendants of the Kong family, meant to resolve disputes. At that moment, it was packed with nearly 10,000 martial artists. What audacity! How dare Yi Ning challenge the princess in sword forging? Indeed, the princess has been practicing sword forging since childhood, trained by the renowned 7th-tier sword forger, Chao Yuzhong, who even the head of the Qilin Pavilion would not dare claim superiority over. With the vast resources of the Great Qin royal family backing her, what could Yi Ning possibly use to compete? A fool who overestimates himself. A female martial artist remarked, but this young man in black is a once-in-a-millennium breakthrough practitioner, strong and handsome, a paragon of perfection. Wow, he has simply the embodiment of a domineering hero. How come he wasn't struck down earlier? Get away from me. If he strikes me, it proves his affection. Why doesn't he strike anyone else? The cacophony of voices felt like being thrust into a bustling marketplace. The noise was overwhelming, yet upon closer listening, one could discern nothing of substance. "Elder Yu, please officiate the match." Qin Yuhua instructed the elder behind her. "As you wish." Elder Yu stepped forward, retrieving a batch of high-quality raw materials from his storage ring, which he handed to Qin Yuhua. When it was Yi Ning's turn, Elder Yu regarded him with a hint of disdain, presenting him with an equivalent set of materials. Cheating? No need for that. Elder Yu was confident the princess would utterly crush her opponent, teaching this young man in black the vastness of the world beyond his limited perspective. Should the princess lose, Elder Yu would willingly stand on his head and endure humiliation. Speaking with conviction, he selected a sword formula from his ring and offered it to Yi Ning. This particular sword formula was the finest crafted by the princess, while Yi Ning was assuredly using it for the first time. With such a disparity, the princess's chances of victory were nearly 200%. What is that? Am I seeing things? The Mingshan crystal. That's the most difficult mineral to refine. This time a young man in black is doomed. Without any special means, he wouldn't even be able to refine the mineral. He would be a laughingstock. This is what he deserves for putting on airs. He must be regretting it now. The Mingshan crystal? Indeed, it was Yi Ning's first encounter with it. Had no one mentioned it, he wouldn't even have known its name. His stunned expression prompted laughter from the nearly 10,000 martial artists present. A chorus of harsh ridicule erupted. Were it not for the prohibition on interfering with the match, rotten eggs and foul shoes would have been hurled at Yi Ning's head. But this is just average. Compared to the minerals the gray-haired elder provided, it's far inferior. Yi Ning squeezed the Mingshan crystal in his hand, a sudden thought striking him. With the 7-flame true fire at his disposal, he had no fear of sword forging. No matter how tough the mineral, it would crumble effortlessly before the 7-flame true fire. The gray-haired elder had once mentioned that millennia ago, a warrior who broke through the earthly tribulation comprehended the 3 flames true fire and, in a fit of rage, ignited a fire that spanned hundreds of miles, enduring for thousands of years. This attests to the power of true fire. Yi Ning examined the sword formula, and to be honest, he couldn't help but admire the foundation of the Great Qin Empire. The forging process recorded within was far more intricate than any he had previously encountered with his 2 spirit swords. "Begin the sword forging," Elder Yu declared coldly after confirming both participants had inspected their materials and sword formulas. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than a massive cauldron sword from Qin Yuhua's 7th-tier storage ring, engulfed in roaring flames. Clearly, an exceptionally high-quality fire array resided within the cauldron. On the sword element continent, Both sword forgers and alchemists require a cauldron's assistance. However, the status of sword forgers is even more revered. Although Yi Ning felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of acquiring another spirit sword, upon seeing the enormous cauldron belonging to Qin Yuhua, he was momentarily taken aback. He seemed to lack a cauldron. Ha ha ha, this fool is intimidated by the princess's cauldron. If this lad can refine the Mingshan crystal, I shall take his surname. Another round of laughter erupted, and even Qin Yuhua couldn't help but cast a proud glance at Yi Ning. Her earlier amusement still evident on her face. Surely he doesn't lack a cauldron, does he? No way, right? Chapter 39. The Great Qin Princess's Complete Defeat, 5th Tier Low Grade. Yi Ning scratched his head awkwardly. Qin Yuhua laughed heartily. Would you like me to lend you one? You need to beg me. In her moment of triumph, she inadvertently revealed her identity. Of course, her so-called hidden identity had already become the worst-kept secret within Fengyuan Villa. No need. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. Holding the Mingshan crystal the size of a watermelon, he unleashed a burst of 7-flame true fire. With Yi Ning's deliberate control, no one could perceive the essence of the 7-flame true fire. All they could see was the once watermelon-sized Mingshan crystal rapidly shedding residue at a visible rate that was even faster than Qin Yuhua's refining process using her cauldron. Moreover, and more crucially, the purity was higher. According to the refining speed of Qin Yuhua's cauldron, the Mingshan crystal would require at least 5 rounds of refining to eliminate any impurities. Yet the Mingshan crystal in Yi Ning's hand was perfectly refined in just one go. Damn! A synchronized gasp of shock erupted from the audience, as they stared at Yi Ning as if they had seen a ghost. Is this young man even human? Even Qin Yuhua was left speechless. Her face frozen in a mix of astonishment and residual amusement, unable to control her own cauldron. The seated Elder Yu and the various Kong family elders serving as judges all rose. Their eyes wide with disbelief. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the Sword Element continent, there has never been a precedent for refining minerals with both hands. Even if Yi Ning possessed some unknown means, it would not work. Elder Yu took a step closer, scrutinizing Yi Ning's hands, searching for signs of cheating or trickery. As he drew nearer, he suddenly sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Yi Ning's hands. A force so overwhelming that it seemed to promise unbearable pain with the slightest touch. In a mere moment, Yi Ning had already refined the Ming Mountain crystal into a flawless palm-sized gem devoid of any impurities. He then proceeded to take other ores, meticulously following the same procedure, completing the refinement of all within an exceedingly short span of time. The final step was the most crucial, the crafting of the spiritual sword. Now, if Qin Yuhua wished to prevail, she could only focus her efforts on this aspect. Old Yu felt a sense of relief, thankful that the sword formula he had presented earlier was one that the princess was already intimately familiar with. Otherwise, she would have lost the contest from the very beginning. The process of forging a spiritual sword is akin to that of refining elixirs. It requires both precise control over the flame and exact manipulation of the ore ratios. Currently, without a cauldron, it was inconceivable for Yi Ning to succeed in this endeavor. That's why Yi Ning closed his eyes, recalling the method employed by the elderly man with silver hair, who had forged a spiritual sword without the use of a cauldron. After a stick of incense had burned down, he opened his eyes, seemingly filled with ethereal energy, and began to forge the sword in the void. Humph. Utterly arrogant, Old Yu flicked his sleeve and returned to his seat. Should Yi Ning succeed in crafting a sword without a cauldron, he, Yu Qianba, would be reduced to a state of utter disgrace. The process of forging a spiritual sword was immensely taxing on one's spiritual essence. And Yi Ning was drenched in sweat, unable to maintain control over the concealment of the 7 subtle true flames. The 7 distinct flames gradually emerged in his hands. Those untainted ores melted into liquid form under the 7 subtle true flames, while his other hand deftly manipulated these liquids in the void. Following the steps delineated in the sword formula, he cautiously added each element, gradually sketching the form of the spiritual sword. The dimensions, weight, and patterns of the sword all had exceedingly strict requirements. It was akin to a martial artist training. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. One must not be careless. Yining was thoroughly soaked. His thin black attire, accentuating his physique and well-defined abdominal muscles, presenting a vivid display of temptation amidst the frigid air. Soon, the hilt of the spiritual sword began to take shape in the void. Meanwhile, Qin Yuhua was still refining her third piece of, or utterly flustered. What manner of prodigy was she competing against? To think he could refine ores with his bare hands and forge a spiritual sword in the void. If she were to recount this to her father, he would surely dismiss it as nonsense. Half an incense stick later, Yining's spiritual sword was fully formed, a radiant green blade materializing in the air. With a resounding clang, the sound of the sword echoed through the void, reverberating endlessly. Suddenly, the heavens transformed dramatically. Dark clouds loomed overhead, fierce winds surged, and silver serpentine lightning danced about, summoning an extraordinary phenomenon. Was it the tribulation of thunder? Someone asked in panic. Indeed, it had attracted the thunder tribulation. What caliber of sword had this young man forged? How terrifying! The crowd gasped, yet amidst the ominous rumble of thunder, no bolt descended. After a full stick of incense had passed, the ominous atmosphere dissipated abruptly. I told you. A thunder tribulation could only be invoked by the emergence of at least a sixth-tier spiritual sword. If this lad could forge a sixth-tier sword in the void, that would be truly extraordinary. Yet, judging by the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the sword, it could not possibly be less than a fifth-tier sword, could it? Even Yu Tianba stared intently at the heavens, his toes inside his boots, curling in anxiety. If this young man truly managed to forge a sixth-tier spiritual sword, he would have to persuade him to join the Qin kingdom, even if it meant enduring humiliation. Such a genius among geniuses, a terror among terrors, a prodigy among prodigies. As for the other elders of the Kong family present, they wore expressions akin to having ingested something foul. Thank goodness their ancestor had intervened and prevented them from offending Yining. Otherwise, the Kong family would have made an enemy of someone they could never hope to contend with in the coming years. That detestable Kong Liang and Kong Ji would have to reflect for a decade after they recovered. They had been blind to dare insult such a talented youth. Amidst their swirling thoughts, they could not help but marvel at their ancestors' wisdom and foresight. Old Yu approached, his hand brushing against the azure spiritual sword crafted by Yining, his expression shifting between joy and consternation. After presenting it to the other elders of the Kong family, each one felt a sudden jolt in their hearts upon inspection, a fifth-tier inferior spiritual sword. The princess of the Great Qin had already lost. Old Yu collapsed into his chair, for Qin Yuhua had practiced the sword formula countless times, yet her best result had only yielded a fourth-tier superior spiritual sword. Even with her extraordinary performance today, she likely only managed to produce a fourth-tier exceptional sword. It was crucial to note that this black-clad youth had forged the sword in the void. Should he have been provided with a cauldron identical to Qin Yuhua's, he might well have refined a fifth-tier superior sword. Old Yu's mind was in disarray. He had been the proverbial frog in the well, blind to the vast world beyond, having underestimated the talents of a youth before him. Yet, in order not to disrupt Qin Yuhua's forging of her spiritual sword, the others remained silent, anxiously awaiting her creation. What if the princess's fortune and character allowed her to forge a fifth-tier sword? Would that not absolve them from the humiliation? Old Yu pondered this to himself. Meanwhile, Yining hurriedly sat cross-legged to restore his own state. His spiritual power had been entirely depleted, and even his spiritual essence was deeply fatigued, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. This was his most perilous moment. Even a warrior at the condensation stage could easily slay him. Were it not for the multitude of eyes upon him, Yining would not have dared to place himself in such a vulnerable position. After all, one must never harbor intentions to harm others. Yet one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Half an incense stick later, Yining opened his eyes. The arena fell into a profound silence. It turned out that the spiritual sword of the Great Qin Princess Qin Yuhua had also been completed. Old Yu reached out to touch it, his face darkening as he discerned from its azure sheen that its quality was far inferior to that of the black-clad youth's spiritual sword. It was a fourth-tier middle-grade sword, even below her previous standards. It seemed that Yi Ning's successful forging process and the early completion had left an indelible impact on Qin Yuhua's mindset. In this contest of sword forging, the great Qin princess had undoubtedly suffered a complete defeat. Chapter 40. Yin Tiangang of the Tianyin Alliance prepares to ascend the tower on the martial arts platform. Yi Ning wore a grin that could only be described as predatory, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Not only had he acquired a spiritual sword for free, but he had also received 1,000,000 spirit coins and 10 exceedingly rare fighting stones. Is there anything in this world that could bring such overwhelming delight from head to toe? Under the tearful and frustrated gaze of Qin Yuhua, Yi Ning accepted her spatial ring, clearing his throat. He spoke in a grave tone. "Little sister, your 4th-tier spiritual sword is already commendable. Keep up the good work. I believe that one day, you will forge a 5th-tier sword." The onlookers regarded Yi Ning's smug demeanor and his mockingly condescending words with palpable irritation. Old U.S. lips twitched uncontrollably. He understood that had it not been for the throngs of nearly 10,000 warriors observing, Qin Yuhua would have long since thrown a tantrum on the ground. As the great Qin princess, when had she ever endured such a tremendous grievance? Indeed, losing was the greatest blow to her. What spirit coins or fighting stones were worth anything in comparison? In her heart, she harbored no attachment or concept of such material possessions. Why not indulge in luxury? In a sudden flash, Yu Lao recalled a poignant phrase, gazing at the deeply distressed Qin Yuhua, and could only reflect quietly that perhaps this incident was not entirely detrimental for the princess. In the days that followed, Yi Ning accompanied Yi Jing and Tang Junya, leisurely exploring Fengyuan Mountain Manor for over half a month, relishing a serene and delightful interlude. The two ladies underwent a remarkable transformation. Adorned in exquisite dresses, they exuded an undeniable charm, each surpassing the other in beauty, attracting numerous admirers. One could not help but sincerely exclaim that clothes make the man, as their allure was undeniable. As for Tang Xiaoming, he managed to extort another 10,000 spirit coins from Yi Ning, claiming it was a meager amount given the hardships of raising a daughter, presenting it as a bride price deposit. This incessantly vexed Yi Ning, who begrudgingly complied. After a few days apart, Tang Xiaoming had noticeably gained weight, illustrating that the most challenging ailment to remedy is often the affliction of the heart. With his emotional burdens alleviated, he had become quite boastful and even entertained thoughts of remarrying. Were it not for Tang Junia's unmarried status, he might have shamelessly lingered at Fengyuan Mountain Manor indefinitely. After more than half a month, the group prepared to depart, having exchanged their carriage for a 2nd-tier demon beast, the Frostfire Tiger, a creature tamed by the Kong family, unfazed by the cold and possessing immense strength. It merely required a substantial amount of sustenance. However, compared to the carriage, this was a significant enhancement. This 2nd-tier beast was valued at no less than 5,000 spirit coins, yet the clan leader, Kong Gu, insisted on gifting it to Yi Ning. Refusal would mean he could not depart. To be frank, after a month of camaraderie, the Kong family's members have been exceptionally warm-hearted, forging a deep friendship with Yi Ning. Moreover, with the impending marriage of the young master Kong Cheng, Yi Ning felt it inappropriate to leave immediately after the banquet, thus prolonging his stay point 10 days later. The group finally arrived at Mangsing City in the Zhao Kingdom. This ancient city, steeped in cultural heritage, served as both a border town for Zhao and the gateway to the Qianyao mountain range for the great Zhao Empire. Consequently, it was home to a multitude of martial artists, numbering in the millions. In comparison, the peaceful city seemed like a mere trifling deity. Was no wonder that the legendary wandering sword immortal, Li Tai Bai, chose this very place to transcend the threshold of life and death. Yet fate proved cruel, as he ultimately perished at the pinnacle of the Hero's Tower, leaving behind the monument that would come to be known as the Hero's Tower. The Hero's Tower, a magnificent structure towering 9 stories high, only permitted those under the age of 30 to ascend. Each floor was presided over by a distinguished champion who had emerged from the ranks of millions of warriors, awaiting the next challenger. Thus, for those seeking to make a name for themselves, the Hero's Tower was undeniably the most prestigious venue for recognition. After spending several days in Mangsing City, Yi Ning familiarized himself with the tower's regulations and conditions. He had pledged to Confucius that he would ascend in the name of the Kong family, As a gentleman's word bears great weight, that on this day, Yi Ning donned a brand new black robe and arrived at the entrance of the hero's tower, proclaiming with a thunderous voice, "A hall of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. A sword's frost chills 14 provinces." His shout reverberated like distant thunder, echoing for miles. Was someone ascending? Instantly, countless martial artists rushed to spread the news, converging towards the hero's tower. Another contender, the young attendant of the hero's tavern, was left astounded, realizing this was the second challenger in a month. It had been years since anyone had attempted to ascend. Who was the previous challenger? A newcomer inquired that a month ago, Yin Tiangang had come to Mangsing City to ascend, reaching the 9th floor in a mere 11 days. Yin Tiangang, the name rolled off their tongues, followed by a look of astonishment as they anxiously asked, "Is he not the one from the Tianyin Alliance? Who else could possibly reach the 9th floor before the age of 27? The attendant sighed. 27. The onlookers were shocked, repeating Yin Tiangang's age and then feeling their own stubble, lamenting, "I'm 37, and I can't even step foot on the 1st floor." Yin, the young master of the Tianyin Alliance, had stated a month prior that his ascent was merely to challenge someone who would arrive in a month. Could it be this very individual before them? The Tianyin Alliance was truly formidable. Terrifying indeed. They had even predicted today's event a month ago. Alas, it mattered little. He was still a frail being, unlikely to live past 30. "Who dares ascend the hero's tower?" "State your name," came a voice. "A member of the Kong family. Is it the young Master Kong Chung?" "No. Do you understand the rules of ascension? Life and death are yours to bear." "Very well. Return in 3 days." Yi Ning clasped his hands in respect and turned to leave. This individual looks unfamiliar. Could he be the heir of a super sect? I haven't seen him before. It doesn't seem like it. The Kong family has always been low-key. Why the sudden fanfare for this ascent? The crowd shook their heads, unable to decipher the rationale. Could this person simply be seeking attention? He hardly resembles a member of the Kong family. Laughter erupted, unless he has lost his mind, seeking death. Perhaps. No more guesses. In 3 days, we shall see. I wager he won't even reach the 2nd floor. With Yin Tiangang present, the 9th floor will likely remain unchanged for the next 3 years. Amidst the clamor, Yi Ning returned to the inn. What lay ahead were fierce battles, and he understood the necessity of being in peak condition. Securing the doors and windows, Yi Ning entered the sword void space. 3 days would suffice for him to cultivate for over 3 months within. Lengthening the sword intent of his other 2 spirit swords with the fighting stones was clearly impractical, given his current realm. Only at the 1st level of the opening vein stage. However, with the 10 fighting stones from Qin Yuhua, he could refine his own 3rd spirit sword, which was not out of reach. Determined, Yi Ning set to work, each hand grasping a fighting stone, as he closed his eyes to refine and outline the 3rd sword's intent. 2 months later, the gleaming blue sword intent emerged, representing the 5th-tier low-grade spirit sword he had forged during his duel with Qin Yuhua. Now, within his consciousness, he possessed 3 sword intents. The first, a white sword intent of the 3rd-tier high grade. The second, a black sword intent of the 4th-tier mid-grade. And the third, a blue sword intent of the 5th-tier low grade. At this point, should he engage in battle with Kong Ji of the 7th level of the Skyward Realm. The emergence of all 3 swords would render Kong Ji utterly defenseless. No, he need not wield all 3. The mere appearance of the 5th-tier low-grade blue sword intent would overwhelm Kong Ji entirely. Meanwhile, outside, only 2 days and nights had passed. On the 3rd day, Yi Ning began to rest in his room. Tomorrow would mark the commencement of his challenges against the champions within the hero's tower. Success or failure hinged upon this pivotal moment. Life and death were of no concern. With a hearty laugh, he stepped outside, proclaiming, "Are we not noble souls, free as the winds?" Chapter 41. Defeating Su Liang in a single strike. Ascending the tower consecutively in the Great Zhao Empire, within Mangsing City, the hero's tower was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of martial artists, leaving only a narrow and cramped passage for a single person to traverse. "Here they come! Someone's arriving!" An excited voice exclaimed. "Is that individual merely at the 1st level of the opening vein stage?" Came a shocked response. "Dressed in black, huh? It seems he has prepared his burial attire. Another mocked derisively, desperate for fame, utterly deluded. Do you not know the prowess of Su Liang, the first floor's champion, a genius of the 7th level of the spirit connection stage? Some voiced their support for Su Liang. Black-clad youth, while you still have time, turn back before you reach the hero's tower. Otherwise, there will be no room for regret. Others offered kind-hearted warnings. What has possessed the Kong family to make such a grand entrance to challenge the hero's tower? Do they truly believe that Mangsing City can be compared to Fengyuan Mountain Manor? In this world, aside for the capitals of the Great Qin and Great Han empires, where else can rival Mangsing City? While the crowd speculated, the resolute Yi Ning strode confidently toward the hero's tower, unfazed by the multitude of martial artists watching him intently. Bone examination. At the entrance of the hero's tower, a voice called out to Yi Ning. This was a martial artist designated to assess bone age, ensuring that no one falsified their age. 2 warriors scrutinized Yi Ning from head to toe, and one, with an awkward expression, announced, "Bone age, 24. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by an uproar. 24, and only at the first level of the opening vein stage. Such a worthless contender dares to aspire to ascend the hero's tower? The Kong family had certainly seen better days. This was no longer hearsay, but a confirmed reality. Pathetic. You'd better leave. Alas, this lad has lost his senses. I bet he'll be defeated in a single strike. Anyone willing to wager? Are you certain you wish to challenge? Perhaps you should reconsider." Su Liang was a robust man with a thick beard. Towering in stature, he looked down at the slender and frail Yi Ning, who was merely at the first level of the meridian opening realm, and inquired. It was not out of any benevolence that Su Liang spoke, but rather a condescending pity. This was akin to a colossal cold crystal elephant disregarding the provocations of an ant by the roadside. It would only find amusement in the ant's ignorance. "Can we begin?" Yi Ning remained reticent. Su Liang's gaze hardened. "I will grant you 3 moves." The hero's tower was vast, and the first floor was particularly spacious. Designed with intricate hollow carvings, allowing hundreds of thousands of martial artists to witness the unfolding events within. "You may strike first. I fear that should I make my move, you shall not have the opportunity to retaliate." Yi Ning replied earnestly. Boom. Arrogance. Utter arrogance. Though Su Liang had never regarded Yi Ning with any respect, he was incensed by the audacity of this mere insect's words. The implication that a 7th-level practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm would not even have the chance to retaliate was a direct affront. Su Liang was furious. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of martial artists shared his indignation. Yi Ning's statement had struck everyone like a resounding slap. At the age of 29, Su Liang was on the cusp of 30. Having achieved the 4th level of the spirit-nurturing realm by the age of 24. How could a mere first-level meridian opening practitioner dare to be so conceited? Did he truly have some backing? Or was he simply ignorant and arrogant? Very well. Su Liang laughed in rage, his thoughts sinking as he ceased to ponder what Yi Ning's trump card might be. Instead, he lifted his 100 beasts heavy hammer and swung it fiercely towards Yi Ning. D. With a thunderous roar, the 100 beasts heavy hammer emitted a cacophony, shaking the very soul. Before Yi Ning, the scene suddenly twisted and morphed into that of a fierce giant beast. Roar. The echoes of the beast's roar emanated from the hammer. First appeared a tiger's head, which then abruptly transformed into that of a bear, its gaping maw releasing a foul stench that would make anyone retch. This terrifying and vividly real spectacle evoked primal fears of demonic beasts deep within the hearts of men. The roars were the sounds produced by the spinning of the 100 beasts heavy hammer, resembling both an illusion and a stark reality. This was Su Liang's renowned martial skill, and when combined with his unique spiritual weapon, many martial artists have been made to tremble in fear, their courage evaporating. The hundreds of thousands of spectators erupted in a chorus of gasps, both astonished and horrified. They were shocked that Su Liang would unleash such a terrifying killing move against a mere first-level meridian opening character. And they feared that had they faced such a strike, they would have perished without a chance to defend themselves. That Yi Ning stood frozen in place, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Even he had to admit that such a formidable attack granted Su Liang a basis for pride. Even the short-haired young man, Hu Tan, would likely meet his demise without question. Wai Yining's skin tightened as he acutely sensed the overwhelming pressure of the impending attack, having transcended the third tribulation. He was already on a different plane compared to ordinary martial artists, whether in terms of spiritual power or the inherent strength derived from his realm, the width and resilience of his meridians, the hardness and density of his bones, and the depth and force of his dantian all provided him with the confidence to crush all challengers across realms. Yet even so, Yining dared not absorb this blow head-on. Should Su Liang's 100 Beasts heavy hammer strike him, he would not only be injured but likely meet his end. The space on the first floor of the hero's tower surged with tremendous fluctuations. Several streams of energy swirling like enraged dragons. The protective array's light shields flickering ominously. All of this signified the terror of Su Liang's strike, just as it seemed that Yining would be devoured by the giant beast in the next heartbeat. He focused intently, his hand flashing with a green light. Whoosh! The beast let out a mournful wail. The illusion shattered. The wave subsided. The spiritual energy dissipated. Everything returned to normal. All that remained was Su Liang stumbling back in shock. Crack! The 100 Beasts' heavy hammer shattered. Puffed! Su Liang spat out blood. Su Liang was defeated. With a single strike, the young man in black had vanquished Su Liang, who had unleashed his most formidable move. The azure glow was witnessed by all, yet none among the hundreds of thousands could articulate what it truly was. Wai Yining approached Su Liang, who gasped, I concede. I admit defeat. Please don't kill me. Su Liang frantically waved his hands, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. Wai Yining did not utter a word and ascended the stairs. He aimed to reach the 9th floor within a day. I am convinced. May I inquire about your esteemed name, young hero? What was that earlier technique? Su Liang asked, his tone tinged with reluctance. Wai Yining did not pause or look back. His assent was solely to fulfill his promise to Confucius, and thus he could not divulge his name. As for the sword intent and spiritual light, it was likely that even Su Liang would not comprehend, for the gray-haired elder had mentioned that it did not belong to this realm. The hundreds of thousands of martial artists fell into a profound silence, their faces frozen in disbelief. Utterly speechless, he had truly defeated Su Liang with a single move. That was Su Liang, the 7th-level practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm. He ascended to the 2nd floor. Could it be that he intended to continue his challenges? Typically, martial artists would take some time to recover from their previous battles before ascending again. However, there had only been one other, Yan Tiangang of the Tianyan Alliance, who had ascended consecutively in a single day. On the 9th floor of the hero's tower, a man clad in immaculate white robes gazed down at Yining, his face pale and visibly weak. You have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting you. No sooner had he spoken than he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, as though he might expel his very organs. The white silk cloth in his hand was stained with alarming crimson. Chapter 42. Slaying Evil Without Mercy. The Terrifying Divine Monk. Yining, having broken through the unprecedented third tribulation, possessed a unique terror. Though his realm ascended slowly, his strength and combat prowess could increase infinitely. As long as he could discover new sword techniques and refine ever more advanced spiritual swords, he could bolster his might. This was the very reason Yining had the confidence to ascend. The 5th-grade inferior azure sword intent emerged, and on the 2nd floor, Huazhan of the 8th level of the spirit-nurturing realm fell. On the 3rd floor, He Hong, at the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm, was also defeated. No practitioner of the spirit-nurturing realm could withstand a second strike from him. For once the second strike was unleashed, these martial artists would surely perish. Today, martial artists from all over the Star City flocked to witness the spectacle. Some perched on rooftops, while others clung to tree branches, all eagerly discussing how far the black-clad youth could ascend. The crowd of spectators swelled rapidly, soon reaching over 1 million, nearly the entirety of Star City's martial artists. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed today, Yining, merely 24 years old and at the 1st level of the Meridian Opening Realm, would undoubtedly achieve fame across the land. Truly, it was a case of 10 years of hard work going unnoticed, only to be recognized in a single ascent. On the 4th floor resided the monk known as Slayer of Evil. No mercy, who surely could not withstand the black-clad youth's sword strike. As the number of spectators grew, many of whom were high-ranking practitioners, they discerned that the azure glow in Yi Ning's hand was a sword. A gleaming azure spiritual sword, so resplendent it was blinding. Was he truly of the Kong family? Confucius emphasized benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, and most of his kin were known for their scholarly pursuits. It was seldom heard of that they wielded swords. Unclear. Regardless, some had already sought verification, yet the Kong family members remained tight-lipped, suggesting there was indeed truth to the matter. Alas, this black-clad youth's strength is truly terrifying. He has only used a single strike on the first 3 floors. Yet not one could withstand it. The martial artist's opinions shifted rapidly. Only moments ago, they were hurling insults, but now they heaped praise upon him. This made it clear that all respect is founded upon strength. With power, others would go to great lengths to elevate you. Without it, do not blame others for looking down upon you. Amit Ba, on the 4th floor of the hero's tower, seated upon a meditation mat, was a monk clad in gray robes, his gaze gentle and serene, at the 2nd level of the skyward realm. Benefactor, you have arrived, the slayer of evil, no mercy, greeted Yi Ning. Your Dharma name is quite unique. Yi Ning remarked in admiration. Yet, as a monk, you are supposed to be indifferent to fame and fortune. Why do you ascend the hero's tower? The slayer of evil. No mercy, smiled slightly. If not, how can I intimidate the petty villains? Yi Ning nodded in agreement. I should make the first move then. I cannot allow you to strike first. The slayer of evil, no mercy, rose to his feet, the 9 grotesque scars on his forehead appearing fearsome and terrifying. Demon extermination, 3 sticks. As soon as the words left his lips, the slayer of evil, no mercy, raised the staff in his hand and hurled it towards Yi Ning. Waves of black and red energy surged forth. The sound of the staff cutting through the air was like that of twisting vines, ensnaring Yi Ning completely. The bloodshed upon you is so heavy. How are you any different from those demonic scoundrels? Come forth and perish. Suddenly, the malevolent figure, SHB Liam, experienced a dramatic change in countenance, as his entire face became ensnared by a swirling mass of dark red energy, forming a protective barrier that rendered him indistinct. The staff in his hand erupted with a blinding spiritual radiance, and within moments, the defensive array of the 4th floor creaked ominously before shattering with a resounding crash. Has SHB Liam truly developed murderous intent? Could it be that this young man from the K-Ing family is a demon? No wonder his strength is so formidable. How could one possibly breach the 3rd floor of the Pulse Awakening realm without the aid of demonic powers? What a splendid display of slaughter. The realm of void control is no mere trifling matter. Surely this young man in black will meet his demise here. While chaos reigns outside, Yi Ning's expression abruptly shifted, for he distinctly sensed the overwhelming killing intent emanating from SHB Liam. This was an intent to regard him as a demon and eliminate him swiftly. The sword intent surged. A flash of azure light, and the staff and sword collided violently. Boom! Yi Ning and SHB Liam were both sent reeling. This marked Yi Ning's first experience of being forced back. The 2nd level of void control wielded by SHB Liam, in terms of strength, quality of spiritual radiance, and control over spiritual energy, was beyond the capabilities of ordinary practitioners of the void control realm. Boom! Boom! The air resonated with explosive sounds. Spiritual energy surged relentlessly, akin to barrels of gunpowder detonating, unleashing violent waves of energy that spilled forth from the building. A visible wave of energy spread through the air. Any onlooking martial artists who came into contact with it were left spewing blood uncontrollably. It was evident how fierce the clash between the two was. Hiss! A shimmering azure sword shot towards the eyes of SHB Liam, rendering the spiritual radiance on his staff utterly ineffective. SHB Liam's expression changed, and with a furious roar, he withdrew the staff that was hurtling towards Yi Ning, redirecting it towards the azure light. A void akin to the size of a round table erupted violently, collapsing. Master, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. SHB Lee M's voice resonated like thunder, as a profound Buddhist incantation emanated from his lips. A secret technique that could shake the very soul. The azure light was obliterated, reduced to dust by SHB Lee M's strike. With a twist of his staff, he continued to advance towards Yi Ning. The 3 strikes of demonic annihilation were increasingly explosive and terrifying with each subsequent blow. It was over. The young man in black was doomed. As a swordsman, the sword signifies his existence. If the sword is destroyed, so too is he. Without the protective array, the intricately carved wall behind Yi Ning collapsed with a thunderous crash, and the dark red energy surged forth, creating a crack 1 yard wide in every building within 10 yards. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd had long been evacuated. Otherwise, one could only imagine how many innocent lives would have been lost from a distance. This chasm resembled a writhing dragon, a sight both shocking and awe-inspiring. "Die for me!" SHB Lee M continued to roar, his state bordering on madness, seemingly willing to pay any price to eliminate Yi Ning. Yi Ning found himself ensnared by the dark red energy. Akin to being trapped in a quagmire, his movements sluggish. Moreover, SHB Lee M had also employed the Buddhist incantation, causing Yi Ning's consciousness to tremble incessantly, as if his very soul were being stripped of its essence, leaving him unable to resist. "Break for me!" Brought to a breaking point, Yi Ning let out a fierce roar, flames of various hues erupting from his entire being. The 7 flames of true fire. Hiss! Under the scorching of the 7 flames of true fire, the dark red energy retreated as if faced with a natural enemy, emitting chilling, agonizing screams. Distorted human faces emerged from the retreating energy, transforming into wisps of black mist that ascended into the air. As the energy receded, Yi Ning felt a sudden lightness envelop him, and with a flash of black light, he charged headlong towards the 3rd strike of SHB Lee M. "You still possess a second sword," SHB Lee M exclaimed in shock. The trials of a swordsman are as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Even the unparalleled prodigy, Li Tai Bai, could not cross that chasm. Yet Yi Ning, at the first level of pulse awakening, astonishingly wielded a second spiritual sword. How could this not leave the onlookers in awe and disbelief? Boom! Boom! The black sword intent collided with a 3rd strike of demonic annihilation, unleashing an even greater wave of energy. The area around the hero building resembled the end of the world, with walls collapsing and countless debris being swept away by the terrifying energy. As if caught in a whirlwind, dozens of highly skilled martial artists from across the city gathered outside to defend, with even the city lord of the Xian God realm personally present to protect the onlookers. Were it not for their efforts, those standing at the forefront would surely have perished in the thousands. As a Buddhist practitioner, how could one cultivate such a vicious technique? Yi Ning bellowed, his heart ablaze with anger, as he had never anticipated that SHB Lee M would truly harbor a murderous intent towards him. Clearly, he regarded Yi Ning as a demonic practitioner to be eradicated, as long as one harbors the Buddha in their heart. Wielding a knife is inconsequential. SHB Lee M's low growl echoed from afar. With a twist of his staff, he transformed it into a myriad of shadowy strikes, continuing his assault towards Yi Ning. Chapter 43. The Death of SHB Lee M. Justice prevails. With Buddha in the heart and a knife in hand. These 8 brief words encapsulated the extreme Buddhist ideology within SHB Lee M's heart. Among the millions of onlookers, it stirred a tremendous uproar. Such dominance, utterly unparalleled, indisputably impeccable. The divine monk truly is a divine monk. This young man from the Kang family has indeed transformed into a demonic practitioner. But how could that possibly withstand the divine monk's discerning gaze? SHB Lee M vowed from a young age to eradicate all demonic practitioners. We are but mortals, yet this demonic practitioner possesses exceptional talent. Not only is he a swordsman, but he also wields 2 spiritual swords. Had he not strayed from the path, he might have been considered a prodigy worthy of a place in the hero building. My brother is not a demonic practitioner. That bald monk speaks nonsense. Yi Jing argued passionately with others. Not a demonic practitioner. Then how can he exude such overwhelming killing intent? I believe you too are a demonic practitioner. That is because my brother kills many villains to protect our homeland. Yi Jing retorted. Huh, a mere demonic practitioner speaks of protecting the homeland. Did you not just claim to be a member of the Kang family? Now you speak of protecting the homeland? Shall we capture them and present them before the divine monk? Wouldn't that be a splendid deed? A hideously ugly dwarf with twisted features gazed at Yi Jing and Tang Junya. His eyes filled with insatiable malice and greed as he raised his hand to strike Yi Jing. He was at the 4th level of Pulse Awakening, a full major realm above Yi Jing. Naturally, Yi Jing was no match for him, and she was sent reeling, spitting blood, from behind. Unfamiliar martial artists emerged, and one kicked Yi Jing away, causing her immense internal pain. She collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Even so, Yi Jing shouted defiantly, "My brother is not a demonic practitioner. You shall not defame him." At the 4th level of Qi condensation, Yi Jing was not a match for these assailants, not to mention Tang Junya. At the 9th level of body refinement, who was also targeted by the crowd, losing a significant amount of hair in the process. Even Tang Xiaoming, at the 6th level of Qi condensation, could not escape unscathed. And being the only man among the three, he endured even harsher beatings. Were it not for Yi Ning still being alive, the three of them would likely have perished long ago. The crowd waited with bated breath, awaiting the moment when SHB Li M would triumph over Yi Ning. As the saying goes, a tiger falls in the flatlands and is bullied by dogs. A dragon swims in shallow waters and is mocked by shrimp. They firmly believed that Yi Ning would surely be halted at the 4th floor and emerge severely injured. Boom! A myriad of staff shadows descended upon Yi Ning, who chose to block with his left arm. At the same time, the spiritual energy within him roared silently, surging forth like an enraged dragon, wildly converging towards his right hand as blinding azure light erupted once more, aimed at SHB Li M's neck. He intended to trade injury for a kill. Crack! Yi Ning's left arm shattered, limp and powerless. Meanwhile, SHB Li M was sent reeling backward, nearly tumbling from the 4th floor of the hero building. Yet he did not perish, for a flash of red light shimmered, a relic shielding him from certain death. It subsequently turned to ash, dissipating into the void. In an instant, SHB Li M's eyes turned crimson, veins bulging as he bellowed like a raging bull. "Master, you despicable, despicable, despicable. You have become so deeply entrenched in your obsession to eradicate demons that you've lost your way, and now you blame me." Yi Ning found it laughable. Had you not first harbored murderous intent, could your master's relic have been destroyed? Must it be that you can kill others, while they cannot resist? Yi Ning could no longer afford to hold back. Clearly, SHB Li M had become utterly unreasonable. Though he had lost an arm, it did not hinder Yi Ning from continuing to condense the sword intent. The black radiance reappeared as a sword imbued with horrifying energy surged towards SHB Li M. Bang! SHB Li M struck fiercely with his staff, causing the floor of the 4th level to erupt chaotically, as if a slippery eel were writhing in a hot pot. Their battle was poised to dismantle the entire hero building. All the onlooking martial artists swallowed hard, struggling to keep their composure. If any one of them were in the fray, they would have surely lost their lives. So powerful, so outrageously powerful. Bang! Once again, SHB Li M shattered Yi Ning's spiritual radiance, leaping high like a fierce tiger, aiming for Yi Ning's throat. Previously, he sought to kill Yi Ning out of his obsession to eradicate demons. Now, he aimed to slay Yi Ning to avenge his master. Yi Ning must not die. Just now, the shattering of the floor formed a formidable barrier of energy in the presence of the demon of relentless evil, not only once again strangling Yi Ning's 4th-tier sword intent, but also leaving him momentarily unable to discern the movements behind the barrier. "Go down and accompany your master," Yi Ning roared, for he was no stranger to battle. Having fought countless skirmishes on the small battlefield, he was far from being a benevolent character. "If one offends me, I shall respond with decisive retribution." The demon of relentless evil sought to slay him, yet how could Yi Ning not desire to annihilate his foe in return? The interplay of green and black came to life as Yi Ning, in a moment of peril, conjured 2 strands of sword intent with but a single hand. Moreover, these two strands of sword intent were enveloped in 7 flames of varying hues. They appeared like a rainbow, refracting sunlight and emanating mesmerizing halos, a breathtaking spectacle. Yet behind such beauty often lurks grave peril. The two ethereal swords spun like gyroscopes, hurtling toward the demon of relentless evils. Boom! Crack! The, now besieged by the ethereal light, could no longer withstand the assault and shattered piece by piece. The demon of relentless evil's countenance changed dramatically as he swiftly formed hand seals, reciting esoteric and convoluted Buddhist verses at a rapid pace. Condense, a spiritual emblem abruptly manifested before him, managing to block the two strands of sword intent. Such terror! Given the power that the demon of relentless evil had unleashed, he could easily ascend several floors. Although the sword intent had been thwarted, the seemingly innocuous 7 flavors of true fire had firmly penetrated his body. He himself remained oblivious to all. You dare to attempt to slay this monk. I tell you, evil can never suppress righteousness. The demon of relentless evil, having blocked Yi Ning's sword intent, felt an unexpected sense of relief and scolded. Yet in the next breath, he suddenly howled in excruciating agony. Ah! The 7 flavors of true fire blazed within him. Yet to outsiders, none could perceive this torment, for the 7 flavors of true fire sear the 7 emotions of a person: joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, surprise, fear, and contemplation. The deeper the obsession, the harsher the burns. In mere moments, the demon of relentless evil was reduced to a charred, lifeless husk at the edge of the 4th floor, pointing a skeletal finger toward Yi Ning, his mouth agape, as if he wished to utter something. This scene became an indelible memory etched in the minds of millions of martial artists. This image was indelibly engraved in the memories of all present. This charred husk would remain on the 4th floor of the hero's tower, becoming a magnificent sight for centuries and millennia to come. In this battle, Yi Ning emerged victorious. Though he had lost his left arm, with the absolute sword space by his side, he feared not such a wound. He approached the charred remains of the demon of relentless evil and whispered, "You speak true. Evil cannot suppress righteousness." Yi Ning descended, for he was no longer suited to challenge the hero's tower. The two had fought from morning until the noon, and it was now time for a meal. Upon descending, Yi Ning beheld the battered Yi Jing and her companions, and his fury erupted as he bellowed. "Who did this? Step forth!" With a whoosh. Instantly, a large circle was cleared around the dwarf, and those who had assaulted Yi Jing. The dwarf panicked. "Don't come over! I tell you, my father, Zhang is a renowned martial artist in the Star City." The others, sensing the situation, quickly knelt, weeping and begging for mercy, gazing at the blustering kin before him. Yi Ning's expression darkened. Without further ado, a flash of black light ensued, and dozens of severed heads rolled to the ground without hesitation. Chapter 44. Everything is a scheme. The praying mantis catches the cicada. Just 1 hour had passed in the outside world, yet within the absolute sword space, 3 days and nights had elapsed, when Yi Ning once again stood at the entrance of the hero's tower. His left arm had healed completely. In fact, due to his life and death battle with the demon of relentless evil, he experienced another breakthrough in his realm, now at the 2nd stage of the opening meridian's realm. The 3 strands of sword intent had each grown to 14 inches. If he were to battle the demon of relentless evil once more, it would likely take but the emergence of the green light for the demon to shatter. It is no exaggeration to say that with each small breakthrough, Yi Ning's progression equated to several years of arduous training for an ordinary martial artist, surpassing the advancements of several realms. To refer to him as a humanoid demon beast would be entirely accurate. As the Qin Emperor swept through the 6 realms, how fierce was his gaze, wielding his sword to disperse the clouds. The lords of the land came forth from the west. Standing at the entrance of the hero's tower, Yi Ning let out a long howl. The sound reverberated, causing all observing martial artists to feel their heads buzz. Arrogant. This lad is incredibly audacious. How dare he compare himself to the Qin Emperor? The Qin state, once the smallest of nations, grew into the superpower dominating the 8 nations, all thanks to the illustrious deeds of the first emperor. Since his reign, No one has dared to use the title of First Emperor again. A mere descendant of the Kong family dares to liken himself to the Qin Emperor. This is downright rebellious and perverse. Yet at this very moment, none of the millions of martial artists who had witnessed Yi Ning's morning achievements dared to step forward to criticize or refute him. With each step, Yi Ning ascended to the 5th floor. The 5th floor's 4th stage of the Sky Realm, Jin Shao, conceded outright. The 6th floor's 6th stage of the Sky Realm, Wei Ruei, fell to a single strike from Yi Ning. The 7th floor's 8th stage of the Sky Realm, Duamu Hao, fell to 2 strikes. The 8th floor's peak of the Sky Realm, Tao Yi, fell to 2 strikes. In merely the span of 2 incense sticks, Yi Ning ascended to the 9th floor, to ascend 8 floors in a single day. Whether others would follow is uncertain, but thus far he stands unparalleled in history. Even the young master Yin Tiangang of the Tianyin Alliance took a full 11 days. It must be noted that the Tianyin Alliance is a powerful sect that exists outside the 8 great empires. Akin to the status of the Great Qin within an empire, Yin Tiangang is hailed as the foremost of the young generation among the 8 nations and 6 sects. Now, his record pales in comparison to Yi Ning's. Ascending 8 floors in a single day, my heavens, he is still in the opening meridian's realm. Only 24 years old. Should he continue for another 2 years, it is likely that Yin Tiangang would prove no match for him. Alas, at present he remains far from the peak of the Sky Realm, where Yin Tiangang reigns supreme. The 8th floor's Tao Yi, also at the pinnacle of the Sky Realm, was defeated in less than 10 exchanges against Yin Tiangang. That Kong family lad needed but 2 exchanges. Though Yin Tiangang is recognized as the leader of the young generation among the 8 nations and 6 sects, he is already 27 years old. It is said that the young masters of the Tianyin Alliance rarely live beyond 30. To reveal such a secret, one would surely face divine retribution. Strangely, the Tianyin Alliance has seen its 67th young master in Yin Tiangang's generation. Yet every young master bears the name Tiangang, differing only in surname. This is no coincidence. It is due to the first-generation founder of the Tianyin Alliance being named Li Tiangang. Thus, subsequent young masters renamed themselves in his honor. But this is misleading. If it were so simple, why have all young masters failed to live beyond 30 years for over 2 millennia? There must be some deeper mystery at play. Could it be that a curse truly exists? Those southern barbarian witches did not perish. On the 9th floor, you finally came, clapping your hands, sitting in a chair. Yin Tiangang gazed at Yi Ning with an enigmatic smile, his words coming out only after several bouts of coughing. Clad in white, his physique was similar to Yi Ning's. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern similarities in their brows, eyes, and noses. Both stood empty-handed. Yi Ning's sword intent was mistakenly believed by the masses to be ethereal swords drawn from a spatial ring, then enveloped in ethereal light. After all, in the sword origin continent, no technique had ever emerged that could directly manifest tangible shapes from ethereal light. Little did they know, Yi Ning's sword was forged from ethereal light itself. Should this secret be uncovered, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval across the sword origin continent. Yin Tiangang's methods, however, were even more inscrutable, known to few. The only significant difference between the two was their garments. Yi Ning donned black, while Yin Tiangang wore white. Black and white. Naturally opposed, destined to be mortal enemies. Only one can survive. Even the laws of the universe dictate that there is black without white and white without black. As the two stood together, all present noticed this bizarre scene, exchanging bewildered glances. If one were to claim that there was no causal relationship here, surely no one would believe it. After all, when Yin Tiangang visited the hero's tower a month prior, he had declared that he awaited a certain individual a month hence, that if this individual were not Yi Ning, who else could it be? You've come. Have you been waiting long? Yi Ning nodded, speaking casually as if to a long-lost friend. This took Yin Tiangang aback, for since Yi Ning began his ascent, everyone had noted that this black-clad youth spoke very little. Yet now, he exhibited a demeanor of ease and warmth, leaving others feeling somewhat disoriented. You are not afraid of me? Yin Tiangang asked again. Why Yi Ning furrowed his brow. Why should I fear you? Are you not aware that I came specifically for you? Do you not wish to know why Kong Lafuzi allowed you to ascend in the name of the Kong family? Yin Tiangang posed several questions in succession. Naturally, this was accompanied by severe coughing. As the white silk cloth in his hand turned bright red, not knowing, what does it matter? Knowing, what does it change? Yining approached the stone table and took a seat, pouring himself a cup of tea. After moistening his throat, he mused, what is there to fear for a man on the brink of death? Excellent. Magnificent. I adore it. Yin Tiangang bellowed with laughter, though his expression was expertly managed, making it difficult to discern whether his mirth was genuine or a facade of anger. May we commence? Yi Ning inquired. Yin Tiangang remained silent, instead regarding Yi Ning with an almost deranged intensity, as though Yi Ning were his prey and he, the hunter, lying in wait. Suddenly, he leaned forward, lowering his voice, trembling slightly as he declared, Yi Ning, ever since you ascended to the rank of general in the state of Yin, I have been orchestrating all of this. You were forced to leave Yin, journeying to Ping'an City, then preparing to venture to the Qin Empire to cure the poison within your sister. You passed by Fengyuan Villa and then arrived at the Hero's Tower in Wanqing City. Yi Ning, have you truly never pondered this? Given your nature, why did you linger at the Kong family for over half a month? Why did you grandiosely ascend the Hero's Tower? Have you not realized that you are being manipulated? I know your every move. Each step you take is within my elaborate scheming. You need not feign such calmness. Before me, you are akin to a caged mouse, and I have been toying with you all along. Despite Yi Ning's formidable mental fortitude, his countenance shifted upon hearing Yin Tiangong's intimate knowledge of his affairs. Indeed, with Kong Laofu having secluded himself for over 200 years, why would he suddenly emerge and have Yi Ning represent the Kong family at the Hero's Tower? Both the Kong family and Yi Ning are inherently discreet individuals. Were it not for a profound scheme, Kong Laofu would never have permitted him to ascend on their behalf. Clearly, Kong Laofu's intentions were not to elevate the Kong family's reputation, but rather to conceal Yi Ning's true identity. Behind each step lay an invisible hand pulling the strings. Yi Ning was merely a pawn on the chessboard, being exploited endlessly, though he preferred silence. He was neither foolish nor naive, and soon grasped the crux of the matter. Having finished his lengthy monologue, Yin Tiangang slumped back in his chair, watching Yi Ning with keen interest. He was eager to discover whether Yi Ning could maintain his earlier composure. Should Yi Ning's mental state falter, his chances of vanquishing him would increase significantly. Underestimating this slight advantage could prove fatal in a contest of skilled combatants. Yi Ning's expression fluctuated, yet ultimately he exhaled slowly. I am but a pawn, yet you're no different, are you? The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. The moment those words left his lips, Yin Tiangong's demeanor shifted dramatically. Chapter 45. Today. There is no escape from calamity. Danshu, first layer. At that moment, Yi Ning abruptly swung his right hand, and a surge of azure light surged towards Yin Tiangong's head. If Yin Tiangang sought to disrupt his mindset, how was Yi Ning not also plotting against him? As Yin Tiangong's emotions wavered, Yi Ning seized this rare opportunity. Though it may be somewhat ignoble in the struggle for life and death, where lies the luxury of scruples? You have triumphed. Your assertion that the square can also be round is indeed correct. Yet you have lost. Even if you're noble and renowned throughout the ages, what value does that hold? Yi Ning deeply understood this principle. Thus, from the moment he stepped into the 9th floor, he had been rapidly devising strategies in his mind. He had sensed a tightening in his body and an accelerated heartbeat upon entering the 9th floor. This was the instinctive warning of a martial artist to impending danger. For the first time, Yi Ning felt the oppressive weight of death. Yes, Yin Tiangang, this young man in white, only slightly older than he, possessed terrifying strength capable of ending his life. This was why Yi Ning's demeanor had suddenly shifted to one of warmth. Little did he know, the situation was far worse and more absurd than he had anticipated. Every move he made was under someone else's calculations. Yin Tiangang not only knew his name, but also understood the true essence of his sword intent. Even though Yi Ning had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but be stirred by Yin Tiangong's words. Boom! The clash between Yi Ning's sword intent and Yin Tiangong's folding fan erupted with tremendous energy. Yin Tiangang tilted his head sharply. But the suddenness of the attack resulted in a lock of his hair being severed. A fine, hair-like wound appeared on his pale face, blood streaming down. For Yin Tiangang, this moment was not greatly damaging. Yet it was profoundly humiliating. You seek death. Yin Tiangang was furious. He had not expected Yi Ning, who had appeared so straightforward, to stoop to such despicable tactics in this confrontation. After all you've said and done, is it not merely to usurp my fate? Yi Ning retorted with a cold laugh. With a mighty kick, he sent the stone table hurtling towards Yin Tiangang. Boom! The massive stone table was reduced to dust under Yin Tiangong's palm. You know your imminent doom draws near, and yet you utilize the Tianyin alliance to uncover my existence, meticulously leading me here. And you present yourself as so noble. Do you think you are worthy? Yi Ning shouted, articulating his thoughts to unsettle Yin Tiangong's state of mind. His sword intent surged forth like dumplings boiling in water, relentlessly striking towards his opponent. In that instant, the figure clad in white on the 9th floor appeared quite beleaguered, provoking waves of astonished gasps from the hundreds of thousands of onlooking martial artists. In other words, consider this. Your Tianyin alliance has existed for but over 2,000 years, yet since the passing of the old man Li Tiangang, your successive young masters have not lived beyond the age of 30. Why? Where have those lost lifespans, those resources gone? Yi Ning laughed heartily, though each generation of Tianyin alliance young masters lives with utmost caution. They still cannot escape the inevitable 30-year calamity. Ever since you learned of your position as the Tianyin alliance young master, have you never slept soundly again? Yi Ning unleashed 3 strikes, resembling 3 coiling dragons, spiraling towards Yin Tiangang, resplendent with vibrant colors. You have actually forged a 3rd sword. Yin Tiangang and the multitude of martial artists were left speechless, their minds reeling, although Yin Tiangang had meticulously plotted each step. Variables existed. Yin Xiaofei from Pingan City was one such variable. The princess of the Qin Empire, Qin Yuhua from Fengyuan Villa, was another variable beyond Yin Tiangong's and even the Tianyin alliance's calculations. For a month prior, Yin Tiangang had received intelligence that Yi Ning possessed only 2 sword intents. Little did he know, by a twist of fate, Qin Yuhua had insisted on battling Yi Ning in sword forging. This not only granted him a 5th-tier inferior spirit sword, but also the most formidable sword intent. These variables were not factored into Yin Tiangong's and the Tianyin alliance's schemes. As the saying goes, human calculations cannot compare to those of the heavens. Do not underestimate these variables. A slight miscalculation can lead to a vast divergence. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of continuous explosions accompanied Yin Tiangong's furious roar. Stop talking. Stop talking. Whether from the blows or sheer rage, he spat several mouthfuls of blood. Yin Tiangang had lost his former elegance. Wiping the blood from his lips, his face was now a terrifying mask of crimson. Hastily, he retrieved a fist-sized white pearl from his spatial ring and tossed it into the air. Instantly, a torrential downpour enveloped Wanxing City. The rain fell heavily, soon transforming into snowflakes, and after a brief moment, hail the size of eggs began to descend. The cold intensified. Although the 7 Flames' true fire was incredibly powerful, it proved less effective in such an environment. The biting cold wind pierced through every martial artist's body. Some were even reduced to shivering, snot running down their faces. The 7 Flames' true fire that had entered Yin Tiangong's body had extinguished before it could ignite. It was evident that Yin Tiangang had prepared thoroughly to counter Yi Ning. Why not speak? Why not speak? Have you lost the courage to face reality? Yi Ning's brow furrowed, his internal energy becoming sluggish and unwieldy, requiring intervals to condense a sword intent. Unlike before, when he could manifest it instantly. The young master was indeed a young master. He possessed an abundance of treasures, any one of which was unattainable for an ordinary martial artist in a lifetime, with his strength significantly diminished. Yi Ning was sent flying by a single punch from Yin Tiangang, expelling a mouthful of blood. The battle between the two had reached a boiling point. Let me show you what true swordsmanship is. Yin Tiangang howled to the heavens, Appearing to have lost his sanity, a flash of silver light emerged from his spatial ring, and a six-tier spirit sword materialized in his palm. Swiftly, the spirit's sword vanished, reappearing as it plunged deeply into Yi Ning's left shoulder. Crack! Even the bone was pierced and shattered. Yin Tiangang retracted his spiritual sword, and with a sudden flourish, he cleaved the entire rooftop of the 9th floor of the heroic tower, leaving a clean and even cut. The surface formed a triangular, conical shape, plummeting downwards with a thunderous crash. The protective formation of the 9th floor was the strongest, capable of withstanding attacks from the Danshi realm. Yet such a formidable protective array crumbled under Yin Tiangong's astonishing strike, as fragile as a piece of rice paper. In an instant, hailstones the size of eggs pelted down onto the floor of the 9th floor with a deafening clamor. A month prior, when Yin Tiangang ascended the tower, he had never unsheathed his sword. Thus, no one was aware of the true nature of his spiritual weapon. It seems that Yin Tiangang had meticulously concealed his true strength, even going so far as to deliberately delay his ascent to the 9th floor by 11 days. Now, it appeared that if he wished, he could have reached the pinnacle of the 9th floor in a single day. The silver moon shone dimly. Yin Tiangang leaped high into the air, bellowing mightily. The spiritual sword in his hand erupted with resplendent spiritual radiance, and in the skies above, with his awe-inspiring sword strike, appeared countless sword shadows resembling shimmering silver fish. In the blink of an eye, these sword shadows grew vast, blocking out the sun like a flock of birds. Yin Tiangong's snow-white hair danced without wind. Suspended in midair, his aura surged, and in that moment he broke through the pinnacle of the Void Flight realm, reaching the first level of the Danshu realm. He had concealed his realm until now. At under 30 years of age, he had ascended to the Danshu realm, the foremost individual of the younger generation in the Sword Yuan continent, truly deserving of the title. Yi Ning, today you cannot escape your fate. The magnificent divine sound resonated throughout the heroic tower, echoing across the Star City and throughout the entire world. At this moment, Yin Tiangang appeared as if he were the Emperor of Heaven, overseeing the fates of all mortals. Looking down upon Yi Ning. Chapter 46. An unrivaled battle, a fight of the ages. He actually broke through to the Danshu realm. Tianyou Alliance. Yin Tiangang. The number one sect in the world. The number one individual in the world. It seems that the youth named Yi Ning is likely to meet an untimely end. Unbelievable. Incomprehensible. How can there be an existence that breaks through to the Danshu realm before the age of 30? In the presence of a prodigy like young Master Yin, that black-clad youth appeared as fragile as a stone in a latrine, utterly defenseless. The uproar among millions of martial artists rose to a crescendo. The only unanimous sentiment was lavish praise for Yin Tiangang and merciless insults directed at Yi Ning. Not only they, but even Yi Ning, gazing at the suspended Yin Tiangang who had broken through to the Danshu realm, could not suppress the waves of despair rising within him. Body refinement, chi condensation, meridian opening, spirit nurturing, void flight, Danshu. Yi Ning, who had just barely reached the second level of the meridian opening realm, was separated by 3 major realms from Yin Tiangang of the first level of the Danshu realm. It was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Furthermore, with Yin Tiangong's monstrous talent, formidable techniques, and domineering spiritual weapon, were it not for the impending calamity of 30 tribulations, he would not even deign to cast a glance at Yi Ning. How could such a paragon of perfection willingly perish in an inexplicable calamity of 30 tribulations? That was a fate that should not belong to him from the moment he was born. With the heavenly spirit jade in his mouth, it was destined that he was the only child of fortune in the Sword Yuan continent, the protagonist of destiny. Thus he began his meticulous planning 10 years ago. 10 years ago, he poured his heart and soul into his elaborate schemes. He must stop at nothing to usurp Yi Ning's fortune. Only then could he evade the curse of 30 tribulations that the Tianyan alliance had endured for over 2,000 years. At this moment, apart from Yi Jing and the other two, millions of onlooking martial artists genuinely felt that Yi Ning should voluntarily offer up his life to extend Yin Tiangong's. Indeed, only in this way could Yi Ning's true value be realized. For the handsome, domineering, terrifying, wealthy, charming, and extraordinary Yin Tiangang, what harm would it be to sacrifice a Yining? What intentions could Yin Tiangang have? He merely wished to survive. He was only borrowing a dog's life from Yining. Yining was far too stingy. How detestable. Such a person was utterly loathsome. Valuing his own life more than Yin Tiangong's, it was simply too selfish. Millions of martial artists angrily berated Yining, and even hundreds of thousands of female martial artists knelt in unison, beseeching Yining to voluntarily offer his life and fortune so that their future husbands could live a few more years. They wished to spare their future husbands from such arduous struggles. At this moment, Yining's heart was engulfed in profound desolation, akin to the wretched weather. Furthermore, there was a tinge of fear. This was the first time he felt fear towards his peers. Even when facing the most formidable and terrifying foes, even against the most vicious beasts, Yining had never experienced such an emotion. At worst, it was merely death. Yet now, before Yin Tiangang, he could not suppress the fear surging within him. What kind of scheming mind could calculate everything so clearly? What kind of meticulous planning could sustain over 20 years of solitude, hiding oneself so flawlessly? In Yin Tiangang, there was not a trace of the frivolity and impatience one would expect from youth. Only an air of wisdom and calmness that seemed to manipulate everything with ease. For this moment, Yin Tiangang had truly exhausted his efforts. Thus, he possessed the advantage of time, place, and harmony. He had it all. He wanted Yining dead. And it must be a death that seemed entirely justified, a death that served its purpose, a death that would leave him unburdened by any consequences, untainted by any infamy. He even aimed to make the entire world believe that Yining, for his sake, ought to willingly sacrifice everything, as if Yining were merely a pet he had raised, no matter how much resentment he felt. Yining found no outlet for his emotions. He was swept up in the fervor of the crowd, ensnared by this frenzied atmosphere, and found it difficult to summon any significant will to resist. "Brother, give him a good beating." Suddenly, a voice akin to the cry of a phoenix pierced through the clamor of millions of martial artists. It penetrated the harsh environment created by the heavens above. It broke through the carefully crafted aura that Yin Tiangang had labored over. "This is bad." Yin Tiangong's expression changed drastically. This was yet another unforeseen variable. Indeed, as soon as those words resounded, Yining, who had been standing in a daze on the wooden platform, felt a jolt throughout his body. His spirits surged, his mind cleared, and a strong sense of battle arose within him. Along with that, a palpable murderous intent. Why should he sacrifice his life? Not to mention the blood feud he currently bore. He could not simply accept fate. He lived not only for himself, but also for his sister Yijing. To uncover the true cause of his father's demise, to find his mysteriously vanished mother, to rescue the elder with silver hair trapped within the sword of absolute space. Want him dead? Fine, unless Yin Tiangang dies first. "Yin Xia, if you seek your grandfather's life, come and take it." Yining's voice thundered, a bold and resounding roar. Then, with one hand glowing blue and the other black, two manifestations of sword intent appeared. You consider yourself a player of chess, yet you fail to realize you are merely a pawn on someone else's board. You are even less than I am. No, you are even inferior to an ordinary person. Pathetically so. Others at least have the chance to live carefree lives. Yet you, for your entire life, you are but a pawn in someone else's hands, a bird in a cage. Li Tiangang seeks to take the lives and fortunes of you young lords to prolong his own life. You know it well, yet you do not seek him out for retribution. Instead, you wish to take my life. Come and die. This time, Yining did not, as before, unleash the sword intent he held. Instead, he closed his eyes. Recalling the scene the elder with silver hair had demonstrated to him within the sword of absolute space. Suddenly, on his right hand, a blue radiance appeared, twisting and leaping, dazzlingly bright with lightning. On his left hand, a black radiance emerged, crystalline and transparent, chilling to the bone. Whoosh! Yining swiftly ascended, striking upwards with both swords. If this moment could be captured in a painting, it would surely be a masterpiece. In midair, The countless sword shadows surged down upon Yi Ning like a flood breaking through a dam, taking on a funnel shape. Below, the stubborn youth clad in thin black robes, wielding two spiritual swords of 14 inches, charged towards the opponent. No matter how one looked at it, the outcome appeared bleak. It seemed an inevitable death. It appeared as though a desperate individual stood defiant against 1,000 troops. The winds rustled. The waters of the Yi River turned cold. The valiant warrior departs, never to return. If one departs without return, then let it be so. All words, all phrases, all texts, at this moment of astounding impact, felt utterly pale and powerless. This shockingly stunning visual spectacle was enough to leave millions of martial artists forever haunted by this moment. Creak, creak, crack, crack. Yet what no one could have anticipated was that the ensuing scene would reveal an astonishing reversal. As the black radiance swept forth, the countless sword shadows, akin to flocks of birds, were instantly frozen into icy amber, unable to move even a fraction. The blue radiance followed closely behind. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, shattering the sword shadows. Puffed. In midair, the seemingly divine Yan Tiangong's six-tier spiritual sword shattered inch by inch. His soul was bound, and he suffered a backlash, sustaining grievous injuries. Like a drenched chicken, he plummeted from the void. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. A massive, human-shaped crater appeared, and the future elegant husbands of hundreds of thousands of female martial artists lay sprawled on the ground like dead dogs, motionless at this moment. Millions of martial artists fell into a stunned silence, stupefied. Defeated, Yin Tiangang was defeated. The Tianya Alliance was defeated. The Danchu realm was defeated. The eyes of the crowd abruptly converged upon the ninth floor. There, a dark figure stood silently at the edge, gazing downwards. The figure was erect, resembling an unparalleled spirit sword. Nothing in this world could rival it. Chapter 47. You will eventually seek me out and journey to the Great Qin. With a resounding clap, a wooden board struck the table. Drawing the attention of all present, on the storytelling stage of the Hero's Tavern sat an elderly man with sparse hair and beard, who, after clearing his throat, energetically proclaimed, amidst the golden bamboo shadows, spanning thousands of autumns, clouds soar high while waters flow freely. The scion of Tianyin emerges, startling the world as he ascends the ninth floor. The 30 calamities are imminent, and the celestial net of doom is inescapable. Members of the Kong family covertly assist as the young man in black ascends the tower. The two unparalleled swords determine life and death. My fate is mine, not dictated by heaven. All schemes calculated with great cunning, yet the causality renders it void. With another resounding clap, the storyteller stood, his hands gripping the table's edge with fervor. His face flushed as he bellowed. Esteemed guests, above us, 3 feet reside the divine. Do not underestimate this young man in his time of struggle. Upon the completion of this impactful verse, all martial artists within the Hero's Tavern rose to their feet, their hands clapping fervently as they shouted praises. In an instant, a deluge of spirit coins rained down upon the storytelling stage, bringing a smile to the storyteller's weathered face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. The battle that transpired 2 months prior was destined to be inscribed in the annals of history on the Sword Origin continent. The protagonist mentioned by the storyteller, the young man in black, Yi Ning, was currently aboard a cargo ship departing from the great Zhao Empire. Indeed, it had been a full 2 months since Yi Ning triumphed over Yan Tiangang and reached the pinnacle of the 9th floor. During these 2 months, Yi Ning and his companions had tirelessly traversed the entirety of the great Zhao Empire, arriving at Wangqin River, merely a river's breadth away from the Great Qin Empire. Crossing the Wangqin River would bring them to the Great Qin Empire. Throughout these 2 months, the entire Starry City, and indeed the whole of the Great Zhao Empire, as well as all 8 nations and 6 sects, had been abuzz with discussions of the unparalleled battle at the Hero's Pavilion. Regardless of how heated the debates became, a unified conclusion always emerged. Heroes of the world arise from youth. Following that battle, Yi Ning received invitations in abundance, akin to feathers falling like snow. There were also the black gold cards sent by the Qianluo auction house. Truly, these were symbols of power and status. Of course, Yin Tiangang had not perished. He had merely been taken away by a senior member of the Tianya Alliance. Before departing, that person had meaningfully asked Yi Ning if he wished to become the next young master of the Tianyan Alliance. Unless Yi Ning had been kicked in the head by a donkey, absolutely not. Even if he had, he would never agree. Wasn't living good enough? Wasn't life sweet? In that moment, Yi Ning seemed to grasp a sliver of the pain that Yin Tiangang experienced. Despite having been blessed with talent since childhood, possessing treasures and drawing the attention of all, he was now powerless in the face of impending death that it was tragic, and indeed, a cause for lament. After this battle, Yin Tiangang appeared to have relinquished his final struggle, choosing instead to accept his fate. Among the 60-odd young masters of the Tianyan Alliance before him, how many were not similarly gifted youths? Yet, how many escaped the grasp of the 30 calamities? The answer was none. However, all of this was no longer of concern to Yi Ning. He had to hasten to the great Qin Empire to seek treatment for his sister. Yi Jing, who was afflicted with a poisonous curse. Time was of the essence, and failure was not an option. Even if he reached the Qingshu Medical Pavilion, Yi Ning had heard that not every ailment could be cured there. Those without connections could even die at the doors of the Qingshu Medical Pavilion without ever encountering its practitioners. Yi Jing had less than a year left. If the time elapsed, the poison would surely erupt. Far more fearsome than before, moreover, the silver-haired elder in the absolute sword space also required the Yuling celestial water, with less than a year to spare. Thus, in the coming year, Yi Ning had to manage all of these tasks while also focusing on his own cultivation. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he accomplish these feats. Yi Ning rubbed his head, feeling fatigued in both body and spirit. Suddenly, he recalled his 3-year agreement with Murong Shurqin, a tangle of emotions that felt increasingly difficult to unravel. Yet, this was not the source of his greatest unease. What troubled Yi Ning most was a statement made by Yin Tiangang before he was taken away. "You will eventually seek me out." Those were Yin Tiangang's exact words. Yi Ning pondered this, struggling to understand. After much contemplation, he surmised that perhaps Yin Tiangang had merely spoken in anger to preserve his pride. Yet, in Yi Ning's heart, he did not believe Yin Tiangang to be such a person. He lacked the youthful arrogance. If he did not possess a certain trump card, he would never speak without purpose. On board the massive cargo ship, laden with goods produced by the great Zhao Empire, there were garments, shoes, and even rare treasures offered by the Zhao royal family to the great Qin Empire. Only royal cargo ships were permitted to navigate the Huangqin River. Smaller vessels could only drift along its banks. Aside from the pursuit of profit, safety was also a concern. This cargo ship transported both goods and passengers, hence the large number of people aboard. Each passage cost 6,000 spirit coins per person, totaling 24,000 for Yi Ning and his companions. The expense was a source of distress for Yi Ning. 6,000 spirit coins were equivalent to a 6th-tier demon core. Such money was indeed easy to earn. While few dared to covet such a business, those who had the audacity to interfere with this trade route met a gruesome end, their remains discarded upon the river's surface. On the deck, Yi Jing and Tang Junya were gazing into the distance, admiring the vastness of the Huangqin River and its beautiful scenery, which was refreshing to the spirit, having earned 1,000,000 spirit coins from a sword refining competition with Qin Yuhua. Yi Ning's newfound wealth allowed the two women to adorn themselves attractively, capturing the attention of many at that moment. Two richly dressed young masters approached the two ladies. One of them stepped in front of Yi Jing, arms outstretched, attempting to recite poetry, yet found himself utterly at a loss for words. He could only awkwardly exclaim, "What grand mountains and waters!" This elicited laughter from the crowd. The other, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Hey, look at this river. It's long and wide, just like this ship. It's big and tall." The audience could have easily dug another Huangqin River with their embarrassment. Just then, a hand suddenly rested upon Yi Jing's delicate shoulder. Startled, she swiftly swatted it away, exclaiming in disgust, "What are you doing?" Jiang Xingjie had not anticipated such a fierce reaction from Yi Jing, and he felt humiliated, his anger flaring as he retorted, "I merely brushed against you. Why act like a pure white lotus? You shameless harlot. I can only imagine how promiscuous you are in private." With a resounding slap, Yi Jing struck Jiang Xingjie across the face, initially taken aback. Jiang Xingjie soon covered his cheek and shouted, "How dare you hit me?" As he cursed, he raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, aiming a blow at Yi Jing's head. The sound echoed ominously. And if that fist, enveloped in spirit power, had connected with Yi Jing, she would surely have perished on the spot. A cruel smile played upon Jiang Xingjie's lips as he envisioned the gruesome scene of Yi Jing's demise. How dare she provoke him? Did she not know that he was the most powerful disciple of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Academy, boasting the strength of the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm? What kind of girl could he not find? Bang! The horrifying vision Jiang Xingjie had conjured did not materialize. Instead, his own fist was violently repelled by an old man. Ouch! 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 Jiang Xingjie clutched his hand, spinning in circles, glaring at the old man. "You old fool! Mind your own business." Yu Qianba regarded Jiang Xingjie coldly, saying, "I suggest you don't seek your own death. This young lady's brother is not someone you can afford to provoke." "Shut your filthy mouth. I'm at the 8th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. What kind of strength does her brother possess? I'm not afraid of him." Yu Lao disregarded Jiang Xingjie, retreating behind Qin Yuhua. "Thank you, Sister Qin," Yi Jing and Tang Junya said as they rushed to Qin Yuhua's side. Qin Yuhua warmly grasped the hands of the two girls, as if they were sisters. "This girl isn't bad. If you're willing to spend a night with me, I'll give you 1,000 spirit coins. How about that?" Jiang Xingjie's eyes lit up as he looked at Qin Yuhua. Although the three girls were equally beautiful, Qin Yuhua possessed an extraordinary aura that was utterly enchanting. Seeking death. As soon as Jiang Xingjie finished speaking, Yu Lao appeared before him like a ghost, and with a single punch obliterated Jiang Xingjie's head. Chapter 48. A duel with the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Academy. The god of death Yi Ning. Finished. I tell you, you lot are finished. He is the senior brother of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Academy. How dare you commit murder in public? Are you not aware of the rules of the cargo ship? This is the royal cargo ship of the Great Zhao Empire. Private dueling is strictly prohibited. Jiang Xingjie met a tragic end, prompting a terrified Qi Wensheng to shout in horror. Elder Yu retracted his fist with a cold snort. Had it not been for the princess's desire to keep her identity concealed, he could have eliminated Jiang Xingjie at the outset. Yet, Jiang Xingjie, driven by his desires, dared to insult the princess of the Great Qin. This is the most cherished princess of the current emperor. Even the emperor of the Great Zhao Empire would not dare to be disrespectful. A mere disciple of a small tiger whale martial arts school, truly unaware of the peril he courted. As the saying goes, it is difficult to advise a doomed person with good counsel. Soon, the commotion attracted attention, and numerous armored soldiers appeared, surrounding Yi Jing and the others. The leading officer, upon witnessing the scene, bellowed, "Those who dare to disrupt the royal cargo ship's regulations, kill them all and throw them overboard. Let us see who dares." Elder Yu roared with authority, then produced a royal insignia from the Great Qin. The crowd gasped in astonishment and hastily knelt in supplication. "Have your eyes gone blind?" Elder Yu scolded angrily. He retracted the insignia and commanded the soldiers to disperse. The royal insignia of the Great Qin is the most precious token under heaven. While it is easily forged, no one dares to counterfeit it. For the consequence of forgery is a fate that befalls not just the individual, but their entire clan. Upon arriving and grasping the situation, Yi Ning nodded in gratitude towards Qin Yuhua. However, he swiftly changed the subject and inquired, "Miss Qin, it has been over 2 months since we left Fengyuan Villa, and you have been trailing closely behind us. Are you planning to become a mere shadow?" "What kind of talk is that?" Qin Yuhua's smile instantly faded, as she retorted, "Isn't my reason for returning to Qin more appropriate than yours?" Yi Ning wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed it was, but why did she choose to depart just as they were leaving for the Great Qin Empire? Moreover, given her status, she surely could not board this Ding-class cargo ship. Could she? Wasn't the Jia-class cargo ship more comfortable? What business is it of yours? Qin Yuhua was so provoked by Yi Ning's analysis that she found herself speechless, her face flushed with indignation, observing the young lady, who had always enjoyed disguising herself as a boy and was rather brazen in front of the old emperor. Elder Yu Tianba sensed something significant. Yet he soon lamented in his heart that the young master would likely face great disappointment. Despite Yi Ning's exceptional talent and his undeniable appeal, coupled with his established reputation as the foremost of the younger generation, he possessed neither background nor identity. He could never become the prince consort of the great Qin Empire. Even if the old emperor were to consent, the other princes would certainly oppose it. In other words, those princes would be eager to bolster their own power to secure the title of prince consort, thus providing them with an additional card supported by the princess. How ruthless the imperial family can be. The cruelty and machinations that ordinary people can comprehend pale in comparison to a mere fraction of what truly exists. How many royal scandals cannot even be mentioned or hinted at? The scandals that can be revealed are merely reasonable excuses to undermine an opponent. After all, besides the royal historians, numerous common folk also enjoy recording history. If a reasonable excuse is not provided, these commoners may fabricate stories and conjure up tales out of thin air. In 1,000 or 1,800 years, these unofficial histories will undoubtedly be regarded as true accounts and disseminated. Some may even seize upon them as evidence for their own rebellion and usurpation. This is a peril that the royal family cannot allow to exist. Therefore, Elder Yu Qianba understood all too well that if the princes were to learn of Yi Ning's existence, the only recourse in such a situation would be execution. The following days passed with relative tranquility. No one could have anticipated that aboard this Ding-class cargo ship lay a princess of the great Qin Empire. Due to the incident with Jiang Xingjia, Qin Yuhua continued to reside with Yi Jing and Tang Junya, enjoying their days filled with food, drink, and merriment. Meanwhile, Yi Ning took this opportunity to diligently cultivate, effectively living as a refined young lady, emerging only during mealtimes. Yet it was evident to discerning eyes that for much of the time, Qin Yuhua would steal glances at Yi Ning's figure. What girl does not admire a hero? Affection swells like the wind, yet when the breeze ceases, the heart remains unsettled. Thus, a month swiftly passed, and as they disembarked from the royal cargo ship of the Great Zhao, they experienced a fleeting sensation as if they had crossed into another world. The princess of the Great Qin, Qin Yuhua, was to be greeted by countless esteemed individuals. Parting ways with Yi Ning and his companions, Yi Ning and his companions proceeded toward Yingdou City. However, they were suddenly surrounded by dozens of masked men clad in black. "Who are you?" Yi Ning inquired with a furrowed brow. Although these individuals were mostly at the opening vein realm, with only 2 or 3 at the Tuo Ling realm. Being ambushed still left an unpleasant impression. "Oh, you think I am foolish?" One of them scoffed. "Since we chose to mask our faces, we will never reveal our identities." After saying this, he turned to the leader and exclaimed, "Second senior brother, this group of people killed our senior brother." Yi Ning suddenly realized, "Oh, so you were from the Tiger Whale Martial Arts School." "You? How did you discern that?" Qi Wencheng responded in shock and anger. If this matter were to be exposed, it would likely lead to dire consequences from the great Qin princess for their group. The others looked at Qi Wencheng with incredulous expressions. "Kill them," commanded the leader, a Tuo Ling realm practitioner. Raising his red flame sword to strike a Yi Ning. One strike is enough to deal with a mere opening vein realm ant. "Kid, keep your eyes peeled in your next life. There are some people you cannot afford to offend." Buzz! Just as the Tuo Ling realm leader finished his words, a sudden sound of sword ringing echoed, and before he could react, he saw the headless corpse of himself, still clutching the red flame sword, lurching towards the adversary. The next moment, Qi Wencheng let out a horrified scream, and the crowd scattered like birds and beasts, each fleeing faster than the last, leaving only the solitary headless body lying on the ground. A sight both tragic and glaring. Bang! The head of the Tuo Ling realm leader thudded to the ground, his eyes and mouth still twitching, as if he wished to utter something. This minor incident was of little concern to Yi Ning, who continued on toward Yingdou City. Upon Qi Wencheng and the others' return, they found the doors of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts School firmly shut. Climbing over the walls, they entered to find a black-clad youth seated in the hall. Approaching him, they nearly soiled their pants in fright, their souls seemingly snatched away. You. How did you get here?" Qi Wencheng stammered in terror, unable to articulate the gravity of the situation they had provoked. All the brothers left behind at the martial arts school were bruised and battered, kneeling on the ground. As Qi Wencheng's gaze shifted, he suddenly widened his eyes. "Master, why are you kneeling here as well? His master was a peak practitioner in the Sky Ascension realm. In Ingdo City, he was considered a person of considerable stature, yet at this moment, he was kneeling in the front row, covering his swollen eyes and quietly sobbing. Why are you only just returning? Yi Ning inquired with a frown. Too slow. I finished dealing with everything, and only then did you all return. The group exchanged glances and hastily knelt in reverence. Damn it, we have provoked a killing god. Chapter 49. The two collaborate, beginning to challenge the school. Slap. 5 distinct fingerprints appeared on Qi Wenqing's face as he covered his cheek, kneeling there, too terrified to move. No wonder that old man on the cargo ship had mentioned that they could not afford to provoke a young lady's brother. It turned out they truly could not afford to. Who could have imagined that so many formidable figures could emerge from a Ding-class cargo ship? Relying on their identity as Qin nationals, they had enjoyed themselves in Zhao, lamenting the travel costs, and thus sought some amusement aboard the cargo ship. Little did they expect to encounter a true killing god. Are you familiar with the Qingshu Medical Clinic? Yi Ning retracted his slightly sore hand and asked solemnly. The Qingshu Medical Clinic? Qi Wenqing hesitated for a moment before responding. Is that the one in the imperial capital? Yi Ning gave a noncommittal nod. His visit to the Orca Martial Arts School was not merely to vent his frustrations, but rather to probe into the affairs of the Qingshu Medical Pavilion. After all, it seemed that whenever the Qingshu Medical Pavilion was mentioned, it was shrouded in an air of secrecy, why Yi Ning did not truly believe that he would be fortunate enough for others to treat his sister, Yi Jing, of her ailments and toxins upon his arrival. What could the senior be seeking from them? The threshold for seeking treatment there was exceedingly high. Without some form of background, entry was utterly unattainable. Qi Wenqing, having found a lifeline, hastily explained, High threshold? Indeed. Are you not aware? To even step foot into the Qingshu Medical Pavilion, one must pay at least 5 million spirit coins, and even then, there is no guarantee of treatment. What? Yi Ning crushed the teacup in his hand with a sharp snap, rising abruptly in utter astonishment. How had he never heard of this before? Neither Yin Xiaofei nor Qin Yuhua had ever mentioned it. As for the short-haired youth, Hu Tandang, he was not from the Qin state, so Yi Ning could understand his ignorance. Qi Wenqing appeared bewildered. Was this not common knowledge? Yi Ning cast aside the remnants of the teacup, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation. It seemed that Qin Yuhua assumed Yi Ning was aware of this matter, hence her silence. 0.5 million. He was nearly out of the 1 million he held. Where could he possibly gather 5 million spirit coins? Even the black gold card gifted to him from the Qianluo auction house could only overdraw 50,000 spirit coins upon hearing Yi Ning's financial woes. Qi Wenqing's master, Xie suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration and coughed. If you're in need of funds, young hero, I may have a solution. Yi Ning's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, Elder, please enlighten me. Xie rose, stroking his beard with an air of confidence. In Ingdo City, there are no less than 18 martial arts schools. If you were to challenge the Jingang Martial Arts School under the name of our Orca Martial Arts School, I could leverage a wager. Surely we would not walk away empty-handed. That makes sense, Yi Ning exclaimed, slapping his thigh. This way, I can serve as your free enforcer, bringing fame to the Orca Martial Arts School while also earning a considerable sum of spirit coins. Once the Orca Martial Arts School gains notoriety, you can recruit more disciples and amass even greater wealth. A win-win situation. Xie, slightly embarrassed at Yi Ning's straightforwardness in exposing his intentions, blushed and said, We are family. No need for such formalities. What about the grudge against my elder and second disciple who perished at Yi Ning's hands? What grudge? In the realm of adults, there are only shared interests. Nothing cannot be resolved through profit. If it cannot be resolved, it merely proves that the interests at stake are insufficiently grand. Indeed, experience speaks volumes, Yi Ning remarked sincerely, and thus, the two conspired together, their plans aligning perfectly. In the early spring months, as the grass and water mirrored one another, Yi Ning turned 25 this year. The gentle spring breeze brought a refreshing sensation, alleviating some of the lingering chill and infusing the air with fragrant blooms. Before the Jingang Martial Arts School in Ingdo City, a throng had gathered, creating a veritable blockade. Word had spread that the Orca Martial Arts School, ranked at the bottom, had seemingly lost its wits and intended to challenge the Jingang martial arts school. This was indeed the first source of amusement in Yingdo City since the new year began. With spring just beginning, many had little to occupy their time and flocked to witness the antics of the Orca martial arts school. The Jingang martial arts school held the 10th rank in Yingdo City. Upon hearing of the Orca martial arts school's challenge, which included a wager of 300,000 spirit coins, the onlookers grinned widely. With a wave of his hand, a senior disciple increased the wager to 1,000,000 spirit coins, even securing witnesses as both parties submitted their bets. In the past, disciples of the Orca martial arts school would typically avoid encounters with those from the Jingang martial arts school. Today, however, it was a sight to behold. Qi Wensheng, who had only reached the 6th level of the opening veins realm, stood before the Jingang martial arts school and unleashed a torrent of foul language. As if years of pent-up frustration were finally erupting. Seated before the Jingang martial arts school, Qi Wensheng nonchalantly kicked back, spitting sunflower seed shells as he proclaimed, "Tell your strongest senior brother, Zhou Hong, to come out immediately. We have unfinished business from when he took my girlfriend 2 years ago." As he raged on, memories of past heartaches flooded back. Wai Yining, listening nearby, realized there were many layers to this situation. Today, if his junior disciple could withstand even 10 moves from him, he would live on his knees in Yingdo City. Regardless of age or cultivation level, it was not unreasonable for Yining to be referred to as junior disciple. Given he was only at the 2nd level of the opening veins realm, during this journey, he had memorized the sword techniques Yin Xiaofei had recorded for him in Ping'an City. Once he gathered sufficient ore, he could commence forging his 4th spirit sword. Currently, the absolute sword space was only suitable for Yining's cultivation and no longer for sword forging. This was primarily due to the slumbering presence of the silver-haired elder who could no longer provide guidance. And secondly, the ores he possessed were nearly depleted. Lastly, the absence of a suitable furnace within the absolute sword space was also a significant hindrance to his forging endeavors. Thus, Yining was left to seek a place for forging swords in the outside world. Just past the 3rd hour, the doors of the Jingang martial arts school swung open. Each disciple emanated a thick aura of hostility. Qi Wensheng sprang to his feet, striding confidently toward the entrance. Countless martial artists followed suit, vying for the best vantage points to avoid drawing attention amidst the recent commotion surrounding the ascendancy battle. Yining deliberately shed his black Yi family military attire, donning the garments of the Orca martial arts school instead. This was, of course, also a tactic to remain inconspicuous. Upon his arrival at the dueling platform, the crowd erupted in laughter. A mere 2nd-level opening veins realm practitioner dared to challenge the Jingang martial arts school's most formidable senior brother, who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit manipulation realm. Had he lost his senses? And to wager 1,000,000 spirit coins on his own victory, the Jingang martial arts school must have stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Effortlessly acquiring this 1,000,000 spirit coins, it is often said that one should not expect fortune to fall from the sky. Should anyone utter such phrases again, the onlookers would surely tear their mouths apart. Fortune indeed fell from the sky, and it was a large pie. Zhou Hong was a brawny man with a sturdy build. Upon seeing Yining, he chuckled derisively and asked, "Are you certain you wish to compete with me? Have they deceived you into seeking your own demise? Are you truly this foolish?" What he yearned to confront was not the unfamiliar Yining, but Qi Wensheng. For 3 long years, his wife had whispered Qi Wensheng's name in her sleep, leaving Zhou Hong seething with resentment. Wai Yining merely nodded, rarely speaking unless absolutely necessary, that a peak practitioner of the spirit manipulation realm was hardly worthy of disrupting his mental state with words. Since Yining was intent on courting death, Zhou Hong could not be bothered to waste any more breath. Great strength diamond fist, he roared, unleashing a powerful punch that tore through his sleeve, his arms swelling in size as he charged toward Yining. This punch, should it be met by Qi Wensheng, would likely reduce him to mere pulp. Chapter 50. The impudent one is you. The challenge succeeds. The crowd within the Jingang martial arts school gasped in shock. Born in the prosperous, civilized, harmonious, just, and lawful Great Qin Empire, these individuals rarely encountered such a bloody scene. The laws of the Great Qin were strict. Duels were permitted, but one must never take life. Yet now, Zhou Hong's overwhelming fist clearly intended to leave no avenue for survival for this young man. Zhou Hong was furious, more anxious than the onlookers or the disciples of the Orca martial arts school. For the wager of 1,000,000 spirit coins represented the entirety of their collective savings. Should they lose this battle, it would spell bankruptcy for the Orca martial arts school. The Jinggang martial arts school placed great emphasis on physical training, resulting in their disciples' robust physiques. Senior brother Zhou Hong was their finest practitioner. After all, this was merely a small border town of the Great Qin Empire. Had their realms been sufficiently high, they would not have needed to scrape by here. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Jinggang martial arts school was one of cheerful camaraderie and tranquility. The schoolmaster, Yu Songbai, even leisurely nibbled on raisins while raising his teacup in a toast to Xiekun. He had spent a lifetime battling against this old fellow, only to discover that in his twilight years, this old rascal had gifted him such a grand spectacle. Although Yu Songbai was well aware that Xiekun was not so foolhardy, he felt emboldened to let Xiekun understand that in the face of true power and absolute strength, no petty trickery would avail. Today, the Jinggang martial arts school would demonstrate to all what it meant to overpower 10 with 1. Could you withstand the might of 20 years of training? On the dueling platform, Zhou Hong's punch came crashing down, accompanied by a series of ferocious roars. Bang! As the enormous fist, akin to the size of a watermelon, descended upon Yi Ning. He barely managed to extend his right hand in time to seize Zhou Hong's fist. He thought of impending doom flickered through the minds of the onlooking martial artists and Zhou Hong himself. The members of the Tiger Whale martial arts school were so tense that they felt as if they might burst. Yet, in the next breath, as the fists collided, a muffled sound echoed, and the scene froze. HM? Zhou Hong wondered why his fist had suddenly ceased to move, why Yi Ning quietly grasped Zhou Hong's massive fist, exerting gradual pressure. Pain! 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 Ah, let go of me! Please release me! Zhou Hong howled in agony as the sound of his bones fracturing echoed in the air. Suddenly, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from Yi Ning's palm, scorching Zhou Hong's face and contorting it in excruciating pain. Master! Master! Save me! Please help me! Zhou Hong could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground in a desperate wail for rescue. Enough! A thunderous roar erupted from the stands, and Yu Songbai instantaneously appeared upon the arena. The air trembled, and tsunami-like sound waves surged towards Yi Ning. Wherever they passed, the ground visibly cracked and rolled, and the weapon racks surrounding the arena shattered as if trampled by a colossal dragon, obliterating everything in its path. The peak of the Void Realm, Yu Songbai, was indeed terrifying. The overwhelming sound waves distorted the air, and Yi Ning kicked Zhou Hong away, advancing rather than retreating, and hurled another punch at Yu Songbai. I see that the one being reckless is you. Yi Ning scoffed, determined to fight for the 1,000,000 spirit coins. To him, Zhou Hong was as feeble as a chick, whereas this master of the peak Void Realm piqued his interest. Yu Songbai was enraged by these words. This insolent brat was far too arrogant. No matter where Xiekun had found him, today, he would ensure that this boy perished here. Yu Songbai's aura surged violently, suddenly spanning dozens of meters, a blue light radiating around him, forming a faint protective wind. Then, a hand shot out, aiming for Yi Ning's neck. The grasp was as swift as lightning, the 5 fingers resembling eagle claws, emanating a chilling glimmer, capable of crushing gold and iron to dust. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the spectators utterly astonished, still reeling from Zhou Hong's swift defeat. With a resounding thud, Yu Songbai's hand was intercepted by Yi Ning's fist. Immediately, Yu Songbai's entire hand tightened like an iron clamp, unleashing a torrent of force, aiming to crush Yi Ning's fist into pulp. He sought to repay in kind. However, to Yu Songbai's horror, this seemingly frail youth of the second layer of the Meridian Opening Realm possessed a body harder than the Mingshan crystal. Under his terrifying grip, he could palpably feel the resilience of Yi Ning's bones. Even with all the power of the peak Void Realm unleashed, it seemed Yi Ning's fist had not sustained even the slightest damage. Boom! The power of blood and qi surged within Yi Ning like a primordial beast, coalescing in his fist. Having transcended the 3 tribulations, Yi Ning was beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Each tribulation brought a terrifying enhancement to his strength, a holistic and overwhelming increase. This punch roared forth like an enraged dragon, causing Yu Songbai's fingers, which were clenched around his fist, to involuntarily loosen, forcing him to step back to dissipate the force of Yi Ning's strike. What? Within the Golden Arm Martial Arts School, all present, whether martial artists or disciple from the Tiger Whale Martial Arts School or the Golden Arm Martial Arts School, stood in shock, their mouths agape as if they could swallow two large duck eggs. The Golden Arm School's master had been defeated. The crowd erupted in incredulous laughter, the million spirit coins effortlessly falling into Yi Ning's grasp. It felt like a dream. Who else? Qi Wencheng rushed to the arena, bending over and shouting unabashedly, as if it were he who had vanquished Zhou Hong and the master of the Golden Arm Martial Arts School. A smile crept onto Yi Ning's face. From a million spirit coins, he would take 80,000 for himself, distributing the remaining 20,000 among the members of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts School. Yet, even so, accumulating the 500,000 spirit coins required would prove exceedingly challenging. Yi Ning still had several arduous battles ahead. Moreover, it was foreseeable that once others were on guard, the act of challenging would become increasingly difficult. Chapter 51. Yi Jing's poison recurs, not a biological sister. The moon hung low, and starlight shimmered across the sky, after being warmly greeted by the disciples of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts School. Yi Ning returned to the inn, slightly intoxicated. Upon his arrival, he found a figure seated in the courtyard, hands clasped around her legs, chin resting on her knees, with long, dark hair cascading behind her. Brother Yi. Hearing the commotion, the graceful figure looked up and rushed over. Jun Y8. Yi Ning nodded. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Suddenly, Yi Ning noticed visible tear stains on Tang Junya's cheeks. Instantly, his expression hardened as he asked, Who has bullied you? Tell me that no one bullied us, that it's Sister Jing. She spat blood? At that moment, Tang Junya could no longer hold back her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. What? Yi Ning was taken aback, rushing towards Yi Jing's room in a frenzy. Inside, Yi Jing lay wrapped in blankets, her small face pale as a sheet, devoid of color, her expression one of profound suffering. Sister, Yi Ning approached, grasping Yi Jing's delicate hand, only to recoil immediately. It was searing hot. Akin to a furnace, strangely, Yi Jing continued to murmur about feeling cold. And no wonder Tang Junya had covered her with so many blankets. Now, Yi Ning was as restless as a fly in a hot pan. Utterly helpless, he desperately pondered where things had gone awry. Hadn't Yin Xiaofei stabilized the poisonous curse within Yi Jing with the Lan Sheng herb? Logically, even if it couldn't last a year, it shouldn't have become ineffective so rapidly. Brother Yi, while we were in Starry Sky City, Sister Jing started feeling unwell. I wanted to tell you, but Sister Jing insisted I not worry you. She said she didn't want you to be distracted. Otherwise, you might lose to Yin Tiangang. She knew you were someone who kept promises, and if you failed to fulfill your commitment to Master Kong, you would feel regret. Beside Yi Jing's sickbed, Tang Junya cried out in despair. Later, Sister Jing seemed fine, and I thought everything was okay, but I never expected she'd suddenly spit blood and faint today. Yi Ning sighed heavily, tears streaming down his face. Silly girl. In this world, what could possibly be more important than your life to me? Yi Ning was filled with both anger and worry. Hurry, hurry. Suddenly, sounds echoed from downstairs. It was Tang Xiaoming bringing several doctors from the medical clinic. The doctors hurriedly worked for several hours before finally stabilizing the poison within Yi Jing. One elderly doctor remarked, Fortunately, we arrived in time. Otherwise, this young girl's life would have been lost. After glancing at Tang Xiaoming, he added, Your daughter is indeed fortunate, but this time, we expended quite a few spirit herbs, costing at least 200,000 spirit coins. Tang Xiaoming pointed at Tang Junya. This is my daughter. Yi Ning paid the spirit currency, feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression in his heart. Young man, the poison affecting your sister can only be suppressed for a maximum of 2 months. You must find a solution quickly. How pitiful. Who could be so sinister and malicious as to inflict such poison upon a young girl? Each episode of its onset must be excruciating. After the elderly doctor imparted this solemn advice to Yi Ning, he led the others away. Within the room, only Yi Ning and his 3 companions remained. Thank you, Yi Ning said, wiping the tears from his face, his tone grave. It is said that a man does not shed tears lightly, yet I find myself not at the point of sorrow just yet. My sister suffers day and night from the torment of this poison, and as her brother, I feel utterly powerless. This anguish can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it. Sighing heavily, Tang Xiaoming placed a comforting hand on Yi Ning's shoulder. This young man, merely 25 years of age, bore a burden far too great, one that even a middle-aged man like Tang Xiaoming found pitiable. After Tang Xiaoming and his daughter departed, Yi Ning remained alone by Yi Jing's bedside. The dawn light began to break, marking a night of sleeplessness that Yi Jing truly needed someone by her side. Had it not been for the presence of Tang Xiaoming and his daughter, the consequences of her poisoning could have been unimaginable. Sometimes, one reflects on the peculiar nature of causality. Had Yi Ning not acted with compassion in Ping'an City, saving Tang Junius' life, Yi Jing's fate would likely have been dire. In the end, Yi Ning's kindness had become a blessing for Yi Jing. Heaven has its eyes. Brother, Yi Jing opened her eyes weakly and called out. Yi Ning grasped her small hand tightly in his, gazing at her with tear-filled eyes, unable to utter a word that moment. Any additional words would only deepen the sorrow. Brother, could you hold me? Since Yi Jing's actions in the Qianyao Mountains, Yi Ning had intentionally distanced himself from her. It had been a long time since they had shared such intimacy. Without hesitation, Yi Ning sat on the bed and embraced Yi Jing tightly. She lay in his arms, quietly sobbing. Hovering on the brink of death, the siblings faced an immense burden, but Yi Ning could only lament his own lack of strength. If he were powerful enough, he could completely purge the poison from Yi Jing's body. Suddenly, he gasped, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Pulling aside his clothing, he revealed a distinct red handprint left by the peak expert Yu Songbai, had it not been for Yi Ning's body being remolded as a sword. This blow could have claimed his life. Of course, this was also the consequence of his failure to draw his sword during the duel. Had he unleashed his sword intent, Yu Songbai would never have had the chance to engage him in close combat. This also exposed Yi Ning's vulnerability with his singular combat approach. However, as a sword cultivator, few would study other martial arts. Once one dabbles in additional techniques, they unconsciously leave themselves an escape route. Compromising the unwavering resolve of a true sword cultivator, the elder with white hair was correct. Yi Ning's arms were swords, his thighs were swords, his palms were swords, his feet were swords, his entire being was a sword. Yet, Yi Ning had yet to fully integrate this understanding and reach that realm. If he were to attain the sword cultivator level spoken of by the elder, he would need no physical sword. Merely having the sword in his heart would suffice. Once one reaches the state of having a sword in their heart, even the spiritual energy in the void could become Yi Ning's sword. With a mere thought, he could condense a sword of spiritual energy. That would be the true flying sword capable of severing enemies from miles away. Yi Jing gazed at the glaring wound on Yi Ning's chest, and tears streamed down her face. She hastily retrieved some healing ointment from her storage ring and gently applied it to his wounds in the past. Whenever Yi Ning returned from battle as the Grand General of the Yan Kingdom, he was always covered in injuries. Thus, Yi Jing always kept medicinal supplies at hand. The bond between these siblings, who had relied on each other since childhood, was heart-wrenching in its tacit understanding that Yi Jing felt a tumult of emotions within her. She never imagined that her brother, having left the Yan Kingdom, would once again spend 500,000 spirit coins to treat her illness, retracing old paths. Deep down, she loathed herself for being a burden, for being useless. Brother, if I were to die, would you not have to suffer so? After applying the ointment, she leaned against Yi Ning's shoulder, crying as she spoke. What nonsense are you saying? Yi Ning scolded. If you were to die, I would never survive in this world. If death is to come, let us die together. At his words, Yi Jing looked up, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a mix of complex emotions. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned in to kiss Yi Ning's lips, but he quickly turned away, her kiss landing on his cheek instead. Yi Ning instinctively wanted to push Yi Jing away. But considering her current plight, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet he insisted, "You are my dear sister. Rest assured, I will find a way to cure the poison within you." Yi Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. Holding onto Yi Ning's neck tightly, I am not. I was brought back by father. I was already 5 years old then. I remember everything. Yi Ning was taken aback, astonished that Yi Jing could recall an event from their childhood. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Two Overbearing Kings shocks everyone. The following day, Yi Ning was brought by Xie Kun to the Qinchuan Martial Arts Hall, ranked 5th. The other martial arts halls in between had all closed their doors, refusing to accept challenges from the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Hall. And no matter how harshly Qi Wensheng scolded them, they chose to avoid battle. Even the peak expert Yu Songbai was no match for Yi Ning. Were they mad? Were they seeking humiliation? However, this had propelled the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Hall to instant fame, establishing it as one of the top martial arts halls in Ningdo City. During this time, disciples flocked to register, bringing a radiant smile to Xie Kun's weathered face. The influx of hundreds of applicants ensured that Xie Kun made a profit of at least 600,000 spirit coins. Naturally, Xie Kun generously set aside 300,000 for Yi Ning, knowing the young man was in dire need of funds. If he failed to cater to this living deity, Yi Ning might very well abandon him, revealing his true nature. Upon arriving at Qinchuan Martial Arts Hall, Yi Ning was met with a sea of people, their heads bobbing together like a dark cloud. With the rising fame of the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Hall, everyone was eager to see how far this new disciple could go. Facing Yi Ning was a middle-aged man, the senior disciple of Qinchuan Martial Arts Hall, currently at the peak of the Void Realm. A peak Void Realm expert against someone in the second stage of the Opening Vessel Realm, with an entire realm of difference in between. Yet this peculiar scenario felt entirely natural to the onlookers. Everyone was aware that this newcomer from the Tiger Whale Martial Arts Hall was a prodigy. Ordinary practitioners of the Opening Vessel Realm or the Void Spirit Realm could hardly withstand even a single punch from him. The crowd could not help but envy Xie Kun, wondering what stroke of luck had led him to discover such a treasure. We practice martial arts to establish our hearts for heaven and earth, to give life to the people, to carry on the legacy of the sages, and to bring peace to the world. On the martial arts stage, the middle-aged man in white spoke with a resonant voice, carrying the weight of the crowd. A master. This must surely be a master. The crowd erupted in praise. Even Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback. In previous duels, combatants had been rather brutish, diving straight into battle without such refinement. And you, little junior brother? The middle-aged man in white inquired. Given their ages and ranks, it was not inappropriate for him to address Yi Ning as little junior brother. Moreover, they were all in Ningdo City, where they often crossed paths devoid of any grudges, making the challenge quite a normal affair. Thus, the atmosphere was not overly tense. How infuriating. The senior brother is showing off again. What do you know? This is all part of the senior brother's strategy. Once he successfully impresses others, he will establish a grand image in their minds, thereby disrupting their mental state and leading to victory. But why must the senior brother not pay for this himself? Why do you make us gather 100,000 spirit coins? The master has never agreed to our accepting their challenge. But the senior brother is so eager to show off. He believes this is his only chance in 40 years to shine in Ningdo City. Alas, the senior brother truly lives up to his title of king of show-offs. He would forsake his own dignity just to flaunt. The many disciples of Qinchuan Martial Arts Hall whispered amongst themselves, their faces reflecting their discontent as for their master. He had chosen not to attend, too old to endure such embarrassment on the martial arts stage, hearing the cheers and applause from the many maidens. Zhang Haoran felt increasingly elated. Today, even if he were to lose to Yi Ning in the realm of showmanship, Yi Ning would forever remain but a junior brother. Evidently, in Zhang Haoran's heart, as long as he succeeded in his pretentious display this time, he would take pride in a glorious defeat. The purpose of his cultivation? Yi Ning hesitated. His intentions were quite simple: to ensure that both he and his sister could live longer, to save the elderly man with silver hair, and to search for their mother. However, glancing at the surrounding warriors, all entranced by Zhang Haoran's ostentation, he realized that if he spoke candidly, he might very well falter before the fight even began. Yi Ning furrowed his brow, sifting through his thoughts, and slowly uttered a phrase. Above one's head, 3 feet, there are no deities. Within the palm, 3 inches, lies the mortal realm. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhang Haoran, the onlooking warriors, and the disciples of Qinshu and Martial Hall all collectively gasped in astonishment. Such grandeur! It was overwhelmingly magnificent. Zhang Haoran savored the words, feeling as though a grand bell resonated through his consciousness. Imagining the scene, he trembled uncontrollably. This individual was exceedingly remarkable. Was this not the level of pretentiousness he had longed to achieve? Such an expression was too ostentatious. It would henceforth belong to him. Zhang Haoran's heart erupted in a silent roar. Ahem. After relishing the moment, he quickly coughed twice, interrupting the collective trance he and the others were in. Ruminating on how to proceed with his next display of bravado, if this continued, his title as the king of pretentiousness would soon be in jeopardy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhang Haoran. He retrieved a first-tier low-grade spirit sword from his treasured storage ring, striking it with a resounding thud. The sound of the sword reverberated, astonishing all present. A spirit sword. It was indeed a spirit sword. At this moment, the crowd erupted into further commotion. Sword cultivators in the remote border town of Yingdou City. Such beings were exceedingly rare. In the realm of Jianyuan, only those who cultivated the sword path were deemed the most esteemed, the most formidable, and the most flamboyant warriors across the continent. Zhang Haoran nodded in satisfaction. Feeling justified in having endured 4 months of drinking only cold water to acquire this first-tier low-grade spirit sword. The sensation of displaying his superiority before the crowd was returning. It was simply exquisite. Little junior brother, do you know? Among the myriad paths, the sword is the most arduous. It is not merely about wielding a sword and mastering a few techniques to be considered a sword cultivator. One must comprehend the essence of sword intent, sword energy, sword path, sword momentum, sword heart, and so forth. To achieve mastery like mine, wielding the sword with one spirit, would take no less than 3 to 5 years. Thus, little junior brother, loudly declare to your senior brother, do you wish to learn the sword? The more Zhang Haoran spoke, the more fervent he became, his voice growing ever more resonant. It seemed as though he was using the first-tier low-grade spirit sword to firmly suppress Yi Ning upon the arena. Yi Ning rolled his eyes. From his unassuming 4th-tier storage ring, he retrieved the 5th-tier low-grade spirit sword he had forged during his match against Qin Yuhua. Senior brother, look at this. Zhang Haoran turned his head, his expression freezing instantly, as if he had just swallowed a green-headed fly, utterly riveting. You, where did you get that sword? I forged it. You can forge swords? You're a swordsmith. Zhang Haoran felt a dryness in his throat. Yi Ning nodded. Can we begin the match now? Senior brother? I concede. Zhang Haoran's body weakened, nearly collapsing upon the arena. His journey of ostentation had reached its end. However, soon his gaze flickered, and he shouted loudly. I refuse to believe it. He is barely in his 20s. How could he forge a 5th-tier spirit sword? With his mere opening pulse realm cultivation, being able to forge a 3rd-tier spirit sword would already be a pinnacle achievement. Zhang Haoran felt he had encountered a rival. The other party was also a master well-versed in the art of pretentiousness. Taste my sword. Zhang Haoran leaped high, his spirit sword erupting with dazzling spiritual light as he charged towards Yi Ning. At this juncture, only raw power could crush the other's ostentation, revealing their true form. Indeed, under the weight of his overwhelming strength, the opponent hastily sheathed their 5th-tier spirit sword. Zhang Haoran could not suppress his jubilant laughter. After today, the entire Yingdou City would echo with the myth of his successful display of bravado. Yi Ning focused intently, his fingers poised like a sword, and flicked them towards Zhang Haoran. A stream of sword energy manifested out of thin air. It spanned across mountains and rivers. Even the clouds above the heavens churned in response. The skies thrown into chaos by this single sword energy. Crack! The 1st-tier spirit sword in Zhang Haoran's hand shattered into countless fragments, and he was sent flying from the arena like a kite with its strings severed. The king of pretentiousness had fallen. Chapter 53. Despair and Madness. Yi Ning would rather die. Several days later, Yi Ning completed his final challenge against a Martial Hall, tearfully netting over 3 million spirit coins. The Tiger Whale Martial Hall also triumphantly became the premier Martial Hall in Yingdou City. Of the 18 Martial Halls, most chose to avoid combat. This only further elevated the tiger whale martial hall's prominence, as Qi Wensheng walked the streets with an air of superiority. Previously, he had endured countless beatings from disciples of other martial halls. Following Yi Ning, the members of Tiger Whale Martial Hall naturally reaped tremendous rewards, especially their master, Xie, who had become more arrogant than Qi Wensheng during this period. The once modest Tiger Whale Martial Hall had expanded over threefold, and even took in the top courtesan from a brothel as a concubine. Truly a winner in life, the masters of other martial halls would go out of their way to avoid Xie, lest they endure ridicule. Of course, there were 2 martial halls in Yingdao City with masters of the Danqi realm. Yet, they could not bring themselves to challenge Yi Ning. Winning would invite scorn for bullying the weak, while losing would bring humiliation beyond measure. A century of honor could be obliterated in an instant. Even a draw or a narrow victory would yield consequences they could not bear. Thus, they chose to avoid confrontation, acting like turtles withdrawing into their shells. Who could blame them for Xie having found such a talented disciple? Not only was he powerful, but his displays of bravado were unparalleled. Had they not heard, the king of pretentiousness, Master Brother Zhang Haoran, was bedridden. In truth, Zhang Haoran had not sustained any real injuries. He was merely psychologically affected by Yi Ning's dominating aura. He felt as though Yi Ning had stolen the spotlight that rightfully belonged to him, leaving him unable to hold his head high in Yingdao City. All gatherings eventually come to an end. Inside the Tiger Whale Martial Hall, many disciples privy to the truth clung to Yi Ning, weeping profusely. Xie, devoid of any masterly demeanor, clutched Yi Ning's legs, pleading with him not to leave. Yet, everyone understood that this was an impossibility. The poison within Yi Ning's sister could not afford even a single day's delay. Even if they set out today, whether they could reach the imperial capital of Daqin was still uncertain. Daqin was not like Dezhou, where one could traverse the entire territory in 2 months. Daqin was at least twice the size of the Dezhou Empire and more than 3 times out of the Han dynasty. Indeed, the Han could not even be considered an empire, merely a dynasty. The reason lay in the fact that both the royal family and the common folk of Han were too impulsive. They frequently sought to contest with the Daqin Empire over festivals, clothing rights, and even the invention of pickles and salted vegetables, leading to continuous beatings from the Daqin Empire. Yet, after a brief respite, they would inevitably provoke trouble again, forgetting the lessons of past humiliations. They never considered how few years had passed since the establishment of the Han dynasty. If one traced back just 5 generations, one could find their lineage rooted in the Daqin Empire. Their ancestors had fled here after losing a power struggle, establishing the Han in recent years. Daqin had grown weary of fighting. If they wished to contend, so be it. It allowed the Han to indulge their meager pride. They could enjoy their little revelries. Daqin, however, did not dare to retaliate, as they could not strip them of their right to criticize. Thus, Daqin allowed it to continue. The journey was remarkably tranquil, with both warriors and common folk enjoying a harmonious existence. The strictness of Daqin's laws was evident in the details. One person's wrongdoing could lead to the punishment of 9 generations, with no leniency. After over 2 months, Yi Ning and the others finally arrived at the Qingshu Medical Hall in Xianyang Imperial Capital. The Qingshu Medical Hall was located in a rather remote suburban area in the southeast of Xianyang City. Characterized by red bricks and green tiles, with green moss and black doors, it appeared somewhat solemn and dilapidated on a massive stone of Shihi nearby. A few phrases could be faintly discerned on the sandy shore. Remnants of spring rain. The thatched eaves of an ancient town's official. In an instant, flowers shed tears. 1,000 miles away, a traveler leans on the railing. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking on the door abruptly shattered the tranquil scenery. Blending with the sound of rain, adding an air of urgency, Yi Jing had been in a coma for several days. Each time she regained consciousness, she became somewhat delirious, causing Yi Ning to feel immensely anxious. Yet, after a long while, there was no response. Bang! 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 Yi Ning's fists, as large as sandbags, struck the black wooden door with such force that it seemed he intended to break it apart. Still, there was no reply. The rain continued to intensify. Tang Xiaoming and her father watched over Yi Jing from within the beast cart, while Yi Ning, clad in black, was drenched. Enough of this. Yi Ning let out a fierce shout. drawing forth the fifth-tier low-grade azure spirit sword from his storage ring, and swung it fiercely at the black wooden door. The fifth-tier azure spirit sword erupted with a brilliant aura over a foot in length, as an immense reservoir of spiritual energy converged into Yi Ning's hands. The spiritual energy in the void flowed like a river, intertwining and creating a cacophony of sounds, as the surrounding aura within a mile radius was frantically summoned by him. "Open for me, boom!" A thunderous roar resonated instantly. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared above the black wooden door. As the fifth-tier spirit sword struck, what astonished onlookers was that upon contact, Yi Ning, clad in black, was sent hurtling backward like a meteor, tumbling over Tianzhong. Puffed. Just as he attempted to rise, Yi Ning spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, half kneeling on the ground, using the fifth-tier spirit's sword as a makeshift crutch. Its tip pointed downward, propped against the earth, at a fifth-tier formation, worth at least 500 million spirit coins. Given Yi Ning's current prowess, even with all his might, it was utterly impossible to breach it. The strength of the Qingshu Medical Pavilion was evident even from a mere glimpse. Yet the counterattack from the Qingshu Medical Pavilion was not yet complete. From behind the black wooden door, an orange mist suddenly surged forth, rushing towards Yi Ning and the beast cart. Soon, it engulfed everyone within. "Not good. It's toxic." "Yi kid, hold your breath," Tang Xiaoming exclaimed, having caught a whiff, immediately feeling dizzy and nauseated, urgently warning Yi Ning. But it was too late. The first to faint were the frail Yi Jing and the less powerful Tang Junya. Before he could finish his words, with a clatter, he collapsed neatly inside the beast cart. Subsequently, with a whoosh, even the second-tier demonic beast, the Frostfire Tiger, struggled and fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, its four hooves flailing, soon becoming rigid, lifeless. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. The ferocity of the vibrant orange toxic mist was evident. Yi Ning forced himself to stand. He had sustained severe injuries from the rebound of the fifth-tier formation, and the greater the attack, the more amplified the rebound damage. It was akin to Yi Ning cleaving himself with his own sword. One can only imagine that had anyone else been in his place, they would have perished on the spot. Now, with the toxic mist corroding him, blood tears streamed from his eyes, rendering everything indistinct. Were it not for the concern over the goo poison within Yi Jing, he would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Departing from Pingan City, the journey had consumed over half a year, during which Yi Ning had not a single day or night without yearning to arrive at the Qingshu Medical Pavilion. Yet now, it lay before him, indifferent, unable to intervene and save Yi Jing. Despite the arduous path he had traversed, Yi Ning had always held on to hope. Now, the Qingshu Medical Pavilion had brazenly shattered his last glimmer of hope, casting him into a quagmire of despair. In the torrential rain, Yi Ning brandished the azure spirit sword, unleashing a frenzied roar, wildly slashing. Yet all that responded to him was an endless wave of orange toxic mist. Why? Yi Ning, dizzy and disoriented, soon collapsed onto the ground, the muddy path rendering him dirty and disheveled, stripping away his last vestiges of dignity and composure. "Please, save my sister. I beg you, save my sister." At this moment, Yi Ning was bleeding from all 7 orifices, still mindlessly shouting out, "As long as my sister can be saved, I would gladly die. Yi Ning, willing to die." On this day, before the Qingshu Medical Pavilion at the outskirts, the echo of Yi Ning's willingness to die lingered endlessly, like the mournful cry of a cuckoo, stirring deep emotions. Within a radius of 5 miles, it could be clearly heard. Chapter 54. The Mother and Daughter of Qingshu Medical Pavilion. Chui Shui Xia, can, hiss. In the dimness, a voice filled with excruciating pain emerged. Yi Ning slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself imprisoned in a dark water dungeon. His hands and feet were bound by chains of refined iron, rendering him completely immobile. "Where's my sister? Where is my sister?" the weakened Yi Ning asked, his voice hoarse, as if his throat had been pierced, eliciting disbelief. Yet the only response was the dripping sound of water and the echoing splashes within the dungeon. At present, he resembled the time he was confined by Su Yan in Zhe, Xian Town. The only difference being that his dantian had not been excavated, nor had his hip bones been sealed with nails. This was due to the lack of necessity. Currently, Yining's body remained devoid of any spiritual energy akin to that of a mere mortal. Su Yin had initially done that precisely to disable Yining's cultivation and spiritual power. Hadn't he? Thus, Yining languished in the water dungeon, day after day, without seeing the light of day. It was unclear how much time had passed. A tender voice suddenly broke the silence. "Big brother, are you awake?" Yining weakly opened his eyes, his vision blurred. Yet he could still discern a little girl standing opposite him, her delicate feet bare and standing on the cold stone surface of the water dungeon. She had a short, adorable hairstyle. Who are you?" "My name is Chue Shuesia Kano. Nice to meet you, big brother." "Are you saying my name sounds nice?" The little girl approached, tilting her head earnestly. Yining nodded. "My mother named me." Chue Shuesia giggled, raising her small hand, as if awaiting praise. Yining bit his tongue, forcing himself to muster energy. "Little sister, have you seen my sister? Is she the sick big sister?" "I've already cured her," Chue Shuesia stated seriously. "Cured? By you?" Yining's voice rose slightly, albeit with some confusion. "Yes," although the little girl's tone was resolute. Yining was still filled with doubt, suspecting it was her mother who had helped treat Yijing. That thing inside her is quite annoying," the little girl continued, lost in her own thoughts. "Where are my sister and the others? They have all been locked up by my mother." "Little sister, could you speak to your mother and let us go?" Yining, grasping at straws, implored. I can pay. I have 3 million spirit coins." Upon saying this, Yining glanced at his hand, only to be startled, as his storage ring had mysteriously vanished. After all these days, he had been completely oblivious. Where's my storage ring?" Chue Shuesia giggled again, revealing a sweet and adorable smile. "My mother took it. Then if you all took the money, why keep us locked up here?" Yining expressed his bewilderment. This Qingshu medical pavilion is too domineering. No wonder it had such a poor reputation, with everyone speaking of it in hushed tones. "My mother said she wants to kill you all." Chue Shuesia spoke the coldest words in the most innocent voice. Yet what was most terrifying was that a girl who appeared to be merely 5 years old was uttering such phrases. Her face devoid of emotion. It seemed that for her, killing someone was as trivial as squashing an ant. "Little sister, could you bring your mother here? I wish to speak with her," Yining coaxed gently. Hoping to find a breakthrough for survival through Chue Shuesia. "Can you want to see my mother?" The little girl's voice suddenly grew louder. "What's wrong? Those who have met my mother are all dead," the little girl declared earnestly. Yining, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. But thinking it over, with death looming regardless, perhaps meeting her might save the others. "Let me see her." "Good." The little girl left to call her mother. An entire hour later, 2 figures finally appeared at the entrance, one tall and one short. The shorter one was, of course, Chue Shuesia, who was holding the hand of another graceful figure, approaching Yining. Yining looked up, feeling desolate. The water dungeon was already shrouded in darkness, and with his blurred vision and weakened body, he could hardly discern the figure's appearance. He could only make out that the individual wore a golden mask, instilling fear. "What is it?" The little girl's mother spoke, her voice icy cold, laced with a murderous intent. It seemed that Yining had only to utter a single wrong word to meet a grisly fate. "If I die, let them go." Yining dared not play tricks, mustering his courage to say, "What qualifications do you have to say such a thing?" The other party appeared somewhat angered, her voice growing even colder, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Within the vast, empty water dungeon, her chilling words echoed, causing one to tremble. Even the little girl stood quietly to the side, appearing exceptionally well-behaved, seemingly terrified of her mother. "What must I do to be spared?" Yining's anger flared. This feeling of having life and death in another's hands was stifling. "Unless I die." "Then go die." Yining let out a furious roar, the chains rattling incessantly in response. He had long been filled with pent-up frustration. The journey to the Qingshu Medical Center with his sister had been arduous, traversing mountains and rivers, and the hardships endured were hardly worth mentioning. To gather the 5 million spirit coins required for entry, he had engaged in various challenges throughout Ingdo City. Although he had amassed the full amount, is there truly such a thing as perfection in this world? With over 3 million spirit coins in hand, Yi Ning had exerted all his efforts. Despite holding such a substantial sum, he and his companions had scarcely enough to spare, living in near destitution. Wishing to divide every spirit coin in half for expenditure, even with time pressing upon them, they couldn't bear to board a spirit boat and relied solely on the second-tier beast cart provided by the Kong family from Fengyuan Mountain Manor. If not for the need to gather spirit coins, how could his sister Yi Jing have suffered so much on the road? Now, having finally arrived at the Qingshu Medical Center, they found themselves facing such a dire conclusion. Was this journey worth it? Perhaps if they had remained in Ping'an City, with Yin Xiaofei around, Yi Jing would not have succumbed to poisoning so soon. The little girl was startled by Yi Ning's frantic outburst and sought refuge behind a woman. In an instant, the woman appeared before Yi Ning and delivered a sharp slap across his face, leaving his head buzzing and momentarily disoriented. Yi Ning understood that he was at the mercy of others, feeling a mixture of impotent rage and humiliation, yet he felt utterly constrained. The woman's face darkened momentarily as she questioned, "Is it worth it to risk your life for a woman to whom you share no blood relation?" "You're talking nonsense. She is my biological sister." "Your sister? Ha ha ha." The woman's voice was cold and authoritative, yet her laughter was strangely melodious. "Previously, when I extracted the poison from her body, she had lost so much blood that I discovered your blood types are completely incompatible. How can you claim her as your sister? Surely, you must be unaware that your father was cuckolded?" Yi Ning replied, "Senior, how can I be granted mercy? I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden." Unable to fathom the woman's cultivation level, he resorted to addressing her as senior. He recalled how Tang Xiaoming had once pleaded with him, and he thought perhaps this might evoke her sympathy. "By your merit, a mere opening meridian realm waste, you aren't even fit to be my servant." The woman mocked him mercilessly. "Then why do you still wish to save my sister?" Yi Ning pressed, unwilling to relent. With a disdainful huff, the woman turned away towards the exit, seemingly uninterested in answering him. The little girl followed closely behind her, leaving Yi Ning alone in the vast water prison, utterly desolate. For the days that followed, no matter how loud Yi Ning shouted, no one responded. Even the little girl did not reappear. Chapter 55. The Emergence of the Elder with White Hair, Leader of All Races. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Yi Ning's mind, the voice of the elder with white hair, that he trembled with surprise. "Senior, you have awakened?" "I have been awake for half a month," the elder replied calmly. "Then why have you not shown yourself until now?" Yi Ning's tone bore a hint of reproach. The elder had been in slumber for nearly half a year, yet he had remained silent for so long. "You can't even handle a mere woman of the Xianxun realm, and you dare question me?" The elder glared at him, reprimanding him with indignation. "What?" Yi Ning was left dumbfounded. The realms known throughout the Jianyuan continent numbered 9. Body refinement, Qi condensation, meridian opening, spirit hosting, sky control, Dan void, Xianxun, ascendancy, and Saint Sovereign. Yi Ning, being at the second level of meridian opening, was 3 major realms away from Xianxun. How could the elder disdain him for being unable to handle such an opponent? The elder's previous realm and stature were beyond Yi Ning's imagination. "Let us change the subject." Yi Ning ventured, "Senior, can you emerge from the sword obliteration space?" This was something he had never heard the elder mention before. With a silent twist of space, the elder appeared before Yi Ning, suspended in mid-air, exuding an aura of a transcendent being. Having awakened from his slumber, he appeared somewhat rejuvenated, though traces of fatigue still lingered on his face. "Please put me down, Senior," Yi Ning pleaded. During this time, he had grown so emaciated that he scarcely resembled a human, and he wondered what kind of nourishment the mother of the snow-blowing summer silkworm had provided him, allowing him to survive such prolonged hunger. "Just wait," the elder chuckled heartily before vanishing from the water prison. "You, how could you abandon me like this?" Yi Ning was seething with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The only responses he received were the continuous sounds of water and the clinking of chains in the prison. The Qingshu Medical Center. Within a secret chamber, 3 women sat cross-legged. In the center was Yi Jing, flanked by the mother of the little girl behind her, and the little girl herself in front. That moment, Yi Jing emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Had it not been for the mother's firm grip restraining her, she would have already broken free. Even so, Yi Jing was in disarray, her hair unkempt, hands outstretched, and mouth agape, as she screamed like a vengeful spirit. It appeared as if she sought to devour the little girl before her. Yet the little girl remained undaunted, sitting calmly on the ground, her small hands forming seals, her eyes ablaze with radiant golden light, fixating intently on Yi Jing. Threads of solidified golden energy penetrated Yi Jing's body. As black mist began to seep from her mouth, nostrils, and crown, while she struggled violently, howling in desperation, her hands reaching forward, nearly grasping the little girl's chubby face. Especially alarming were the grotesque black-red worms visibly writhing beneath her beautiful skin, as if they were earthworms swelling from beneath her flesh, spreading like a spider's web across her slender neck and cheeks, evoking sheer terror. Were Yi Ning to witness this scene, he would most certainly be driven to the brink of despair. However, this chamber was constructed from a special stone, providing exceptional sound insulation, and coupled with the formation's aid, not a single sound could be heard from outside. After a full half-hour, Yi Jing suddenly expelled a copious amount of black-red blood, mixed with countless writhing worms, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Only then did the little girl and her mother release their burdens and relax their bodies. The mother, drenched in fragrant sweat, looked enticing, but upon raising her gaze, she discovered that an additional figure had appeared in the secret chamber, an elder with white hair and a white robe, standing in mid-air, expressionless as he observed them. Instantly, her complexion paled, and she questioned in alarm, "Who are you, and how did you enter here?" This chamber was renowned as the safest, most secretive, and most fortified area of the Qingshu Medical Center, reinforced by a formation, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary Dan Void Realm warrior to locate. Yet now, not only had another person appeared, but she hadn't sensed a thing that if this white-haired elder harbored ulterior motives, the consequences were truly unimaginable, that a sense of dread and fear surged within the little girl's mother. "I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, neither you nor this Huangquan golden silkworm goo will survive," the elder remarked coldly, casting a glance at the talisman concealed in the woman's hand. Startled, the woman's icy demeanor shattered, her once unyielding expression now betraying her inner turmoil. It was evident that she understood the Huangquan golden silkworm goo was a formidable creature, and the one capable of wielding it must at least be of ascendancy realm powerhouse, if not a saint sovereign. Taking a deep breath, the woman regained her composure. "Senior, your sudden appearance here. What is your purpose?" The elder replied, "I have come for the sake of their brother-sister duo. This is not a place for conversation. Let us speak elsewhere." With that, he vanished without a trace, taking Yi Jing along with him. The woman could only watch helplessly as they disappeared, still utterly unaware of how it had occurred. Powerful. The strength of the elder was truly terrifying. Even she, at the 4th level of Xian Shun, was no match for him. Even the desire and notion of resistance could not be nurtured. Upon entering the grand hall, the elderly man with silver hair was already seated. Yi Jing was escorted to her own room by him. "Senior," the woman gently called out as she led the little girl Shui Xiaoqian into the hall, but her words trailed off into silence. The elderly man stroked his beard, casting a glance at the little girl, his eyes devoid of any avarice, instead radiating peace and curiosity. It had been hundreds of thousands of years since he had last encountered the yellow spring golden silkworm goo. He never expected that this diminutive 9th Order Jian Yuan realm harbored such a magnificent treasure. If those from the 8th Order spirit realm were to learn of this, the Jian Yuan realm would likely be doomed. After speaking, he glanced at the woman and continued, "I understand you have many questions, such as the relationship between myself and those two siblings, and why, despite my formidable strength, I did not intervene to save Yi Jing." The elderly man posed and answered his own inquiries. "To be frank, my current strength is less than 1/10,000th of what it once was, and I presently lack the energy to engage in other matters. This is merely one reason. The second is that the goo poison within Yi Jing is incurable, a fact I am well aware of, that I trust that you have validated this numerous times over the past period. Have you not?" The elderly man's words revealed a monumental secret. Then why not inform him? The woman still questioned with confusion. Hearing this, the elderly man displayed a look of reminiscence, filled with sorrow, as he said, "It is quite ironic. The one who was originally afflicted by the goo poison was the young master, not Yi Jing. However, through a series of unfortunate events, Yi Jing ended up bearing this unsolvable goo poison on behalf of the young master. Thus, the young lady requested that I bring her back and raise her in the name of the young master's biological sister. The absurdity is that this unsolvable goo poison is utterly useless against my spirit clan. Had the young master truly been afflicted by this poison back then, Yi Jing would not have to endure such suffering now. Alas, one can only say it is fate. This calamity was destined for her." With the young master's stubbornness, had I told him that the goo poison within Yi Jing was incurable, he would have first collapsed and then disbelieved me, reminiscent of the young lady's past. The elderly man explained slowly. However, the information conveyed in his words caused the woman to rise from her seat, her expression a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as she gazed at the elderly man. "Why you, senior, are you of the spirit clan?" "The spirit clan, the apex of all races, an exceedingly enigmatic existence on the Jian Yuan continent." "Ha!" The elderly man stroked his beard with pride, nodding. "Not only I, but the young master, who is imprisoned in the water dungeon, is also of the spirit clan. It takes our clan thousands of years to give birth to a single offspring. Do you comprehend the significance of the young master to my clan? This little golden silkworm, goo, takes a millennium to grow a single year, and for ordinary people, it is an unattainable treasure of heaven and earth, yet compared to the lengthy years of my spirit clan, it is but a drop in the ocean." The elderly man spoke the most pretentious words in the most nonchalant tone. Chapter 56. Mary Yi Ning, a promise for eternity. The woman inhaled deeply, taking some time to digest the implications of the elderly man's words. In that brief moment, she had nearly exhausted all the astonishment she had experienced in her life. As a fourth-level Xian god, she was already a rare existence on the Jian Yuan continent. In the past, who had not bowed down to her with utmost reverence. Yet, when compared to the spirit clan elder before her, she felt no more significant than an inconspicuous ant. The other could extinguish a Xian god with a mere flick of the finger. However, all things exist in balance, despite the spirit clan's formidable strength. Endowed with talents and lifespans unknown to other races, they find it exceedingly difficult to bear offspring, making them a notably low-profile presence in any spirit realm. Even as they grow, they must continually hide. Thus, encountering a member of the spirit clan within the ninth order Jian Yuan realm, while incredulous, also seemed reasonable upon reflection. "I am Chue Shui Yin Di. Honored to meet you, senior." After regaining her composure, Chue Shui Yin Di respectfully bowed to the elderly man, embodying the demeanor befitting a younger generation. The elderly man nodded with utmost calmness. "Thus, I have come to speak with you. Senior, please instruct me." Chue Shui Yin Di responded, gradually calming herself. Although the other was powerful, it appeared there were hidden dangers. Since he had appeared here, he must have a request. "You may state your conditions, and you can voice your difficulties as long as it is within the capabilities of my spirit clan. Ensuring the safety of you and your daughter for a lifetime is certainly feasible. You are hiding here, are you not, to prevent others from discovering the true identity of your little girl?" the elderly man inquired. Chue Shui Yin Di nodded, unreservedly acknowledging this fact, and suddenly biting her silver teeth, she spoke with resentment. "Otherwise, I would not treat him in such a manner. He is unaware that the commotion he caused that day nearly obliterated our Qing Su medical pavilion. Ha ha ha, his desperation to save his sister. You must be forgiving." The elderly man attempted to smooth things over. "Yet you two bear some resemblance. One is willing to risk death for a sister without blood ties, while the other is willing to bear the burden of infamy for a treasure of heaven and earth, living a life of solitude." The elderly man's words, abrupt and unexpected, caused Chue Shui Yin Di to blush. However, she quickly cleared her throat. "Senior, let us move past this matter." The elderly man held the Chue Shui Xia can, occasionally patting her little head, kissing her tender little hands, and playfully teasing her with his beard, displaying a heartfelt affection for the child. Although the goo poison within Yi Jing could not be eradicated, her encounter with the yellow spring golden silkworm goo was indeed a stroke of fate. Therefore, the old man's condition was simple. He hoped that Yi Jing could remain here. With his 5,000-year-old golden silkworm goo present, her life would be secure. Cui Shuiyin Di continued nodding, for she had already surmised the elderly man's intentions. Senior, could you reveal what kind of goo poison it is? Why is it that every time we exert our utmost efforts to remove it, it returns to its original state within a day? For over a month, my daughter and I have exhausted all our strength, yet we remain helpless. After speaking, she murmured to herself, a goo poison that even the golden silkworm goo cannot eradicate is indeed extremely rare. The elderly man set the little girl down, his expression darkening, the soul-stealing demon goo. Its toxicity and level surpassed that of the yellow spring golden silkworm goo. Soul-stealing demon goo. Cui Shuiyin Di repeated the name, yet found it utterly unfamiliar. It is not a substance of this realm. Do not dwell on it, the elderly man cautioned. Cui Shuiyin Di nodded slightly. Senior, I have a request, since the elderly man had already articulated his conditions. Cui Shuiyin Di naturally could not allow herself to be used without reciprocation. I only seek one thing. A permanent promise from you. A promise to protect my daughter forever, ensuring she remains free from the hands of others. Cui Shuiyin Di stated earnestly, for if the yellow spring golden silkworm goo fell into others' hands, the outcome would be exceedingly tragic. She would be imprisoned like an ant queen, continuously drained of her worth until death. If I perish, I implore you to keep her by your side, preferably bringing her back to the spirit clan's realm, allowing her to live without worries. Cui Shuiyin Di's voice carried a note of sorrow, revealing a vulnerability never before shown to T that moment. It seemed she had found a reliable and trustworthy ally. Over the years, she had borne too much infamy for her daughter, accusations of promiscuity, unwed pregnancy, and scandalous liaisons had all been hurled at her. Even in the capital of the Great Qin Empire, the title of Annihilator of Masters had circulated. She could endure all of this, but only she knew that her time was short. For her daughter's future, she had worried day and night, which was also why the Qing Su Medical Pavilion had been closed for so long. The arrival of Yi Ning had completely shattered the fragile peace she had managed to maintain. She believed the Crown Prince of the Great Qin would soon send someone to investigate. Are you certain? The elderly man suddenly inquired. Certain, Cui Shuiyin Di replied, seemingly still lost in the earlier gloom, answering without thought. Good. The elderly man suddenly brightened. Then I shall take the liberty to arrange for the young master to marry you. Cui Shuiyin Di finally comprehended the elderly man's words. Feeling a surge of annoyance, Senior, why make such a jest for no reason? Jest. Now was the elderly man's turn to be displeased, his expression turning cold. Do you think I'm jesting with you? It is precisely because you were saved by this golden silkworm goo and have been in close proximity to it for so long that toxins have accumulated within you. What does this bit of poison amount to in the presence of my spirit clan? Once you two consummate your marriage, the toxin will be entirely eradicated. Speak frankly. Had I not been aware that the young man could never be with Yi Jing, I would have long facilitated their union. Although the soul-devouring goo is unsolvable in this world, it poses no significant threat to my spirit clan. Senior, the young lady interjected, misunderstanding my words, as I observed the silver-haired elder becoming increasingly absurd in his assertions. How did the conversation veer in this direction? The Emperor of Blowing Snow felt an overwhelming embarrassment. What? Did you not just vow to ensure the safety of my daughter for all eternity? Are you now having second thoughts? Only by marrying him can he wholeheartedly and permanently protect you. Even if he fails, the young lady would never allow her daughter-in-law to be wronged. The Emperor of Blowing Snow hastily rose. Appearing as bashful as a young girl, her usually ethereal face now suffused with a rosy hue. Senior, let us not speak of this matter any further. I only require a promise from you. Humph. The silver-haired elder snorted disdainfully, slamming his palm upon the table. Are you attempting to deceive this old man? Do you believe I wouldn't slay you on the spot and take your daughter away? After all, it is she who can suppress the goo poison within Yi Jing, not you. The Emperor of Blowing Snow was taken aback by the elder's sudden shift in demeanor, feeling both anger and urgency. Yet sensing that the elder was not jesting, should she provoke him, he might very well carry out his threat and take away Blowing Snow Xia. The reality was that he possessed the strength and audacity to do so. Thus she softened her tone, expressing her utmost grievance. But we have hardly interacted, and I have imprisoned him in the water prison for over a month. The elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "With me as your master, does he have the option to refuse? This matter is settled. You shall inform your friends and family in the next few days, and I will preside over your wedding." Senior, the Emperor of Blowing Snow was on the verge of tears. "I am hiding here not only for my daughter, but also for the Crown Prince of Duchin, who has long been entangled with me. If he learns of my impending marriage, it could spell trouble for Yi Ning." The Emperor of Blowing Snow frantically sought excuses. A worthy daughter-in-law already feeling concern for that scoundrel, to her surprise. The silver-haired elder misinterpreted her intentions, thinking she was worried for Yi Ning's safety. Huffed. The Emperor of Blowing Snow felt as though a knife had been plunged in her heart, the sensation so distressing it nearly made her vomit blood. What is merely a royal family of Duchin to fear? If they dare disrupt my disciple's wedding, I shall slay one for every intruder. If two come, I shall slay them both. In fact, I would even storm the imperial palace and annihilate the entire lineage of Yingzheng, daring him to show his face. The first emperor of Qin has not yet perished. The Emperor of Blowing Snow found her thoughts swayed by the silver-haired elder's words. If that slippery fellow were to die, it would be the greatest joke in the realm of Jian Yuan. The silver-haired elder chuckled. Chapter 57. The four-person cycle of strangulation, Yi Ning's compromise, in the Qing Su Medical Hall. Within the water prison, the silver-haired elder sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his features. Alas, the only option left is to put you in a difficult position. The girl has stated that if the four of you wish to live, you must become her door-to-door son-in-law, protecting her and her daughter for all eternity, or she will not spare you. Bah! Did your negotiation result in me being sold as meat? A furious voice echoed from within the water prison. The clanking of chains betraying Yi Ning's agitation that a widow desires a young bull. You want me, a yellow flower boy, to be her door-to-door son-in-law. How could she entertain such a fanciful notion? Surely, she doesn't truly see me as a sycophant. The silver-haired elder, taken aback by Yi Ning's vehement rejection, remarked, "Indeed, I thought you would not agree. It seems she assumed you would be willing, making it appear as though you were of lowly character." The elder expressed his indignation that I would be willing, but the elder promptly gave Yi Ning a few sharp taps to the head. You possess no backbone. Yi Ning coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "Life is paramount. Life is paramount." Yet, her mind was filled with the graceful image of the girl's mother. Even if I were to become her door-to-door son-in-law, it doesn't seem like a significant loss. Moreover, I am deeply concerned for Yi Jing. For her sake, becoming a son-in-law is hardly a burden. Then prepare yourself over the next couple of days to marry her, the elder said with a smile, his expression hinting at a cunning scheme. Alas, who would have thought that the heavens are blind, and I, Yi Ning, would experience such a humiliating day? Yi Ning murmured, before abruptly changing the subject, asking, "Senior, with your strength, why not directly rescue us?" The elder shot her an irritated glance. "I have only just awoken from my slumber. Do you wish for me to fall into a deep sleep again? If I cannot locate the jade spirit immortal water within the next 6 months, both my and the young lady's jade ring spaces will vanish." Yi Ning's complexion paled at this revelation, followed by a furrowed brow. "But where can we find the jade spirit immortal water?" Over the past 6 months of travel, I have inquired of many people, yet none could provide any leads that in fact, most were unaware of what the jade spirit immortal water even was. The jade spirit immortal water? Suddenly, a voice emerged from the door of the water prison as the Emperor of Blowing Snow approached gracefully. "I happen to have some at the Qing Su Medical Hall." With that, she turned to fetch the jade spirit immortal water. Moments later, the girl bounced back, holding a small transparent vial containing less than half a bottle of clear liquid. This the jade spirit immortal water?" Yi Ning, locked in the center of the water prison, observed the vial and found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. The elder cradled blowing snow Xiaoqian with joy, exclaiming, "It's a bit lacking, but it should suffice for another year and a half. By the way, from where did you obtain this?" Yi Ning, aware that he was to become a door-to-door son-in-law, felt rather awkward and directed the question at the Emperor of Blowing Snow. This time, the Emperor of Blowing Snow did not wear a golden mask. Her exquisite features were perfectly proportioned. Though she lacked the expressive, lively eyes of Yin Xiaofei, she exuded an aura of authority and a cool demeanor befitting a superior. In this regard, even Murong Shiqin could not compare. Murong Shiqin's power stemmed from her rule over the nation, while the Emperor of Blowing Snow's presence emanated from her absolute confidence in her own realm and strength. The two were not comparable. Furthermore, in terms of appearance, the Emperor of Blowing Snow was on par with Yin Xiaofei. Yin Xiaofei was gentle and graceful, whereas the Emperor of Blowing Snow was domineering and decisive. A wife of the Xian Shun realm? Puffed. Yi Ning could not suppress a laugh, nearly causing him to lose control. The Emperor of Blowing Snow felt somewhat embarrassed, waving her hand, and the shackles around Yi Ning fell away, granting him freedom. "Dinner is ready. Let us eat." Yi Ning entered the hall, where a lavish spread of food and wine awaited, causing his eyes to glimmer with hunger after being starved for over a month. His stomach rumbling ominously. Brother, Yi Jing, Tang Junya, and Tang Xiaoming were all present, their expressions appearing quite well, revealing that only Yi Ning had endured the torment of imprisonment. Yi Jing rushed forward, looking significantly improved. With the suppression from Blowing Snow Xiaoqian, although the soul-devouring goo could not be eradicated, its chaos had been quelled, and it no longer dared to invade Yi Jing's spirit. The siblings embraced tightly, and Yi Jing's tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string, cascading downwards at that moment. Yi Ning appeared rather frightening, resembling the deranged Tang Junya from before, thin and unkempt, with a scruffy beard and disheveled hair. Had it not been for the spark still present in his eyes, he could have easily been mistaken for a zombie. Yet, Yi Jing did not mind Yi Ning's foul odor and disheveled appearance. She clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably, fully aware that all of Yi Ning's suffering was for her sake. She hated herself deeply, but felt utterly powerless. Cough, cough. The Emperor of Blowing Snow suddenly cleared her throat, interrupting the siblings' reunion. Let us eat. Let us eat. Yi Ning promptly took a seat and began to feast ravenously. After such a long period of hunger, he was famished. The silver-haired elder had already entered the absolute sword space. As he was not suited to appear before outsiders, the Emperor of Blowing Snow alternated her gaze between her daughter and the gluttonous Yi Ning, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Surely, the matter of the wedding must be addressed by her? With such thoughts in mind, she extended her delicate foot and lightly kicked Yi Ning. Upon raising his head and seeing the Blowing Snow Flame Emperor gazing at him, Yi Ning instantly comprehended the underlying meaning. He hurriedly wiped his lips and solemnly declared, "I hereby announce that in 2 days I shall wed the Blowing Snow Pavilion Master." Ah! Yi Jing, Tang Junya, and Tang Xiaoming were all taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Only the little girl, Blowing Snow Xiaoqian, blinked her big innocent eyes and asked with childlike curiosity, "Does that mean I can call you Daddy from now on? Can has a daddy now?" It was the first time Yi Ning had been publicly addressed as Daddy, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. He could only feign calmness and nodded. Goodness, he hadn't even married yet, and had already acquired a 5-year-old daughter. "Brother Yi." Why? Yi Jing had yet to speak, but Tang Junya was the first to voice her anxiety. "You all needn't question anything. I simply wish to marry. No, to take the Blowing Snow Pavilion Master as my spouse." Yi Ning replied with a frown, returning to his meal with gusto. While others might not grasp the situation, Yi Ning was acutely aware. The current reality was that the old man with white hair had the Blowing Snow Flame Emperor by the throat, while the Blowing Snow Flame Emperor had Yi Jing in a similar grip, and Yi Jing had her hold on Yi Ning. In a sense, Yi Ning was also holding the old man by the throat. For should Yi Ning perish, the old man would inevitably follow suit. The 4 of them were entangled in a cyclical chokehold, each restraining the other, leaving Yi Ning with no choice but to compromise and sacrifice to untangle the situation. After all, the blowing snow flame emperor would not allow herself to be exploited by the old man without a fight. This was almost a certainty. Unless absolutely necessary, the old man would not genuinely attempt to slay the blowing snow flame emperor to seize blowing snow Xiaocan. Not to mention the moral implications. Even if he were to take that step, once he had killed the blowing snow flame emperor, he would likely fall into a deep slumber again. And this time, it might be an eternal farewell. Moreover, the blowing snow flame emperor had her own unspoken difficulties in shutting down the Clear Void Medical Pavilion. It was not that she did not wish to treat Yi Jing. However, now, due to Yi Ning, this tacit understanding had been shattered, and the crown prince of the Great Qin would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to force the blowing snow flame emperor into marriage. "Brother, did you do this for me?" During the meal, as silence enveloped the table, Yi Jing, who had just stopped crying, asked with profound sorrow in her eyes, glistening with tears and tinged with despair. Chapter 58. The Tang family depart to train madly. "No," Yi Ning replied resolutely. He fixed his unwavering gaze on Yi Jing and asserted, "My feelings for the blowing snow pavilion master are genuine. We are both willing participants in Yi Ning's heart." Both Yi Jing and Tang Junya were akin to sisters. He had never harbored any improper thoughts toward either of them, nor had he ever felt any romantic inclination. This was a point Yi Ning wished for Tang Junya to understand, and even more so for Yi Jing. For Yi Jing, he would lay down his life, but he would never overstep the bounds of familial affection. That was Yi Ning's bottom line. "I don't believe it. I refuse to accept this." Yi Jing's voice rose, marking her first rebuttal against Yi Ning, and the first time she had lost her composure so profoundly. Yi Jing had always been aware of the thorny issue in Yi Ning's heart, that she was merely his nominal sister. Yet, even for the sake of Yin Jia, her brother should not act in such a manner. "How could you betray Yin Jia?" Yi Jing questioned, hoping that invoking Yin Xiaofei's name would sway Yi Ning's heart. Yi Ning continued to shake his head. "Some people are simply fated to be apart, no matter how much they might wish otherwise. But how long have you known her? Do you love her?" Yi Jing persisted, still unwilling to give up. "Love?" Yi Ning answered without hesitation. What hero does not love beauty? Yi Ning seemed far from being the noble figure he was painted to be. Moreover, the blowing snow flame emperor, in terms of both appearance and cultivation, was truly exceptional. It appeared she was the one who deserved better than him, were it not for the old man with white hair leveraging his daughter's life. The blowing snow flame emperor would not have looked twice at Yi Ning. Tang Junya glanced at blowing snow Xiaocan, pondering that the blowing snow pavilion master had a daughter, but no husband. Yi Ning stood his ground unwaveringly. Sigh. Tang Xiaoming gulped down a large mouthful of wine, exhaling a long sigh. As someone who had experienced similar situations, he understood that no matter Yi Ning's reasons, the marriage was a foregone conclusion, and there was no room for change. His daughter, it seemed, would undoubtedly be disappointed this time. Perhaps it would be for the best this way. He could logically take Tang Junya away with him. He had long understood that his daughter was not worthy of Yi Ning. Yet Tang Junya had always been stubborn, and Tang Xiaoming felt a sense of guilt toward her. Thus, over the past 6 months, he had covertly assisted Tang Junya several times. However, he had long sensed Yi Ning's true feelings. Now, even Yin Xiaofei had been deemed fated to be apart from Yi Ning. How could his own daughter fare any better? It was evident that Yi Ning was determined to marry the blowing snow flame emperor. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere turned cold, with each person lost in their own thoughts. Yi Ning returned to his own room, finally able to relax and get a good night's sleep. In Tang Junya's room, she lay weeping in Tang Xiaoming's embrace, her cries heart-wrenching. Tang Xiaoming could only silently pat her back, offering wordless comfort. "Father, my heart aches," Tang Junya lamented. Tang Xiaoming sighed deeply. "I understand. Daughter, it is time for us to leave." As a father, he would never allow his daughter to be a concubine to Yi Ning. He believed that after some time apart, Tang Junya would be able to move on from Yi Ning. This time, Tang Junya did not refuse and softly replied, "I will go say goodbye to Sister Jing." In Yi Jing's room, the two girls embraced and cried. Feeling each other's pain, Yi Jing even contemplated leaving with Tang Junya, but Tang Junya knew this was unrealistic. Everyone understood that Yi Ning's actions were for Yi Jing's sake. If Yi Jing were to leave now, would Yi Ning's sacrifices not be in vain? As the moon rose high and the stars descended, the black wooden door of the clear void medical pavilion quietly opened, and the figures of a father and daughter gradually vanished into the night. Without notifying anyone, and without disturbing the slumbering Yi Ning, in a concealed corner, Yi Ning observed the departing figures of Tang Xiaoming and his daughter, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Clutching the letter left for him by Tang Junya, he chose not to open it, but rather placed it into his spatial ring, that he hoped that the memories of the past 6 months would be cherished in everyone's hearts. The following day, Yi Ning awoke early, vanishing from his room and entering the absolute sword space. Predecessor, will this truly allow Yi Jing to remain in the clear void medical pavilion forever, safeguarding her life? Yi Ning inquired. The old man with white hair nodded and informed Yi Ning of blowing Snow Xia Can's identity. Yi Ning then came to a sudden realization. One day, I shall eradicate the soul-snatching magic worm within my sister. Yi Ning vowed silently. Under the old man's guidance, he began an intense period of training. This time, it was not about cultivating his realm, but honing his combat skills through the old man's explanations. Yi Ning's horizons expanded. He learned that sword energy could manifest in various forms. The first technique, sword energy transformation into cauldron. This defensive technique, as its name suggests, involves condensing sword energy into the shape of a large cauldron around the body, shielding all vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Had Yi Ning mastered this technique earlier, the master of the Diamond Martial Arts Pavilion, Yu Songbai, would never have left an imprint on his chest. The old man trained Yi Ning using a straightforward and brutal method. After transforming the sword energy into a cauldron, he was to strike violently against a massive rock within the absolute sword space. The sword energy transformation in a cauldron had 4 sides, each needing to be smashed through repeatedly, thereby reinforcing the strength and hardness of the cauldron. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of Yi Ning's relentless strikes echoed throughout the absolute sword space. With each impact, his internal organs trembled violently, and even blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. Yet this did not deter his resolve to grow stronger. The Blowing Snow Flame Emperor had already provided Yi Ning with a map to the location of the Jade Spirit Immortal Water. It was a perilous place, known as the Burning Night Small Netherworld. In essence, it was a shattered small space filled with spatial rifts. Such small netherworlds were numerous across the Sword Yuan continent. They contained various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but they also posed immense dangers. Similar to the hidden Demon Mountain range, the threats arose not only from the small netherworld itself, but also from martial artists of other factions. After his wedding with the Blowing Snow Flame Emperor in a few days, he would venture to the Burning Night Small Netherworld to seek out the remaining Jade Spirit Immortal Water for the old man. Thus, Yi Ning was in urgent need of enhancing his strength. A month later, Yi Ning finally mastered the 4th level of the sword energy transformation into cauldron. He could now withstand and even disregard attacks from those below the spirit control realm. The venerable elder with silver hair imparted to Yi Ning the second technique, the 3 Swords Unity. Previously, Yi Ning had manifested his sword intent and spiritual radiance individually when confronting foes. Now, however, the elder required him to coalesce all 3 sword intents into one harmonious form. This was not merely an offensive maneuver. Rather, the most effective defense was, paradoxically, an assault. The amalgamated sword intent shimmered with shades of blue intertwined with black, the black laced with white, and the white tinged with blue. The power it wielded far exceeded that of any singularly formed sword intent, surpassing even the mightiest blue sword intent by 10-fold or more. Thus, Yi Ning embarked on a frenzied regimen of training, focusing both on the speed of merging the 3 swords and on enhancing the potency and precision of their control. After a month of relentless, grueling practice, he finally ceased his torturous training. The elder nodded in satisfaction and subsequently taught Yi Ning the 3rd technique, the Dark Sword Qi. This method was even more enigmatic and formidable, utilizing one's own body to stealthily inject sword qi into an adversary, during battle, only to detonate it later. The sword chi would wreak havoc within the enemy, making it an insidious tactic. How insidious indeed! Yi Ning couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The sevenfold true fire was your greatest secret and weapon. Unless absolutely necessary, never reveal it before outsiders. The elder earnestly cautioned Yi Ning. Yi Ning recalled that during his previous ascension and challenges, he had repeatedly unleashed the sevenfold true fire to vanquish his opponents. This, in truth, had exposed his trump card, undoubtedly prompting others to covertly devise countermeasures against it. The training regimen for the third technique involved Yi Ning striking a massive boulder with his palms, feet, elbows, and knees, channeling sword chi into his body to shatter the stone. It took him a full month to finally break the boulder. Yet in the outside world, only 3 days had passed. Chapter 59. Return my disciple's life. Master Shi Ku. 3 days. Yet, within the extinction sword space, a full 3 months had elapsed. At this moment, Yi Ning bore little resemblance to the individual he had been 3 days prior. The day of their grand wedding was upon them. Originally, the Flame Emperor of Snow had told Yi Ning that the ceremony would be held modestly at the Qingshu Medical Hall. However, unexpectedly, just 2 days earlier, she had changed her mind, insisting that Yi Ning must adhere to the traditional customs of 3 letters and 6 rights, and be carried in a lavish bridal sedan chair to formally claim her as his wife. That Yi Ning was somewhat bewildered. He understood none of these customs. All he could do was lament. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. For the Flame Emperor of Snow, this was her first and only marriage, and naturally, she hoped for a ceremony that was resplendent and glorious. After all, she was a woman. Who doesn't harbor a little inner princess? Soon, invitations to the grand wedding of the master at Qingshu Medical Hall were dispatched to the various powerful factions. Just in the capital of the Great Qin, hundreds of martial arts schools and academies received them, including the royal family itself. The Xianqin restaurant, the largest establishment in the Great Qin capital, was also operated by the royal family. It boasted 9 floors, paying homage to the renowned hero building of Star City. The 1st to 3rd floors catered to ordinary martial artists, the 4th to 6th to those of moderate power, while the 7th to 9th were reserved for the most powerful individuals within the capital. This moment, the entirety of the Xianqin restaurant was abuzz with fervent discussions regarding one matter. The master of Qingshu Medical Hall was getting married. One wonders who is so unfortunate as to marry the master of extinction, not to mention becoming an instant father. Life from now on will surely be fraught with green-hatted woes. I heard from my uncle, who works as a physician at Qingshu Medical Hall, that the groom is merely a second-tier apprentice in the Meridian opening realm. How disgraceful of the master of extinction. Not only did she conceive out of wedlock, but now she seeks a simpleton to take on the burden? I suspect she was simply too lonely at night to resist. Rumor has it that the Master of Snow is stunningly beautiful, yet no one has ever seen her. They only know that the Crown Prince of the Great Qin is willing to forsake all concubines for her hand. This moment, within the Xianqin restaurant, martial artists on the 1st to 3rd floors were filled with a mix of indignation, scorn, envy, and despondency. Many of them took to downing entire jars of liquor, the bitter taste turning into tears of frustration. The goddess was to be wed. Soon she would be beneath another man, sharing tender moments and sweet nothings. What a profound sorrow it is to find oneself unworthy even to be a sycophant. Crash! Suddenly, someone smashed their jar against the table, standing up. That I feel so miserable. I want to cry. I shall sing a song from my homeland to vent my anger. Subsequently, a deep voice resonated throughout the restaurant. Darling, you know not the pain of the heart to be swayed by one's emotions. Oh, how vexing it is. I went to buy medicine, yet it was only to soothe my longing for you. Do not ignore me. I have apologized. Let us reconcile. I shall come to play. I miss you so much that it took me 3 whole hours on my sword to arrive. Let me love you well. Let me accompany you through life. The plaintive tune of this folk love song struck a chord, evoking feelings of heartache and sorrow, a sentiment only those who have experienced unrequited love could comprehend. Countless men followed the rhythm, gently tapping the tables and clinking their jars, shedding tears of jealousy. In the Great Qin Palace, the Eastern Palace, traditionally the residence of the crown prince, a middle-aged man nearing 40. With distinguished features, gazed blankly at the golden invitation on the table. He was not unaware that the Flame Emperor of Snow had deliberately evaded him, even shutting down the Qingshu Medical Hall for years on his behalf. Yet, he always fantasized that one day, his sincerity would move her. There's an old saying, sincerity can move mountains. He would even willingly relinquish his claim to the throne of the Great Qin for her. His decision to not take concubines for her sake had already enraged his father and mother. Moreover, the Flame Emperor of Snow was an unwed mother, a woman of dubious morals, which the royal family could not tolerate. How could a future empress be such a woman? Qin Xiu could not afford to lose face. The Great Qin could not afford such disgrace either. Had it not been for the Flame Emperor of Snow's vehement rejection of him and her subsequent seclusion, it was likely that the Empress would have dispatched assassins against her long ago. The root of their conflict lay in the events of several years past, when the Flame Emperor of Snow was summoned to the palace to treat the Great Qin Emperor. Unexpectedly, while healing the Emperor, she inadvertently exposed the Crown Prince's insurmountable heartache. Now, dreams lay shattered. The Crown Prince's heart ignited with a burning fury. Very well. If you, Flame Emperor of Snow, dare to take the first step, do not blame me for retaliating. At the wedding, I shall present you with a grand gift, a blood-red wedding, one that will leave you forever haunted and fearful of the consequences of crossing me. Wretched woman. Finally, the black wooden doors of Qingshu Medical Hall, long shut for years, swung open, bustling with activity. People called out the names of factions arriving for the wedding. The Tianyin Alliance has arrived. The Dragon Forest Temple has arrived. The ancient Yin family has arrived. The Taisu sect has arrived. The Crown Prince of the Great Qin has arrived. Individuals from both the north and south, all of significant stature and influence, gathered, leaving many ordinary martial artists speechless. They grew even more curious about the Flame Emperor of Snow's appearance, wondering what kind of woman could attract such powerful factions to her celebration. Who could this young, simple man she had chosen be? The Qingshu Medical Hall was vast. Under the arrangements of the Flame Emperor of Snow, Yi Ning pretended to set off from the eastern courtyard, riding a tall steed adorned with red silk and festive decorations, accompanied by the sounds of drums and gongs, adhering to every ceremonial detail. Behind him trailed a long procession carrying the lavish dowry prepared by the Flame Emperor of Snow, along with a grand red bridal sedan, borne by 16 robust martial artists, creating a magnificent spectacle. With a throng of onlookers, the atmosphere of a wedding was palpable. Upon reaching the western courtyard, Yi Ning picked up the Flame Emperor of Snow, and together they proceeded to the main hall of the Qingshu Medical Hall to conduct their vows. Yet, tragically, neither Yi Ning nor the Flame Emperor of Snow had a high platform for their ceremony. As they crossed the fire pit, ready to proceed with their vows, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed. Amit Ba, Master of Snow, today is your joyous day, and the old monk sincerely wishes you well, but I have unexpectedly discovered that you are marrying the wrong person. Several months ago, this scoundrel, atop the hero's pavilion in the city of Wanqing, ruthlessly slaughtered a disciple of my Longlin temple. Today, I fortuitously encountered him and cannot turn a blind eye, to prevent you from becoming a widow right after your wedding. I shall vanquish this villain before your union takes place. Yi Ning turned around and discovered a venerable monk clad in a kasaya, wielding a 9-ringed staff, with white beard and the cultivation level of the 5th realm of Danshu. This unexpected scene took everyone by surprise. While some speculated that ordinary martial artists would stir trouble and others thought the Crown Prince of the Great Qin would intervene, no one anticipated that the first to leap forth would be a highly enlightened monk from Longmen Temple. Is it true that your disciple leaves no evil alive? Yi Ning inquired. Indeed, Master Shirku affirmed. But are you aware that your disciple has descended into extremity, spiraling towards the demonic path, back at the hero's pavilion? He sought to slay me without distinction or reason. Silence, such nonsense. Master Shirku's face suddenly twisted ferociously, his eyes like bronze bells, and without further ado, he raised his 9-ringed staff and struck at Yi Ning's head. Chapter 60. Master Shirku falls in battle. The wedding completed, The nine-ringed staff emitted a sound that pierced the eardrums, with the 9 golden rings clashing loudly. Even the foremost spinning wheel whirled rapidly, and the air resounded with a tremendous pop. Roaring, the entire 9-ringed staff seemed to transform into a golden dragon, fiercely lunging at Yi Ning. Boom! Thunderous sounds erupted as Master Shirku's spiritual power surged violently. As a fifth-realm Danshu cultivator, this strike unleashed over 300,000 pounds of force. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for none could withstand such a cataclysmic blow if one were to identify a person capable of resisting this terrifying attack. It could only be the bridegroom of the day, the blowing snow flame emperor at the 4th realm of Xianshun. However, regrettably, the blowing snow flame emperor, shrouded beneath a red veil, appeared indifferent. She wished to ascertain what special attributes Yi Ning possessed beyond merely being of the spirit clan. Should he fail to endure this calamity and perish, she would no longer be threatened by the elder with white hair. Conversely, if the elder were to shield Yi Ning from this crisis but fell into a deep slumber, she would be spared the obligation of marrying him. As for whether Yi Ning could purge the toxins within her, the blowing snow flame emperor was unconcerned and skeptical. Just 3 days prior, Yi Ning would have been utterly helpless against the onslaught of a 5th realm Danshu cultivator. Yet now, the situation was far from certain. Yi Ning, having recently transcended the 3 tribulations as a typical opening vessel cultivator, could only muster an explosive force of 50,000 pounds. Yet Yi Ning was capable of unleashing a force comparable to that of a Danshu cultivator, reaching 30,000 pounds. With his hands enveloped in a formidable sword aura, Yi Ning thrust forth, directly grasping the transformed golden dragon-like 9-ringed staff with his bare palms. Clang, clang, clang. The 9-ringed staff collided against Yi Ning's palms, its explosive might intercepted by the heavy spiritual essence and sword aura enveloping his hands. Oof! Yi Ning bellowed fiercely, his fingers interlocking like a steel vise, instantly immobilizing the staff. Release me, you bald donkey. Seeing this, Master Shirku's aged eyes widened in shock. One hand gripped the 9-ringed staff while the other aimed to strike at Yi Ning's face, attempting to force him back. You are the one who should let go, you bald-headed monk. Both wielders possessed roughly equal strength, around 300,000 pounds, but Yi Ning felt no fear against the monk. With a sudden pull, he unleashed a torrent of ferocious power, causing Master Shirku to feel as though his arms were about to be wrenched off. His face contorted in agony as he was uncontrollably drawn towards Yi Ning. Master Shirku's mind screamed in alarm. Sword energy transmutation. Yi Ning coldly commanded within. Golden cauldrons suddenly encircled him, charging towards Master Shirku with unrelenting force. Golden Bell Shield. As a 5th realm Danshu cultivator, Master Shirku, in a moment of desperation, instinctively activated the Golden Bell Shield. Instantly, a golden bell materialized around him, adorned with intricate and lifelike patterns. The sound of their clash resonated, powerful enough to shatter mountains and split stones, rendering all present momentarily deaf. The collision of the cauldron and bell created a visible shockwave that surged throughout the hall. Boom! Countless martial artists were thrown to the ground, and the entire hall was cleaved in two, collapsing with a thunderous crash. It was truly unbelievable that such a commotion was wrought by 2 martial artists using their physical forms. At the center of the battle, Yi Ning's cauldron shattered, blood spewing from his mouth, yet his hands remained steadfastly gripping Master Shirku's 9-ringed staff. Why Yi Ning had spat blood? Deservedly so. Such an overreaching fool dared to confront Master Shirku, the embodiment of evil. Known as the slaughtering evil without leaving a trace, was a guardian of the 4th floor of the hero's pavilion, yet he unexpectedly fell at the hands of this individual. Could this truly be the prodigy who ascended to the 9th floor in a single day? No wonder he garnered the favor of the blowing snow flame emperor. This man must die today. With his demise, I shall take his place. Master Shirku had cultivated the Golden Bell Shield since childhood, and as a 5th realm Danshu cultivator, he was naturally far beyond Yi Ning, who had only trained in sword aura for a month. Haha, I have perfected the Golden Bell Shield over many years. It is now at the 6th level. You, Mere child, dare to dream of surpassing me. But before his words could fully escape his lips, the tide of battle abruptly reversed. Countless sword energies erupted from within Master Shirku, like a swarm of hornets, wreaking havoc within his body, slicing and shredding his organs, as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood mixed with shredded entrails. Foolish! Yining wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Had it not been for infusing sword energy into you, do you think I would have chosen to confront you directly? This time, Yining had once again caught Master Shirku off guard. He refrained from employing the seven comprehension's true fire, as the embodiment of evil had perished beneath its flames, and even now, that corpse remained on the fourth floor of the hero's pavilion. Master Shirku had surely prepared against it. In fact, he had meticulously lined his Kasaya with various talismans to counter the seven comprehension's true fire. Who could have anticipated that this youth had secretly mastered the sword energy's hidden force? Truly an unpredictable situation. Yining seized Master Shirku's nine-ringed staff. Brandishing it against the neck of the fallen monk, he coldly demanded, "Speak! Who are you truly? What are your intentions? You are not the master of the slaughtering evil, without leaving a trace." For during their fierce battle, the master of the slaughtering evil had once saved his life with a relic. Hence, a deadly enmity was forged between them, but why Yining had long harbored suspicions about this old monk claiming to be the master of the slaughtering evil. From the outset, whether in attempting to seize Master Shirku's nine-ringed staff or in using the sword energy transmutation to strike him, all were part of Yining's meticulous strategy. It was only by infusing his own sword energy into the monk that he could decisively win against Master Shirku in an instant, thus ensuring his survival to continue marrying the blowing snow flame emperor. Had Yining not employed such a thunderous method to intimidate those present, the opposition would have surged forth in waves. With Master Shirku's organs shredded, he was acutely aware that his time was short. There exists an adage: as a bird approaches death, its cry grows sorrowful. As a person nears death, their words become kind. Master Shirku struggled to sit cross-legged, his face bearing a pleading expression as he spoke. "Blowing Snow Pavilion Master, may I behold your true visage before I depart this world?" Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly comprehended. The desire for vengeance on behalf of his disciple was a facade. His true yearning lay in the blowing snow flame emperor. Slowly, she lifted the red veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Boom! The entire hall erupted in commotion. Until now, everyone had only heard tales of the blowing snow flame emperor's enchanting beauty, but none had ever laid eyes upon her. Only the crown prince of the great Qin. Qin Thue had seen her. From that moment onward, he had been utterly infatuated with her. Upon seeing her now, he deemed it worth dying for. Such a woman, even if she had 10 husbands, there would still be countless suitors willing to take a chance. Ba, my wish has been fulfilled. Death is enough. Master Shirku clasped his hands in prayer, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he passed away on the spot. The fifth realm Danshu Master Shirku had met his end at the hands of Yining, who was merely at the second realm of opening vessel. In just a few exchanges, the hall lay in ruins, and all stood amidst the debris, while Yining could only lead everyone to the eastern courtyard of the Qingshu Medical Pavilion to continue their wedding ceremony. At this moment, when the blowing snow flame emperor glanced at Yining again, there was a hint of something different in her eyes. Her man should be thus: one bow to the high hall, two bows to heaven and earth. The couple bowed to each other, entering the bridal chamber within the hall of the eastern courtyard. This time, no one dared to oppose. Even Qin Thue, who had initially despised the blowing snow flame emperor, merely glared at the couple with venomous eyes, silently brooding. With the death of Master Shirku, a fifth realm Danshu cultivator, even a peak practitioner of the void realm dared not act recklessly before Yining. Chapter 61. A twin breakthrough in realms, boarding the spirit vessel. The night was as cool as water beneath the celestial stairs, as one lay gazing at the stars of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Within the bridal chamber of the Qingshu Medical Hall, a man and a woman sat side by side on the edge of the bed, their bodies rigid and upright, uncertain of how to proceed with the next actions. "Have you eaten well today?" Yining attempted to initiate a conversation. I see you've also had your fill. It appears you consumed 5 steamed buns, which is quite a lot. Much more than I could handle. Yining remarked instinctively. The Snowflake Flame Emperor nearly spat blood at Yining's blunt demeanor. The haha, why Yining, realizing the awkwardness of his words, added, I thought you were counting. As time slowly passed, an entire hour elapsed. The only sounds within the room were the breaths of the Tude. The Snowflake Flame Emperor grew restless, turning to lift her red veil, her voice filled with indignation. Are you waiting for me to take the initiative? I am a bit nervous, Yining confessed, gazing at the increasingly breathtaking visage of the Snowflake Flame Emperor under the flickering candlelight, swallowing hard. Subsequently, the two reclined. Soon after, Yining suddenly sensed a surge of toxins within him. It was the poison from the Snowflake Flame Emperor's body. The Huangquan golden silkworm goo was both a medicine and a toxin. This poison was nearly incurable in the Jianyuan continent. This was also the reason the Snowflake Flame Emperor had been unable to sleep at night. At this moment, a large quantity of toxins was absorbed by Yining. Among these toxins lay the pure spiritual energy of the Snowflake Flame Emperor's Xianshun realm cultivation, as it entered Yining's body. It was akin to consuming several sacred medicines. Remarkably, it propelled Yining to forcibly break through his own realm. Opening vein stage 3, opening vein stage 4, opening vein stage 5, he achieved 3 consecutive breakthroughs before coming to a halt. In contrast, the enchanting woman, adorned in black lace with skin as white as snow, due to the absence of toxins binding her, similarly let out a phoenix cry and transcended her own constraints. Xianshun Realm 5, validating the words of the elder with silver hair. The Snowflake Flame Emperor felt both astonished and delighted. She became increasingly proactive, just as the two were about to delve deeper into discussions of martial arts techniques. A sudden childish voice interrupted. You shall not bully my mother. This made Yining shudder violently. What's wrong with you? The Snowflake Flame Emperor asked with a hint of reproach. I was startled. Yining stammered. The little one, Snowflake Xiakan, jumped onto the bed, placing herself between the two, leaving Yining in despair. 5 days later, the Snowflake Flame Emperor, with her hair elegantly styled, reappeared before everyone, her breathtaking figure radiating an even more distinctive charm. She exhibited less coldness and more femininity. The numerous elder physicians at the Qingshu Medical Hall suddenly realized that the master, who had not made progress in her cultivation for years, had taken another step forward. The black wooden door of the Qingshu Medical Hall swung open once more, resuming the treatment of perplexing ailments from all corners of the world. The scene of beauty and tranquility unfolded. Meanwhile, Yining remained with Yi Jing. Brother, will you not care for me anymore from now on? Yi Jing asked innocently. How could that be? Yining gently patted Yi Jing's head. You will always be my family. But my illness seems quite severe, the kind that cannot be cured. Why? Yining spoke solemnly. Do not worry. I will diligently cultivate, and one day, I will extract the goo poison from your body. Yi Jing nodded. Holding back her tears, brother, congratulations on your marriage. Why? Yining thought of the Snowflake Flame Emperor, unable to suppress the joyful smile on his face. Brother, are you leaving? Yi Jing asked anxiously. Only at this moment did Yining find the time to accompany her. Yining nodded. He needed to set off early for the burning night little ghost realm, as the jade spirit fairy water required by the silver-haired elder could not be delayed. Otherwise, the absolute sword space would vanish from within him. This was something Yining could not allow. The absolute sword space was not only his greatest secret for cultivation, but also the only clue left by his mother. Without the jade ring, Yining feared he would never find his mother again. What child does not long for their biological mother? Brother, can you take me with you this time? Please don't leave me here alone. Yi Jing, who had barely held back her tears, was at a loss on how to face the Snowflake Flame Emperor, despite her now being her true sister-in-law. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Yining hesitated. Not only was the burning night little ghost realm perilous, but what if the goo poison within Yi Jing flared up again once separated from Snowflake Xiakan? It's all right. Yi Jing is currently in a state where she will be safe for at least a year. The silver-haired elder suddenly interjected. Very well. Why? Yining nodded in agreement. You're the best, brother. With that, Yi Jing leaped forward, embracing Yining tightly, Why Yi Ning returned the embrace, albeit gently. With the Snowflake Flame Emperor in his life, he became increasingly mindful of maintaining distance with other women. Upon returning to his room, Yi Ning bid farewell to the Snowflake Flame Emperor. With the little mischievous Snowflake Xiaokan around, Yi Ning could forget about spending time alone with the Snowflake Flame Emperor. And the little girl's words. Yi Ning had bullied her mother too harshly, leaving her in a pitiful state. Days later, Yi Ning and Yi Jing set off towards the Great Han Dynasty, for the location of the burning night little ghost realm lay within an ancient ruin of the Great Han Dynasty. This time, with the support of several 100,000 spirit coins from the Snowflake Flame Emperor, it was the first occasion for Yi Ning and Yi Jing to choose to board a spirit vessel. The spirit vessel was enormous and quite expensive. The fare for a single person amounted to 100,000 spirit coins, and only the C-class cabin was available. As Yi Ning entered, he was greeted by a scene that irked him greatly. Several bare-chested men were assaulting a woman. However, Yi Ning did not wish to interfere. Making his way to his seat, "Stop it!" Yi Jing could not bear to watch and quickly intervened. The men instantly ceased their actions, casting malevolent glances at Yi Ning and Yi Jing. These individuals were all practitioners of the Tuo Ling realm, with the leader being at the pinnacle of the Tuo Ling realm. Upon seeing that Yi Ning was only at opening vein stage 5, they revealed cold smirks. "What's wrong? Little sister, do you want a medal?" Immediately, a sharp-faced warrior pointed at Yi Jing. "Boss, these two must be accomplices of this female pickpocket." "No, they have nothing to do with me. Please don't make things difficult for them," the female warrior quickly defended. "Huh. Look, you've confessed without being asked." After having been struck mercilessly, she had not uttered a word, and now she hastily defended herself before even being hit again. "It seems these two young people are indeed your accomplices. Attack." Instantly, two burly men lunged toward Yi Ning, eager to let him experience the iron yang claw of his grandfather. If you're caught by Wu Lao Lu's iron yang claw, you'll be left in tatters." Yi Ning, feeling helpless, could only raise his right hand, fingers curled like claws, and reached out toward his opponents. "You dare to clash with me? You've got a death wish. Dante beg for mercy later." Bang! Yi Ning and Wu Lao Lu grasped each other, channeling their strength simultaneously. Wu Lao Lu's expression changed drastically, and soon the mask of pain emerged. "Let go." Let go of me, you bastard." Everyone present was left dumbfounded at this scene. Chapter 62. The female warrior Su Yuhan, Blood Rain and Carnage. "Weren't you the one who wanted to grab me?" Yi Ning asked innocently. A teasing smile on his face. Wu Lao Lu had already knelt on the ground, wailing in agony. Another burly man, uncertain, gazed at Yi Ning. "Kid, quickly release Wu Lao Lu." Yi Ning shoved Wu Lao Lu away, sending him crashing backward and knocking over several of his companions. The leader of the warriors, observing the increasing crowd, wore a sullen expression and suddenly slapped the female warrior hard across the face. "Hand over my money." The female warrior's cheeks swelled from the blow, and she could only plead for mercy, crawling terrified towards Yi Jing. Yi Ning felt a sense of foreboding at this sight. Sure enough, the next moment, Yi Jing shielded the female warrior behind her. "How much? I will pay for her." Gedeon scoffed. "Not much, just 60,000 spirit coins." 60,000 spirit coins? Yi Jing was momentarily stunned, involuntarily glancing at the female warrior below her. The female warrior, tears streaming down her face, shook her head vigorously. "No, I didn't steal their money. I have nothing on me." "You're talking nonsense." Wu Lao Lu, still furious from Yi Ning's earlier assault, immediately pointed at the female warrior and cursed. "I saw you steal Pan Yunyang's money. Just moments ago, you rushed here with great urgency, and upon your arrival, the ring on your hand vanished. How can you still claim that you have no accomplices?" Yi Ning observed that Wu Lao Lu did not appear to be lying. Furthermore, the anxious expressions on Goody Yong and his companions suggested they were not merely acting. "It seems likely that this female warrior truly did steal their money. If you have indeed taken it, then return the money without expecting me to come to your rescue," Yi Ning admonished. "For I have no desire to meddle in others' affairs." Upon hearing this, Goody Yong, Wu Lao Lu, Pan Yunyang, and the others softened their gazes towards Yi Ning. Clearly, they realized that Yi Ning was not in league with this female pickpocket. Since you have sullied my reputation, what meaning does my existence hold? After saying this, the female warrior revealed a dagger from somewhere and drew it toward her neck. Yi Ning's eyelids twitched in alarm. How is it that, despite being surrounded and assaulted moments ago, you did not attempt to take your life, yet one word from me prompts such an act? Yi Ning cursed inwardly, yet his hands did not falter as he swiftly unleashed a wave of sword energy that sent the female warrior's dagger flying. The sight of this sword energy startled everyone present. Wu Lao Lu instinctively touched his own neck, realizing that had Yi Ning released such energy earlier, he might have met a grim fate. Brother, how can you speak so harshly? Yi Jing defended the female warrior, feeling that Yi Ning was lacking in compassion. Let me die. I cannot repay the 60,000 spirit coins anyway. The female warrior continued her lamentations. Yi Ning was utterly speechless. If this continued, Yi Jing would certainly end up paying for the female warrior. Very well. I shall cover the 60,000 spirit coins, but you must refrain from attacking this sister any further. Yi Jing declared, retrieving the amount from her storage ring and handing it to Gudiyong, and the others exchanged glances with Yi Jing, their eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief at her generosity. However, having reclaimed their money, they did not linger and promptly took their leave. Thank you, dear sister, for rescuing me. Allow me to bow in gratitude. The female warrior, Su Yuhan, rose and bowed towards Yi Jing. No, sister, please do not. Yi Jing hastily pulled Su Yuhan up, and the two quickly became inseparable companions. Yi Ning shook his head in resignation as he made his way back to his seat. They hadn't even reached the Burning Night small ghost realm, and he had already spent 26,000 spirit coins, were it not for the generous support of the snow-blowing flame emperor. Yi Ning would surely be on the verge of a furious breakdown. Initially, he and Yi Jing had been reluctant to part with 4,000 spirit coins for a magical robe, even enduring beatings over it. Yet now, for a female warrior he had never met before, they had thrown away 60,000 spirit coins. Yi Ning rubbed his temples, reminding himself that she was his beloved younger sister. One must not strike her. Yi Ning even pondered whether Yi Jing was intentionally seeking revenge for his marriage to the snow-blowing flame emperor. After the initial commotion, the following days passed in relative tranquility. Even Wu Lao Lu and the others began to greet Yi Ning with friendly smiles. A month later, the group disembarked from the spirit boat in the Han dynasty and proceeded towards the border city. Without the spirit boat, it would have taken at least 3 to 4 months to travel from the Qin Empire to this location. The spirit boat's efficiency, enhancing the journey by 3 to 4 times, was truly commendable. Though the cost of 100,000 spirit coins was steep, it was undeniably worth it. In Xinshan City, Yi Ning and Yi Jing made their way towards an inn, with the female warrior, Su Yuhan, trailing closely behind. With a stern expression, Yi Ning addressed her, Miss, I have already spent 60,000 spirit coins on you. It is time for you to leave. After a month of recuperation, Su Yuhan had nearly fully regained her strength and displayed a certain charm. Hearing his words, she stood there, looking aggrieved, her eyes pleading towards Yi Jing that, oh, brother, she is but a vulnerable woman, stranded in a foreign land without a single coin to her name. Surely, we can offer her our assistance. Yi Jing implored, tugging at Yi Ning's arm in a playful manner. Yi Ning shot her a glare, scolding, what nonsense is this? When we were in dire straits, who came to our aid? Have you forgotten about Junya? She was on the brink of death due to her obsession, unable to afford the 5,000 spirit coins for a life-saving elixir. In unfamiliar territory, one must not trust others lightly. Let's not speak of the 60,000 spirit coins again, but this is where I draw the line. As Yi Ning's anger flared, Yi Jing finally refrained from further pleading on Su Yuhan's behalf, instead adopting a look of helplessness towards her. Although Yi Ning could not ascertain whether Su Yuhan had indeed stolen from Gudiyong and his companions, her demeanor and conduct were far from ordinary. A person of her caliber would surely not go hungry anywhere. Su Yuhan bit her red lip, portraying an image of extreme grievance, on the verge of tears. Yet, should she dare to brandish a dagger against her neck now, Yi Ning would undoubtedly watch her perish without a second thought. Ultimately, Su Yuhan chose to turn away. Upon arriving at the inn, Yi Ning offered a few words of caution to Yi Jing before retreating to his room and collapsing into sleep. It was in this peaceful slumber that Yi Ning found his greatest happiness. If all the troubles surrounding him were resolved, and he were granted a bed, he could sleep until the end of the world. 3 days later, Yi Ning awoke and entered the Sword of Absolute Space. He aimed to consolidate his cultivation. Although he had ascended to the 5th level of the Meridian Opening Realm by relying on the toxins within the Snow-Blowing Flame Emperor, the rapidity of his advancement left lingering concerns regarding the stability of his spiritual energy. After spending a full month in the Sword of Absolute Space, solidifying all the spiritual energy within his meridians, Yi Ning finally concluded his seclusion. In reality, only a single day had passed outside. Opening the door to his room, Yi Ning sought out Yi Jing, only to be taken aback. He found Su Yuhan still in her company, and they were sharing the same room. What exactly do you intend to do? Yi Ning's anger began to surface. Su Yuhan quickly stood up, stammering as she hid behind Yi Jing. Brother, Sister Su is here to repay her debt. She has already returned the 60,000 spirit coins to me, Yi Jing exclaimed, producing a first-tier storage ring containing exactly 60,000 spirit coins. Yi Ning regarded her with suspicion. Where did you acquire this money? My brother is in Qianshan City, Su Yuhan explained. Your brother? Yes, he is a disciple of the Divine Wind Academy in Qianshan City, she continued, and they are preparing to journey to the Burning Night Small Ghost Realm. What? Yi Ning was taken aback. He had thought the Burning Night Small Ghost Realm was rather obscure. To his surprise, news had spread so quickly. Most of the warriors aboard the spirit boat that day were likely headed towards the Small Ghost Realm. Noticing Yi Ning's ignorance of the situation, Su Yuhan offered a timely reminder. Yi Ning found himself at a loss for words, his face darkening as he contemplated what to say. It seemed that their expedition to the Small Ghost Realm would inevitably be fraught with peril. Chapter 63. Entering the Burning Night Ghost Realm, the Ruined Temple. On this day, Yi Ning, Yi Jing, and Su Yuhan finally reached the legendary Burning Night Small Ghost Realm. This place was perpetually shrouded in an eerie white mist, exuding an icy chill. Any martial artist below the condensation realm or ordinary person who came into contact with this white mist would immediately feel a bone-chilling cold, their very marrow frozen in frost, subjected to excruciating torment until death. The landscape was littered with towering remnants of walls and broken structures, bizarrely shaped stones that emitted a ghostly blue glow, flickering with an otherworldly light. The collapsed walls stood hundreds of feet tall, while the fallen beams stretched equally long. Even a single shard of debris could measure 3 times the size of an adult. It was truly unimaginable what terrifying beings once inhabited this place. Yet, how could such formidable entities have been reduced to this state? What events transpired here? Every newcomer to this site would be profoundly struck by the scene before them. The occasional glimpses of icebergs peeking through the drifting white mist sent shivers down their spines, stirring their very souls. The Burning Night Small Ghost Realm boasts a history stretching back millions of years. It is like a riddle, beckoning wave after wave of young martial artists from the Sword Yuan continent. Due to the instability of the Small Ghost Realm space, only those below the Dan Void Realm are permitted entry. Otherwise, not only would they risk their own lives, but they would also endanger others. The Dahan dynasty once committed such a folly, dispatching a powerful figure of the profound God realm, only to have them perish within 2 days. Since then, no martial artist above the Dan Void Realm has dared to enter. Of course, those below the Condensation Realm are also barred, as they cannot withstand the surrounding white mist. Thus, the only martial artists allowed into the Burning Night Small Ghost Realm are those at the Meridian Opening, Spirit Lifting, and Air Control realms. This posed a significant challenge for Yi Ning. Due to Yi Jing's cultivation level being at the 4th stage of the Condensation Realm, she cannot enter. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to these white mists would swiftly lead to her frozen demise. However, Yi Ning is also reluctant to have Yi Jing accompany him inside, as he is still uncertain about the circumstances within the Burning Night Small Ethereal Realm. If anything were to happen to her, Yi Ning would bear the weight of 100 deaths. Yet, leaving Yi Jing alone outside does not ease his concerns either. Just as he found himself at a loss, Su Yuhan suddenly stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Young Master Yi, I happen to possess a spiritual artifact, the Ice Soul Pearl, which is a top-tier artifact of the third rank that IT is of little use on ordinary days. So today, let it be a gift for Sister Jing as a token of gratitude. With it, although Sister Jing cannot easily wield spiritual power, with the two of us guarding her in the burning night, small ethereal realm, her safety should be assured. This way, she won't have to be left alone outside. Su Yuhan produced a grayish spiritual pearl from her storage ring, which appeared rather unremarkable, yet it emanated a chilling aura the moment it was revealed. The white mist within the ancient ruins began to churn restlessly. Yet they could do nothing against IT. It was as if invisible hands were pushing away the white mist surrounding the Ice Soul Pearl, preventing them from encroaching even slightly, and no matter how the white mist roared in fury. It was futile. What a remarkable treasure! Yi Ning exclaimed in delight. However, such spiritual artifacts only exhibit their true potential in special environments. They indeed have little room for application in daily life. Yi Ning glanced at Su Yuhan. Awkwardly scratching his head, I apologize for the previous misunderstandings. It's quite all right, Su Yuhan replied with a sweet smile, blooming like a peony. The circumstances that day were indeed complicated, and it is understandable that you were deceived by them. If it weren't for Sister Jing's presence, I might have already lost my life. Su Yuhan was certainly more beautiful than the average woman, deserving an 80 out of 100. However, she still fell short of Yin Xiaofei and Shui Xun's 95. Yi Jing, with a proud stance and hands on her hips, huffed, "Brother, see? Listening to me was the right choice. Indeed, indeed." Yi Ning laughed heartily. The trio made their preparations and entered the burning night, small ethereal realm. Inside, the chilling white mist had vanished, but an inexplicable sense of the passage of time lingered in the air. Upon entering, Yi Ning felt a jolt of trepidation. An amount of deep breaths could dispel this sensation. Just as he pondered where to go, the voice of the silver-haired elder echoed in his mind. "Brash lad, head southwest." Upon hearing this, Yi Ning resolutely led the two women towards the southwest. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at the location indicated by the elder. It was a dilapidated temple, surprising them with the existence of architecture within the burning night, small ethereal realm. On either side hung plaques inscribed with the words, "The golden monkey wields the mighty rod. The jade realm clears 1,000 miles." However, the inscriptions were faint and barely legible. Inside the temple, cobwebs clung to the corners, and various snakes, insects, rodents, and ants scurried about, accompanied by some nameless minor beasts screeching in chaos. Yi Ning's gaze sharpened as he discovered a dusty, half-finished chessboard in this ruined temple. "You control the red pieces. Finish this incomplete game." The silver-haired elder reminded him in Yi Ning's mind that Yi Ning was taken aback. Had it really been millions of years and the game could still be played? The key issue was that no one was there to play against him. He glanced at the chessboard and casually made a move. Suddenly, the entire temple trembled violently. The black pieces on the board moved as if there were indeed someone opposing him in the game. After a stick of incense burned, beads of sweat formed on Yi Ning's forehead. Although the elder did not specify the consequences of losing, Yi Ning sensed that a defeat in this game would likely mean that the three of them would not escape. Fortunately, when Yi Ning took over the incomplete game, the red pieces were in a favorable position, boasting an advantage of 2 chariots and 1 cannon. After 2 sticks of incense, Yi Ning finally won the game. In an instant, a beam of light shot skyward, illuminating the decrepit temple in exquisite detail. A massive wave of spiritual energy surged outward, rippling across the surroundings. Su Yuhan's delicate face changed dramatically as she nervously exclaimed, "Young Master Yi, this place will soon be discovered by other warriors." Yi Ning nodded, but his anxiety was of no use. The temple creaked ominously, as if the mechanisms had been dormant for too long, preventing them from opening for a considerable time. "Brothers, charge forth," with such phenomena occurring. "There must be treasures to be claimed. Whoever seizes them is the rightful owner. Who dares to steal my treasures? They shall taste my blade first. The small ethereal realm opens only once every 60 years. I have waited a whole generation." Outside the door, excited shouts from countless warriors erupted. The first to arrive were those rogue warriors without sex, They resembled headless flies wandering aimlessly in search of heavenly materials and treasures, thus seizing the opportunity. Unlike the various factions from 8 nations and 6 sects, who had maps left by their predecessors, each faction had its designated area and clear objectives. However, this caused them to take longer to arrive. Su Yuhan stepped out of the temple, her expression icy as she said, "We discovered this place first. You should seek elsewhere." Yet before she could finish, a warrior pointed at her nose and shouted, "Get out of the way, old hag!" With that, he raised his great sword and swung it at Su Yuhan. Being at the first stage of the spirit-embracing realm, found herself facing a warrior at the 5th stage of the spirit-embracing realm. The blade gleamed with spiritual light, menacing and fierce. If it struck, Su Yuhan would be cleaved in two. Never having encountered such a scene, her face turned pale, and she stood frozen at the temple's entrance, staring blankly at her opponent. Chapter 64. The demon-taming sect Shi Anha, Yi Ning injured. Seeking death. Inside the temple, Yi Ning erupted in fury, unleashing azure energy towards the warrior opposing Su Yuhan. With a crack, the warrior's great sword shattered instantly, and he was sent tumbling backward like a meteor, rolling several times before coming to a halt. The sword energy pierced through his right shoulder, driving him forcefully into the ground. With a cough, the warrior spewed forth a mouthful of blood, clutching his shoulder in agony. This scene made the other warriors outside the temple fall silent, their faces filled with horror as they gazed in astonishment at the interior. What kind of powerhouse could inflict such damage on a 5th-stage, spirit-embracing warrior with a single blow? Could it be that a master of the air-controlling realm resided within? It was utterly unbelievable. The crowd swallowed hard, yet some remained unwilling to back down, indignantly shouting, "Bro, this is a treasure of heaven and earth. It should be shared among all who witness it. You can't hog it all." "Exactly. Let's all charge in together. Can he truly kill us all alone? My time is running out. If I miss this opportunity, I may never break through to the air-controlling realm. Those who stand in my way shall perish." As soon as the three spoke, 3 gleaming spiritual swords suddenly shot out from the dilapidated temple. 1 azure, 1 black, and 1 white. The faces of the 3 warriors paled instantly as they were simultaneously pierced through their palms by the sword energies and sent flying. "Ah!" Outside the temple, the simultaneous screams of the 3 echoed. Sword cultivators. The remaining 7 or 8 warriors exchanged glances, no longer daring to utter a word. Scram. Yi Ning's cold voice resonated from within the temple. The 7 or 8 warriors immediately scattered like frightened birds, no longer daring to gather at the temple's entrance. The 4 injured comrades supported each other, retreating into the distance, their eyes filled with resentment but rendered helpless. Suddenly, a deep, resonant horn sounded, followed by the earth-shaking roar of approaching footsteps. The demon-taming sect. The disciples of the demon-taming sect have arrived. Let's see how that brat acts so arrogantly now. He will have to obediently surrender the treasures. This is the territory of one of the 6 major sects, the demon-taming sect. Humph. If we can't have it, he won't get it either. Is only 3 of them here, with the demon-taming sect's identity. Even one of them is enough. Look, there's another one in the sky, riding a flying beast. It's Shi Anha of the 8th stage of the air-controlling realm. This is the territory of the demon-taming sect. Anyone unrelated should quickly leave. A disciple of the demon-taming sect, riding a 3rd-tier beast, bellowed from a distance. The warriors present were overtaken by fear, scattering in all directions in the blink of an eye. Fan Yu arrived at the entrance of the temple, pointing his long whip inside and commanding, "Those within, get out quickly. Everything here belongs to my Yao sect. Do not force me to kill you." Yi Ning waited for an eternity, yet the mechanism on the chessboard remained unresponsive. He could only pace to the entrance, his expression icy as he remarked, "Oh, your Yao sect certainly is audacious. Haha, a mere 5th level of the opening veins realm. You cannot even defeat the beast under my command. That I suggest you behave yourself." Upon noticing Yi Ning's realm, Fan Yu grew increasingly unrestrained. Not to mention that he himself was a pinnacle warrior of the spirit-holding realm. But the mid-tier 3rd-level beast beneath him, the frenzied Shadow Bear, was a formidable force that swept through the opening veins realm. "Then I am even more eager to experience your prowess." Yi Ning cracked his knuckles, a sound echoing ominously. "You are courting death." Fan Yu abruptly leaped from the frenzied shadow bear, lashing out his whip towards Yi Ning. The whip sliced through the air with a howling sound. As countless boulders were sent flying and exploding, spiritual energy swirling violently, causing continuous detonations. Indeed, Fan Yu, at the pinnacle of the spirit-holding realm, was formidable. The frenzied shadow bear vanished in an instant, reappearing as it lunged at Yi Ning from a void. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated, causing pain to echo in the ears of those nearby, as its glistening claws aimed for Yi Ning's head. Sword Chi transforms into a cauldron. Yi Ning bellowed, summoning a massive four-legged cauldron that collided fiercely with the frenzied shadow bear. Every side of the cauldron had been reinforced through countless strikes against boulders in the absolute sword space. Boom! A sound like thunder erupted. The mid-tier frenzied shadow bear's forelegs shattered upon impact, and its chest caved in, sending it flying away with pitiful howls. Impossible! The onlooking warriors gasped in unison. To think that one could crush a beast's body with sheer physical strength. Fan Yu's right eye twitched, sensing disaster, but there was no turning back now. The whip continued its assault towards Yi Ning. Three swords unite. A sword form, combining hues of blue, black, and white, suddenly manifested, emitting a soul-stirring sword cry as it hurtled towards Fan Yu, who wielded the long whip. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. The power of the three swords combined was insurmountable, even for a warrior of the Sky Sovereign realm, let alone a pinnacle warrior of the spirit-holding realm. Fan Yu was propelled backward into the distance, his animal hide armor shattered, revealing a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest. It seemed he was as good as dead. The surrounding ordinary warriors, as well as the remaining two male disciples of the Yu Yao sect, wore expressions of disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Chirp! An ominous eagle cry echoed from the sky. Swish, swish, swish! In the next moment, countless ice spikes rained down upon Yi Ning. He hastily performed a roll to evade into the temple, yet two of the ice spikes pierced through his arm and thigh. "Brother, young master Yi!" Yi Jing and Su Yuhan cried out in alarm about why Yi Ning waved his hand, realizing it was a fourth-tier beast. Just as those words left his lips, his expression shifted dramatically, for the ice spikes had transformed in a grapefruit-sized hail, crashing down upon the temple with explosive force. Soon, the dilapidated temple collapsed, burying Yi Ning and the others beneath the rubble. The Saintess Shi Anha was indeed terrifyingly formidable. Yi Ning and his companions struggled to emerge from the debris, just as Shi Anha prepared to strike them down. Suddenly, a beam of light flickered and extinguished. The mechanism on the chessboard had finally activated, and the boundary of Chu River and Han realm slowly parted, revealing a tray that began to rise, upon which lay several golden, shimmering stones. My heavens! It's actually Qi Huang stone. This is the prime material for forging 6-tier spirit swords. We struck gold. A small piece of Qi Huang stone could fetch millions of spirit coins. Yi Ning, who had been searching for sword forging ores to craft his fourth sword intent, was elated. These Qi Huang stones were tailor-made for him. He reached out to grab the stones. "Put that down." Xi'an's voice came from above, riding the blazing-winged divine eagle. Following that, countless ice spikes and hail rained down upon Yi Ning with renewed ferocity. The blazing-winged divine eagle emitted a sharp cry, swiftly descending to snatch at the Qi Huang stones with its massive claws. Sword Chi transforms into a cauldron. Yi Ning shouted in his heart, once more conjuring a four-legged cauldron, gritting his teeth as he attempted to secure the Qi Huang stones into his storage ring. Hiss! Yi Ning cried out in pain as a large chunk of flesh from his right arm was brutally torn away by the blazing-winged divine eagle, blood flowing profusely. "Brother!" Yi Jing cried out, distressed for Yi Ning. "Stubborn fool, you shall perish." Xi'an's cold voice rang from the blazing-winged divine eagle as it swooped towards Yi Ning. This time, Xi'anha revealed herself, wielding a long spear that aimed precisely for Yi Ning's throat. Chapter 65. Breaking through life and death, a sword overturns the sea. Xi'anha, the saintess of the Yu Yao sect, was indeed formidable. Not only was her cultivation incredibly high, But her mastery of spear techniques was also of the highest caliber. The spear shot forth, slicing through the air with a haunting sound. Its tip, a 3-foot-long spear, glow-coiled like a monstrous serpent, exuding a chilling aura as it lunged at Yi Ning. Yi Ning's expression grew grave. Faced with such a formidable assault, especially with a wound on his right arm, he found it increasingly difficult to respond. However, if he were to retreat, the blazing-winged divine eagle would surely strike him from behind. I must press on. Dual swords unite. Yi Ning advanced, unleashing the full force of his spiritual energy, bending his back, sinking his waist, and gripping the ground with all 10 toes, leaping forth like a ferocious tiger. The black and white sword intent fused in midair, extending to 3 feet in length. Yi Ning's eyes sparkled like lightning as he unleashed a tremendous sword intent that surged like a roaring tide. Echoing thunderously, the combined sword intent surged forth like a long rainbow, appearing as a frenzied dragon before the spectators. Boom! The clash of dragon and serpent erupted in a deafening roar, the shock wave instantly sweeping through the vicinity. Sending lower-level warriors flying, stumbling back, Yi Ning was forced to retreat 70 yards, the wound on his right arm tearing open further, blood gushing forth. Narrowing his eyes, he assessed the Yao Sec Saintess while Xianhe was pushed back over 50 yards from the collision, finally stopping beside the blazing-winged divine eagle. Wow. The onlookers were awestruck, their faces reflecting disbelief that Yi Ning had actually fought on par with Xianhe. It was known that Yi Ning was merely at the 5th level of the opening veins realm, while Xianhe stood at the 8th level of the Sky Sovereign realm. The gap in their realms was significant. These warriors realized that despite Yi Ning suffering a minor setback, any other warrior would have succumbed to Xianhe's spear long ago. The might of sword cultivators was evident today. If I were in his shoes, I would have fled in fear. No, that's called a strategic retreat. The warriors gazed at Yi Ning with envy and jealousy. For in the sword origin continent, the sword reigned supreme, placing sword cultivators at a higher status than ordinary warriors. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was a sword cultivator. Xianhe cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ning, her words dripping with scorn. Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly. He had only found the treasures under the guidance of the silver-haired elder, and now these people sought to seize what belonged to him, twisting the narrative to paint him as the arrogant one. It seems you are not without merit, he retorted with a raised eyebrow, gesturing towards the blazing-winged divine eagle beside Xianhe. Having a beast to assist you is quite fitting, greatly enhancing your combat prowess. Hearing this, the surrounding warriors chuckled, recognizing the underlying mockery in Yi Ning's words directed at the saintess. Xianhe's face flushed with anger, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. You ignorant fool! Do you really think no one can subdue you? The Yuyao sect was a renowned entity in the sword origin continent, one of the 8 nations and 6 sects, a titan in the cultivation world. As the saintess of the Yuyao sect, Xianhe was accustomed to being flattered by all. She had never before suffered such humiliation. In her fury, Xianhe unleashed a formidable aura, her hands coming together as a blue talisman in her palm glimmered with light. Chirp! The blazing-winged divine eagle unfurled its wings, emitting a roar that pierced the clouds and shattered the stones. The shockwave surged forth as if it were a tangible force. The surrounding warriors felt a dizzying sensation, their internal spiritual energy thrown into disarray. Some even spat blood and collapsed to the ground, to the forefront. Yi Ning was particularly affected by the ferocious sound wave, his head spinning and his grip on his sword faltering. Meanwhile, Xianhe had completed her lethal move. With a swift motion, she pressed her hand down onto the ground. The extreme cold seal, a low hum resonated as a blue circular formation materialized within a radius of several hundred feet. Silver glyphs emerging from the earth, emanating an aura of frigidness. Instantly, the surroundings were enveloped in a wintry chill. The north wind howled, and all life withered. Flakes of snow fell like goose feathers, blanketing everything in a silvery shroud. Within the formation, Yi Ning felt his spiritual energy stagnate. Even his thoughts slowed to a crawl. Condensing Yuan strike. Boom! Xianhe forcefully slammed her spear into the ground. The spiritual energy around Yi Ning surged violently. a terrifying force emanating from beneath his feet. In the next moment, the ground erupted, and a column of ice-blue light shot up, enveloped in an icy chill that turned even boulders the size of millstones to dust. If Yi Ning were to be struck by it, he would undoubtedly perish, but he had no time to contemplate, retreating several dozen feet in an instant. The column of light shot past him, almost grazing his face. Swish! Before Yi Ning could catch his breath, Xi'an's spear struck with the tenacity of a parasite, an onslaught of attacks following relentlessly. More frightening was the apparent enhancement of her speed and strength within the formation. As if she were endowed with some mysterious power, targeting Yi Ning's vital points with every strike. The blazing-winged divine eagle within the formation was like a tiger with wings that flapped its wings, its massive jaws agape, unleashing freezing rain, hail, and biting winds as if they were free of cost, all rushing towards Yi Ning with ferocity. Although Yi Ning had faced many powerful opponents before, he had never encountered such an overwhelming strategy. Previously, he had sensed that sword cultivators had a singular approach. Now, this flaw was laid bare in the face of a formidable foe. The enemy utilized formations and spirit beasts to easily suppress Yi Ning. For a time, he could only defend himself and lacked the strength to counterattack. Before long, he bore several wounds, a large chunk of flesh torn from his shoulder by the blazing-winged divine eagle. Blood flowed in steaming wisps. Yet, within mere breaths, it crystallized into a thick layer of blood ice. Such injuries adorned Yi Ning's body in numbers exceeding a dozen. The situation had driven him to a dead end. Yi Ning attempted to escape the 100-foot formation, but each time he moved, Xi'an merely tapped her silver bracelet, and the formation swiftly pursued him, rendering escape impossible. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Ning's back, and his sword became slippery in his grasp. The onlooking warriors shook their heads in disappointment. Alas, it is a pity, and no matter how strong the sword cultivator, it is difficult to overcome the disparity in power. It seems that within a few breaths, this young man in black will perish. Nonsense. My brother is the strongest. Yi Jing vociferously refuted the disparagement of her brother, Yi Ning, whose mind had been a haze. Felt a fierce fire ignite within his chest upon hearing her unwavering declaration. Indeed, I cannot betray my sister's trust. Moreover, she is still within the secret realm. If I die, what will become of her? Is it not merely a matter of harnessing spiritual energy with talismans? I can learn that too, with his eyes wide open and a glimmer of brilliance shining within, as radiant as the stars. Yi Ning began to observe the flow of spiritual energy within the formation. With his aptitude for reforging his sword body, this was not a difficult task. It was somewhat akin to wielding the sword with energy. A flash of inspiration struck. The techniques he had learned in sword forging surfaced one by one in his mind. That I understand. A profound realization dawned upon Yi Ning. Boom! Yi Ning's eyes gleamed sharply, and the sword intent radiating from his body surged like a rainbow, soaring into the heavens. The ice and snow beneath him exploded, soaring into the sky. Furthermore, these shards of ice and snow, under the might of his sword intent, transformed into countless tiny swords, densely filling the air, their numbers beyond measure. They swirled around Yi Ning like a school of fish, forming a vortex that stretched 50 feet in diameter. The onlooking warriors were left dumbfounded. Before them stood Yi Ning, clad in black, his ink-black hair billowing, wielding a radiant sword intent, surrounded by a terrifying vortex, as if a sword deity had descended upon the world. A single sword covers the sea. Yi Ning swung the sword intent towards the front. Buzz! Instantly, the multitude of tiny swords composed of ice and snow converged into a colossal sword over 30 feet long, bearing down upon Xi'an with an overwhelming force. Chapter 66. The Beastmaster sect reaps bitter fruits. Fear grips the crowd. Thunderous. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they witnessed the formidable sword light cleave through the air, accompanied by a chilling wind. Striking the ground, in an instant, a sword scar several feet wide and 300 feet long shot forth like lightning. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, making it difficult to stand. Simultaneously, the surging sword energy swept across the arena like a tempest. Trees as thick as a person's embrace, solid boulders, and towering mountains either crumbled or bore countless sword scars. The surrounding land was pockmarked, scarred as if it had been plowed numerous times. After several moments, the snowstorm within the arena gradually subsided. In the arena, to the right, Shiana's garments lay in tatters, revealing numerous wounds upon her body. Her spear bore the marks of countless sword strikes, raising concerns about its integrity. The majestic, blazing-winged divine eagle lay prostrate on the ground, a deep sword scar etched across its chest. The beast's blood stained the earth, forming a small pool. Hiss! The warriors gasped in awe at this sight, feeling an overwhelming sense of shock at Yi Ning's sword strike. The blazing-winged divine eagle was a fourth-tier spirit beast, equivalent to the cultivation level of a human in the Tuo Ling realm. Yet, it would require a powerful figure at the Void Flight realm to defeat it. Initially, everyone believed that with Shi Anha's 8th level of cultivation in the Void Flight realm, alongside a 4th-tier spirit beast attuned to her, facing Yi Ning would be a simple matter of overpowering him. However, it seemed they had hit a solid wall today. The crowd's attention shifted back to Yi Ning, who remained cloaked in black, his surrounding sword energy still swirling, a testament to his prowess as he stood calmly amidst the snow. The ground beneath him bore the marks of intersecting sword scars, exuding an air of composure. It appeared as though the two had reached a stalemate. Yet, within the hearts of the spectators, there was a consensus that Yi Ning had emerged victorious. I am truly witnessing something extraordinary. Such terrifying sword energy could hardly be wielded even by a master of the Dan Void realm. In my view, this sword scar of several hundred feet has likely severed the courage of all present. Why Yi Ning is indeed the cream of the younger generation. It is no wonder he was able to defeat Yin Tiangang. He is truly formidable. The warriors murmured among themselves, filled with admiration for Yi Ning's strength. After all, this is a world that venerates power. Why Yi Ning's might was plain for all to see. I have always said my brother is the strongest. Yi Jing proudly puffed out her small chest, as if she herself had triumphed over Xianhe. Only Su Yuhan, who had been observing intently, noticed that Yi Ning's right hand, which he had kept behind him, was trembling slightly, blood seeping from his fingertips, merging with his dark attire. Upon closer inspection of the ground, there lay a thin layer of blood ice. Still fighting? Yi Ning wore a smile upon his face. Xianhe gazed at the man, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling an overwhelming pressure as if he were an ocean, ready to engulf her at any moment. Humph. Xianhe merely snorted coldly, refraining from further words. Just as the onlookers remarked, Yi Ning's sword strike, as it cleaved the earth, had left an indelible impression on Xianhe. Had the blazing-winged divine eagle not intercepted that sword energy moments ago, the consequences would have been dire. Now, she had not suffered a severe blow, merely losing half her spiritual energy, allowing her to continue fighting. However, her courage had vanished without a trace. Let us go. Xianhe flicked her sleeve, intent on departing. Hey, don't leave. Yi Ning chuckled, gesturing with his chin towards the blazing-winged divine eagle. This fellow can still be salvaged. Upon hearing those words, Xianhe swiftly rushed forward, lowering her head to inspect the situation. The blazing-winged divine eagle was gravely wounded. Compounding the problem, numerous strands of hidden sword energy lurked within its flesh, incessantly devouring its vitality. If this pace continued, within a quarter of an hour, no matter how powerful a Deluo Jinxian might be, its salvation would be impossible. I can save it, Yi Ning said with a beaming smile. But there are conditions. Upon hearing that there was hope, Xianhe initially relaxed, but her expression darkened as she listened further, her delicate brows furrowed with anger. She glared fiercely at Yi Ning, wishing she could deliver a punch to his face. Yet, the life of the blazing-winged divine eagle rested in another's hands. The thought of nurturing another beast that resonated with her would require immense effort and countless rare resources. You say, Xianhe bit her lip, forcing the words through clenched teeth, that if you want me to heal it, it's simple that I will select 2 items from your storage ring, and you shall compensate me with 500,000 spirit coins for my losses. What? Xianhe's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest rising and falling rapidly. This scoundrel had killed a disciple of the Beast Tamer sect, and severely injured her contracted beast, she had suffered greatly. And now they were expected to pay Yi Ning while also offering 2 items? Was this not bullying the innocent? How dare he humiliate the Beast Tamer sect in such a manner? Seeking death. The other disciples of the Beast Tamer sect glared furiously, brandishing their weapons, their faces filled with murderous intent as they advanced. Stop. However, Xianhe raised her right hand, halting their movements. Saintess, allow me to slay this brat. He is on his last legs and poses little threat. Indeed, we outnumber him. Form a formation. We have nothing to fear. The disciples clamored, eager to pounce upon Yi Ning. Yet, Xianhe's gaze remained fixed on him, observing the smile at his lips and his upright posture, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The sword energy swirling around him gradually dissipated, seemingly gathering for a devastating strike. Should they charge in, the disciples of the Beast Tamer sect would only be marching to their doom. Bring me the 500,000 spirit coins, Xianhe instructed her disciples. Saintess, silence. Follow my orders. Yes, the 2 disciples, left with no choice, reluctantly gathered and pulled together the 500,000 spirit coins, handing them over to Yi Ning. Young Master Yi, let me handle this. Su Yuhan stepped forward, taking the heavy spirit coins. Yi Ning then rummaged through Xianhe's storage ring, searching for items suited to his needs. The disciples of the Beast Tamer sect watched in frustration as Yi Ning selected items like an old woman at a market, their eyes bulging with indignation, their temples throbbing with rage. Yet, they had no recourse. They could not fight back, and their lives were at stake. Why Yi Ning, salivating, perused the treasures to Xianhe as the saintess of the Beast Tamer sect, possessed an abundance of treasures, nearly blinding him with their brilliance. Various pills, talismans, techniques, and spirit artifacts dazzled the eye. Ultimately, he chose a top-tier 5th-grade Kunping movement technique and a mid-tier 5th-grade Xianfra soft armor. Thank you for your patronage, Yi Ning said with a flick of his fingers, returning the storage ring to Xianhe. He then waved his right hand. The translucent sword energy surrounding the divine eagle dissipated into the air. Quack! The divine eagle emitted a weak cry. Little eagle. After administering a pill to it, Xianhe shot Yi Ning a fierce glare. She then took the divine eagle and led the disciples of the Beast Tamer sect away swiftly. With his hands behind his back, Yi Ning strolled leisurely, turning to address the crowd. Is there anyone else who desires the Qi Huang stone? Step forward. In an instant, the 7 or 8 martial artists who had witnessed Yi Ning's might scattered like frightened birds. Who could withstand a single strike from him? Once they were far away, Yi Ning felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be engulfed by darkness as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 67. Astonishing Gains, Reunion with an Old Friend. Upon seeing Yi Ning unconscious, Yi Jing rushed over. She examined him and discovered his serious injuries. Numerous gunshot wounds marred his arms, the deep lacerations resembling gaping fish mouths. The blood having congealed into a purplish-blue ice under low temperatures, several ribs in his chest were fractured. Other wounds dotted his body, over 20 in total, with blood soaking through his black attire. Had he been dressed in white, he would have long since turned into a bloody figure. Yi Jing gazed at her brother, her heart aching. Her eyes were as red as a rabbit's, tears streaming down her face. While weeping, she clumsily attempted to bandage Yi Ning's wounds. Ultimately, it was Su Yuhan who stepped in, skillfully tending to Yi Ning's injuries and moving him into a cave. After 3 full days of unconsciousness, Yi Ning finally awakened. Upon seeing him awake, Yi Jing threw herself onto him. Brother, you had me so worried. What would I do if you died? Yi Ning felt his sister's weight pressing on his injuries, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Eventually, after repeatedly assuring her he wouldn't take any more risks, Yi Jing finally relaxed. At that moment, Yi Ning finally had the opportunity to assess his gains. 6 pieces of Qi Huang stone, 500,000 spirit coins, a top-tier 5th-grade Kunping movement technique, and a mid-tier 5th-grade Xianfra soft armor. The Qi Huang stone was the best material for forging a 6th-grade spirit sword. With a single piece fetching millions of spirit stones, Yi Ning could use it to forge a 6th-grade spirit sword. 500,000 spirit coins also constituted a substantial sum, Many martial artists could not muster such an amount. Yi Ning generously took out 100,000 and shared it with Su Yuhan, expressing gratitude for her aid. Next, Yi Ning carefully examined the Xian Frost soft armor, noting its blue hue adorned with intricate ice patterns. Boasting remarkable defensive capabilities effective against attacks from those below the Skyward Realm, in an auction house, it would be impossible to acquire for less than 3 million spirit stones. What a treasure! Yi Ning grinned as he handed the soft armor to Yi Jing. Here, put on this gem. Brother, you should wear it, Yi Jing replied, recalling her brother's wounds. Don't worry, I'm tough, Yi Ning coaxed, eventually persuading his sister to don the soft armor after considerable effort. As for the remaining Kunpeng movement technique, Yi Ning dedicated himself to learning it. This technique was said to have been created by a master who observed the Kunpeng soaring through the skies. Gliding effortlessly through the heavens, with advanced mastery, one could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. This technique is excellent, Yi Ning exclaimed with delight. Mastering it also filled a gap in his abilities. Even if he couldn't win a fight, he could certainly escape. Adding it all up, his gains exceeded 10 million, a resounding success. After resting for 2 days, Yi Ning's spirit was renewed. His remarkable recovery speed astonished Su Yuhan. Haha, I told you I'm famously tough. Yi Ning laughed, refraining from disclosing the true reason behind his resilience. Others were unaware that his body had been reforged as a sword and had withstood 2 celestial tribulations. In addition to his mastery of the 4th level of sword energy transformation, his physical constitution surpassed that of ordinary martial artists by 10-fold, even 100-fold. Let us continue our exploration of the burning night, Little Abyss. Yi Ning did not forget his goal of obtaining the Yuling fairy water. The trio wandered aimlessly within the secret realm, seeking to acquire treasures once more. However, treasures were scarce, and obtaining them was not so simple. After searching for a good while, they found nothing. Let's head left. Suddenly, Yi Ning heard the voice of an elderly man with gray hair. Without hesitation, he turned to his left and walked away. After traversing for half a tea's time, he came upon a valley where waves of spiritual energy rippled, accompanied by continuous shouts. As Yi Ning approached to take a closer look, he discovered a group of martial artists engaged in a fierce melee within the valley. They wielded their weapons, casting flashes of light, stirring up a tempest of blood and carnage. Dozens of martial artists had already fallen to the ground. Among them, several remarkable figures stood out, each possessing formidable strength. All having attained the realm of the spirit-controlling stage. Upon closer inspection, Yi Ning recognized these familiar faces: Su Yang, He Hong, Jin Xiao, and Duanmu Hao from the Heroic Tower. These 4 were the most prominent, their strikes resembling a tempest, shattering trees and causing them to collapse with a resounding crash, while their punches fractured mountains into pieces. Their combat prowess was astonishing. The other martial artists found themselves unable to withstand even a few exchanges against them. On the mountaintop, hundreds of martial artists watched from a distance, either wary of the Heroic Tower's might or scheming to take advantage of the situation, none daring to draw too near. At the epicenter of the battle stood a peculiar spiritual plant. Half a foot tall, resembling an orchid and emanating a purple glow. It was the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid. Su Yuhan let out a gasp. This treasure was a heavenly material, capable of enhancing one's root bone, expanding meridians, improving innate qualities, and even bestowing pure energy akin to 50 years of arduous training. Such a precious item could not be purchased with any amount of money on the market. She swallowed hard, her breathing becoming noticeably heavier. It was evident that such a treasure held immense allure for anyone. And oh wonder these individuals were fighting so desperately. Yi Ning observed clearly that anyone who approached the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid would be besieged by these factions working in concert. Yet, these factions were wary of one another, unable to suppress the others alone, resulting in a bizarre stalemate. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, and a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. This treasure would be excellent for enhancing his sister's qualities or for augmenting his own cultivation. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize it from the jaws of danger. With this in mind, Yi Ning began to slowly walk toward the valley. Another foolhardy youth sneered a nearby spectator, in a place teeming with experts like the burning night Little Ghost Realm. A mere practitioner at the opening vein stage was hardly more than cannon fodder. Approaching to contend for the treasure would only lead to a grim fate. Did they not see how others far stronger than Yi Ning dared not come closer? The martial artists on the battlefield were all formidable. However, the crowd was astonished to see the four from the heroic tower abruptly halt their fighting. They swiftly turned, weapons in hand, their gazes fixed intently on Yi Ning. The flames of battle surged in their eyes. The strongest among them ceased their attacks, and others too, filled with curiosity, paused their combat. In an instant, the once fierce treasure-snatching battle fell into an eerie silence. This sudden shift was entirely due to Yi Ning's appearance. The onlookers gaped, their eyes wide, their faces painted with shock. They pinched their thighs to ascertain they were not dreaming. Everything before them was undeniably real. The crowd clearly noted the wary expressions on the faces of the heroic tower members, indicating they regarded this young man in black as an equal opponent. Indeed, from their reactions, it was evident they viewed him as a formidable adversary. It was well known that the martial artists of the heroic tower were among the elite, the best of the best. In the presence of ordinary practitioners, they were akin to divine beings. Yet now, before this young man in black, they displayed a demeanor of utmost seriousness. How could the crowd remain composed in the face of such treatment? Hundreds of eyes simultaneously fell upon Yi Ning, filled with astonishment and confusion. What kind of extraordinary power did this young man in black possess to elicit such a fervent response from the unparalleled warriors of the heroic tower? Chapter 68. The Heroes Clash Again. Mutual respect. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while, Yi Ning said with a smile to those from the heroic tower. Young Master Yi, the four esteemed warriors of the heroic tower responded with a respectful gesture. This scene sparked a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Who exactly was this young man in black? The four stalwarts of the heroic tower, self-proclaimed champions, typically regarded common martial artists with disdain. Even if one were to present them with valuable gifts, they would scarcely acknowledge them. Yet now, they treated this young man with such courtesy. Young Master Yi, could it be the Yi Ning who ascended the heroic tower in the great Zhao Empire? Yi Ning's exploits, having defeated 9 formidable opponents to reach the pinnacle of the heroic tower, were widely known across the Sword Origin continent, particularly among the younger generation of martial artists, many of whom idolized him. Thus, when the crowd realized Yi Ning's identity, expressions of enlightenment spread among them. It was the illustrious Yi Ning of the younger generation. It was only natural for these masters to respond in such a manner. I have also heard that just a few days ago, Yi Ning single-handedly defeated the saintess of the beast-taming sect with a single sword strike, leaving her with a ransom for her life. I know of it. The several hundred-foot-long sword scar before the dilapidated temple was indeed struck by Yi Ning, as those well-informed shared their accounts. A chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted around them. Everyone was astounded by Yi Ning's remarkable achievements. Regardless of the spectators' reactions, the resolve of the heroic tower's experts intensified. They were renowned warriors, far from ordinary. While Yi Ning was making strides, they too had not been stagnant. In the world of martial artists, communication was simple. It was all about combat. Take this, Su Liang bellowed, his legs firmly planted on the ground as he surged forward. At the same time, a formidable spiritual energy erupted from his beast hammer, manifesting into a dragon over 10 feet long. The dragon opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously at Yi Ning. But that was not all. Su Liang's left hand summoned a terrifying force. Sweeping from left to right, the blue energy roaring like a mighty river. Under the combined might of both hammers, the very fabric of space twisted under the weight of this terrifying assault. Where the attack landed, the ground immediately caved in and shattered, forming a lengthy chasm. Su Liang was far more powerful than he had been in the heroic tower. Even the spectators standing at a distance were shaken by this fearsome display. Their hairs standing on end, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The howling winds made it difficult for them to stand, as if they were leaves caught in a tempest at such a distance. The power was already terrifying. For Yi Ning, standing at close range, the onslaught was even more astonishing. Sword chi transmutation. Yi Ning's gaze sharpened, and a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, taking form as a solid. Grand Cauldron. Clang. The dragon-shaped beast hammer collided violently with the cauldron, sparks flying, nearly deafening the ears of all present. Su Liang felt an immense force transferring through his beast hammer, leaving his muscles aching and his limbs numb. Sword intent radiance. Yi Ning spread his arms, conjuring a radiant sword intent that measured nearly 2 feet in length, sharp beyond compare. As the radiance undulated, it effortlessly pierced through the very fabric of space. With a swift flick of his right hand, he launched an attack. This move was swift, precise, and devastating. Whoosh! The brilliant sword light illuminated the surroundings, a streak of white sword intent like a shooting star. Effortlessly cleaving through the surging river, it continued unabated toward Su Liang. Clang, clang, the sounds of metal clashing echoed as the beast hammer was sent flying. Su Liang staggered back, retreating over 10 paces before finally colliding against a tree to come to a halt. "I concede," Su Liang exclaimed, a look of contemplation on his face as he bowed respectfully to Yi Ning. "Thank you for your mercy." These 3 sentences jolted the onlookers from their astonishment at why Yi Ning's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of the opening vein stage, while Su Liang was at the 7th level of the spirit-controlling stage, a full realm above. Why had Su Liang conceded so quickly? All eyes turned to Su Liang, who bore a 2-finger-long wound on his shoulder. A trickle of blood seeping from it was clear that Yi Ning had shown restraint. Otherwise, Su Liang would have lost an entire arm. Just a stroke of luck. Yi Ning chuckled. "I shall take my turn," He Hong declared, brandishing his long spear as he approached Yi Ning. The guardians of the heroic tower were all elite warriors, possessing complete lineages, their combat prowess not to be underestimated. Yet, with the teachings of the elderly man with gray hair, Yi Ning held the supreme technique of the sword Dao. The stronger the opponent, the more formidable Yi Ning became. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Ning and He Hong engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging 3 swift moves. Wielding sharp sword intent and formidable defensive sword energy, Yi Ning deflected the long spear. The radiant sword intent surged towards He Hong, slicing a portion of his robe. This garment was hardly of great significance, and it was entirely reasonable for it to be severed amid such combat. However, one must concede defeat gracefully. Respectfully, He Hong cupped his hands in acknowledgement. He admitted his loss with commendable candor. Jin Shao, after 7 exchanges, also succumbed to Yi Ning, albeit by a mere half move. Yi Ning, like a raging tempest, had vanquished 3 formidable adversaries within the span of a single tea session. Now it was my turn. Duanmu Hao donned a pair of obsidian iron gauntlets, his towering figure straightening as he nodded respectfully towards Yi Ning. "Please, please." Boom! After their mutual salutations, Duanmu Hao stomped his feet on the ground, charging forward like a war chariot. With a mighty roar, he twisted his waist and swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of violent spiritual energy that coalesced into a colossal tiger, its claws poised to pounce ferociously. The force of his punch was so tremendous that even boulders the size of grinding wheels were crushed to mere grains. If such a strike were to land upon Yi Ning, it would reduce him to a pulp. Yi Ning's expression turned grave as he summoned forth an array of powerful attacks. Before him stood Duanmu Hao, a formidable foe at the 8th level of the Sky's sovereign realm. He could not afford the slightest lapse in focus. Clang, bang, the great cauldron clashed against Duanmu Hao's fist, sending golden sparks flying. Yi Ning was propelled back several dozen feet by the immense force contained within that punch. Simultaneously, the hidden sword energy from the cauldron erupted ferociously, forcing Duanmu Hao to retreat. "Ha ha ha! Come again!" With a roar, both combatants collided once more with ferocity. Clang, clang, clang within the arena. The 2 figures moved like phantoms, their exchanges creating a cacophony of sounds. The onlookers, especially those below the spirit-nurturing realm, could hardly discern the movements of either fighter. They could only hear the resounding clashes that was akin to witnessing mountains crumble and rivers burst forth. After what felt like an eternity, Duanmu Hao suddenly leapt out of the battleground. Panting heavily, Yi Ning was drenched in sweat, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "I have lost." Duanmu Hao slowly removed the gauntlets from his hands. "You have not sustained any injuries. How can you claim to have lost?" "It is merely a draw." Yi Ning was quite perplexed. "No." You have bested 3 before me, and to merely reach a stalemate here means I have indeed lost. A fleeting glimmer of respect shone in Duan Hao's eyes. Thank you for your guidance. He bowed towards Yining da Su Liang, He Hong, and Jin Xiao from the Hero's Tower also bowed in unison to Yining. Thank you for your guidance. Until we meet again. After their respectful farewells, they turned to leave with grace. This poignant scene of mutual admiration among heroes left the spectators in awe, a moment etched in their memories. Chapter 69. Treating Yining as a fool. A chase and a flight. Even Yining himself began to feel an exhilarating sense of euphoria. Was he truly this powerful? His earlier victory over the Danshu realms, Shi Shan, at the Qingshu Medical Hall's wedding had instilled within him an illusion of invincibility. Yet, it was swiftly shattered when he encountered the holy maiden Shi Anha of the Beast Control sect in the Burning Night, Small Ghost Realm. She imparted a vivid lesson to him. It was not that he was overly strong. Rather, Shi had long since betrayed the teachings of Buddhism, his heart muddied with distractions, rendering him weak. Moreover, Shi Anha, at the 8th level of the sky, sovereign realm, had not unleashed her full power against Yining in a life-or-death struggle. Otherwise, he would have been the one to perish that day. Certainly, the disciples of the Beast Control sect were inherently formidable. In addition to their own cultivation, they were accompanied by their unique beasts. The synergy of their partnership and the rapport cultivated over many years allowed them to slay even the most formidable foes. Yining had already proven his extraordinary talent by gaining even a slight advantage over Shi Anha in such a brief encounter. In truth, had it not been for the celestial Ling Yao Wujia, he would have already succumbed to the rampant spiritual energy that threatened to tear his body apart during his comprehension of the one sword over the sea. At this moment, Yining continued to battle the valiant heroes of the Hero's Tower, emerging victorious with ease, further bolstering his sense of strength. Yet, he felt an inexplicable dissonance somewhere within. Just as he pondered this, his ears perked up, akin to those of a donkey, as he overheard the mocking remarks of the hundreds of onlookers. Look at that fool, his treasures snatched away. Yet he still preens. The biggest fool in the Burning Night Small Ghost Realm. So foolish. Truly foolish. Yining glanced down and was instantly incensed. No wonder he felt something amiss. It turned out that while he was engaged in his wheel of war with the 4 individuals, they had stealthily plucked away the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid. This was an affront that could not be tolerated. Infuriated at both the theft of his treasure and the ridicule from the surrounding warriors, Yining charged after the 4 without a second thought. Stop! Halt! As Yining closed the distance, Su Liang spun the top atop his 100-beast heavy hammer, producing a resounding clatter. Young Master Yi, you need to trouble yourself with us. There are plenty of treasures within the Burning Night's Small Ghost Realm. We can spare this 9-leaf purple cloud orchid. Shut your mouth and stop right there, Yining bellowed. This was an embarrassment of monumental proportions. He Hong swept his long spear, sending a red light hurtling towards Yining. Boom! Yining smashed it aside. But his speed was slightly hindered. Jin Xiao tossed the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid to He Hong. Brother He, go quickly. I'll hold back this mad dog. The 4 of them supported one another, tossing the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid back and forth like a sandbag, ensuring that it never reached Yining. This left Yining utterly perplexed as to which target to strike. This is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. This was undoubtedly one of the most humiliating moments of Yining's life. The 5 engaged in a relentless chase, their path reminiscent of bandits plundering a village as they trampled through the vegetation. Hills and small beasts of the Burning Night's Small Ghost Realm. They swiftly transitioned from day to night. Yet, Yining remained undeterred. He could not swallow this humiliation. This time, I shall be the one to stop him. Duan Hao roared, charging towards Yining. Thud, thud, thud. Each step he took left deep impressions in the ground, as if watermelon-sized craters were being formed. Violent spirit wolf fist. Duan Hao bellowed, his right fist hurtling towards Yining with ferocity. 5 gigantic white wolf heads materialized atop his fist, vividly realistic, their gaping maws poised to devour Yining. It was clear that Duan Hao had grown serious. Yining was no pushover either. He combined the 3 swords into one. The three blades of unyielding sword intent fused seamlessly, slicing towards the 5 colossal wolf heads. The brilliance flashed, and spiritual energy erupted. In the darkness, it shone brilliantly. The 5 massive wolf heads were swiftly severed by the sword intent, careening towards Duanmu Hao's iron gauntlets. Crack! The sword intent penetrated deep into Duanmu Hao's right arm, causing him to howl in agony. "Get out of my way!" Yi Ning roared, the sturdy cauldron materializing as he charged towards Duanmu Hao. Crack, crack, crack! Instantly, Duanmu Hao's chest visibly caved in, ribs snapping like twigs. He was sent flying several feet, crashing through 5 or 6 trees before finally coming to a halt. The sheer force of Yi Ning's impact was astounding. He spat out a mouthful of blood, pointing incredulously at Yi Ning. You were holding back before." Yi Ning smirked coldly, continuing his pursuit. Given Duanmu Hao's cultivation and realm, even suffering such severe injuries, he would not perish immediately. After all, he was the guardian of the 7th floor of the Hero's Tower. At merely 29 years of age, he had already attained the 8th level of the Sky's sovereign realm. It would indeed be strange if he lacked any means of survival. Ahead, it was Su Liang who faltered first. Among the 4, he possessed the lowest cultivation, being only at the 7th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. He glanced back at Yi Ning, who pursued him like a relentless shadow, sweat pouring down his brow, and said, "Everyone, Duanmu has already vanished. If this continues, we might as well sell this 9-leaf purple cloud orchid to that scourge. Otherwise, we will waste an inordinate amount of valuable time like this. With that time, we could acquire countless treasures." He Hong, equally drenched in sweat, nodded in agreement. "He speaks wisely. Indeed, he speaks wisely." However, Jin Xiao, a practitioner of the 4th level of the Yukong realm, wore a grim expression, remaining silent as he pressed forward with determination. At this moment, he clutched the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid tightly in his grasp. Since he had expressed his dissent, the other 2 dared not utter another word, continuing to follow in his wake. Yet, in their hearts, they had already offered a warm and friendly greeting to the ancestral women of Jin Xiao's lineage. As time flowed like the changing of the heavens, the 4 had traversed the night until the dawnlight broke. Su Liang, utterly fatigued, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily like a lifeless dog. "I can't run anymore. You all go ahead. I'll hold the rear," he declared, but in his current state, he likely would not withstand even a single strike from Yi Ning. He Hong also halted his steps, conceding, "All right, I'll stay with you." Jin Xiao cast a deep glance at the 2 before turning away, continuing his sprint into the depths of the burning night, small nether realm. Damn it, I knew this guy was unreliable. Why did Duanmu Hao insist on dragging him along? He Hong cursed bitterly as he watched Jin Xiao's figure recede without hesitation, in the face of true interests. The so-called bonds of loyalty were astonishingly fragile, of course. This also reflected the immense value of the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid, which was incomparable to ordinary treasures. Even a magnificent stone required to forge a 6-tier spirit sword could not compare. After a brief span of incense burning, Yi Ning caught up, only to find Yi Hong and Su Liang sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. He himself was drenched in sweat, his hair plastered to his face. If not for his breakthrough to the 3rd tribulation, resulting in several qualitative changes within his spiritual power, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Even now, his legs felt weak beneath him. Suddenly, 2 blades of sword intent manifested in Yi Ning's hands, startling Su Liang and He Hong. They hurriedly waved their hands. You go ahead and chase. We won't interfere." Yi Ning remained silent, recognizing their utter exhaustion. He approached the 2, delivered a sharp slap to each of their heads, and then took off in pursuit of the vanishing Jin Xiao. "Are you even human?" He Hong fumed. "Childish," Su Liang muttered, rubbing his sore head. "Damn, that hurts, beast." Finally, beside a crystal-clear pool, Yi Ning spotted Jin Xiao resting on the ground. "Hand over the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid, and I shall spare your life," Yi Ning called out, rushing towards Jin Xiao. As he patted Jin Xiao's shoulder, the latter's upright posture collapsed, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. He had long since drawn his last breath. Chapter 70. If I deceive you, I am a dog. How can it be you? This sudden turn of events caused Yi Ning's expression to change dramatically. The geniuses who could ascend to the hero's tower were invariably backed by formidable powers. Though not as terrifying as the 8 nations and 6 sects, they were certainly not someone Yi Ning could provoke. This was also why the 4 had toyed with him without fear of reprisal. He had never intended to kill them. Truly slay these 4 would render Yi Ning nearly powerless outside the burning night small netherrealm, potentially implicating the Qing Su Medical Hall as a target for multiple factions. Thus, the martial world was never merely about individual battles. It was a complex web of mutual exploitation and human relationships. For the past few days, he had pursued the 4 like a mad dog, creating a well-known spectacle. Now, with Jin Xiao inexplicably dead in this place, and his spatial ring vanished without a trace, Yi Ning found himself speechless, breathing heavily. His face darkened as he pondered deeply. It was evident that someone had discovered them and orchestrated a trap to ensnare Yi Ning. He finally understood the bitter taste of silence. The key question remained. Who? Who could so stealthily poison Jin Xiao in this location? After all, Jin Xiao was a practitioner of the 4th level of the Yukong realm. Given the restrictions of the Burning Night Small Nether realm, no warriors above the Dan Void realm could enter. Thus, the strongest here must be those of the Yukong realm. Yi Ning meticulously examined the surroundings, finding no signs of struggle or even traces of anyone having passed through. Wherever he went, countless small beasts fled in terror. If anyone had truly visited this area, these creatures would have long since escaped. Could it be the water of the pool? Was it poisoned? Did Jin Xiao, overwhelmed by thirst, drink from it and succumb? No. He was forcibly struck with a poisonous needle. The needle was embedded in the Baihui acupoint atop his head. Just as Yi Ning contemplated this, he heard the voice of an elderly man with white hair echo in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning swiftly parted Jin Xiao's thick black hair. Indeed, there was a barely perceptible red above the Baihui acupoint. Elder, can you sense the aura? Yi Ning asked, his brow furrowed with concern. I can only detect a fluctuation at the peak of the Yukong realm. The elderly man replied after a moment, I could see the peak of the Yukong realm. One strike was sufficient to slay Jin Xiao. A practitioner of the 4th level, without him having any chance to retaliate. Yi Ning could not achieve such a feat. Now is not the time to investigate the killer. We must hurry and carry him back. The sooner we return, the better we can clear our suspicions, the old man advised. That seems to be the only option. Upon returning to the resting spot of He Hong and Su Liang, he was relieved to find them still there. Seeing Yi Ning return with Jin Xiao on his back, their expressions shifted from surprise to horror as they beheld Jin Xiao's blackened face, bluish lips, and the blood oozing from his orifices. You actually dared to kill Brother Jin? Su Liang questioned, his voice laced with uncertainty. Why Yi Ning spoke in a low tone. If I had truly slain him, would I still be carrying him back? He was struck by a poison needle at his Baihui acupoint. When did you ever see me use such methods? He Hong examined the wound atop Jin Xiao's head and nodded to Su Liang, prompting a sigh of relief from both. Who was the murderer? This grudge must be avenged, Su Liang demanded, while Yi Ning shook his head. There are no signs of struggle nearby. The only fluctuation I sensed was at the peak of the Yukong realm. At the peak of the Yukong realm, both exclaimed incredulously, their brows furrowing in deep thought. The only one I know at that level is Yin Tiangang, but he is not someone who employs poison. He Hong remarked, shaking his head. Yi Ning was taken aback by this revelation. Yin Tiangang has entered ISNT he at the Dan Void realm. That is a secret technique. Su Liang explained. He doesn't have long to live. Yet he still meddles in this. Recalling Yin Tiangang, Yi Ning felt a deep-seated fear of this individual. It was precisely for this reason that he had to take risks. He Hong spoke with a tone of resignation. And Su Yang lamented, as the saying goes, one should not tempt fate. The heavens are capricious. What should we do now? Yi Ning fretted, desperate to rid himself of this hot potato. Brother Yi, what about Brother Jin's spatial ring? Su Yang asked, glancing at Jin Xiao's empty hand with suspicion. Yi Ning could not help but roll his eyes. It's in my possession. Do you want it? Su Yang chuckled awkwardly. After some contemplation, he realized that if someone had the audacity to kill Jin Xiao, they would not leave behind the spatial ring. His question was indeed somewhat foolish. He Hong's eyes twinkled shrewdly as he grinned. Brother Yi, if you wish for us to testify on your behalf, it is not impossible, but we have one request. Speak. You must provide each of us with 50,000 spirit coins. In return, we will vouch for you. How about that? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Otherwise, if you hadn't chased us like a mad dog, Brother Jean wouldn't have run so far, allowing the murderer to strike at his most vulnerable moment. Su Liang's eyes brightened at Yi Hong's words as he nodded vigorously. Right. Although you aren't the one who killed Brother Jean, Brother Yi, you still bear half the responsibility. Yi Ning fell silent, realizing that these two were trying to extort him. However, under the circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned agreement with their claims. The two exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, reveling in Yi Ning's misfortune. The thought of him being humbled by them brought them immense joy. Yet, Yi Ning's next words froze their smiles in place. In that case, how about you? Brother He and Brother Su, each provide me with 100,000 spirit coins. As a guarantee and a life insurance fund, how does that sound? After all, killing one is the same as killing two. Why not go all in? By the end of his statement, Yi Ning's tone had turned as frigid as the deepest frost. An aura of palpable killing intent cloaked him, lurking ominously. The surrounding grass and flowers bowed beneath the weight of his terrifying presence, and numerous small beasts screeched in panic as they fled. Su Liang cleared his throat, nervously chuckling. We were just joking with Brother Yi earlier. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Indeed. What is our relationship? Allow me to bear witness. Is this not what brothers ought to do? He Hong hastily attempted to mediate. But I am serious. Yi Ning bellowed. The expressions of the two men changed drastically, and they no longer dared to jest. If we give you the money, will you truly let us go? Su Yang asked, his voice trembling. Naturally. I am a man of my word. Yi Ning declared with utmost seriousness. If I deceive you, then I, Yi Ning, shall be nothing but a dog. With this solemn vow, Yi Ning's demeanor eased the worries of He Hong considerably. The two exchanged a glance, pained expressions on their faces, as they reluctantly retrieved 1,000,000 spirit coins from their storage rings and handed them to Yi Ning. They then turned away, feeling utterly dejected. Once they had distanced themselves, Yi Ning exclaimed, "Woof, woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Woof, 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 woof." After this outburst, Yi Ning still felt the 2,000,000 spirit coins were somewhat burdensome. He quickly howled again, releasing a long, echoing cry. Although he ultimately did not acquire the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid, possessing these 2,000,000 spirit coins meant that his trip was not entirely in vain. Yi Ning's principle was to avoid losses, even if it meant foregoing profits. Just as Yi Ning prepared to depart, several figures suddenly emerged from the dense forest. Big brother, there was a dog barking just now. Such an unusual occurrence surely indicates the presence of a treasure. One of them exclaimed, "Haha, big brother, this time we brothers are going to strike it rich." That dog was barking quite joyfully. The burning night little ghost realm truly is an extraordinary space. Even feral dogs roam here. They approached, laughing and joking, until they locked eyes with the cloaked Yi Ning. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Why the heavens? How could it be you? Chapter 71. Interest of 540,000. Yi Ning in confusion. Hee, Yi Ning replied with a sinister smile. Why could it not be me? What happened to that dog? Wu Laolu pointed at Yi Ning and asked out why Yi Ning's expression shifted, and he deflected the question. What brings you here? Of course, we have come to seek treasures, Pan Yinyang replied. He then glanced at Yi Ning and added, if a mere pulse-opening realm trash like you can come, why shouldn't we? In the spirit realm, be able to? Tell me, did you hide that dog? Hand over whatever treasures you possess. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes. I have yet to settle the score with you. Yet you dare to rob me? You ought to return the 60,000 spirit coins you took from my sister. Gu Daong immediately cracked his knuckles. Kid, are you not being a tad too arrogant? That was given to you by your sister for that pickpocket. Without further ado, Yi Ning delivered a slap that sent Gu Daong flying. Smack! Gu Daong spat out several bloodied teeth, clutching his cheek as he lay on the ground, moaning in agony, seeking death. Wu Laolu and Pan Yinyang, along with the others, sprang into action. Bang, pop, thud. A quarter of an hour later, All of them lay on the ground like defeated dogs. "Give it to him! Quickly! Give him 60,000 spirit coins!" Good Daong cried out. At this rate, they would surely be beaten to death by Yi Ning. Pan Yunyang, with trembling hands, retrieved the 60,000 spirit coins given to him by Yi Jing from his storage ring and cautiously offered them to Yi Ning. After Yi Ning accepted the coins into his ring, he smirked, "Gentlemen, while the principal has been repaid, there remains interest to consider." "How much?" 540,000 spirit coins. "How much? Why not go rob someone instead?" Yi Ning approached Pan Yunyang with an unfriendly expression. A refined young man such as myself, with charm and elegance, would never stoop to the level of robbery. "You truly misunderstand me. Go, hurry up and gather the money." "This kid hits like a mule," Pan Yunyang yelled in terror. The group scrambled together, yet they still could not muster the 540,000 spirit coins. They could only pawn their spirit artifacts to Yi Ning as collateral. Yi Ning laughed heartily. "In the future, do refrain from deceit. How shameless to slander a young lady." "You," Daong seethed, "you were deceived by her. She truly is a pickpocket." "Indeed, I witnessed her stealing Pan Yunyang's storage ring." Wu Laolu chimed in, eager to corroborate. "Cease your nonsense." Yi Ning rebuked. "That girl disembarked from the spirit vessel and returned 60,000 spirit coins to my sister." "Her brother? Who is her brother?" Wu Laolu inquired. "He is a disciple of the God Wind Academy in Qinshan City." "The God Wind Academy?" Wu Laolu appeared perplexed, glancing at Daong. "Isn't that an academy of the Great Qin Empire? How could it be the academy of South Korea's Qinshan City?" "Are you mistaken, Brother Yi?" Yi Ning's heart sank as a sense of foreboding crept over him. "In no way. It must be a coincidence." "What coincidence? The God Wind Academy is a top-tier institution of the Great Qin. How could South Korea dare to adopt the same name?" Pan Yunyang lamented, feeling utterly wronged. Observing the expressions on their faces, Yi Ning fell into a state of confusion reminiscent of his time aboard the spirit vessel. For they truly did not seem like the type to lie. Could it be that they were seasoned thugs, their acting skills refined to perfection? Yet, Su Yuhan seemed far from deceitful. Throughout their journey, Su Yuhan displayed no signs of abnormality. Even at the entrance of the burning night little ghost realm, she had given her ice soul pearl to Yi Jing. That pearl must be worth at least tens of thousands of spirit coins. With this thought, Yi Ning scoffed, "Then why would she deceive me?" Daong had already risen to his feet. Speaking incoherently, "You fool! Your sister can casually produce 60,000 spirit coins for a stranger aboard the spirit vessel. She must be playing the long game. Compared to us poor fellows, what does 60,000 spirit coins even amount to?" Yi Ning's brows furrowed deeper, a shadow passing over his face. "Forget it. I shall return and check." It had been several days since he left Yi Jing, and he felt increasingly uneasy. With that, he raced towards the direction of his return. After Yi Ning departed, Wu Laolu rose from the ground, cursing, "Damn it, it's all your fault. Third brother, what kind of mess have you made?" Barking like a wild dog, indicating the presence of treasures, "I see only impending doom." Pan Yunyang also struggled to rise when suddenly he exclaimed, "Brothers, come quick, there's a corpse here." As they gathered around, Daong frowned. "This person looks strangely familiar. This is Jin Shao from the Hero Tower. I've seen him before. He is a top-tier expert from the 5th Tower of Jingguan. How did he end up dead here?" Gasp. Connecting the dots with Yi Ning's recent departure, the group felt an intense chill run down their spines. At that moment, none of them dared to mention the spirit coins again. Compared to this prodigious figure, they were fortunate indeed to escape with their lives. It seemed Jin Shao had met his demise due to failing to pay the price for his life. Yi Ning truly was a decisive individual. The few unfortunate souls helped each other as they made their way in the opposite direction of Yi Ning, and no matter where they were headed, the farther they could get from this harbinger of death, the better. At the location where the 9-leaf purple cloud orchid flourished, a chaotic battle was unfolding. Spiraling bursts of spiritual power erupted, dazzling all who beheld it. Qin Tue wielded a 5th-tier spiritual sword, thrusting it viciously toward Yi Jing. The blade pierced through her left arm, causing her to cry out in pain, tears streaming down her face. "Die, you wretched woman. This is for your brother's debts." Qin Tue loathed Yi Ning. Yet he recognized that Yi Ning was far beyond his reach, making Yi Jing the perfect outlet for his frustrations. Encountering a vulnerable Yi Jing alone in the burning night Little Ghost realm was a stroke of fortune. As a first-realm prince of the Great Qin, dispatching Yi Jing was child's play. Yi Jing fled in a pitiful manner, her desperate attempts to hide only serving to intensify Qin Sui's twisted pleasure in toying with her. How delightful it was to manipulate an opponent at will. The thought of the enchanting, blazing snow flame emperor, whom he had admired for years, being sullied by Yi Ning ignited a rage within Qin Sui that twisted his handsome features. Damn it! Damn it! With a swift motion, a finely crafted dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yi Jing's forehead. Qin Sui had grown weary of the game. Thud! The dagger embedded itself with a sickening thud. A scream echoed through the air. Yet, it was not Yi Jing who cried out, but rather Su Yuhan. The dagger had been intercepted by Su Yuhan, her shoulder absorbing the blow. Sister Su, please run away. Why have you returned? I am so sorry. Go find my brother. Yi Jing urgently called out as she hurriedly turned back, filled with overwhelming guilt. The two girls wept bitterly, their hearts heavy with despair at the impending doom that awaited them. Qin Sui cast a glance at Su Yuhan, chuckling darkly. It seems today I shall not only crush one flower, but two. With that, he brandished his long sword, mercilessly aiming for the necks of the two girls. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A woman clad in a crimson palace gown swooped in from afar, accompanied by a throng of followers. Princess Murong. Qin Sui furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before tentatively voicing his uncertainty. I have encountered the crown prince of Qin. Murong Shurqin stated matter-of-factly, offering a subtle bow before continuing in a grave tone. Not long ago, my imperial brother met an untimely demise, and now I have ascended the throne in Yen. Qin Sui was taken aback, his gaze towards Murong Shurqin becoming increasingly complex. He admired her cunning and extraordinary courage, yet he envied that she had attained one of the two things he yearned for most. Simultaneously, he felt an innate trepidation towards such a woman that it was individuals like her who were most suited for the ruthless intrigues of the royal court and for the realm of politics. Should all go as expected, their true rivalry would likely commence once he ascended the throne. Chapter 72. I am a burden to my brother. Free me. So it turns out it is the Empress Murong. It seems this crown prince is rather short-sighted. Qin Sui felt no respect for Murong Shurqin despite her claiming the throne in Yen. In fact, his demeanor had grown even more sarcastic. The diminutive Yin kingdom could hardly capture the attention of Qin. Had it not been for the distant separation and the obstructive Qianyao mountain range, it would have likely been devoured long ago. It is worth noting that the Great Zhao Empire and the Great Han Dynasty, both of which have been rendered mere shadows of their former selves by Qin, were several times larger than Yen. Thus, in Qin Sui's eyes, the newly crowned Empress Murong Shurqin was truly insignificant. Murong Shurqin was well aware of these realities. Reputation and status stemmed from strength. Before Qin, none of the seven nations dared to confront them head-on. However, with the natural barrier of the Qianyao mountain range, Yin felt less apprehensive about the Qin Empire. Murong Shurqin cast a glance at the woefully tragic Yi Jing and calmly stated, "This girl is a younger sister of an old friend of mine. I implore the crown prince of Qin to spare her out of consideration for me." Oh, you know Yi Ning? Qin Sui inquired suspiciously. Murong Shurqin's lips curled into a knowing smile. He is indeed from Yen. Qin Sui was taken aback, and after a moment, he pressed further. Is he not the legendary young general who is said to guard the nation? Murong Shurqin did not answer his question directly, but continued. The esteemed crown prince of Qin holds a noble status. Why stoop to the level of a mere country bumpkin? Humph! Qin Sui snorted in anger. That wretched brat seems to be everywhere. Are you aware that he has wed the flame emperor of the Qingshu Medical Hall? This time, it was Murong Shurqin who was momentarily taken aback, though she quickly regained her composure. I have a 3-year agreement with him. I can afford to wait to exact my vengeance. Enough of this chatter. That girl must die today.